My name is Lin Mo. That day, I won a lottery worth $100 million. This was supposed to be the starting point for my life to turn around, but my so-called good brother set his sights on my money. He started painting a rosy picture for me. Overseas oil fields, guaranteed profits, huge returns. He talked a big game, even setting up a trap to lure me in step by step. I believed it. I took out loans, leveraged my investments, and poured all my money into the Syrian oil field project. Just 1 month later, war broke out. The project came to an immediate halt, and not a single penny could be raised. Even more deadly is that those loan sharks have their eyes on my life. As soon as I return to China, they will kidnap me and sell my blood, squeezing out every last bit of value from me, and then dispose of me directly. Just when I was at my wit's end and my life was hanging by a thread, I unlocked the war system. Once I complete the mission, I can summon top soldiers from various countries and obtain weapons and power far beyond this era. Under the scorching sun, a massive steel-base vehicle slowly emerged. Covered in dark gray armor, its lines were cold and hard, like a mechanical behemoth from another world, lying silently in the desert. A blinding metallic sheen reflected from its surface. The giant bulldozer blade in front gleamed menacingly, and the sensor array on top scanned the surroundings like compound eyes. This level of technology was clearly beyond what Earth should currently possess. The hot desert wind, carrying sand, lashed my face. The distant gunfire was intermittent, growing ever closer. I stared intently at the base vehicle before me, a violent tremor running through me. What is this? I tentatively took a step forward, and the next second, a strange sense of connection instantly coursed through my body, as if countless data cables were simultaneously connecting to my brain. Immediately afterward, a cold notification sound rang in my mind. The Great Wall mobile base vehicle is in position. Should it be deployed? I had no way out. The oil field behind me could be either a path to survival or a graveyard. I gritted my teeth and whispered 2 words, deploy. The next moment, the steel behemoth fully awoke. A deep rumble emanated from within. The armor plates unlocked layer by layer. The hydraulic systems began to operate rhythmically, and the sides slowly opened like giant wings. Then came the most breathtaking scene. The core of the vehicle slowly rose, and numerous modules rotated and unfolded, then precisely assembled and locked together. The sounds of gears rubbing, hydraulic roaring, and the low hum of energy flow intertwined, as if playing an industrial symphony. In just over 40 seconds, a metal fortress covering hundreds of square meters completely replaced the original base vehicle. A ghostly blue indicator light flashed continuously as it stood firmly in the center of the desert. The gate opened silently, and cold white light shone from within. I took a deep breath and stepped into the base. The blast of cold air immediately invigorated me. The space inside far exceeded my expectations. Under the 8-meter-high dome, a holographic projection slowly rotated, and a tactical sand table quickly generated in the central area, clearly displaying the real-time terrain within a 20-kilometer radius of the base. On the control panel, data streams flashed incessantly, displaying information such as temperature, wind speed, and electromagnetic environment. Every number reminded me that this was not a shelter, but a real battlefield. I walked to the control panel, and a virtual interface automatically unfolded, clearly displaying various building options: refinery, barracks, weapons workshop, power plant, and basic unit types. My gaze lingered on the oil refinery for a moment. It was a stable source of funding, but it would take a full 48 hours, which I simply couldn't afford to wait. The rebels were closing in and could arrive within an hour or two. Without electricity, all the facilities were useless. Without soldiers, I couldn't even hold them off. I quickly made a decision: prioritize building small nuclear fusion power plants. The system responded immediately, deducting 50,000 yuan and commencing construction, with an estimated completion time of 1 hour. My balance instantly dwindled to just over 50,000 yuan. Even after the power station was built, the remaining funds would only be enough to construct the infrastructure. Soldiers and ammunition were still nowhere to be found. Despair suddenly overwhelmed me. I grabbed the satellite phone and dialed that familiar number. Chusheng, is Wei Chong there? I forced myself to speak. I acted impulsively just now. The person on the other end of the phone visibly relaxed. You changed your mind? We're already on our way to the airport. You can still catch up. No, I'm not leaving. My words suddenly quickened. But please help me one last time. Lend me 500,000, I can hold onto the oil field. There's a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a furious roar. Lin Mo, are you crazy? Even the government troops can't hold out. What are you going to do to defend it? I hurriedly explained. I really have a way. You're insane. The phone was immediately hung up. I tried calling back, but it was completely unreachable. I gripped the phone tightly, then slammed it down on the control panel, shattering the casing instantly. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, only a cold, resolute determination remained. I had one last goal. I stormed into the living quarters and kicked open the door. Lu Mengyao was frantically packing her luggage. Her face turned pale when she saw me burst in. Are you leaving too? I asked her coldly. Did Zhang Chusheng tell you I'm crazy? Lu Mingyao's eyes darted away as she hurriedly tried to persuade me. Brother Mo, let's leave quickly. People can really die here. She reached out to grab me, but I dodged her. Go if you want to leave. I blocked the doorway, looking at her coldly. Take out the 100,000 yuan I gave you. Consider it a loan. You're shameless. Lu Mengyao screamed. That's what I deserve. She completely lost control of her emotions, her voice trembling. The gunshots outside drew closer again, clear enough to send chills down one's spine. I glanced at the time. Construction of the power station had only just begun. I had no way out. Leave the money, or leave your life, I said coldly. The choice is yours. Fear ultimately overwhelmed everything. Lu Mengyao trembled as she pulled out her phone, tears streaming down her face. Okay, I'll give you $100,000. Just let me go. Account received $100,000, automatically converted to system funds. Current funds, $157,340. I stepped aside to make way, and Lu Mengyao, dragging her huge suitcase, stumbled out, her high heels clicking erratically in the corridor. Soon, the roar of an engine and the screeching of tires on the ground came from downstairs, and everything quickly faded away, without me even turning my head. I turned and headed straight for the command center, quickening my pace. The 3-story nuclear fusion power plant was nearing completion, its cooling towers spewing white mist, and its reactor emitting a ghostly blue light, like the slow beating of a giant beast's heart. Small-scale nuclear fusion power plant completed. Power grid activated, output 150 megawatts, load 0%. I immediately ordered build barracks, light weapons workshop, and ammunition synthesis workshop. The system responded swiftly, deducting another 50,000 funds, and the barracks entered the countdown to construction. On the open ground of the base, the blueprints gradually solidified and took shape. Several engineering robots worked simultaneously, using laser cutting and welding, and the alloy structure rapidly took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. 30 minutes was far too long. I immediately switched to the communication channel and coldly ordered all security guards assemble in a conference room immediately. 3 minutes later, all 6 armed security guards arrived, looking alert and exhausted. I glanced at them and said calmly, the gunshots just now were from a small group of bandits. Mr. Zhang and his men have already gone to request reinforcements. The garrison will arrive tomorrow morning. It was a lie, but I said it without batting an eye. I continued to escalate the offer. As long as we hold out until reinforcements arrive, everyone will receive an extra 3-month salary in US dollars. As soon as I said this, the eyes of the men visibly lit up, and the tense atmosphere was somewhat eased by the prospect of profit. Hassan was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "We'll guard." I patted him on the shoulder. Keep a close watch on the east and south intersections. The 6 men quickly turned and left to set up their defenses. Once they left, my expression grew even more somber. This lie couldn't last long. Once the enemy pressed in, they could collapse at any moment or even betray me. I needed truly controllable power. Time ticked by, and I paced back and forth in the command center, constantly checking on the construction progress. The outline of the barracks gradually became clear. The dark green exterior walls were smooth and seamless, and the ventilation system on the roof slowly turned. At the 29th minute, the notification sound finally rang out. Barracks construction complete. I practically rushed inside. The space inside was much larger than it appeared from the outside, with several culture tanks filled with nutrient solution in the center and robotic arms surrounding them, ready to be deployed at any time. The control panel lights up, indicating the availability of a production unit, a level 1 conscript. The unit costs 5,000, requires 10 minutes of training, and comes equipped with basic weaponry, such as an AK-74M. Additional ammunition, protective gear, and medical supplies can be purchased. I quickly did the math. The current funds can only support a maximum of 20 people. If we equip them all, the number will have to be reduced even further. Even more critical is the time constraint. 10 minutes per person. There simply isn't enough time to build a large-scale operation. I gritted my teeth and gave the order. Train 20 conscripts. The system immediately deducted all funds, and the training sequence officially started. The first soldier would complete the training in 10 minutes. I slumped into a chair, sweat trickling down my forehead. Now I have a power station in barracks, but my forces are still too few, and the number of the enemy is completely unknown, likely far exceeding my expectations. The midday desert, distorted and warped by the scorching heat, suddenly ceased its distant gunfire, making the air even more oppressive. I abruptly looked up at the tactical sand table. The current detection range was only 10 kilometers. Just then, 8 yards to the east, 3 red dots suddenly appeared rapidly. Armed pickup trucks, each carrying at least 5 or 6 people. On the holographic tactical sand table, the 3 red dots were moving at high speed 7.8 kilometers away, approaching the oil field at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. I stared intently at the screen, my palms sweating, and muttered to myself, maybe they're just passing by. Don't come any closer, at least give me another hour or two. But reality quickly shattered my last bit of hope. The 3 red dots suddenly accelerated to 60 kilometers per hour, their path perfectly straight, heading directly for the core area, clearly a premeditated attack. Damn it! I slammed my fist on the control panel, my face instantly turning ashen. On the screen, the production countdown continued to tick coldly. Conscript 1, 7 minutes 14 seconds remaining, others in queue. The weapons workshop, however, was only 32% complete. At this rate, it would take at least 50 more minutes to reach combat readiness, while the enemy would be upon them in a maximum of 12 minutes. I paced back and forth in the command center, gritting my teeth and urging in a low voice, faster, faster. Time ticked by, each second feeling like death was approaching. Not long after, the first recruit finally emerged from the incubation tank, standing naked at the drain outlet, his eyes vacant and devoid of any emotion. The problem was, the weapons weren't finished yet, and these conscripts were currently completely ineffective in combat. At that moment, the red dot on the sand table had closed to within 500 meters. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled in a low voice, Hassan, did you hear me? We have to hold this position. Don't let a single one in. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie before Hassan's trembling voice came through. Boss, they're not ordinary bandits. 3 vehicles, each with 5 or 6 men. We can't hold them off. My tone turned icy. At another 10,000. Just hold them for an hour, and reinforcements will be here soon. This was a complete lie from beginning to end. I didn't have that $10,000 in my account, and there was no way any reinforcements were coming. But a few seconds later, Hassan gritted his teeth and replied, Deal. I breathed a slight sigh of relief, but I was even more anxious because I was now betting my life on these security guards. The battle outside the window quickly broke out. Hassan hid behind a low concrete wall only half a meter high, while the other 5 security guards were scattered among oil drums and prefabricated houses, barely managing to form a defensive line. 200 meters away, 3 pickup trucks were parked in a fan shape, and 18 or 19 armed men quickly jumped out of the vehicles. These men were all masked, carrying old AKMs, and several had grenades strapped to their waists. The tall, thin man leading them raised his gun and shouted, Drop your weapons. We only want the oil field equipment. We'll let you leave. Hassan, cowering behind cover, yelled back, Which unit are you? We have government permission here. He was stalling for time, but the other side clearly wasn't buying it. The tall, thin leader waved his hand impatiently, and the next second, the Pecan machine gun on the pickup truck opened fire. Tot. Bullets sprayed wildly, sending concrete debris flying and dust billowing several meters high. Hassan pressed himself tightly against the wall, his back stinging from the flying debris, and screamed, Fire! Returned fire! Several security guards returned fire in a panic, but most of their bullets missed, posing almost no threat. In contrast, the militants, using their cover, fired steadily in short bursts, providing extremely strong suppressive fire. Soon, casualties began. A security guard tried to change positions, but after only 2 steps, he was struck in the thigh by machine gun fire and collapsed to the ground screaming. Hassan tried to rush out to help, but was pinned down by heavy fire. The guard, dragging his wounded leg, desperately crawled back, only to be hit by follow-up fire and killed instantly. Damn it, Hassan cursed under his breath, his eyes finally revealing barely suppressed fear. In the 8th minute, the enemy launched their fatal attack. A militant, carrying an RPG, crawled behind a sand dune, then suddenly stood up and swiftly aimed at the low wall. RPG, someone screamed. Hassan looked up sharply and saw a rocket hurtling towards him, trailing a fiery exhaust. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted, flames and shockwaves instantly engulfing everything. The rocket struck the low wall squarely, tearing the concrete to shreds instantly and blasting the entire section of the wall away. Hassan was thrown high into the air by the blast wave, then slammed to the ground, burying him in the rubble. When the dust settled, only broken walls and a blood-stained hand remained, hanging limply at his sides. In the command center, I heard the explosion and felt my heart clench. The green flashed 3 times at the explosion's location before turning gray, a symbol of death. I whispered 2 words, "It's over." With Hassan dead, the remaining security guards had no chance of putting up any effective resistance. And now, only 37 minutes had passed since the battle began. The 4th conscript was still being prepared in the incubation tank, and the ammunition workshop was only 15% complete. Desperate cries came over the walkie-talkie. "Hassan is dead. We can't hold out. Surrender. Boss, where are the reinforcements?" Panic spread rapidly like wildfire. I didn't respond further and immediately cut off the communication channel. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and when I opened them again, only calmness remained in my eyes. "System, what other defensive measures does the command center have?" The system immediately responded. 2nd-level emergency defense module. Heavy machine guns and observation and aiming systems can be activated. Without hesitation, I rushed towards the stairs, and the metal door slid open silently. In a narrow fighting position, an NSV heavy machine gun sat quietly at its post. I flung off the dust cover, revealing the thick barrel, and the cold, hard aura unique to Russian-made weapons hit me. I took my shooting position, and the screen immediately lit up. 3 images, white light, dim light, and thermal imaging, appeared simultaneously. In the thermal imaging, a dozen humanoid heat sources were approaching the security guard's last stronghold, while the gunfire was becoming increasingly sparse. I saw with my own eyes as one security guard stood up, trembling, and raised his AK high above his head. Then a second, a third, also stood up, and finally, all 4 survivors surrendered. The militants emerged from behind their bunker, and the tall, thin leader slowly stepped forward to interrogate them. The security guard shook his head frantically, pointing towards the command center. A cold smile immediately appeared on the leader's face, and he waved his hand. The next second, machine gun fire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat. 4 security guards fell to the ground instantly, and in the thermal imaging, the blood on the ground quickly cooled to a dark blue. After confirming the body, the leader slowly raised his head and looked toward the command center where I was. He held up 3 fingers, then closed them one by one, 3, 2, 1. Finally, with a sharp wave of his hand, the 18 militants immediately split into 3 groups and advanced, their tactical movements clear and practiced. My finger hovered over the fire button, my palms already soaked with sweat. 500 rounds of ammunition against 18 men. I couldn't afford to waste a single one. I have to be careful with my fire, I muttered, pressing my eye against the scope. The group of 6 men in front advanced cautiously, using cover as cover. I locked onto the leader and decisively pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thud made my chest tingle. The 3rd bullet hit precisely, almost tearing the man's upper body apart instantly. The remaining men instantly dropped to the ground. I quickly turned my gun. Thump, thump. A 2nd man was shot in the back, falling headfirst into the ditch, never to rise again. The frontal team was completely panicked, and the remaining 4 immediately began to retreat. I didn't chase after them to continue firing, but immediately turned to the left flank. 2 enemies that were preparing to set up RPGs. Boom, 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 boom. A burst of bullets swept across, One of them was shot in the leg, screaming and falling to the ground, while the other also scrambled to the side to take cover. But at that moment, the third group of enemies had already stealthily crept to the side of the building. The system alarm suddenly sounded. Explosive detected. Then boom! The entire command center was violently shaken by the explosion. I was jolted into the air, my helmet slamming against the edge of the equipment, and my vision went black for a moment. System warnings kept popping up. 19% structural damage, protection level reduced, external threats must be eliminated immediately. Amidst the chaos, another cold notification tone rang out. Ammunition workshop completed. Basic equipment ready for mass production. Conscript number 5. Training complete, awaiting instructions. From the direction of the barracks. As the hatch of the incubation tank slowly opened, the nutrient solution was quickly drained. A naked man stepped out, his wet hair plastered to his forehead, and his previously empty eyes suddenly focused. He looked up into the distance, as if establishing some invisible connection with me, who was inside the second-floor machine gun turret, through a wall. Conscript number 1. Reporting to the commander. The voice rang directly in my mind, cold yet incredibly clear. I was taken aback at first, then immediately realized that this was the command chain established by the system. I immediately ordered, all mobilized soldiers, put on your gear and take your weapons. Number 1 will lead the team, providing cover from the direction of the oil tank area and the pipe gallery, to flank the enemy from the rear and launch a surprise attack. Command confirmed. Number 1 responded swiftly without any emotional fluctuation. The 5 conscripts immediately rushed to the equipment area, where combat uniforms, AK-74M rifles, and full magazines were neatly arranged. Their movements were astonishingly fast. They donned their gear and loaded their guns in one fluid motion. Number 1 gave the signal, and the 5 men immediately dispersed, advancing stealthily under the shadows and through the pipe corridors, quickly disappearing into the complex terrain. Just then, an even more violent explosion suddenly rang out. The entire command center tilted to one side instantly, and I was thrown against the bulkhead, a piercing pain shooting through my shoulder. At the same time, a system warning popped up. The load-bearing structure on the east side had been hit by an RPG, suffering 31% damage. If attacked again, it was highly likely to be penetrated. Damn it! I spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, forced myself back to my firing position, and quickly locked onto the target through the scope. The militant carrying the RPG was hiding behind a clump of sea buckthorn, loading ammunition, a smug, excited grin still on his face. I whispered coldly, steadying the machine gun barrel. Found you. Boom! 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 5 bursts of fire were unleashed in an instant. Bushes were snapped in two, sand was blasted apart, the third bullet tore through the opponent's thigh, and the next 2 completely blasted his torso to smithereens. Immediately, the leader's furious roar came from outside. Explosive pack. Blow it up! He frantically gave the order from behind the concrete bunker, completely unaware that danger was approaching from behind. At that very moment, a sharp, rapid burst of rifle fire suddenly rang out from behind. Number 1, kneeling behind the oil drum, fired 2 short bursts in quick succession, the bullets flying out with pinpoint accuracy. The leader reacted extremely quickly, rolling to dodge at the first opportunity, but a bloody gash was still grazed on his left arm. But his 2 men weren't so lucky. They died instantly. One was shot in the chest and fell straight down. The other's facial bones were blown off, and he collapsed to the ground. Enemy behind us. They've circled around. The militant's formation completely crumbled. I was controlling the heavy machine gun in front, and the conscript squad was behind me. The enemy was caught in the middle, instantly losing their rhythm. Some started firing wildly, some desperately searched for cover, and some even froze in place, their minds blank. The 5 conscripts quickly deployed into a fan-shaped formation, with Commander Number 1 in the center to command, while the others provided crossfire and mobile support, their movements calm and efficient. They hardly made any deliberate attempts to dodge bullets, only making minimal evasive maneuvers, maintaining steady firing throughout, creating an astonishingly oppressive atmosphere. The pressure on my side immediately lessened, and I began searching for targets again. A gun barrel peeked out from behind the concrete mixer, and a figure flashed past behind the sandbag cover. The heavy machine gun roared again, bullets easily piercing the metal casing and instantly killing the enemy hiding behind it. The sandbags were also torn to shreds, rendering those so-called covers useless in an instant. The remaining enemy forces completely collapsed, and cries for help and curses poured through the walkie-talkies. The leader, his face ashen, finally yelled, "Bring all those vehicles from the intersection over. Suppress the machine gun turrets." The next second, 3 armed pickup trucks burst out of the oil field entrance, kicking up clouds of dust as they hurtled towards the command center. The machine gunners on the trucks opened fire wildly from a distance, bullets raining down on the outer wall of the command center. Sparks flew from the metal armor surface, and a series of rapid impacts shook the entire firing bay, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. The armor in the command center withstood the impact once again. Bullets struck the surface, leaving only dents of varying depths, without penetrating the armor. My eyes narrowed, and the pent-up frustration from being suppressed just now exploded instantly. Trying to suppress me? Let's see who has more firepower. I quickly calmed myself down and locked my attention on the pickup truck that was charging at me. I was controlling the NSV heavy machine gun, using burst fire with correction. The first volley landed in front of the vehicle, sending sand pillars flying. The second volley grazed the hood. The third volley consisted of 3 bursts, one of which hit the front wheel directly. The pickup truck suddenly lost control at high speed, swayed violently, and overturned on the spot. The machine gunner on board was thrown more than 10 meters away and died instantly. The vehicle slid along, trailing sparks, and finally crashed into the wreckage of the drilling rig, bursting into flames. The driver of the second pickup truck clearly panicked, exposing his side as he swerved. I seized the opportunity and opened fire, bullets hitting the vehicle and engine in quick succession. The vehicle quickly started smoking and slowed down. Then the engine exploded and burst into flames, rapidly engulfing the vehicle. The people inside screamed as they tried to escape, only to be accurately shot down on the spot by conscripts. Seeing this, the third pickup truck completely lost its composure, slamming on the brakes and turning tail to flee, abandoning its companions and quickly disappearing into the dust. With the reinforcements scattered, the morale of the remaining militants collapsed. Under the advance fire of the conscripts and the suppression of machine gun fire, the defensive line quickly crumbled. The battle ended in less than 3 minutes. The cost was 1 conscript killed, 1 seriously wounded, and the rest of the enemy annihilated, with only 1 vehicle escaping. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the air was filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh. The sand was littered with shell craters, corpses, and wreckage. The scene was as horrific as a battlefield. I stepped through the spent shell casings into the center of the battlefield, my expression unusually calm. My heart was filled only with exhaustion and sorrow for the fallen soldiers. I felt almost no fear. The enemy leader lay in a pool of blood, his abdomen pierced, barely alive, yet he still stared at me with a vicious and venomous gaze. I crouched down and asked in broken Arabic, "How many of you are there? Where's the main force?" I knew perfectly well that these were just an advance team. The other side responded with a cold laugh and curses, their tone full of contempt. Even though I couldn't understand everything, I knew they wouldn't cooperate. My gaze turned completely cold. Conscript number 1 handed me a rifle, which I took and pressed directly against his forehead. Last chance, talk or not. The leader hesitated briefly, but ultimately closed his eyes, looking as if he disdained to die. Bang, bang, bang. Without any hesitation, 3 shots ended his life, and all the curses and hatred fell silent. The fallen conscript number 4 lay there quietly, and the system notification sounded coldly. Unit permanently lost, cannot be recovered. Conscript number 3 was sent into the incubation tank, and a diagnosis was quickly made. Severely injured, requiring nano repair, taking 45 minutes, costing 500. Repair? I gritted my teeth and confirmed, my account balance decreasing again. At this time, the newly trained number 6 and number 7 conscripts were already on standby in the barracks, while subsequent units were still being produced slowly. The efficiency of a single barracks was far from sufficient in this kind of battle. I made up my mind that as long as I could get through this, I had to expand the barracks. But the biggest problem at hand was that my funds were running out. After deducting repair costs, I only had 6,840 left, far short of the 100,000 needed for a refinery. Without a way to convert the oil, it was like having an oil field but no money to use it. A sense of unease crept in, and just then, the system interface suddenly refreshed, revealing a new building, the Resource Recycling Center. This center allows users to dismantle battlefield wreckage and convert resources into funds. My eyes lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, I immediately chose to build. 20 minutes later, a building resembling an enclosed factory was completed next to the command center, its interior filled with conveyor belts and robotic arms. A rugged tracked recovery vehicle roared out, heading straight for the still-smoking wreckage of an armed pickup truck in the distance. The robotic arm precisely picked up the wrecked vehicle and sent it into the processing compartment. Accompanied by a piercing metallic tearing sound, a system notification sounded. Resource recovery operation in progress. Target: armored pickup truck wreckage X2. The system quickly analyzed the material composition and calculated its value, soon completing the recovery. Funds received 4,000. My account jumped from 6840 to 10840, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was my first income after the crisis. I immediately ordered the conscripts to clear the battlefield and collect all usable supplies. But the results were not ideal. Only a small amount of Syrian pounds and US dollars were found, totaling less than 1,000. In addition, there were more than a dozen old rifles, mostly AKMs and SKSs, which were not only poorly maintained, but some were even incomplete. There were also some cheap ornaments and watches, which had almost no practical value. When I tried to recycle these firearms, the system offered an absurdly low price. Value per item, 10 funds, which was almost meaningless to recycle simply because the materials were outdated and of low purity. I shook my head helplessly. They really think they're just collecting junk. I couldn't be bothered to deal with this little bit of money, so I simply had the conscripts move all these weapons into the tool shed for temporary storage. Maybe we'll need them later. The funding eventually stopped at 11140. I stood at the entrance of the command center, looking at the ravaged oil field under the blood-red sunset, the distant desert eerily quiet. Behind me were 5 intact conscripts, and another was repairing. The first wave of attack had been withstood, but I knew very well that this was only the beginning. The enemy might be lurking in the shadows, and the base remained vulnerable, resources scarce. I clenched my fist. We had to expand as quickly as possible and find new sources of resources. Night fell, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. I stood on the observation platform, looking towards the horizon where the desert met the night sky, knowing full well that this victory was only temporary. The losses of the 4th conscript, the meager sum of my account barely exceeding 10,000, and my increasingly tense nerves all reminded me. The next enemy would only be stronger. I must hold on, but with what? I muttered to myself. The thought of borrowing money crossed my mind, but it made my heart sink. I thought of those so-called relatives and friends, and finally dialed Zhao Qinggong's number, the man I once considered a brother. Back when he went bankrupt, I transferred 500,000 yuan to him without hesitation to help him out. But now all I heard on the other end of the phone was mockery and estrangement, even a hint of probing and excuses. I tried to explain, suppressing my emotions, and reduced the loan amount from 200,000 to 100,000, but all I got in return was a string of complaints and evasive answers. I hung up before he could finish. I lit a crumpled cigarette and reluctantly dialed again. But all I got were busy signals, doubts, and complaints of being broke. No one was willing to lend me a hand. Until one last old friend whispered a reminder, "Brother Lin Mo, Lao Zhao said in the group chat that everyone should be careful." Those words shattered my last hope. I gave a bitter laugh, my eyes stinging slightly. The bonds of friendship I once shared were as thin as paper in the face of reality. When I was successful, I had no shortage of brothers. When I fell on hard times, no one cared. Just as despair was creeping in, a figure surfaced in my mind. Wang Peng, my childhood friend, now just an ordinary auto mechanic. Making the call was almost tinged with guilt, but I dialed the number anyway. As soon as the call connected, Wang Peng responded warmly, without a trace of suspicion or probing. I struggled to explain my predicament, but he interrupted me directly. "Brother Mo, it's rare for you to ask. I have 100,000 here. Use it first, and I'll figure out a way if it's not enough." Hearing this, my throat tightened, and I only said that I needed 20,000 US dollars. Wang Peng agreed without hesitation, and even said that he would ask his family to raise more. Without hesitation, without conditions. After hanging up the phone, I leaned against the cold wall and let out a long breath. Soon, 30,000 yuan arrived in my account. A brief message was attached. Brother Mo, use this first. We'll talk if it's not enough. Be careful out there. I stared at the message for a few seconds, then replied, money received. Thanks, brother. My account balance jumped to 31,140. 19 conscripts stood in neat rows, silent and obedient. But this force was far from enough to face the potential main rebel force. I knew very well that what I needed was a defensive system to achieve maximum damage with minimal cost. I quickly pulled up the construction list. Resources were scarce, and the only options I could choose were infrastructure, sandbags, underground bunkers, sentry guns, and landmines. After a moment's consideration, I decided to use landmines to delay the enemy, and then use automatic firepower to defend the core. Produce 50 infantry mines. The order was given, and the budget instantly decreased by 10,000. Production began, expected to be completed in a little over 8 minutes. Soon, disc-shaped mines were being sent out of the workshop conveyor belt. I ordered the conscripts to lay mines under cover of night, creating a fan-shaped minefield within a radius of 200 to 50 meters, focusing on roads and open areas. The minefield was spaced out so that once someone stepped inside, there would be almost no chance of survival. After laying the mines, I looked at the remaining funds of 21,140 and continued to order, build 2 sentry machine guns. Deploy them on the high points on both sides of the command center to form crossfire and cover the rear of the minefield. After another 20,000 in funds, only 1,140 remained. 30 minutes later, 2 low-lying alloy fortresses rose up, their machine guns slowly protruding from their tops, gleaming coldly in the moonlight, connected to the fire control system, and silently locking onto the darkness. Night fell completely, and the oil field was deathly silent. The workers had long since fled, leaving only me and 19 soldiers. The conscripts relied on energy bars to keep moving, while I ate some canned food and dry rations in the kitchen. Exhaustion washed over me, and I fell into a deep sleep in my chair, rifle in hand. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the night. I jolted awake, grabbed my gun, and rushed out of the command center. The soldiers outside were already in position, all their guns pointed northeast, towards the edge of the minefield. A dense, astonishing number of figures shrouded the darkness, at least several hundred. The explosion plunged the crowd into chaos. Cries and groans rose and fell, even mingling with the voices of women and children. I immediately lowered the soldiers' guns and shouted in Arabic, "Who goes there? State your identity." At the same time, I ordered flares to be fired. The white light revealed the group, ragged clothes, people supporting the elderly and carrying children, clearly unarmed. "Don't shoot. We're from Abdu village," an old man cried out. "Our village was burned down by the Sandstorm Army. We're fleeing." I scanned the area with my flashlight and recognized several familiar faces. They were indeed villagers from the neighborhood. After confirming they were refugees, I relaxed slightly, but remained vigilant. Hands up, follow the lights. Don't make a single wrong step. I used my flashlight to clear a safe path through the minefield. Hundreds of refugees moved slowly through the darkness, carrying children and supporting the elderly, cautiously treading the line between life and death. Suppressed cries echoed in the night wind, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. I stood to the side, my heart heavy. The defense line I had just laid was a death trap, but now it had become their only way out. And their arrival also meant that the armed force that would massacre the village was likely not far off. Sandstorm Army? I chuckled softly. Such a name was all too common in chaotic times. They were nothing more than a band of bandits who had risen up amidst the chaos. Soon, I settled the refugees in an open area on the outskirts, offering them no additional shelter. From the fragmented account of an elderly man who claimed to be the village chief, the story gradually became clear. This group of people broke into the village, stealing grain, livestock, and women. Any resistance was met with gun butts and bullets. Of the village of over 1,000 people, less than half escaped. They ran to the oil field because a worker named Muhammad led the way, hoping to find a Chinese boss for asylum. Ironically, this man was the first to step on a landmine, dying instantly and bringing even bigger trouble to me. Looking at these refugees, my face gradually turned cold. I recalled my past experiences being overcharged, verbally abused, surrounded, and even having to pay to settle things. Those so-called simple and honest villagers were not innocent. Now, they brought disaster here and expect me to protect them. Help you. I looked at the village chief, who was clutching my sleeve tightly and whose eyes were streaked with tears, and a cold smile appeared on my lips. You've got it wrong. I can't even take care of myself right now. How can I help you? I pointed to the dark road we came from, telling them to continue running towards the provincial capital before the sandstorm army caught up. Abdul shook his head in despair, pointing to the only donkeys and broken carts they had. They have carts, we can't outrun them. Once they catch up, we're finished. The villagers sat down on the ground and refused to move, clearly placing their hopes on me. As I watched this scene, a chill ran through me. I said nothing more, turned, and returned to the command center. The alloy doors slowly closed, shutting out the pleas and the sound of the wind. Only the cold night wind and low sobs remained outside. The villagers huddled on the sand, gnawing on dry rations. Some glanced at the empty dormitories, only to be frightened away by the armed conscripts at the gates. Inside the command center, I lit a cigarette, stared at the holographic sand table, and forced myself to consider the upcoming situation. Oil is our lifeline. We must hold this base. Just as I was getting my thoughts together, red dots suddenly appeared at the edge of the warning zone, spreading out one after another. More than a dozen enemy vehicles were rapidly approaching the oil field. They're here. My expression tightened. Judging by their speed, the enemy would arrive in 20 minutes at most. My forces were already stretched thin, but at this moment, looking at the hundreds of refugees outside, a cold thought surfaced in my mind. I stepped out of the command center again, where a crowd huddled together in the cold wind. The village chief's eyes lit up with renewed hope when he saw me. But I spoke directly. The sandstorm army is less than 10 kilometers from here. As soon as I finished speaking, fear instantly spread through the crowd. My tone was calm yet cold. I can't protect you. If you want to live, there's only one way. Pick up a gun and come with me to guard this place. The crowd erupted in chaos. Men retreated hastily, while women clutched their children. We won't fight. You're hurting us. Cries and accusations rose and fell, and the scene descended into complete disarray. Shut up, I shouted, my gaze as cold as a knife. You expect others to fight for you without doing anything? Is that even possible? I then gestured for the conscripts to bring over several boxes of weapons. The wooden crate opened, revealing a captured, worn-out rifle and a small amount of ammunition. I pointed at several burly men. Pick up your guns. At least you can protect your families. Those pointed at shrank back desperately, and even the village chief, his voice trembling, tried to dissuade me. They don't know how to fight. This is suicide. I completely lost my patience, raised my gun, and fired. Bang. Gunshots rang out, and the conscripts all raised their weapons, aiming at the crowd, their killing intent palpable. A deathly silence fell instantly, broken only by suppressed breathing. I spoke coldly. I'll count to 3. Either take up arms and obey orders, or get out there and face the sandstorm army. 1. The air seemed to freeze. 2. Finally, someone broke down, and 20 or 30 people rushed into the darkness to escape. I didn't stop them. I just watched them disappear. Then I turned to the remaining people. Then you'll stay and fight. I kicked open the weapons crate. From now on, I am your commander. My tone was icy. Anyone who disobeys or retreats, execute on the spot. The crowd trembled. I began to count people, selecting the able-bodied young men, who, under the pressure of gunfire, trembled as they picked up their weapons. Finally, 22 new recruits were pulled out. Their faces were filled with fear, a stark contrast to the calm conscripts standing beside them. The remaining elderly, women, and children were herded into the mess hall to await their fate. Just then, intermittent gunfire rang out in the distance, heading straight for the fleeing crowd. Cries suddenly erupted from the mess hall, then were quickly drowned out. The new recruits on the open ground were deathly pale. They knew that those who had fled had run into the enemy and had almost no chance of survival. At this moment, they had absolutely no way out. I listened to the gunfire, glanced at the approaching red on the sand table, turned to the crowd, and said in a calm and clear voice, "If you don't want to die like them, remember every word I say. My orders are not to be disobeyed. Now, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle." The distant gunshots, like ink drops in water, briefly spread through the night before disappearing completely. In their place came a heavier roar. What began as a faint hum in the wind quickly coalesced into a deep, resonant sound, a cacophony of engine screams, track friction, and metallic clanging. Inside the command center, the red dots at the edge of the holographic sand table rapidly merged, engulfing the green safe zone like a tidal wave. The system continuously updated. Estimated contact time, 12 minutes. 11 minutes, 30 seconds. I stood in front of the observation window, staring into the distance through the night vision goggles. I pressed the communication channel, my voice low but unusually calm. All personnel in position. No firing without orders. The order was given, and the base quickly went into combat readiness. 19 conscripts occupied high ground and cover, their guns steadily pointed into the darkness. 22 village recruits were driven to the outer makeshift defensive line, huddled between sandbags and oil drums, trembling all over. Some even had to be forced to lie down by rifle butts. The 2 sentry machine guns switched to a dark red glow, ready to fire, slowly locking onto the direction of the incoming attack. The roar outside grew closer, and the ground began to tremble slightly. "Turn on the lights," I whispered the order. Whoosh! Several high-powered searchlights instantly illuminated the scene, their stark white beams tearing through the night and piercing the oil field entrance. The first to rush into the light were 3 armed pickup trucks advancing in a triangular formation. Their bodies were welded with steel plates, resembling moving iron boxes, and DSHK heavy machine guns were mounted on their cargo beds. The vehicle was crammed with militants, their heads wrapped in red and black turbans, armed with rifles and RPGs, appearing even more menacing in the bright light. But this was just the vanguard. From the dust and smoke behind, 2 rusty BTR-60 armored vehicles slowly emerged, their heavy machine guns rotating on their turrets. Following them were several heavily modified trucks, their cargo beds crammed with people, and 2 MTLBS with rumbling tracks towing unidentified equipment. This was no ordinary bandit group, but a mixed armed force with armor and heavy firepower, far exceeding expectations, at least 200 strong. The convoy slowed down and stopped about 800 meters from the defensive line, the engines groaning incessantly, creating an oppressive atmosphere. They didn't attack immediately, clearly wary of the oil field's defenses. A brief, deathly silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of the wind, the engines, and the barely suppressed chattering of the villagers. Suddenly, a burly figure stood up from a command pickup truck in the enemy ranks, raised a megaphone and shouted, "This area belongs to Holy Sandstorm. Lay down your weapons, hand over your supplies, and surrender within 5 minutes." As soon as the words were spoken, 2 armored vehicles suddenly opened fire into the sky, tracer rounds tearing through the night sky, their crimson light blinding. Many militants also joined in, firing into the air, their howls rising and falling like wild beasts in a show of defiance. Just then, a sudden gunshot rang out from within the defensive line. A villager recruit, gripped by fear, lost control and accidentally pulled the trigger. The bullet flew off somewhere unknown. "Idiot," someone muttered, but I immediately took control over the communications. Silence. No returning fire. But that shot was already taken as a response. The voice from the loudspeaker instantly erupted in fury. "You're asking for it. Attack. Crush them." Boom. The roar of engines suddenly intensified. 3 heavily armed pickup trucks charged forward, their tires kicking up waves of dust, like steel beasts hurtling towards the defensive line. The heavy machine guns on the trucks unleashed a furious barrage of fire on the searchlights and fortifications. Meanwhile, 2 BTR-60 tanks began to advance, their machine guns providing constant suppression. Behind them, large numbers of infantry disembarked from trucks and followed in dispersed formations. 2 MTLB tanks moved slowly forward, their trailing silhouettes gradually becoming clearer. They were mortars. The real all-out assault had begun. I took a deep breath, wiped the dust off my glasses, glanced at the surging red tide on the sand table, and then at the villagers and recruits who were on the verge of collapse. The plan had to be changed. My finger hovered over the fire button on the sentry gun, my eyes fixed on the 3 pickup trucks that were steadily closing in. Closer. Let you taste the power of the steel defenses first. The Sandstorm Army's charge unfolded quickly, with 3 heavily armed pickup trucks roaring straight towards the oil field defense line, kicking up clouds of yellow sand. The DSHK heavy machine guns on the roofs opened fire first, tracer rounds tearing through the air and sweeping wildly towards the sandbag positions ahead. My tone was cold and steady. Hold your fire. No firing without orders. The conscripts were all concealed in sturdy bunkers at the rear, their guns locked on the target, but not one of them pulled the trigger prematurely. But the outermost line of villagers' defenses collapsed instantly. Some fired wildly, some trembled with fear, and some even turned and fled for their lives. The screams of terror almost drowned out the gunfire. The machine gun bullets quickly caught up with the fleeing men, blood mist exploded in the sand, and screams stimulated their nerves, causing more people to completely break down, plunging the entire defensive line into chaos. I watched all of this from the command center. It was all part of the plan. These untrained villagers were only there to create the illusion of a defensive rout. I continued giving orders. Conscripts 1 through 5. Remain concealed, sentry machine guns on standby. I wanted them to get a little closer. The Sandstorm army fell for the trap, and their commander roared with maniacal laughter. A flock of sheep. Run them over. 3 pickup trucks accelerated and charged, followed by infantry advancing frantically. They stepped into the death zone without hesitation. The pickup truck at the front struck a landmine with a deafening roar, bursting into flames and overturning the entire vehicle, scattering debris everywhere. The occupants scrambled to escape, only to step on more landmines and be instantly blown up. The charge was disrupted, but the troops behind did not stop. Driven by emotion, they continued to press forward. The commander roared orders to disperse and flank, and the troops began to spread out to the flanks, attempting to break through the defenses at their weakest point. Now, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Sentry machine guns, free fire. The next second, the 2 long-hidden machine gun bunkers opened fire simultaneously, their 12.7mm guns sweeping across the flanks in an instant. The concentrated firepower was like an iron torrent, and charging infantry fell in droves, limbs flying everywhere. The second pickup truck cab was breached. It went out of control, crashed into pipelines, and exploded. The third pickup truck fared even worse. The machine gunner in the bed was torn to pieces, and the entire vehicle was instantly disabled. The Sandstorm troops realized they had fallen into a trap and immediately laid down to fight back. Behind them, BTR armored vehicles turned their turrets around and used heavy machine guns to suppress the sentry machine gun positions. Bullets struck the armor, sparks flying, and one of the machine gun turrets was suppressed, its firepower significantly reduced. I was prepared and whispered the order. Rocket launcher team, move out. Conscripts number 7 and number 11, who had been lying in ambush behind the ruins, quickly got up and locked onto the side of the armored vehicle. With a sharp whistle, the rockets, trailing flames, hit their target. With a deafening explosion, the armor-piercing jet pierced through the armor, plunging the vehicle into chaos. Machine gun fire ceased abruptly, and the armored vehicle was forced to retreat. All conscripts, open fire at will. I decisively ordered. The suppressed elite firepower was unleashed in an instant, the pinpoint shots precise and deadly. The commander was shot in the head on the spot. Machine gunners and artillerymen fell one after another, and key firing points were quickly eliminated. The tide of battle turned instantly. The Sandstorm army was trapped between minefields and crossfire. Their advance hindered, and retreating would also mean facing intense fire. "Commander, we've been ambushed. There are mines everywhere." A terrified shout came through the communication channel, followed by another explosion as someone stepped on another mine. Chaos reigned at the front. 3 vehicles lost. Iron Mule damaged. Infantry pinned down in open ground, unable to move. Flames and screams mingled together. In a command vehicle at the rear, the Sandstorm Army commander's face was ashen. He had initially thought it would be an easy raid, but the enemy was clearly prepared, with firepower and tactics far exceeding his expectations. Those seemingly loose defensive lines were actually bait. His main force was already deep in minefields and crossfire. Any further assault would only result in unbearable losses. "Retreat," he slammed his fist against the vehicle wall, gritting his teeth as he gave the order, "Alternate cover, drag the men and vehicles back." A piercing whistle rang out, and the remaining troops began a desperate retreat. The damaged armored vehicles fought their way back, blindly pouring fire towards the oil field to cover their retreat. In the end, they abandoned dozens of corpses and several wrecked vehicles, fleeing in disarray into the darkness. On the oil field side, the gunfire gradually subsided. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Villagers sat slumped on the ground, their expressions blank, while the conscripts, having regained their composure, began to stand guard again. I stared at the red dot indicating retreat on the tactical sand table, feeling no relief whatsoever. I pulled up the data. Machine guns severely damaged. Repairs required 1,500. 3 lightly wounded. Ammunition consumption enormous. I walked to the window, looking into the distant darkness. I knew very well that this was only a temporary repulsion. The enemy would not give up easily. Clean up the battlefield, tally the results, and collect all usable supplies, I coldly ordered. Fortify the defenses. They could come back at any moment. The tactical sand table was now filled only with burning wreckage and cold statistics. Approximately 35 to 40 enemy soldiers killed, 5 vehicles destroyed. But I remained unmoved. I glanced at the resource panel. Current funds, 1140, machine guns awaiting repair, 1,500, ammunition and mine supplies greater than 3,800. Reality is more oppressive than the battlefield. I'm out of money. That victory just now almost depleted all my ammunition and mine reserves. I simply can't withstand another round. Resource recycling. I murmur my only hope. Outside the base, recycling trucks were roaring to life, slowly turning the wreckage into funds. The system quickly gave the results. Recycled funds, 8631. Current total funds, 9771. The number wasn't much, but at least it was enough to keep me going. I closed my eyes. This little bit of money would only be enough to repair weapons and replenish supplies, then be back to zero, waiting for the next, even fiercer attack. I slammed my fist on the control panel, my voice low and suppressed. Continuing to play this passive defense would only lead to being slowly worn down and killed. I stepped out of the command center, the chilly early morning wind carrying the stench of blood hitting me. The recovery trucks were still running in the distance, while suppressed sobs drifted from the direction of the canteen. The statistics were in. 8 villagers sent to the front lines were dead, and 2 more were critically wounded. For them, this was a catastrophe. The old village chief, his expression weary and conflicted, tried to calm the crowd. Seeing me, he forced a bow. Mr. Lin, thank you for saving most of the people. I didn't respond. I didn't need that kind of gratitude. I went straight to the point. In your village, who's the fastest runner, has the best eyesight, and the bravest? The old man paused, clearly uneasy. What's wrong with you? I interrupted him coldly. I need a scout to follow those retreating people and find their hideout. The old man's face turned pale instantly. It's too dangerous. They're like wounded wolves now. If they're discovered, they're dead. I'm not begging. I stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and pulled him closer, my tone cold and forceful. You're alive now, because of my resources and soldiers. I stared at him, pressing each word down firmly. If you want to stay, you must prove your worth. I released his grip, my voice as cold as a knife. This is an order. My gaze was fixed on him like a nail. After a brief silence, he finally lowered his head, turned, and called out, Khalid, come here. The crowd parted, and a thin, 16 or 17-year-old boy was pushed forward, his eyes red-rimmed, but he stubbornly refused to back down. This is my grandson, the old man explained pleadingly. I didn't respond, but instead shoved a military walkie-talkie into Khalid's arms and pointed it into the darkness in the distance. Just follow them, keep your distance, find their location, and then tell me your location. My tone was cold and hard. Remember, you're not going to fight, just keep an eye on them. Khalid glanced at his grandfather, then at me, and finally nodded through gritted teeth. Very good. I handed him a can of food. You are the hunter, and they are the prey. I won't miss. The boy's voice was still childish, but it was filled with stubbornness. I patted him on the shoulder. I'll wait for your news. With that, he turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the night, chasing after the retreating enemy. I watched him go, my heart still heavy. This was a gamble, placing my hopes on a stranger. But I had no choice. Continuing to defend passively meant certain death. Only by taking the initiative could I have a chance of survival. I turned to survey the base. The conscripts were clearing the battlefield and reinforcing the defenses. Suddenly, I noticed a faintly glowing golden 5-pointed star on the side of helmets number 1 and 6. A system notification appeared. Both units have been promoted to 1-star elite infantry, with their combat capabilities significantly enhanced. Immediately following, more information flooded in. All units can accumulate experience through combat, potentially reaching a maximum of 5 stars. I repeatedly processed this information, a slight warmth rising within me. I could clearly sense that these two soldiers were more composed and their judgment quicker. If a group of high-ranking elites could be trained, it would be an extremely terrifying force. But the problem remains real: funding. I need money to expand and upgrade my forces, but my funds are almost depleted, which is still the biggest challenge. Time ticked by. Conscript number 3 had recovered from his injuries, and supplies were barely complete, but his account only had 1211 left. I sat in the command center, the ashtray overflowing, the night oppressive and suffocating. 2 hours until dawn, there was still no news from Khalid. Anxiety began to creep in. Had he lost him? Had he been discovered? Or had he escaped? If I lost this only source of intelligence, my plan would be a complete failure. Just as I was about to give up waiting, a piercing static crackle from the walkie-talkie. Immediately afterward, Khalid's low but urgent voice came through. "Sir, I've found them. They're camped on a dry riverbed to the south." I grabbed the walkie-talkie abruptly, forcing myself to calm down. "Speak slowly." The boy quickly reported his location. About 10 kilometers away, in the direction of Eagle's Beak, there was still firelight and tents. "Good job. Stay put. I'll be there soon." The call ended, and a murderous glint flashed in my eyes. This was my only chance. I had to take the initiative. "I'll assemble." The order was given instantly. 19 conscripts quickly lined up. I took all the explosives, 6 military explosive packs, and a batch of cluster grenades. We abandoned the off-road vehicles and switched to a sturdy old truck. The engine roared, and the soldiers boarded silently. I gave the order: "Target, Eagle's Beak to the south, move out." The truck turned off its lights and bumped along through the desert. The dozen or so kilometers seemed exceptionally long. It wasn't until the terrain became more complex that I raised my hand to signal it to stop. "Everyone disembark, proceed on foot, maintain silence, and prepare for combat." The soldiers quickly disembarked and silently dispersed to form a defensive formation. I also picked up my AK-74M and activated the low-light scope. All around was pitch black, with hills and rocks interspersed, and I momentarily lost my bearings. Just then a small, thin figure emerged from behind a rock ahead, giving a safety signal. It was Khalid. I immediately led my men to approach. The boy's face was covered in sand and dust, but he couldn't hide his excitement and nervousness at completing the mission. "Sir, they're just ahead, less than 20 minutes along the dry riverbed." Khalid spoke quickly, gesturing with his hands to show the camp layout, tents, and sentry positions with a level of detail that exceeded expectations. I nodded and handed him the water and chocolate. "Good job. Now lead the way." The team then slipped into the darkness, advancing silently like a pack of wolves. Soon, we crept to a sandstone ridge and looked down at the camp. 5 or 6 dilapidated tents were scattered about. Several vehicles were arranged in a circle. The campfire had gone out, and only 2 sentries were dozing off. The Sandstorm Army had clearly let their guard down. They hadn't expected to be attacked at night. I lower my voice. "Number 1, take 2 men to take care of the sentries. Blow up the truck. The rest of you follow me to surround the tent." Number 1 nodded and led his men down the slope, closing in on the target like shadows. I split up to occupy the high ground, creating crossfire. Khalid was pinned behind a rock, not allowed to move. Time passed slowly. Below, Team 1 had closed in on the sentry. One of them looked up. Thud. A dagger pierced his throat, killing him instantly. The other was also taken care of simultaneously, all without a sound. The explosives were placed in a key part of the truck, and the 3 men quickly evacuated and took cover. I locked onto the camp through the scope, slowly raised my hand, and then swung it down suddenly. Boom! The explosion ripped through the dawn, turning the truck into a fireball, and the shockwave ripped off tents. The camp was instantly thrown into chaos as militants rushed out in panic, their screams echoing across the camp. With a thought, I gave the order, and the firepower suddenly poured forth. The conscripts fired accurately from the high ground on both sides, and those who rushed out of the tents fell one after another, their blood exploding in the darkness. The enemy retaliated in a panic, but the muzzle flashes of their guns revealed their positions, making them easy targets. Some were shot in the head while hiding behind tires, while others were killed by burst fire as soon as they reached for the machine gun. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. The sporadic resistance was quickly suppressed. Sensing something was wrong, I immediately ordered, Leave them alive. The gunfire gradually subsided. The resistors were killed, and the rest dropped their guns and knelt down to surrender. The sky was turning white. The battle was over. The camp was a mess, littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and blood. I led Khalid down the hillside, and the conscripts began to tally the spoils of war. 33 people killed for captured, no casualties, reported number 1, while also tallying the weapons and vehicles seized. I frowned. The quantity is wrong. The enemy forces last night were far more numerous than this. This is only a portion of them. Is it a split force or a trap? I walked up to the 4 prisoners and stared at them silently. Then I picked up a blood-stained bayonet and slowly wiped it clean. A sense of oppression filled the air. As dawn broke, the dried-up riverbed camp was filled with the stench of blood and the smell of gunpowder. 4 prisoners knelt on the cold sand, with more than 30 gradually stiffening corpses lying behind them. I stood before them, blood slowly dripping from my bayonet. Where are the others? I asked coldly in Arabic. Why are you the only ones here? Where did the others go? The prisoners looked at each other, their throats tightening, but no one dared to speak. Only the sound of the wind and a suppressed fear filled the air. I lost my patience. I walked up to the young prisoner at the very edge. His face still had a childish look on it, and he was filled with fear. A flash of cold light, and the blade sliced open his throat. The young man clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out, before quickly convulsing and dying. The stench of blood filled the air instantly, and the remaining 3 completely collapsed, some gagged, and others lost control of their bladders. I wiped the blood off my knife and walked up to the second prisoner, pressing the tip of my blade against his forehead. Speak. The scarred, burly man shook his head defiantly. Don't know. You're asking for death. Without the slightest hesitation, I slit my throat. In just over 10 seconds, the 2 were killed, swiftly and decisively. The remaining 2 trembled violently, barely able to stand. I pointed my knife at the 3rd man, my eyes cold and unwavering. You. I'll talk. The man cried out in despair. It was our leader, Hoxha. He took his men to find the main force last night, leaving us to stay behind and monitor the oil field. My heart sank, and I pressed on. How many people are in the main force? There are more than 1,000. His voice was weak. Nonsense, I snapped. The words had barely left his mouth when a flash of light appeared, and the 3rd person fell to the ground. Only 1 person remained. Blood had already flowed to his feet. He completely broke down, desperately kowtow. It's true. They're in Shadar town. There are over 1,000 of them. More than 100 kilometers away from here. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Before he could finish speaking, the blade had already pierced his heart. I drew my knife and wiped the blood off the corpse. The interrogation was over. The prisoner was no longer of any use. I looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, my brow furrowed. Even if there was an exaggeration, the main force numbered at least several hundred. Shadar town is a key transportation hub, and if the intelligence is accurate, it represents only a small part of the enemy's territory. The real threat lies further afield. A dozen or so people against hundreds or even thousands. The disparity is suffocating. My thoughts quickly returned to one question: money. If I had enough funds, I would have established an oil refining system long ago, turning crude oil into resources and comprehensively improving my military upgrades and defenses. Instead of being so frugal with every little bit of supplies. Clean up the battlefield. Don't leave a single bullet behind. I lit a cigarette, my tone regaining its composure. The conscripts acted swiftly, collecting weapons, ammunition, cash, and all available supplies, even boots. But as expected, these people were also poor and their gains were limited. Just then, a woman's cries and screams came from a secluded tent. The soldiers immediately went on high alert. Come out. I gestured. The tent was lifted, and 5 disheveled women emerged, supporting each other, their expressions a mixture of fear and hope. They explained the situation haltingly, saying they came from a nearby village and had been brought here. The last person broke down emotionally, screaming and cursing at the corpse, clearly having experienced extreme torture. I listened quietly, expressionless. At that moment, I had no energy left to bear anymore. You can leave now, I said calmly. If you head east along the river, you might still be able to survive. Chapter 17, Unexpected Gains. The women were stunned. seemingly not expecting to gain their freedom so easily. They looked at each other, and finally helped their distraught companion as they stumbled and disappeared into the vast wilderness. Their fates were no longer his concern. Withdraw. Lin Mo jumped into the passenger seat of a captured pickup truck that reeked of sweat and engine oil. Khalid was seated in the back seat. The boy's courage and quick wit had already earned his initial approval. The three still functioning pickup trucks, along with the original transport trucks, formed this mini convoy loaded with spoils of war and headed towards the oil field base. Lin Mo gazed at the desolate scenery rushing past the car window, his sorrow still lingering, until a sudden, still black dot in the distance came into view. There seems to be a car over there. He squinted. Yes, Commander, confirmed number 1, who was driving the vehicle. Let's go take a look. The convoy changed direction and stopped about 50 meters from the target. The soldiers quickly disembarked and took up advantageous positions to stand guard. Lin Mo was the last to approach. It was a relatively new black Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV, but at the moment it was covered in dust and mud. The car door was ajar, and the car was empty, but some personal belongings were scattered around. A map, an expensive kettle, and a lipstick that had fallen under the seat. Lin Mo picked up the lipstick. The metal casing was icy cold. He slowly turned around, his gaze falling on the only earthen mound in the distance that could hide someone. Come out, he shouted. Only the sound of the wind. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger into the air. Bang! Gunshots echoed across the open field. Don't shoot. We're coming out. We're unarmed. A panicked man's voice, thick with a European accent, immediately came from behind the earthen mound. Excuse me. Are you government soldiers? Lin Mo did not answer. Instead, he used the system's synchronous translation capabilities to ask in fluent but accented English. Why don't you come out and see for yourself? A few seconds later, a white man in his 40s, wearing an expensive but wrinkled casual suit, walked out with his hands raised, looking trembling. He was pale, his blonde hair was disheveled, and he looked like someone who had lived a life of luxury but was terrified. Immediately afterwards, a young woman followed him out. Tall and slender with blonde hair and blue eyes, her outstanding looks and temperament were undeniable even while on the run. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was filled with fear as she tightly gripped the man's arm. Fat sheep. This is very likely a super fat sheep with only money. This judgment flashed through Lin Mo's mind instantly. The expression on his face, which had been as hard as stone, softened rapidly, like spring snow melting. He even tried to force a smile that could be described as kind. It seems you've run into trouble. He spoke first, his tone concerned, his gaze sweeping over the still shaken man and woman. He lingered on the women for a moment longer, assessing their value. Yes, sir. It's a huge problem. The white man, who identified himself as Yorkam, visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Mo's Asian face and engaging in relatively normal conversation. As if grasping at a straw. Our car broke down in this godforsaken place. My name is Yorkam, and this is my daughter Emily. Can you help us? Helping is definitely no problem. Lin Mo's smile became even more sincere, and he pointed to the several dilapidated pickup trucks behind him and the miscellaneous spoils loaded on them. However, I must remind you that this area is very unsafe right now. My soldiers just engaged in a firefight with a group of rebels and took out more than 40 of them. He picked up a broken AKM, waved it around like a trophy, and then his expression turned serious. Moreover, we received even worse news from the prisoners. There are at least a dozen rebel groups operating in the vicinity, with a total number of possibly tens of thousands. He carefully observed Yorkam's instantly pale face and Emily's terrified gesture of covering her mouth. Continue to apply pressure. Think about it. What would happen if they fell into the hands of those inhuman thugs? His gaze swept meaningfully over Emily's beautiful face and figure, especially for this beautiful lady. Emily gasped in fright and shrank even closer to the man. Yorkam broke out in a cold sweat, all his previous sense of luck vanishing. All that remained was lingering fear and a deeper need. Then what should we do? Can you protect us? Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. The fish had taken a bait. His face showed a troubled yet righteous expression. Protecting is easier said than done. My base is also small, and resources are limited. However, I can't just stand by and watch someone die. He paused, as if making a great decision. How about this? My base is relatively safe for now. You can come back with me first and lay low for a while. As for the rest, we'll talk about it when it's safe. He deliberately blurred the lines of choice, presenting temporary refuge as the only seemingly feasible option. First, coax these two fat sheep back to their own territory and bring them under control. Only by exploiting their wealth, potential social connections, and even their inherent value can they be slowly extracted. Thank you so much. God bless you. Yorkam was moved to tears, clearly regarding Lin Mo as a rare, kind-hearted person in this hellish place. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, gesturing for them to get into a relatively cleaner pickup truck. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by his usual coldness and calculation. The wheels rolled over the sand, kicking up dry dust. Yorkam and Emily were seated in the back of the pickup truck, while Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, maintaining a perfectly measured, friendly expression. The broken-down Mercedes-Benz G-Class was dragged behind by a rough cable, carving a crooked track in the sand. You must have been frightened along the way, right? Lin Mo turned his head, his tone sympathetic. In a place like this, safety is always the top priority. Yorkam wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, as if he had found someone to confide in. You're right. Mr. Lin, Emily and I have really had a run of bad luck this time. He began his narration. His daughter, Emily, had just graduated from university and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to accompany him to Syria to discuss a building materials business deal, so as to experience the Middle East. Who knew that when I woke up in the morning, the world had changed? News of the fall of the capital spread like wildfire. Gunfire erupted outside Aleppo, and the streets were instantly taken over by masked gunmen. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Yorkam boasted, we managed to get Emily out in the chaos and drove off. But the damn GPS failed us in this godforsaken place, and we were like headless chickens. In the end, the car broke down, and we were stuck here for a whole day without a drop of water. He sighed, looking lingering fear. Meeting you is our greatest fortune, Emily added at the right moment, her azure eyes looking at Lin Mo with sincerity tinged with the reliance of someone who had survived a catastrophe. She was young, beautiful, and her blonde hair shone even in the dust. Her compliments were natural and pleasant to hear. Chapter 18, The Poor Suddenly Rich. You flatter me. No one would stand idly by in this situation. Lin Mo waved his hand modestly, then cut to the chase. You just said that Aleppo has also been occupied? When exactly? We escaped before noon. York, his voice trembling with emotion, exclaimed, the government troops collapsed without much resistance, and the streets are full of thugs wearing headscarves. Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly. Zhang Chusheng, Wei Chong, and Lu Mingyao fled to Aleppo airport around that time. Did they board that private jet? Or are they trapped in the fallen city? The thought flashed through his mind for only a moment before he suppressed it. The life or death of others is no longer his concern. He gleaned even more devastating information. The fall of Aleppo, a major northern city and transportation hub, meant that the government forces were collapsing much faster than expected. The president fled, a third of the country was engulfed in war, and rebellion was spreading like wildfire. The oil field beneath his feet is rapidly turning into a perilous, isolated island. The pressure tightened around his heart like a cold iron hoop, but Lin Mo's smile remained impeccable. He even had the leisure to point out the desolate scenery outside the window and introduce the desert landscape to Emily, speaking in a relaxed tone as if they were on a picnic. Emily listened intently, occasionally asking questions, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. The convoy entered the oil field defense zone. A faint smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, mixed with the dry, dusty scent. A row of a dozen or so newly built sand mounds suddenly appear by the roadside. The village chief is leading people to bury the villagers who died in battle last night. In the more distant wastelands, the soil showed signs of being lightly turned over and then hastily covered up again, places where enemy corpses were buried. Before long, it will be dug up by scavengers that have caught the scent. Wow, what kind of building is that? It's so cool. Emily's attention was instantly drawn to the command center standing in front of her. The silver-gray alloy casing gleamed with a cold, hard luster in the sunlight, and its streamlined design stood out starkly against the surrounding dilapidated industrial facilities. Excitedly, she grabbed the camera hanging around her neck, jumped out of the car, and tried to get closer. Stop! The two conscripts instantly shifted to the side, their guns not raised, but the chilling warning was clear: military restricted area. No approaching without permission. Emily. Yorkham quickly grabbed his daughter. Lin Mo walked over slowly and gestured for the soldiers to step back. I'm sorry, Miss Emily. He spoke in a gentle but unequivocal tone. That is the core command area, involving military secrets, and it is not convenient to visit. A hint of disappointment flashed across Emily's beautiful face, and she pouted, but she didn't insist under her father's disapproving gaze. Lin Mo led them to the 3-story accommodation building next door. This is the dormitory for oil field workers. It is simple, crowded, and filled with the smell of sweat and dust. Lin Mo generously provided the 2 best rooms. It is relatively independent, with a rudimentary bathroom, and even offers an unreliable cold water shower. In this area, which has its own well and diesel generator, this is already top of the line. You are such a generous gentleman. Yorkham put down his luggage, offered sincere praise, and tried to build rapport with flattery. Lin Mo pulled over a creaky chair and sat down. The kindness on his face faded like the tide, replaced by a businessman's calm and directness. Mr. Yorkham, we agreed before that we would talk in a safe place. Now this is the safest place. He leaned forward slightly. Then let's talk about the cost. Fees. Yorkham's smile froze. It turns out this wasn't a joke. Certainly, Lin Mo said matter-of-factly. Look, outside there's chaos and rebels everywhere. But here I have loyal and skilled soldiers, food, and clean water. At times like these, everything is more expensive than gold. Maintaining this protective force is extremely costly. Therefore, providing you 2 with shelter requires charging a reasonable fee. Yorkham and his daughter exchanged a glance. The harsh reality of money dispelled the budding sense of security. He took a breath, bracing himself for being ripped off. That's only fair. May I ask, how much will it cost? Lin Mo extended his index finger and gently tapped it on the dusty tabletop. $100,000. Yorkham's jaw twitched. $100,000. This far exceeds the cost of ordinary security. It's practically robbery. But looking out at the armed soldiers patrolling and thinking of the thugs in the wilderness, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I agree. Consider it a loss to avert disaster. Lin Mo slowly shook his head, a cold smile curving his lips. No, you may not have heard me clearly. I said one day $100,000. 100,000 a day? Emily gasped in shock. Yorkham's face flushed red instantly, as if he had been choked. Mr. Lin, this is absurd. 100,000 a day. This is simply... Yorkham racked his brains, trying to find a less offensive word. Robbery. Lin Mo spoke for him, but laughed. No, this is a choice. He stood up, walked to the window, his back to them, his voice steady yet cold. You have another option. Stay without spending a penny. Then, like the villagers outside, receive a gun. When the rebels attacked, you, like the other soldiers, used your bodies to shield them. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the pale faces of the father and daughter like a scalpel. Money or life? Choose one. By the way, according to reliable intelligence, the total number of rebels active in this area may be close to 10,000. What are your chances of leaving this area alive if you're unarmed or with an unfamiliar gun? His gaze lingered on Emily's terrified face for a moment, especially a beautiful and charming woman like Miss Emily falling into the hands of those thugs. Mr. Yorkham can probably imagine the consequences. Emily trembled and gripped her father's arm tightly, her fingertips turning white. Yorkham broke out in a cold sweat. His last hesitation and merchant stinginess were crushed in the face of his daughter's terrified eyes and the threat to his survival. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength. We'll pay. A wise choice. The coldness on Lin Mo's face instantly melted away, and he put on that warm and welcoming smile again. I hope you can have an unforgettable holiday here. Yorkham was reasonable enough to settle the bill for 5 days in one go. When the phone chimed with the notification of the $500,000 payment, an indescribable surge of warmth instantly dispelled all the gloom and anxiety in Lin Mo's heart. The shackles of poverty were smashed open at this moment. He walked briskly out of the dormitory building, where the sunlight seemed exceptionally bright. What should a poor person do when they suddenly become rich? Revenge spending. No, to be precise, this is a strategic investment. Every penny must be transformed into a solid wall and a valiant soldier. Chapter 19, The Clever Blonde. The villagers watched him from a distance with a mixture of awe and fear. Lin Mo didn't care at all. Respect can sometimes be a burden. What he wanted was for everyone to fear him. He beckoned to the village chief, who had been running and bent over even lower. Find 2 quick and clean women to take care of the 2 distinguished guests upstairs. Prepare the best food possible, and try to meet any reasonable requests they may have. Lin Mo pointed upstairs, his tone leaving no room for argument. Take good care of them. Understand? Understood. Don't worry, sir. The village chief nodded hurriedly. In this chaotic world where every day is uncertain, being able to rely on such a ruthless but powerful leader is already an immense stroke of luck. Lin Mo nodded, said no more, and strode towards the command center. $500,000 is a huge sum of money, but in the face of this money-devouring war machine, it is merely a slight easing of tension. Pushing open the cold metal door of the command center, the deep blue holographic light illuminated Lin Mo's sharply defined profile, as well as the burning flame in his eyes. System, construct the oil refinery immediately. Radar station to enter the queue. He didn't even walk to the console. The commands were already issued rapidly through his mind. Time is life. Efficiency is survival. Instruction confirmed. Oil refinery. Cost 100,000 funds. Construction time 48 hours. Radar station added to construction queue. Cost 150,000 funds. Construction time 6 hours. Half of the account balance vanished instantly. $250,000 was poured in, but it didn't even make a decent splash. All it got was a progress bar that started to slowly climb. But Lin Mo knew that this was a necessary investment. The refinery is the lifeblood of the future, and the radar station can extend the detection range to 50 kilometers, completely freeing it from the passive situation of being blind. His gaze swept over the other icons. Tank factory, 500,000 funds. Combat lab, 1,200,000 funds. Following that is a dizzying string of zeros, which are the threshold for unlocking the Rhino tank, more advanced armor, and even air power. Still poor. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. 500,000 sounds like a huge sum, but in the face of this money-devouring war system, it's not even a ticket to the game. As a second-best option, the core strategy returns to the most basic tactic, sheer numbers. Build Barracks Number 2. Barracks 2. Cost 20,000 funds. Construction time 30 minutes. Using 2 barracks to mass-produce troops greatly increases troop production efficiency when resources are sufficient. With 2 soldiers every 10 minutes, as long as the oil refinery is running and the cash flow is constant, he can overwhelm any invading enemy with an endless tide of mobilized troops. He even fantasized about a future where rows of barracks stood tall, with the front lines engulfed in battle and reinforcements arriving in the rear in a flash. There is 230,000 left in the account. He quickly made plans, like a meticulous accountant or a gambler betting everything. Production mobilization troops, 20 men. Police dogs, 2. Infantry mines, 200. Anti-tank mines, 50. Add 2 sentry machine guns. The command was confirmed quickly, and the numbers on the resource panel plummeted like a flood, eventually reaching 0. In a short time, the huge sum of 500,000 was exhausted, but in return, it significantly strengthened the defensive capabilities for the foreseeable future, and the persistent, intense desire for more funds that lingers in my heart. If only there were more of these fat sheep. He rubbed his temples, a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. I took a short nap and woke up in the afternoon. Inside the base, the conscripts stood faithfully at their posts like tireless sculptures. Lin Mo quickly ate his fill and then went to check on the construction progress. The massive framework of the oil refinery has been erected, and engineering robots are working tirelessly, but the progress bar has only progressed less than 1/10 of the way. 42 hours. He murmured. This was the countdown to hope. Mr. Lin, a clear, foreign-accented female voice rang out from behind. Without turning around, Lin Mo knew who it was. He turned around, a standard, gentle smile already on his face. Miss Emily, are you settling in well here? Yes, it's safe. Emily shrugged, her long golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. It's just so boring. There's nothing here but sand. She winked mischievously and pointed again at the silver-gray command center. Can't you really take me in for a look? I promise I'll just take one look and leave. I'm sorry. This is a military-restricted area and is not open to the public. Lin Mo refused decisively. Emily's pretty face immediately fell, her disappointment undisguised. But then her eyes lit up and she had a new idea. Well, can you take me out for a walk? It's nearby. Let's see the real desert. Go out. Lin Mo was so angry he almost laughed. This young lady was truly courting death. Miss Emily, I warned you. This is a war zone, not Disneyland. But you also said that I am your most honored guest. Emily stepped forward, and a faint, refreshing scent, like mint, wafted into Lin Mo's nostrils. She tiptoed slightly, almost touching his ear, and spoke in a very low voice, with a hint of cunning beyond her years and an undeniable air of authority. Isn't meeting the reasonable needs of your guests your service principle? Besides, she paused, her breath sweet as orchids, and said, you probably have no idea how rich my father is. If you make me happy, I can persuade him to stay here a little longer. You know, this way you can make more money. What a brainless girl, thinking she can control the person in front of her with money. Lin Mo's eyes sharpened for a moment, then softened, turning into a knowing and appreciative smile. He enjoys associating with intelligent people, especially wealthy people who consider themselves intelligent. Make a deal. He readily agreed. On the one hand, it was to meet the client's needs. On the other hand, he did need to go out to scout, replenish the increasingly strained food reserves, and, incidentally, see if he could find anything else. In chaotic times, there are more than one kind of wealth in the wilderness. The destination was chosen to be Dalaga, a small town with tens of thousands of people, about 40 or 50 kilometers away. 10 of the most elite conscripts were selected and dressed in the wide robes commonly seen in the area, their weapons cleverly concealed. Lin Mo didn't hesitate to spend 1,000 coins to exchange for lightweight composite bulletproof plates from the system, which he carefully wore inside his clothes. These are life-saving items. Even the poorest person needs to have them. 2 pickup trucks drove out of the oil field. Emily, like a bird released from its cage, excitedly took over the passenger's seat, snapping photos incessantly of the boundless, barren, yellowish-brown landscape. For her, it was an exotic adventure. For Lin Mo, the scenery was so dull it made her sleepy. His interest lay more in the scenery around him. With a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze lingered unabashedly on the blonde woman's alluring curves outlined by the seatbelt, like examining a fine piece of porcelain that is yet to be appraised. During the conversation, I learned that Emily's dream is to become a photographer, and she kept showing me the photos she took after going to Syria. The market, the historical sites, and the eyes of children are filled with a naive, bystander-like humanitarian concern. Lin Mo offered perfunctory praise, but his attention was more drawn to the glimpse of her cleavage beneath her neckline and her unique fragrance. This doesn't smell like cheap perfume. It's more like a natural, refreshing scent. Chapter 20 Shopping Trip to the City. Look, is that a wolf? Emily's sudden exclamation interrupted Lin Mo's reverie. She pointed to a depression in the distance beside the car. 4 or 5 slender, grayish-yellow Arabian wolves were huddled together, tearing at something. As the vehicle approached, it became clear that it was a human corpse, its clothes torn and its limbs mutilated. The wolves merely raised their heads and bared their teeth warily at the approaching car, not immediately giving up on their feast. My God, they are eating people! Emily's terror was instantly replaced by a twisted professional excitement. She raised her camera with trembling hands and repeatedly pressed the shutter button on the horrific scene. Lin Mo frowned, but then relaxed. Stay in the car. He gave a brief order and casually picked up an AK-74M with a simple optical sight attached to it. He pushed open the car door and nimbly flipped himself onto the back of the pickup truck. With feet firmly planted on the edge of the truck bed, left hand extended forward to support the handguard, buttstock firmly against shoulder, cheek pressed against buttstock. His right eye instantly locked onto the largest wolf in the pack, which seemed to be the leader through the scope. His posture was stable and professional, showing great skill. Hold your breath, preload the trigger, and pull it. Bang! The bullet struck the sand half a meter in front of the alpha wolf, kicking up a cloud of dust. The wolves were startled and growled, but did not flee. Instead, it bared its white fangs and made a threatening gesture toward the vehicle. This, Lin Mo felt a little embarrassed, especially under Emily's gaze. It was probably due to the wind speed. I slightly adjusted the aiming point and pressed the lower part of the crosshair slightly against the target's chest. Bang! Bang! A clean and efficient two-shot combo. The alpha wolf staggered and fell to the ground with a mournful howl, and the rest of the wolves whimpered and scattered, quickly disappearing behind the undulating sand dunes. Lin Mo jumped out of the car, gun in hand, and cautiously approached the still convulsing wolf and the remains. Emily hesitated for a moment, but the strong urge to take photos overcame her fear as she grabbed her camera and followed. The body was a gruesome sight, but the face was relatively intact. It was a middle-aged white man with a frozen expression of terror and a clear, charred bullet hole on his forehead. Mr. Malak. Emily covered her mouth, her deep blue eyes filled with genuine sadness and fear. He lives in the suite next to ours. He's a gentleman who's here to do business in oil equipment. We even had dinner together the night before last. He is very lucky. Lin Mo spoke calmly, pointing to the bullet hole. They moved quickly and didn't suffer too much. The wolf pack came later. His arm naturally circled Emily's trembling shoulder, and he patted her gently, seemingly to comfort her. Leave this to me. You go back to the car first. Emily gave him a grateful look, then turned and jogged away. It's estimated that this skeleton, devoured by wolves, will frighten her for a while. Once he confirmed that she had gotten into the car, the pity on Lin Mo's face vanished instantly. He crouched down, and his tactical gloved hands began to examine the body's coat without any hesitation. Inside the inner pocket, a bulging wallet was found. When I opened it, there was a thick wad of US dollars, probably more than 3,000, along with some incomprehensible receipts. The attacker's search was unprofessional. This money is now mine. Consider it funeral expenses. Lin Mo said in a low voice, taking out the US dollars and stuffing them into his pocket. Then his gaze fell on one of the corpse's relatively intact hands, where a men's ring inlaid with a deep blue gemstone refracted a faint light in the dim sunlight. He pulled it off forcefully and examined it against the light. Good stuff. It would be great to sell it for 10 or 20,000. As he spoke, he put the ring into his pocket as well. Bury it. He stood up and gave instructions to the two conscripts who followed him, pointing to the sandy area beside him. Back in the car, Emily was still pale, like a frightened fawn. Lin Mo put on a gentle expression again and casually put his arm around her shoulder, letting her lean on his shoulder. He whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. It's all taken care of. This place is just like this. It's a dog-eat-dog world." Emily did not resist. She simply nodded slightly, her body trembling slightly. The vehicle restarted and headed towards Dalaga. Lin Mo gazed out the window, his fingers gently stroking the cold gemstone ring and the thick stack of banknotes in his pocket. This trip seems to have started off well. Emily leaned on Lin Mo's shoulder, her shock subsiding slightly. The physical tremors caused by witnessing death up close gradually subsided under Lin Mo's steady and strong arms and his deep, comforting voice. She secretly glanced up at the Chinese man's strong profile, and his calm gaze focused on the road, and the fear in her heart strangely transformed into a kind of dependence and affection. She even thought Lin Mo resembled the male protagonist in those old-fashioned movies. Dangerous and mysterious, yet it reveals a reassuring power in this desperate situation. Lin Mo could feel the change in the temperature of the gazes around him, but he had no time to pay attention to it. His entire attention was focused on that damn road ahead. After driving for over 40 kilometers for almost 2 hours, his internal organs felt like they were about to shift from place to place. Emily, who was standing next to him, had already turned pale and was feeling drowsy from motion sickness, leaning against him. Lin Mo chose Dalaga because he remembered that there was a government army of 700 or 800 men stationed there. But when he actually arrived at the checkpoint on the outskirts of the city, his heart sank. Several government soldiers, their hats askew and guns casually slung over their shoulders, looked unfocused and merely waved at vehicles entering the city, too lazy to even conduct basic checks. Clearly, the news of the capital's fall had stripped them of their backbone like a plague. Being able to stand here and not run away is probably enough to justify the meager military pay. The city was also in a state of desolation. The main street was sparsely populated with people hurrying by, and most shops were closed, their iron gates covered in dust. The few remaining roadside stalls sell very little. A sense of impending doom and deathly silence filled the air. Lin Mo parked his car in front of a small grocery store that was still open. The boss was a thin, middle-aged man. When he saw Lin Mo, who was obviously a foreigner, his face lost its usual business enthusiasm, replaced by numbness and wariness. Flour, rice, cooking oil, salt, canned goods, take whatever you have, Lin Mo said quickly in Arabic. The shop owner lazily pointed to the few remaining items in the corner. The prices are written on the signs. Look for yourself. Lin Mo glanced at it and cursed inwardly. Prices are more than 5 times higher than before the war. A 50-kilogram bag of flour that used to cost less than $20 now costs $100. Why is it so expensive? This is the price. Take it or leave it. I might close down and run away tomorrow. The boss lit a cigarette, gazing at the empty street outside, looking indifferent to life and death. Chapter 21, Double Crossing. Lin Mo had never seen such an arrogant shop owner before. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered with the other party and would have just turned around and left. But now he could only suppress his anger, because he didn't have time to waste. He signaled to the soldiers to begin moving the goods. Emily had regained some of her energy by then. Seeing Lin Mo sweating profusely, she picked up her camera and said she wanted to go take a look around the neighborhood. Go ahead, but don't go too far. You must be back before 5 o'clock. Lin Mo was squatting on the ground, squeezing open a bag of flour to check if it was mixed with sand, waving his hand without looking up. After Emily's figure disappeared around the street corner, he remembered something and whispered to number 1, who was not far away. Send someone to follow her. Bring her back immediately if anything happens. Yes, ma'am. After purchasing the staple food, he gritted his teeth and bought 2 live sheep, which he then tossed into the back of his pickup truck. It was almost 5 o'clock, and Emily still hadn't returned. Lin Mo was about to have number 1 contact number 6, who was following them, via radio. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp, piercing sound, as if it would tear your eardrums, came crashing down from the sky without warning. The few pedestrians on the street looked up blankly. The next second, boom! 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 The earth shook violently. Flames exploded on the roof of a 2-story building 30 or 40 meters away. Bricks, stones, wood blocks, and fragments of unknown origin rained down in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a fireball exploded even closer, shattering the window of a closed shop and scattering glass shards across half the street. Fire. Lin Mo's mind went blank. Almost simultaneously, a violent blast of air, mixed with gravel and hot wind, slammed into his back, sending him flying and crashing heavily into a pile of debris on the side of the street. His vision went black, his ears were filled with a sharp ringing, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of saliva that tasted of rust. Commander! The voice of number 1 seemed to come from a very distant underwater location. He and several other conscripts had quickly formed a defensive posture, using vehicles and street corners as cover, with their guns pointed towards the city gate where the explosions and gunfire were most intense. With number 1's help, Lin Mo struggled to his feet and shook his dizzy head. The ringing in my ears gradually subsided, replaced by clear, popping AK gunshots, along with dying screams, cries, and the crackling of burning buildings. The streets were in complete chaos. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the firelight illuminated people's terrified and distorted faces. The pedestrians, who had been numbed just moments before, now scrambled around like headless flies, with people constantly being hit by stray bullets or falling in a crowd. Several figures in government army uniforms emerged from the alley in a disheveled state, their guns long since lost. They fled into the depths of the city along with the crowds. The rebels are attacking. Run! Desperate cries rose and fell. Bank! After the initial confusion, Lin Mo's mind became unusually clear, and those 2 words popped into his head. The National Bank of Dalaga. I passed by it on my way into town. That sturdy gray stone building was just 2 blocks away. A crazy and tempting idea burst forth uncontrollably and quickly overwhelmed all other thoughts. The city's garrison appears to have collapsed, and the bank guards must have either fled or been transferred to the front lines. With the whole city in chaos, who cares about that place anymore? He was desperately short of money. The war system is a money-devouring beast, Radar stations are just the beginning, followed by barracks, vehicle factories, technology upgrades. Each one requires astronomical figures. The current chaos is a godsend. Risk? Of course. But compared to the potential gains, it's worth the risk. Forget about the stuff. Everyone get on the bus. Lin Mo gave the order in a hoarse voice, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a gambler's light. Without hesitation, the soldiers dropped what they were holding and quickly jumped into the pickup truck. Just then, a rapid static crackled from the walkie-talkie Lin Mo had clipped to his waist, and Number 6's voice, though deliberately lowered, couldn't hide his anxiety. Commander, we're trapped on Omar Street. A large number of armed men are shooting civilians. The situation is very dangerous. Requesting backup. Hold. Then Montauk cursed inwardly. He was so focused on making money that he almost forgot about that woman. The bank is on the left, and Emily is on the right. On one hand, there's a huge amount of cash readily available. On the other hand, there are high-quality clients promised to be protected and generate long-term benefits. Lin Mo hesitated for less than 2 seconds. Tell Number 6 to hold on. We'll be there soon. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and yelled, then turned to the driver. Go to the bank first, then go support Unit 6. The pickup truck's engine roared as it raced against the flow of people through the chaotic streets toward the area designated by Lin Mo. The gray stone building, the National Bank, appeared at the street corner ahead. The sight at the bank entrance made his heart skip a beat, and he slammed on the brakes. Stop the car! On the steps leading to the bank, 2 government soldiers lay slumped, their blood already partially congealed. The sturdy gate was wide open, and a pickup truck with its engine still running was parked in front of it. 4 armed men, wearing black headscarves and carrying AKs, were carrying bulging sacks out of the vehicle and throwing them onto it. Someone beat us to it. A surge of anger suddenly rose to Lin Mo's head. Is the cooked duck about to fly away? There weren't many armed men, and it seemed that most of their accomplices were creating chaos at the front. Lin Mo's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. There were no other enemies. The street was in chaos, and no one was paying attention to this place. There was quite a commotion inside the bank. There must still be people inside. To do it or not to do it? Get out of the car, blend in, and make your move when you get close. Lin Mo's voice was as cold as ice. He opened the car door, wrapped the AK slightly with his robe, lowered his head, and blended into the crowd of panicked civilians running past, then strode quickly toward the bank entrance. Number 1 and the other soldiers immediately dispersed and silently approached each other from different directions in the same manner. The 4 armed men at the door paused for a moment when they saw Lin Mo's obviously foreign face, their eyes showing surprise and wariness. One of them seemed about to speak up and ask a question, just as his lips moved. Attack! Lin Mo suddenly threw off his robe, and the muzzle of his AK was already raised. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, short, deadly bursts of fire rang out from several directions. Before the 4 armed men at the door could fully react, several bursts of blood erupted from their bodies, and they collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Clear the area. Lin Mo was the first to rush up the steps, sidestep to the door, and quickly glance inside. There were 3 armed men in the lobby, carrying full sacks and walking out. They were startled by the gunshots at the door and stood frozen in place. Da-da-da. The soldiers who rushed and gave them no chance. Crossfire instantly covered them. The 3 men fell to the ground with a thud. The battle began and ended within 10 seconds. The bank lobby was in a mess. The counter glass was broken and documents were scattered all over the floor. But Lin Mo's gaze was instantly drawn to the 8 bulging green military sacks piled in the center. Chapter 22, Don't Come Looking for Me When You're a Ghost. He rushed over and used his bayonet to slit open one of the bags. Splash. A large bundle of brightly colored banknotes rolled out. It was Syrian pounds, a considerable denomination, but in Lin Mo's eyes at that moment, its value was greatly diminished. This thing has depreciated too much, and it's worthless outside of Syria. He slit open several bags in succession. They were all filled with Syrian pounds. A rough estimate suggests that even if all 8 bags were filled and converted into US dollars, the total would only amount to $400,000 or $500,000, far below his expectations. Oh shit! A wave of disappointment washed over me. After taking such a huge risk, all I got was a pile of worthless paper. He kicked the body of a nearby militant in frustration. The corpse lay sprawled, its shirt open, and several beams of yellow light from its chest momentarily blinded Lin Mo. Bullion. He immediately squatted down and pulled a heavy cloth bag from the corpse's arms. Upon opening it, 6 long, rectangular gold bars were neatly stacked inside, each about the length of a palm and 2 fingers wide, gleaming with an alluring, heavy luster in the dim light. Lin Mo picked up one. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. He subconsciously bit one corner of the gold bar with his teeth, leaving a clear tooth mark. Pure. Only then did he notice a faint tooth mark on the other end of the gold bar, indicating that the guy on the ground who had been killed had done the same thing to him. I got a good deal. Lin Mo unceremoniously stuffed all 6 gold bars into his inner pocket. The cold metal against my skin, its weight, strangely dispelled my previous disappointment. Load your things, get in the car. Quickly. The soldiers worked in pairs, quickly carrying 8 sacks out of the bank and tossing them into the back of a pickup truck. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Once back in the car, Lin Mo touched the hard gold bar in his pocket, finally feeling a little more at ease. With this hard currency, we can solve major problems, whether through system recycling or by finding opportunities to trade it on the black market in the future. To Omar Street. The vehicle turned around, its engine roaring as it sped into the increasingly chaotic street. The gunshots grew closer, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Omar Street, near the city gate, was where the fighting was most intense. When Lin Mo and his group arrived nearby, the entire street had practically become a slaughterhouse. The bodies of civilians were scattered everywhere. Shops were smashed and looted, and several buildings were on fire. Number 6 and Emily were trapped behind a half-collapsed tailor shop in the middle of the street. They used low walls and piles of debris as cover, but at least 30 or 40 militants were gradually closing in on them. These guys were a mixed bunch, dressed in a motley collection, but they all had one thing in common, a cruel and fanatical look in their eyes. They were clearly the most violent and unscrupulous of the various rebel groups. Several pickup trucks with machine guns mounted blocked the street corner. The machine gunners would occasionally fire a burst of bullets at places where people might be hiding, regardless of whether there were civilians there. Lin Mo led his men to a 2-story building that had been partially destroyed by the bomb, and observed the situation through the broken windows. Number 6 demonstrated the qualities expected of a 1-star elite. He calmly used every firing port, each short burst extremely accurate, taking down 4 or 5 enemies who tried to approach, temporarily suppressing the enemy's momentum. Emily huddled in the corner behind him, her face as pale as paper, tightly covering her ears, yet still clutching her camera tightly. A man who looked like a militant leader was hiding behind a pickup truck, pointing in the direction where Number 6 and Emily were hiding and shouting angrily. He clearly noticed Emily's long blonde hair, which was being protected, and ordered her to be captured alive. This is probably why they've been able to hold on until now. The enemy was afraid that heavy firepower would accidentally damage the spoils of war. But the situation remains critical. Ammunition for Number 6 is not inexhaustible, and the encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. Moreover, if the dragging on, more enemies will be attracted. Lin Mo was now in a bit of a predicament. Storm? They had only 10 men, while the opposing force consisted of 30 or 40 desperate men who occupied the terrain and were heavily armed. A direct confrontation would be unlikely to succeed, and even if they could rescue the people, their side would certainly suffer heavy casualties. Withdraw? Lin Mo glanced at the hard gold bars in his arms, then thought of Yorkham's potentially bottomless purse. Emily was a long-term meal ticket while alive. Once dead, she was just a beautiful corpse, utterly worthless. He stared at the leader who was hiding behind the car and, gesturing wildly, then looked at the 2 armed pickup trucks blocking the road, especially the 2 intimidating DSHK heavy machine guns on the vehicles. A bold, somewhat adventurous plan quickly took shape in his mind. Number 1. He lowered his voice, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Take 3 men, go around from behind, take out the machine gunner in the pickup truck at the end of the street, and steal the car. Number 6, report your exact location and remaining ammunition. Number 7, Number 8, do you see the leader in the brown jacket hiding behind the second pickup truck? Wait for my signal, snipe him and the guy next to him with the RPG. The rest of you, stay here and make a commotion to draw fire. Remember, the action must be swift and ruthless. After taking out the leader and heavy firepower, provide full support for number 6, take the men, seize the vehicle, and rush out. Understood. A few low, short replies came through the earpiece. Lin Mo took a deep breath of the gunpowder-smelling air and switched the AK to automatic fire. Emily, I've staked everything on you. If I can't save you, don't you dare come looking for me, even after you die. He cursed under his breath. He shook his head violently, banishing the last vestiges of hesitation from his mind. His eyes instantly hardened like fire, and he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Action. Number 1 led his men to outflank the enemy. Lin Mo opened the driver's door of the pickup truck, pressed a fist-sized concrete block firmly against the accelerator pedal, then shifted gears and released the handbrake. The pickup truck engine let out a deep growl and began to drive at a steady, straight speed toward the area of intense gunfire a few dozen meters ahead. The pickup truck that suddenly appeared immediately became the most conspicuous target. That vehicle is suspicious. Shoot it down, someone in the militant shouted. Instantly, at least 5 or 6 AK rifles turned and opened fire on the pickup truck. Tot. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on them. The windshield was shattered into a spiderweb pattern in the first second and completely collapsed in the second. The hood and doors of the car were instantly riddled with bullet holes, and the sound of metal being torn apart was sickening. Like a silent, dying iron beast, the pickup truck braved a hail of bullets, neither dodging nor avoiding, continuing its strange and stubborn steady pace, leaving behind 2 crooked tracks. Thick smoke began to billow from the gaps in the hood. All the militants' attention and firepower were drawn to the suddenly appearing pickup truck. Lin Mo and the others crouched down, hiding on the other side of the slowly moving pickup truck. The conscripts followed closely behind him, keeping a low profile and moving with swift steps. Their movements were precise, using the pickup truck to block enemy fire, and their footsteps made only a very slight rustling sound on the gravel and sand. After enduring countless bullets, the pickup truck finally let out a mournful cry, billowing black smoke from under the hood, and stalled completely. It stopped exactly about 15 or 16 meters away from the ruins of the tailor shop, where Emily was hiding. Chapter 23 was shot. Several armed men looked at the smoking, stationary pickup truck, exchanged hand signals, and cautiously approached with their guns drawn, wanted to see what was going on inside. Just as they closed to within about 20 meters, their attention entirely focused on the driver's cab. Beat! Lin Mo's roar and gunshots rang out simultaneously. He and 3 conscripts suddenly leaned out for the other side of the pickup truck, their AK-74 MS spitting out short, deadly tongues of fire. Bang! 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 Lin Mo used what he felt was the safest approach, 2 shot bursts. He aimed his first shot at the enemy's chest on the left. The recoil caused the muzzle to jump slightly, but he quickly lowered the muzzle by instinct, and the second bullet followed almost the same trajectory as the first. The target enemy was struck as if by a heavy hammer, falling backward. He immediately moved on to the next target, maintaining the same pace. The 5.45mm bullet is powerful enough at close range and has good penetration, but its stopping power is slightly weaker, so it is necessary to ensure that it hits a vital organ. The soldiers around him fired with greater accuracy and efficiency, almost hitting the target with every shot. The 4 closest militants were caught off guard and fell to the ground without uttering a sound. There's someone behind the car. The remaining militants cried out in horror and instantly turned their guns around, unleashing a barrage of bullets that swept across the other side of the pickup truck. Tajda! The bullets struck the thick steel plates of the pickup truck, scattering a series of blinding sparks and making the vehicle vibrate. Scorching hot bullets occasionally slipped through gaps or shattered car windows, whistling sharply. Lin Mo and his soldiers clung tightly to the back of the wheels or engine compartments, not daring to show their faces. He could smell the pungent odor of gunpowder smoke, burning metal, and blood mixed together, and he could feel the vibrations from the bullet impacts traveling up his spine. Adrenaline surged, and my heart pounded in my chest. The worst has happened. An armed man hiding behind sandbags in the distance has an RPG-7 slung over his shoulder. The cone-shaped warhead was slowly turning towards the pickup truck. Lin Mo's pupil suddenly contracted. The RPG-7's armor-piercing warhead would be like tearing paper when it hits this pickup truck. The shockwave and pre-fragmented debris will tear those people clinging to the vehicle to shreds. At this critical moment, bang, bang, two exceptionally precise and rhythmic gunshots rang out from the militant's flank and rear. The rocket launcher operator's chest and neck exploded into a bloody mist almost simultaneously. He fell backward, and the out-of-control rocket whooshed away from the launch tube, trailing a plume of flame, but lost its accuracy due to the shooter's death. It roared past a few meters above the pickup truck and plunged into the wall of a two-story building behind it. Boom! Bricks and stones flew everywhere. It's number one. They successfully maneuvered to their designated position. The leader, who had been hiding behind the second pickup truck and directing operations, was furious. He turned and pointed in the direction of Group 1. He spewed out vicious curses and waved his hand, ordering his men to switch their firepower. However, just as he made the gesture, a round object drew a low, flat arc, flew over the top of the pickup truck, and with a clatter, rolled down to a spot less than a meter from his feet. It was a defensive grenade with the safety pin removed. The leader's expression froze, his fury turning into utter terror. He didn't even have time to shout. Boom! A dull, yet violent roar. The main lethality of defensive grenades is high-speed fragmentation. Instantly, countless pre-made serrated steel sheets radiated outwards from the point of impact. The leader and his two henchmen, who were standing right next to him, shuddered violently like rag dolls being struck by an invisible giant hammer, and were then thrown away by the shockwave. When he fell to the ground, his body was like a leaky bag, covered with terrible wounds, and it seemed he was going to die. The surrounding militants were also hit by shrapnel, and 3 or 4 of them fell down screaming. Now, charge! Cover fire! Lin Mo shouted hoarsely, seizing the perfect opportunity when the enemy's command was paralyzed and they were in a brief state of chaos. He was the first to emerge from behind the pickup truck. This time, instead of firing in bursts, he switched the fire selector to full auto and fired half a magazine at the locations where the enemy was most likely to be hiding, based on his memory. Da-da-da-da. The AK-74M exhibits significant muzzle rise during continuous fire, and even with Lin Mo pressing down hard, the bullet spread is still quite large. But that's exactly what he needs. Suppressive fire, not aiming for precise hits, but simply to keep the enemy pinned behind cover by a dense hail of bullets, preventing them from raising their heads. Meanwhile, Team 1's precise firepower, like the Grim Reaper calling out names, continued to reap the harvest of exposed enemies. Out of the corner of Lin Mo's eye, he saw number 1 kneeling behind an olive tree that had been blown to pieces. Every time he peeked out, aimed, fired, and retracted, his movements were as smooth as a machine, and his efficiency was frighteningly high. On the side of his helmet, 2 faint gold star markings flickered dimly in the smoke. 2 stars. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this guy's sniping and grenade throwing were so tricky and deadly. Upgrading system soldiers brings a real boost to combat power. Taking advantage of this precious window of fire, 2 conscripts rushed out from behind the pickup truck like cheetahs, and with a standard tactical leap, they reached the tailor shop ruins in a few bounds. A few seconds later, number 6, supporting the almost limp Emily, and the 3 of them scrambled back and collapsed in the relatively safe area behind the pickup truck. Commander, mission accomplished. Number 6's voice was slightly panting from the exertion, but still steady. Retreat. Number 1, you cover me. Lin Mo didn't hesitate at all. Rescuing people is only the first step. Getting them out of there alive is the key. Several soldiers around him pulled out grenades almost simultaneously. This time it's the offensive RGD-5. Pull out the pin, delay for 2 seconds, and throw it with all your might in the direction the enemy might be pursuing. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out one after another, not to kill, but to create more smoke and chaos. The dust and smoke from the explosion temporarily obscured the streets. Go! Then montak o aret. He shoved Emily, who could barely move, to a soldier, and led the way, crouching low, running back along the route they had come from, using the ruins as cover. The enemy could vaguely see their fleeing figures through the smoke and dust, and angry bullets immediately gave chase. It hit the walls and the ground with a thud, sending pebbles flying everywhere. Well, a conscript following behind Lin Mo swayed, and a burst of blood erupted from his left arm. But he only grunted. His pace didn't slow down at all, and he continued to fire the gun behind him with his other hand. Lin Mo was running at full speed when he suddenly felt as if a heavy iron hammer had struck his back. The immense impact caused him to lose his footing instantly, and he was thrown forward, crashing awkwardly onto the rubble. A suffocating, dull pain shot through my chest. My vision went black, and a strong, metallic taste rose in my throat. I've been shot. This terrifying thought chilled him to the bone. Chapter 24, Don't Let Them Get Away. Seeing their commander fall to the ground injured, the two conscripts immediately abandoned their original positions, disregarding the risk of exposing themselves, rushed over, grabbed his arms from the left and right, and dragged him up to continue running. The action was rough but effective. Lin Mo was only put down after running all the way to the street corner where he had initially hidden, temporarily escaping the enemy's direct fire range and leaning against the wall, panting heavily. His face was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, not from pain, but from fear. His hand trembled as he touched the spot on his back where he had been struck. The tentacles were hard, deformable metal plates, and a deep dent. The bullet was firmly embedded in the ceramic composite layer of the bulletproof plate, just a hair's breadth away from penetrating. Damn, this money was totally worth it. Lin Mo's voice trembled. Whether from relief or lingering fear, it was hard to tell. Without this power strip, he'll be dead by now. Not far away, the remaining militants fired wildly around the corner while frantically calling out into their walkie-talkies. They're running towards the old town. There aren't many of them. We have to stop them. The group retreated to the only remaining pickup truck. Head count: Lin Mo, Emily, number 6, plus the 6 soldiers who came to meet them, a total of 9 people. Number 1 and 2 other soldiers responsible for providing cover were cut off by enemy fire and trapped behind a half-cut tree in nearby ruins a few dozen meters away, unable to reunite for the time being. A calm voice came through the radio. Commander, we are temporarily suppressed and unable to evacuate. We recommend that you leave immediately. Lin Mo's heart clenched painfully. Number 1, his first soldier, and currently his only 2-star elite. Is this how we're destined to perish? He couldn't help but look at Emily beside him, who was still in shock, trembling, and whose long golden hair was covered in dust. A surge of anger welled up inside him. If it weren't for saving you, I would have led my men out long ago and wouldn't be stuck here. This loss must be squeezed out of her father tenfold or 100-fold. But now, even bigger trouble awaits him. The enemy is calling for reinforcements, and there are many of their comrades all around. Are you going to drive this pickup truck and force your way out? In such a narrow street, surrounded by enemies on all sides, one would be an easy target. Time was of the essence. Every second increased the probability of death. Lin Mo's eyes flickered rapidly as his brain quickly weighed the options. A few seconds later, a plan so ruthless that even he felt a slight unease took shape. He jumped out of the car and grabbed the cowering Emily, pulling her close with such force that she cried out in pain. You come with me. His voice was devoid of any warmth. He decided to abandon both his rook and his pawn. The conscripts were left behind to drive out along the main road, creating the illusion of a breakout and drawing all enemy attention and fire. He, along with Emily, mingled into the crowd of civilians who were now surely in a state of massive panic and chaos. They slipped away silently from another direction. As for the 3 of them, number 1, Lin Mo looked in that direction, a trace of heartache flashing deep in his eyes, but it was immediately covered by an even stronger will to survive. That's just how war is. Blame this damned world. If Emily knew that in this man's heart, her value lay solely in earning more dollars, and that the act of rescuing her was an investment that had to be profitable, and they could be abandoned at any time, she would definitely curse this scumbag and bastard with the most vicious language, just like Lu Mingyao did. But he won't let her know. Drive along this road and keep going out. Draw fire and create chaos. Lin Mo gave orders to the soldiers in the vehicle. The soldiers' eyes remained unwavering. He simply nodded silently and pulled back the bolt. The pickup truck's engine roared, and it suddenly surged forward, heading towards the city gate where the gunfire was most intense. Sure enough, as soon as the vehicle turned off the street, it was met with fierce gunfire from the rooftops and windows on both sides. The tires were quickly punctured, and the vehicle went out of control and crashed into the mud wall of the house. But the soldiers on the vehicle immediately used the wreckage to fight back, and the battle was brief but intense. A moment later, they seized an enemy vehicle, the engine roared to life again, and they drove off into the distance. The gunfire and explosions behind them grew increasingly intense, clearly attracting a large number of pursuers. Listening to the receding, never-ending gunshots, Lin Mo remained expressionless. He helped Emily, who was almost unsteady on her feet, and turned into an alleyway filled with garbage and rubble. Stay close and don't make a sound. Do as I say if you want to live. His voice rang in her ear, cold and devoid of any emotion. Money can be earned back. As long as he's alive, there's still a chance. The real escape has only just begun. Walk. Once you've made up your mind, don't look back. Lin Mo grabbed Emily's cold wrist and ducked into a narrow alleyway that reeked of urine. The gunshots and explosions behind us were gradually fading into the distance. That was the bait he sent out, a precious window he obtained at the cost of his life. The alley twists and turns, and sewage flows everywhere. The two stumbled and struggled to emerge from the other end, where they found themselves in a slightly wider back street. The street was a mess, with smashed cargo boxes and overturned donkey carts scattered everywhere. Many shops still display Chinese characters on their signs. This is Dalaga's Chinese commercial district, which used to be quite prosperous, but has now become easy prey for rioters. Not far ahead, a rather large department store stood with its doors wide open, from which came the sounds of rummaging through drawers and wild laughter. Several armed men with multicolored turbans wrapped around their heads, carrying cartons of cigarettes, several bottles of liquor, and a jewelry box they'd found at some counter, were walking out with obvious satisfaction. Almost simultaneously, a middle-aged man wearing striped pajamas and with an overweight build scrambled out of the store, his face filled with terror. She was clutching a small black briefcase tightly in her arms. He saw Lin Mo and Emily on the street, a faint glimmer of hope flashing in his desperate eyes. He opened his mouth as if to shout something and ran towards them faster. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He cursed under his breath and tried to pull Emily aside. It's too late. Da-da-da. The crisp sound of AK bursts rang out from the store entrance. The middle-aged man, who was running, suddenly burst several sprays of blood on his back. The huge inertia made him stagger forward a few steps, and finally, with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground less than a meter away from Lin Mo's feet. The small black briefcase flew out of his hand. The lid slammed open, and colorful banknotes scattered all over the ground. The man hadn't died yet. He lay on his side on the ground, his eyes fixed on Lin Mo. His lips moved, and bloody foam kept gushing from the corner of his mouth. Help. Help me. His gaze quickly lost focus, eventually settling into a deathly gray. Lin Mo's heart pounded in his chest, not out of sympathy, but because danger was imminent. He forced himself to look away and tugged at the terrified Emily. He whispered urgently, Go quickly. Don't look back. He wanted to pretend he didn't see it and blend into the possible crowd of people trying to escape. But apart from them and those few armed men, the street was deserted. Stop! A rude shout in Arabic came from behind. It was those armed men who looted the department store. They had clearly spotted Lin Mo and Emily, especially Emily's long, striking blonde hair, which stood out even in the dust. Stop! That woman! Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Instead of stopping, he pulled Emily along and ran even faster, plunging headlong into another, narrower, and darker alleyway on the other side. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Disorderly footsteps and shouts immediately followed. Chapter 25, A Desperate Struggle. The alley is lined with low mud brick houses and has many branching paths, making it like a maze. Lin Mo didn't know the way at all, so he could only rely on his senses to go in the direction that seemed less crowded and quieter. Emily was already out of breath from running. Her high heels had long since been thrown off, her stockings were worn out, and her feet were probably injured. She was being half-dragged and half-pulled by Lin Mo. As they ran, a half-collapsed earthen wall suddenly appeared in front of them, which was still insurmountable. Dead end. There's no way out. What do we do? Emily, her voice trembling with tears, gripped Lin Mo's arm tightly, her nails digging almost into his flesh. Behind them, the footsteps and voices of the pursuers grew closer, seemingly just around the next corner. Say, Lin Mo suddenly covered her mouth and pressed her into the shadows in the corner. His own breathing was frighteningly heavy, but his eyes were like those of a wolf cornered in a desperate situation, rapidly scanning his surroundings. There were some broken pottery jars and rotten wooden planks piled up in the corner, enough to barely hide a person. How many pursuers are there? Judging from the footsteps, there didn't seem to be many, and they were somewhat scattered. He cautiously peeked out half his head and quickly glanced at the road he had come from. Only two armed men, carrying guns, cautiously searched this area. Others may have taken a different fork in the road. We can't wait. Waiting means certain death. The other side had guns, and, at such close range, he and Emily were sitting ducks. An extremely risky plan instantly took shape in Lin Mo's mind. He pulled back, leaned close to Emily's ear, and whispered quickly, almost inaudibly, "Listen, once I'm hidden, go outside, squat there and cry. Say you're a tourist. Give them all your money. Attract their attention. Understand?" Emily trembled violently. Her deep blue eyes filled with tears of fear. Shaking his head frantically, he cried, "No, I can't. They'll kill me. If we don't do this, we'll die right now." Lin Mo grabbed her shoulders with both hands, so hard that she cried out in pain. He stared into her eyes, his voice low but icy. "If you want to live, do as I say. This is your only chance." Emily looked into his unfathomable eyes, and the resoluteness and almost cruel calmness within them sent a chill down her spine. The instinct for survival ultimately overcame her fear, and she choked back tears, nodding very slightly. Lin Mo quickly glanced at the pile of debris, then slipped behind it, pressing his body against the cold earthen wall, while simultaneously pulling something out from his lower back. That was a multifunctional field knife he always carried with him, with a blade about 20 centimeters long and a serrated back. The blade has a matte finish, and the handle is wrapped with a non-slip cord. This was a habit he had developed during his previous outdoor adventures, and he never expected it to come in handy here. He had just hidden himself when footsteps reached the corner. Following Lin Mo's instructions, Emily crouched at the end of the dead end, her hands covering her head, her blonde hair disheveled and loose. His body trembled like a leaf falling in the autumn wind, and he let out suppressed, fearful sobs. The two armed men turned the corner and spotted her immediately. The two visibly breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged lewd smiles. One of them casually slung an AK over his shoulder, swaggered forward, and made lewd jokes. The other man pulled out a walkie-talkie and excitedly reported, "Caught a young white girl, very young." The guy with the gun had walked up to Emily, reached out his dirty hand, roughly grabbed her chin, and forced her to look up. "Why are you crying? Come on, let's take a good look." His face, which was close to his, reeked of strong cigarette smoke. Emily was so frightened that she closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face. In the midst of this extreme fear, through her blurry, tear-filled eyes and between the legs of the armed man, she saw a scene that nearly stopped her heart. Lin Mo emerged silently from behind the pile of clutter, like a stealthy Black Panther. He hunched over, his center of gravity extremely low, his left hand outstretched for balance, and his right hand gripping the field knife in reverse, the tip pointing downwards. His eyes were fixed on the back of the armed man who had his back to him, his gaze terrifyingly focused, as if this was the only target left in the world. He moved. With a push of the soles of his feet, his calf muscles tensed and exploded instantly, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow. He lunged at the armed man who was grabbing Emily's chin from the side. But just as he was about to pounce, the armed man who was speaking into the walkie-talkie seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadow behind him out of the corner of his eye. He instinctively turned his head. Their eyes met. The lewd smile on the other person's face instantly turned into horror, and he opened his mouth, about to shout a warning. Lin Mo had no other choice. All his momentum and strength were concentrated in this lunge. He crashed solidly into the arms of the first armed man, and the two fell backward together. In the instant before he fell to the ground, Lin Mo, with his right hand gripping the field knife in a reverse grip, used his body weight and momentum to plunge it from below into the lower left chest of his opponent. A dull thud as a sharp weapon pierced flesh. The resistance from the blade came first from clothing and muscles, then from slight obstruction from the ribs. Lin Mo twisted his wrist, and the tip of the knife slid through the bone and pierced deeply. The enemy beneath him suddenly stiffened, his eyes widened, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. Warm blood gushed out from the blood groove on the blade, instantly soaking Lin Mo's hands and the other person's robes. There's no time to check. Before Lin Mo could even draw his sword, he felt a gust of wind behind his head. It was the militant who had found him. He had thrown away his walkie-talkie, raised his AK, and was pointing the gun at him. Lin Mo acted entirely on his survival instincts, and while he was on the ground, he kicked his legs sharply to the side and backward. His body slid away like an eel, while his right foot kicked the second militant hard in the stomach. Bang! The kick landed solidly, and the other person cried out in pain, lost his balance, and fell to the dusty ground with Lin Mo. The AK also slipped from his grasp and fell to the side. Damn it! The militant, enduring the pain in his stomach, frantically reached for the rifle that was within reach. Lin Mo was faster than him. He sprang up from the ground like a spring and pounced again, this time head-on. He used his entire body weight to press the other person down firmly, his left hand desperately trying to lock the other person's right hand that was holding the gun, while his right hand reached for the field knife still stuck in the first enemy's body. The knife is stuck in my ribs, and I can't pull out right away. The armed men pinned beneath him were incredibly strong, struggling and roaring, their left hands wildly scratching at Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo turned his head to dodge, and in his haste he abandoned drawing his sword with his right hand and instead gripped the other person's neck tightly. The two rolled and wrestled in the dust, each giving it their all. The militant's face turned red from being choked, his eyes bulging. His left hand finally gave up the attack and instead grabbed Lin Mo's right wrist, which was choking him, and tried desperately to pry it off. Lin Mo pressed his knee firmly against the opponent's abdomen, putting all his strength into his right arm. Stalemate. The mere 10 seconds felt like centuries. Lin Mo could feel the other person's strength rapidly draining away due to lack of oxygen, but he himself was also nearing his limit, with veins bulging on his forehead and a buzzing sound in his temples. Don't let go. Letting go means death. The militant made a sound like a broken bellows in his throat, and his left hand, which was scratching Lin Mo's wrist, gradually lost its strength. Just when Lin Mo thought he was about to succeed, the opponent's dangling left hand suddenly groped around on the ground and actually touched the butt of the fallen AK. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With his last bit of strength, he gripped the butt of the gun and swung it hard, smashing it towards Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his left arm to block. Snap! The butt of the gun slammed into my forearm, causing excruciating pain. But it was this very action that spurred Lin Mo to act with ruthlessness. Taking advantage of the opponent's brief moment of weakness after the swing, he suddenly increased the force of his right hand gripping the neck, while simultaneously pressing his entire body downwards with all his might. Crack! A faint but teeth-grinding cracking sound. The armed man beneath him convulsed violently twice, his bulging eyes staring intently at Lin Mo, filled with resentment and malice. Then his limbs suddenly relaxed, and he went limp. Lin Mo dared not be careless. He maintained the pinching posture for a few more seconds until he was sure the other party was completely still. Only then did he release his hand, as if he were exhausted, and roll over to the side. He lay on his back on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his mouth agape as he greedily inhaled the blood and dust-laden air like a fish out of water. Sweat mixed with the blood splattered on his face, stinging painfully. Lin Mo, Emily's trembling voice came through. She remained slumped on the spot, her face as white as paper, looking at the two corpses that were rapidly losing their temperature and Lin Mo, who was covered in blood and looked like a demon. The huge shock left her speechless. Chapter 26 is finally out. No, it's all right now, Lin Mo said, panting heavily, his voice extremely hoarse. He struggled to sit up and glanced at both ends of the alley. No one was there yet. Then he crawled to the first corpse, gripped the hilt of his field knife tightly, stepped on the corpse, gritted his teeth, and shook it from side to side until he finally pulled the deeply embedded knife out. Thick, warm blood dripped down the blade. Quick! He wiped the blood and sweat from his face and gave orders to Emily. His tone left no room for argument. Take off their robes and headscarves. Now! Emily stared at the corpse, her stomach churning, and she gagged a few times. But under Lin Mo's icy gaze, she could only tremble as she reached out, closed her eyes, and began to undress the dead man. The movements were clumsy and slow. Lin Mo ignored her and deftly stripped off the outer robe of another corpse, putting it over his own blood-stained clothes. The robe was very large, barely enough to cover the disheveled state of his body. He then picked up the other man's ammunition pouch and the dropped AK. This was an old AKM. The handguard was cracked, but after checking it, he found that the bolt was still moving smoothly and the magazine was full. He pulled the bolt to make sure there were no bullets in the chamber, then engaged the safety and slung the gun diagonally over his shoulder. Emily finally managed to rip off another set of robes, but the strong stench of sweat and blood made her want to vomit. She looked at Lin Mo. "Put them on," Lin Mo said briefly. He picked up the dirty black headscarf and walked over to Emily. Without a word, he haphazardly wrapped her long golden hair up, coiling it several times until only her terrified blue eyes and a sliver of her fair nose were visible. He grabbed a handful of dust from the ground and smeared it on the front and cuffs of his and Emily's newly changed robes, especially the areas that were stained with blood. A crude disguise, but perhaps enough in the chaos. He looked Emily up and down. The robe was very loose, but the curves of the woman's figure, especially the outline of her breasts, were still faintly visible. But there's no time to worry about that now. Come on, stay close to me. Don't look around or say anything. Lin Mo lowered his voice and hid the field knife under his robe. Holding the AKM, he strode out of the alley. He tried to imitate the nonchalant yet somewhat menacing gait of those militants. Emily took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and pulled the headscarf covering her face. He kept his head down and followed closely behind Lin Mo by half a step. We returned to the slightly wider streets. There were still sporadic gunshots and shouts in the distance. Lin Mo identified the direction and walked towards the intersection of another district, which was the opposite of the way he had come from. The two walked along, pretending to be calm, when they unexpectedly ran into a group of 5 or 6 armed men who were carrying their stolen goods and laughing as they walked towards them. Lin Mo's heart was in his throat, but he remained calm and even slightly turned his body to make way for his accomplice. The group glanced at them, their gaze lingering briefly on Emily. But they didn't seem to notice anything significant, and the two passed each other by. Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. The exit, barricaded and guarded by armed men, was less than 100 meters ahead. If only I could slip through. "Hey, you two!" A rough, hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lin Mo's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. Next to an armed pickup truck parked on the side of the road stood a stocky man with a pistol at his waist, who looked like a small-time boss. They were staring at them suspiciously, especially Emily. Emily was so frightened that she stopped breathing, and her hands and feet turned ice cold. Lin Mo forced himself to turn around, lowered his head slightly, and mumbled in accented Arabic, "Sir, where are you going?" The leader walked over, his gaze sweeping over the two of them like a knife, focusing on Emily's lowered head and the curves of her body. "What does she do? Show her face." "Reporting, sir." Lin Mo's mind raced, and he suddenly pointed to a fork in the road behind the leader, raising his voice slightly. "We just spotted a suspicious guy over there, carrying a big bag. He looks like a government soldier. Look, he's at the alley entrance. Looks like he's trying to run away." "What?" The leader almost reflexively turned his head to look in the direction he was pointing. Now, Lin Mo's right hand, which had been hanging down under his robe, moved. The bloodstained field knife shot out from below with lightning speed. The target is below the opponent's left rib cage, in the area of their liver. He didn't stab, but stabbed, his movements quick and fierce. Puff! The blade was completely submerged. The leader's body trembled violently. His head, which was halfway turned, froze, and he turned back in disbelief to look at Lin Mo. He tried to scream, but the excruciating pain and sudden blood loss only made him let out a muffled hoarse sound. He tried to draw his Makarov pistol from his waist, but his hand gave out halfway through. Lin Mo quickly supported his limp body with his left hand, twisted the knife handle with his right hand, and then pulled it out sharply. Hot blood spurted out. He half-dragged, half-supported the rapidly dying body against the wheels of the pickup truck as if it were tired and resting. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Emily covered her mouth tightly to keep from screaming. Lin Mo quickly searched the leader's body. There were no car keys. It might have been left in the car, or taken by someone else. He had no time to be upset. Looking around, he realized that no one else on the street had noticed them for the time being. He gritted his teeth, raised his elbow, and with all his might, smashed the driver's side window. Whoosh! The glass shattered instantly. He reached in, found the inner door handle, pulled it, and the car door opened. Get in the car. He growled at Emily and climbed in the driver's seat first. He bent down and roughly pulled apart a tangled bunch of wires under the steering wheel. This old-fashioned pickup truck has virtually no anti-theft features. Based on his previous experience repairing cars, he squinted and quickly identified the ignition wire and the power supply wire. Use your teeth to bite open the insulation of the two wires and then snap the exposed copper cores together. Crack! A spark flashed. Boosh boom! The engine emitted a coughing wheeze, then roared violently. It was a success. You can steal cars? Emily climbed into the passenger seat, her movements slowed by shock. The man in front of me just coldly killed 3 people, and now he's like a professional car thief, taking down a car in just a few dozen seconds. Is there anything he can't do? Lin Mo ignored her, shifted into first gear, and jerked the steering wheel. The pickup truck's tires screeched against the ground as it turned and sped toward the exit blocked by roadblocks. Now we have no choice but to force our way in. Just a few dozen meters ahead, a sudden burst of intense gunfire erupted from a fork in the road to the right. Da-da-da. Bang. Bang. 3 agile figures were seen fighting and retreating, taking turns providing cover as they rushed out of the street. Bullets chased after them, hitting the walls and the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. It's number 1. And those 2 soldiers. They're still alive, and they've managed to escape here. Although they all looked disheveled. Number 1's robe was torn in several places, and another soldier had been shot in the arm. They still moved swiftly and executed their tactical maneuvers cleanly and efficiently. Lin Mo hesitated for only a fraction of a second. Squeak! He slammed on the brakes, and the pickup truck screamed and swerved, rushing past in one go, finally coming to a stop sideways in front of the 3 people. Get in the car. Hurry! Lin Mo shouted, sticking his head out. Yes, Commander. Number 1's voice remained steady. He didn't even stop running completely. Just as he approached the pickup truck, he grabbed the edge of the bed with one hand and lightly touched the wheel with his foot. He moved with the agility of a monkey, using the momentum to flip and roll into the truck bed, his movements so fluid and pleasing to the eye. 2 other soldiers followed closely behind, climbing onto the vehicle in less than 3 seconds. The pursuers had already poured out from the fork in the road. Hold on tight. Lin Mo slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the old pickup truck engine roared under the strain as it charged toward the exit ahead. At the exit, 7 or 8 armed men were smoking behind a roadblock. Upon hearing the engine and gunshots, they hurriedly grabbed their weapons. But inside the truck bed, Number 1 and 2 soldiers had already set up their guns. Number 1 knelt in the bumpy truck bed, his gun-holding posture as steady as a rock, completely unaffected by the vehicle's shaking. Bang! 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 A precise 3-round burst. 3 militants who had just raised their guns fell to the ground. Da-da-da. The other 2 soldiers used strafing to suppress the other enemies. The pickup truck, like a crazed steel beast, smashed through the makeshift roadblocks, kicked up clouds of dust, and roared out of the city of Dalaga. In the rearview mirror, the city rapidly shrank in the smoke and dust, the pursuers' figures blurred, and only a few bullets futilely struck the ground in the distance. It's out. Lin Mo's hands, gripping the steering wheel, had turned white at the knuckles from excessive force, and only now did they relax slightly. He glanced at Emily, who was still trembling in the passenger seat, but with a complicated expression. He glanced again at Number 1, who was silently and vigilantly watching in the truck bed in the rearview mirror. They lost a few soldiers, but fortunately he managed to escape successfully, and their strongest fighter, Number 1, also survived by sheer luck, so it wasn't a complete loss. He wiped the half-dried blood from his face, licked his chapped lips, and turned his gaze to the vast yet perilous wilderness outside the car window. Chapter 27, 3-Star Warrior. The stolen pickup truck, like a wounded wild beast, roared and sped back to the oilfield defense zone under Lin Mo's almost frenzied driving. When the sparse but steady light pierced the darkness and appeared at the edge of his vision, Lin Mo's nerves, which had been taut like steel wires, finally relaxed with a buzz. Squeak! The tires plowed, two deep furrows in the sand, and the pickup truck came to a stop with a screeching sound. The dust it kicked up was like a small sandstorm, which took a while to subside. Lin Mo sat in the driver's seat, panting heavily for more than 10 seconds before suddenly pushing open the car door, which was covered in bullet holes and dust, obscuring his view of the outside world. The moment my feet touched the ground, a strong feeling of exhaustion mixed with dizziness from surviving a disaster struck me. My legs went weak, and I almost collapsed to my knees. With lightning speed, he grabbed the scorching hot car door frame, his knuckles turning white from the force, barely managing to steady himself. They didn't lose face in front of the villagers and soldiers who rushed to the scene after hearing the news. Even now, the strong smell of gunpowder and blood from the streets of Dalaga still seems to linger in my nostrils, and I can still hear the sharp whistling of bullets in my ears. He disgustedly ripped off his tattered robe, soaked in the blood of strangers and reeking of sweat and death, and threw it roughly onto the sand. "You guys help Miss Emily back to her room to rest and get her some hot water and food." He gave instructions to a few villagers who gathered around him, his voice hoarse from excessive tension. Emily's situation was worse than his. She slumped in the passenger seat, her beautiful face pale and her eyes vacant, her golden hair plastered to her forehead with sweat and dust. Lin Mo had smelled a faint odor in the car earlier, and now, as she got out of the car, her trembling, unsteady legs, which made it almost impossible for her to stand, and the unnatural dark water stains on the back of her skirt, confirmed his guess. This pampered young lady lost control of her bladder due to extreme fear. Lin Mo felt no mockery, only a cold understanding. In that environment of gunfire and facing death, anyone who can control their body's instincts is a monster. He himself only felt a tightening in his lower abdomen and almost peed his pants, but he managed to hold on by sheer willpower. He refused the villagers who offered to help him, and dragged his still somewhat weak, but now stronger legs toward the command center that lay prostrate in the night like a metal behemoth. My mind started rapidly weighing the pros and cons of this operation. Of the 10 elite soldiers who went with him, only 3 returned. The 7 soldiers sent out as bait, and the bags of Syrian pounds that hadn't even had time to warm up, all went down the drain. A rough calculation shows that the cost of the soldiers alone was $35,000, and with the cash involved, the loss was considerable. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt as if his heart had been cut by a dull knife, and he felt waves of pain. But it wasn't all for naught. He reached into his inner pocket, feeling the cold touch. They pulled out 6 gleaming gold bars, their alluring luster shimmering under the lights of the command center. Each one was heavy, still warm from his body, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood. This was hard stuff that they pulled from the arms of the armed men at that bank. System: assess the recycling value. Item assessment: high purity gold, 6 bars, 500 G each. Recovery value: 600,000 system funds. Note: this price has deducted refining and energy conversion losses and is approximately 15% lower than the international market spot price. And this too. He then pulled out the sapphire ring that he had taken from the corpse's finger. The gemstone refracted a deep, dark blue light under the lamp, but Lin Mo always felt that it was tainted with an unseen gloom. Recycle them together. The ring was tossed into the recycling channel with a clinking sound. Item assessment: sapphire set ring, medium quality. Recovery value: 22,000 system funds. The cold, hard numbers jumped out like a shot of adrenaline, instantly soothing most of the pain from the losses. 6,200,000 has been deposited. From a purely profit-driven perspective, this adventure actually turned out to be profitable. But when he thought about the soldiers who had been lost, Lin Mo still felt it was a loss. Someone has to pay for this loss. He looked gloomily toward the dormitory building, and double it. Yorkham and his daughter were the most suitable creditors. We need to carefully plan how to get them to compensate us willingly. Just as he was figuring out how to squeeze more profit out of the fat sheep, a weak but stable signal fluctuation suddenly came from the system command link. Signal return of subordinate units detected. Unit numbers: 060809. Status: severely damaged, approaching the base perimeter. Number 6? They're still alive. Lin Mo was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. He originally thought that the pickup truck that had acted as bait and attracted a lot of firepower, along with the soldiers on it, had been completely wiped out. He rushed out of the command center and saw a pickup truck, its original color almost unrecognizable, billowing black smoke like a ghost crawling back from hell. It drove shakily into the restricted area and finally stalled completely in an open area. This car witnessed true hell. The car body was riddled with bullet holes, densely packed like a honeycomb. The windshield was completely gone. One tire was flat and sliding along the rim. The most dangerous part was the fuel tank area, where there were several obvious perforations. Fortunately, it was a diesel vehicle with a high flash point, so it didn't turn into a burning iron coffin. The car door was pushed open with difficulty, and 3 figures, covered in blood and staggering, stepped out, supporting each other. It's numbers 6, 8, and 9. Each of them looked as if they'd been pulled from a pool of blood. Their combat uniforms were tattered, and their exposed skin was covered with gunpowder burns and tiny wounds. Number 9 was practically being supported, his left calf bent at an unnatural angle, his breath was weak, and his eyes were already somewhat unfocused. The 4 fallen comrades were lying in the truck bed. Lin Mo's gaze was first drawn to number 8. This silent soldier seemed different at this moment. He stood ramrod straight, and despite his numerous wounds, his eyes were sharp as knives, scanning his surroundings with a wariness that had been honed through countless trials and tribulations, almost instinctive. On the side of his helmet, 3 faint golden 5-pointed stars were emitting a more solid light than the 2 stars on number 1. Samsung Elite. Lin Mo was deeply shocked. He remembered the system description. To advance to 1 star, one needs to kill a total of 5 enemies. 2 stars requires 20, and 3 stars requires a full 50 confirmed battle results. Number 8 achieved such a terrifying number of kills in just a few hours of bloody battle to break through. One can imagine the fierce pursuit and interception they encountered and how they managed to fight their way out by relying on the sudden outbreak on the 8th. 2 gold stars also appeared on the helmets of both number 6 and the seriously injured number 9. Although the squad was reduced by half, all the survivors underwent an amazing transformation in the face of adversity, becoming true battle-hardened elites. Chapter 28, They Are All My Brothers. Quickly, send them to the barracks for repairs. At all costs, we must save them. Lin Mo's voice was filled with unprecedented urgency. These are no longer ordinary conscripts, but seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience and a history of killing. Losing even 1 recruit hurts him more than losing 10 new recruits. The night was deep. Several bonfires were lit on the open ground of the base. For bodies covered with white sheets were neatly placed on a makeshift wooden platform. The villagers who had been asked to come and observe the ceremony surrounded the area, their faces showing awe, fear, and a hint of bewilderment. The flickering firelight cast long and short shadows, adding a touch of melancholy and eeriness to the solemn scene. Lin Mo stood in front of the body, his back to the crowd. He lowered his head slightly. His shoulders seemed to slump due to his heavy heart, and his face was shadowed by the firelight, making his eyes appear dim and sorrowful. He remained silent, as if bidding a final farewell to the soldiers in a silent way. In fact, he was mentally rehearsing what he was going to say to Yorkam later, calculating the possible effects of every expression and tone of voice. Fire a gun. He raised his head and gave the order in a hoarse but powerful voice. 3 rows of conscripts lined up beside them, raising their AK-74 MS in perfect unison, pointing the muzzles at a 45-degree angle at the starry night sky. Bang, 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 bang. 3 volleys fired simultaneously, the gunfire echoing far and wide in the silent wilderness. The smell of gunpowder filled the air once again. There was no sadness, nostalgia, or anger on the faces of these conscripts. Their eyes were calm and unwavering, as if they were carrying out a routine guard duty. The system's creations lacked complex human emotions, possessing only absolute obedience and cold efficiency. This further highlights the artificial nature of this funeral, but the target audience clearly received a signal from this performance. With her father Yorkam's help, Emily slowly walked to the edge of the crowd. She changed her clothes and washed away the dust, but her face was still pale and her eyes were red and swollen. Seeing the 4 bodies covered in white sheets, and remembering that they had fallen into such a desperate situation to protect her and ultimately sacrifice themselves, she was overwhelmed by intense guilt and belated fear. Tears streamed down her face silently. She covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Yorkham gently patted his daughter's hand, his face filled with complex emotions. The relief of surviving the ordeal, the comfort of knowing my daughter is safe, and the shock and unease at the horrific scene before me. He took a deep breath, released his daughter, straightened his still perfect suit, and walked to Lin Mo's side. Mr. Lin. Yorkham's voice was genuinely heavy. I am truly, very sorry for everything that happened today. If Emily hadn't been so willful and insisted on going out, you and your soldiers wouldn't have suffered such a terrible loss. Lin Mo slowly turned around to face Yorkham. His eyes seemed a little red, and his gaze was a mixture of suppressed grief and helplessness that had to be accepted. No, they're not soldiers, they're my brothers, my family. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but each word was clear, with a deliberate, suppressed tremor. He wanted to say something more, but his Adam's apple bobbed, as if he were forcibly suppressing the sob that was about to rise. She even raised her hand and quickly wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of her eye with her knuckles. This performance, coupled with the solemn scene before him and his daughter's silent weeping, completely shattered Yorkham's psychological defenses. Guilt, gratitude, and a sense of crisis, being on someone else's turf and needing to show sincerity, were mixed together. I understand. Yorkham nodded repeatedly, his face full of shame. No amount of words can make up for such a loss. Mr. Lin, please allow me to make a small compensation. He carefully chose his words and said cautiously, I am willing to give $1 million. Please be sure to pass it on to the families of these heroes as my daughter's deepest apology and gratitude to them and to you. 1 million. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. His fingers, hanging by his sides, twitched slightly as he struggled to control his facial muscles, preventing the impending smile from ruining his sorrowful expression. He even felt the corners of his mouth uncontrollably wanting to turn up, so he quickly pursed them tightly. He used the act of turning around to look at the campfire to cover it up. Well, he let out a long, heavy sigh, his voice returning to its previous hoarseness. I will convey your kindness. May their souls rest in peace. He waved his hand, his tone becoming more lenient. The night wind is strong. Leave this to me. Miss Emily was also greatly frightened today. She was very brave and helped us a lot at the crucial moment. Without her composure, we might also... He stopped at the right moment and gave Yorkham a knowing look. Now that the money has been paid, the emotional value that should be given to the other party must be given. Yorkham felt the money was well spent and that his daughter was not a burden. Yes, I understand. Yorkham nodded gratefully, helped the still sobbing Emily, and slowly moved away from the area illuminated by the campfire. As the notification sound of the $1 million arriving rang in his mind, Lin Mo stood alone in front of the campfire. As he watched the flickering flames, the last trace of feigned sorrow on his face quickly vanished, replaced by the calm and sharpness of a hunter tallying his bountiful prey. More than 1.6 million. It would be enough to pay off all his debts in China, or he could take a huge sum of money and fly away to live a carefree life somewhere. The thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he ruthlessly extinguished it. Run? Why should I run? Look at this vast land, rich in black gold. Look at this chaotic era where the strong rule. Then take a look at this unique war system in your hands. Go back to being a wealthy, ordinary person, living under other people's rules? Nothing beats the thrill of setting the rules, controlling life and death, and building your own empire here. Fortune favors the bold. This time, I'm going for the big shot. He muttered to himself, the fire of ambition burning in his eyes even more intensely than the campfire before him. He strode back to the command center and brought up the construction panel. With ample funds, there are more options available. Tank factory, 500,000. Combat lab, 1.2 million. Unlocking the Rhino tank and unleashing a torrent of steel sounds incredibly tempting. But Lin Mo looked at the exorbitant price and the astronomical cost of building tanks afterward and calmly shook his head. Taking too big a step can easily lead to injury. He recalled the painful lesson he learned when he played Red Alert and blindly rushed into technology, only to be overwhelmed by the opponent's low-level army. The base's defenses are not yet complete. The oil refinery has not yet started production, and a stable source of income has not yet been established. Investing huge sums of money in high-end units too early is like putting all your eggs in one basket. If something goes wrong, you lose everything. His thinking became clear. First, consolidate the numerical advantage, establish absolute defense, and form a sustainable mass troop production capability, and then gradually advance in technology to achieve a qualitative leap. This is the steady approach of veteran Red Alert players. Without further hesitation, he quickly tapped the virtual screen. Build 4 additional barracks. Production mobilization soldiers, times 200. Production of military dogs, times 50. Produce flamethrower soldiers, basic anti-infantry/obstacle clearance unit times 20. Add 10 sentry machine guns. Replenishment of landmines, times 300. A series of instructions were issued, and the numbers in the account plummeted like a flood. The huge sum of over 1.6 million yuan was transformed in the blink of an eye into a series of jumping countdowns in the construction queue and a surge in troop numbers in the resource reserve column. Even though he had run out of money, Lin Mo felt an unprecedented sense of peace and excitement. He looked at the outlines of the barracks that were beginning to take shape on the map, and it was as if he could already see the spectacular sight of hundreds of fully armed soldiers lining up in front of the base soon. These will be his impregnable fortress, the foundation of his expansion. Defend first, establish a firm foothold, and then seek development. He looked at the holographic map with a cold gaze. Chapter 29, The Golden Hen That Lays Eggs. Lin Mo slept more soundly than ever before. There were no nightmares, no sudden awakenings, only a deep, almost greedy slumber, as if trying to make up for all the energy I had overdrawn in the past few days. When I opened my eyes, I could see the unique, crisp, and pale yellow light of the desert morning through the reinforced glass at the top of the command center. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking slightly, and a sense of power and control returned to his body. The first thing to do is to bring up the holographic control panel and focus on the most important icon. Oil refinery. Construction progress bar, 58.7%. Time remaining, 19 hours and 42 minutes. Soon, Lin Mo muttered to himself, a slight, barely suppressed smile playing on his lips. This is not just a factory, but also the lifeline that will continuously supply blood to his future war fortress. With such a huge investment, the returns are sure to be generous as well. He has very high expectations for this. Stepping out of the command center, the cool morning breeze, carrying fine sand, hit my face. The sight before him filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. On the open ground outside the military camp, hundreds of conscripts had already lined up. They were dressed in uniform khaki desert digital camouflage, wearing helmets and holding AK-74M rifles. They stood straight and solemn, as if measured with a ruler. The wind rustled their clothes, but it could not shake their rock-solid posture. More than 100 pairs of eyes stared straight ahead, devoid of any extraneous emotion. Only cold focus and absolute anticipation of commands. The morning light gilded the barrels of their guns and the brim of their helmets with a cold, hard gold, and a silent yet powerful aura of killing intent spread out. Even the sandstorm seemed to avoid it. In the distance, some early rising villagers huddled in makeshift shacks or on the edge of ruins, peering in this direction with expressions of awe, fear, and deep bewilderment on their faces. Overnight, it was as if an army had appeared out of nowhere on this land. But they dared not approach. The 50-meter red line surrounding the base had long been a no-go zone. The heavily armed sentries, along with the several German shepherd patrol dogs that had been systematically enhanced, were as strong as calves and had fierce eyes, enough to dispel anyone's curiosity. After inspecting the troops, Lin Mo did not forget his sugar daddy. He returned to the living area and went to his room first, rummaging through the odds and ends he had brought back the night before to find a camera that was a little dusty. Then, he adjusted his expression to soften the lines of his face before heading toward Yorkham and his daughter's room. Knock on the door, and Yorkham, looking slightly tired, opened it. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he forced a smile and stepped aside to invite him in. Emily sat on the edge of the bed with her knees drawn up to her chest, her chin resting on her knees. Her gaze was unfocused as she stared at the desolate scenery outside the window, and she hadn't touched a single page of the open novel in her hand for a long time. Yesterday's experience clearly left a deep mark on her mind. The liveliness and curiosity that belonged to a wealthy heiress were temporarily frozen by fear and lingering apprehension. "Emily." Lin Mo walked up to her, his voice deliberately gentle. "Look what I brought back for you." He pulled the camera out from behind his back, as if by magic. Emily's eyes lit up suddenly, as if a spark had sprung from ashes. She looked up, took the camera, and gently stroked the body with her fingers. The sense of cherishing it after losing it was clearly visible. "Thank you." Her voice was soft, but at least it was no longer completely numb. "Haven't had breakfast yet? Want to eat together?" Lin Mo extended his hand, his smile impeccable, like a reliable older brother or friend. Emily looked at his hand, then at his seemingly sincere eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally slowly placed her hand on it. Her hands were cold and trembling almost imperceptibly. Lin Mo grasped it, the strength warm and steady. "Mr. Yurkam, would you like to join us?" He turned and invited. Of course. Yurkam nodded quickly and followed behind. His daughter's emotions calmed down a bit, which relieved him and made him feel more favorably toward Lin Mo's thoughtfulness. Stepping out of the building and into the open space, Lin Mo deliberately slowed his pace. Sure enough, when the silent and grim army was fully revealed to Yurkam and his daughter, they both stopped in their tracks, their faces showing undisguised shock. It's not just the sheer number of people, but also the overwhelming aura of highly trained and capable individuals. Especially the 20 flamethrower soldiers at the very front of the line, they were particularly conspicuous. These soldiers are generally close to 2 meters tall, wearing specially made sealed fireproof suits with heavy protective plates and cooling systems, and carrying huge fuel tanks and spray guns, like steel warriors from the future. Just standing there, he exuded a suffocating sense of oppression and a destructive undertone. Yurkam may have still harbored some suspicion and skepticism about Lin Mo's so-called security forces, based on his business instincts. But at this moment, those doubts vanished. He even felt a sense of relief. In such chaotic times, to find such a powerful and rule-abiding protector, spending some money seemed not unacceptable and could even be considered a wise investment. Breakfast was served in the storeroom that temporarily functioned as a dining room. Several village women assigned by Lin Mo quickly served local food. Hard bread, hummus, pickled olives, and a soup made with a little mutton and vegetables. It wasn't exactly lavish or exquisite, but in a war zone where resources were scarce, it was a rare treat. Lin Mo's attentiveness to the VIPs was obvious, which made Yurkam even more satisfied. During the meal, the conversation inevitably turned to the worrying situation. Yurkam learned through satellite phone and remaining internet access that Syria was collapsing faster than he had imagined. The Harris regime is now defunct, with large swathes of territory falling into the hands of various resistance groups, and order has vanished. His tone was heavy, revealing a deep inner conflict. On the one hand, they were eager to get out, but on the other hand, they were reluctant to give up the huge amount of commercial assets they had invested here, and they still clung to a faint hope that the situation might be reversed. Lin Mo, at the opportune moment, promised in a calm and confident tone, "Mr. Yurkam, Emily, please rest assured. As long as you are here, safety is my top priority. My army exists to deal with this kind of situation." These words are both a reassurance and an invisible constraint. "Look how powerful I am. Staying here is the safest option for you. Don't even think about leaving easily." Yurkam's expression softened slightly after hearing this, and he nodded without saying anything more. After the meal, Yurkam said he had to go back to handle some communications matters and left first. Lin Mo accompanied Emily, who was still in low spirits, for a slow walk within the area permitted by the base. He stopped talking about heavy topics and started chatting about trivial things he had seen and heard. She even told 2 or 3 short stories that weren't funny, but were enough to distract him, showing a deceptive gentleness and patience that was quite different from her previous ruthless decisiveness. Emily's tense nerves gradually relaxed under his deliberate guidance, and her trust in this savior and protector deepened without her realizing it. Sunlight shone on her blonde hair, which had regained some of its luster, and the scene of the 2 walking side by side had a brief and false tranquility. Lin Mo only stopped when Yurkam reappeared and took Emily away under the pretext of concern. He watched the father and daughter walk away, the gentle smile on his face slowly fading. He stroked his chin, a glint of triumphant gleam in his eyes. Almost there, I could have taken Emily to explore the nearby grove. But there's no rush. This hen that lays golden eggs can't escape his grasp. Chapter 30, A Continuous Flow of Funds. Time flew by amidst the intense preparations. The newly built radar station is like an invisible giant, extending its sensing reach to every corner within a 50-kilometer radius. Advanced detection technology from the system can effectively distinguish the signal characteristics of large-scale armed convoys from those of civilians and livestock herds, making early warning possible. Of course, Lin Mo knew that nothing is omnipotent. Radar has blind spots in detecting sporadic infiltrations and small elite forces, so he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Patrol posts, observation points, and sensors were deployed layer by layer, and he had to personally inspect them every day to feel a little at ease. Finally, after a long wait, the oil refinery icon on the control panel lit up completely, and its status changed to running. Immediately afterwards, a message that made his heart race popped up. The oil refinery is now in operation. Current connected oil field production capacity, peak 500 barrels/day. Refining efficiency, 70%, system optimization. Fund conversion rate, adjusted for real-time exchange rate fluctuations. Base value approximately $71 per barrel of crude oil. Currently estimated stable income, approximately 30 funds per minute. 30 per minute, 1,800 per hour, 1,800 per day. Lin Mo quickly calculated in his mind. 43,200. It was even higher than his most optimistic estimate. This means that as long as he stays here, his account will automatically grow by more than $40,000 every day. In 3 months, no, perhaps even less, he could accumulate the capital to build a basic armored force. Hope is on the horizon, and the situation seems to be developing in a favorable direction. Lin Mo's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. However, shadows always follow hope. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after the refinery went into operation, the piercing alarm of the radar station suddenly rang out in the command center without warning. The edge of the holographic tactical map is about 45 kilometers from the oil field. A dense cluster of red dots, like thick blood dripping into clear water, was slowly and steadily crawling and converging towards the base. The main force of the Sandstorm Army, after a long period of reorganization and trekking, has finally arrived. Lin Mo stared at the ever-expanding red area on the map, his eyes devoid of fear, only displaying a cold, sharp glint, like that of a hunter seeing its prey step into a preset trap. He took a deep breath and pressed the red button that indicated Level 1 combat readiness. Woo woo woo. The piercing air raid siren instantly resounded throughout the entire oil field area. The base today is vastly different from what it used to be. The core force consists of 235 system-produced mobilization soldiers, including several star-level elites, such as Number 1 and Number 8, who have been tempered in blood and fire. In addition, he has taken in and armed more than 1,000 villagers. After screening and initial training, 600 young men were incorporated into the militia and issued weapons. The total defensive force numbered nearly 850 men. According to preliminary radar scans and intelligence estimates, the approaching Sandstorm Army's main force is estimated to be around 1,200 men. There's still a gap in numbers between 850 and 1,200, but it is no longer an insurmountable barrier. More importantly, Lin Mo has more than 200 system soldiers under his command who are fearless, undaunted by injury, obey orders without question, and have excellent marksmanship. This is the decisive factor. In his mind, his side had a greater than 60% chance of winning. Of course, he would never be foolish enough to lead his troops out into the open and fight a classic positional battle against the enemy. This is his territory. He knows every inch of it, and every obstacle can be a deadly threat. Let them in, slow them down with minefields, cut them off with crossfire, counterattack with mobile forces, and eat them up one by one. The core of the battle plan took shape clearly in his mind in an instant. He wanted to use his home field advantage to drag the invaders into the bloody war of attrition and urban warfare that they were least suited for. He walked out of the command center, where a tense and orderly scene of preparations for war was already unfolding. The conscripts quickly moved into their designated positions, checked their weapons, and replenished their ammunition. The militia, under Khalid's command, began to assemble. Khalid, the boy who once tracked down the enemy, has now grown into the militia captain under Lin Mo. The timidity in his eyes had faded, replaced by a sense of competence and composure. Thanks to Lin Mo's occasional guidance and the equipment he provided, he organized the 600 militiamen into a rather orderly formation. Groups 1 and 2, combat groups, 300 men equipped with relatively new AK-74 MS with ample ammunition, and each man was also issued 2 grenades. Their mission was to conduct the first wave of blocking and mobile defense based on the fortifications. Group 3, Reserve Force, 200 men with mixed equipment, mostly old rifles, responsible for filling gaps in the defense line, transporting ammunition, and serving as a reserve force. Group 4, Support Group, 100 people divided into 2 parts. Some are working intensively to produce Molotov cocktails, cluster grenades, and improvised explosive devices. The other part consists of women, including former nurses, teachers, and office workers. They had all changed into clothes that allowed for easy movement and were carrying makeshift stretchers and first aid kits, responsible for battlefield medical care. These people, who came from different places and were displaced by the war, were now united by a common will to survive and Khalid's encouragement. Lin Mo provided food and shelter, and they reciprocated with labor and loyalty. Now, it is time for them to fight for this last refuge. Before the battle, Khalid stood on an abandoned oil drum, facing the assembled militia. He held a piece of paper in his hand, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, but loud enough. Brothers and sisters, those robbers who stole our homes and killed our loved ones are back. They want to take this place away, to steal our last bite to eat, our last place to sleep. Lord Lin Mo took us in, gave us guns, and taught us how to protect ourselves. Now, the time has come to test us. Behind us are our parents, our children. We have no way out. We must either pick up our weapons and fight like real men. Either you are slaughtered like livestock, and you know what will happen to your women and children. To survive, to fight them for this land where we can still breathe. The framework and core incitement points of this speech were naturally instructed by Lin Mo. But Khalid's genuine emotions and personal experiences made his words extremely moving. Below the stage, the fear in the eyes of the militiamen was gradually replaced by a do-or-die determination. They gripped their weapons tightly, responded in low voices, and their morale was ignited. With the final order issued, the entire oil field area quickly entered a wartime state. All unnecessary lights were turned off, personnel entered the bunker, and noise ceased. The world seemed to be instantly muted, leaving only the whistling of the wind. And a low rumble, growing clearer and clearer, coming from the distant horizon, like the deepest part of hell. That was the roar of the engines of a sandstorm military convoy. Darkness enveloped the earth, and under the cold starlight, all was deathly silent. Only pairs of eyes were open behind bunkers, inside firing ports, and in the shadows of ruins. He stared intently in the direction from which the sound came. A major battle is about to break out. Chapter 31, A Comeback. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it was impossible to see through. On the sandy ground surrounding the oil field, dark figures were slowly crawling, like the tide overflowing the mudflats. Leading the way were the ragged commoners. Men, women, the elderly, and even children being led or held by their parents. They walked with difficulty, each step feeling like they were stepping on a knife's edge. The cold wind whipped up sand and gravel, lashing their thin bodies, but even more biting than the wind was the muzzle of the gun pressed against their backs. Move! Anyone who stops will be killed. The Sandstorm Army militants hid 3 to 5 meters behind the crowd, shoving them with their rifle butts and cursing them with the most vicious language. They were clever. Having suffered heavy losses from landmines in their last attack, they captured all the civilians they could find in the nearby villages this time. Human shield. It can both deplete the minefield and make the defending troops hesitant to act. Please, don't shoot. We're civilians. The sounds of weeping and pleas drifted on the wind, exceptionally clear in the silent night. Behind the defensive line, Khalid lay prone behind a sandbag bunker, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the trigger guard. Through the night vision goggles, the expressions of despair on the faces of those civilians were clearly visible. He even recognized a few of the faces. Perhaps they were from neighboring villages, and he had seen them at the market. Captain, how do we fight this? A young militiaman's voice trembled beside him. Khalid did not answer. He licked his chapped lips and looked at the radio. The commander has not yet given the order. 200 meters. 150 meters. The crowd had approached the edge of the minefield. The elderly men at the front seemed to sense something was wrong with the ground beneath their feet and hesitated, but the gun barrels behind them immediately pressed against them. Walk! Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a middle-aged man who was trying to back away was shot in the back of the head and fell to the ground. The blood quickly seeped into the sand. The crowd erupted in even louder cries of terror, but were forced to continue moving forward. 100 meters. Inside the command center, Lin Mo stared at the holographic tactical sand table. The gray dots representing civilians and the red dots representing militants almost overlapped, slowly and steadily pressing towards the green defense line. His face was expressionless. Yorkam and Emily stood by the observation window, their faces pale. Emily covered her mouth, her deep blue eyes brimming with tears. How could they do this? As the only VIPs here, the father and daughter were still protected in the safest rear area. On the table was a walkie-talkie, through which Lin Mo's indifferent voice could be heard. Nothing is impossible in war. His voice was as calm as if he were stating the weather. There are only wins and losses. After he finished speaking, he gave the order. Fire. The command was concise, cold, and without any hesitation. He is not Syrian, but this is his territory, his oil fields, his life. Compassion? That's a luxury only those with the means can afford. However, the gunfire from the defensive line was sporadic. The militiamen hesitated. The guns were pointed at civilians like them, including the elderly, women, and even children. Fire. All of you fire. Khalid suddenly poked his head out from behind cover and opened fire on the crowd outside. The muzzle flash was particularly glaring in the darkness. He turned and roared at the struggling militiamen behind him. Look closely, what's behind them? Those bastards with guns. Let them come over, or all our loved ones behind us will die. His voice cracked with excitement, but every word struck the militiamen like a hammer blow. Think of Abdu village. Think of our burned-down homes, and the food and women that were stolen. If you don't shoot today, your daughter will be lying on the ground tomorrow. The last sentence became the final straw that broke the camel's back after the hesitation. A militiaman, his eyes red, pulled the trigger hard. Bang! Then came the second, the third. Top, top, top. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire suddenly intensified. 5.45 millimeters and 7.62 millimeters bullets streaked through the air with pale red trails, like the scythe of death, sweeping towards the crowd 100 meters away. The civilians at the front fell like wheat being harvested. Screams, cries, and the muffled thuds of bullets entering flesh mingled together. Someone tried to lie down, but the militants behind them immediately opened fire. Charge forward. Only by charging through can you survive. Either way, it's certain death. In their desperation, the crowd erupted in a final frenzy, sprinting at breakneck speed in an attempt to cross the death zone. Boom! 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 One explosion after another rang out. Anti-personnel mines have been triggered. The preformed fragments shoot out in a fan shape, tearing everything within a 3 to 5 meter radius to shreds. A severed leg flew into the air and then fell heavily back down. In an instant, more than a dozen mutilated corpses appeared on the sand. But the crowd kept pushing. 70 meters. 50 meters. Most of the civilians have been killed or wounded, but the remaining people, along with the armed men who have been hiding in the back, have closed to within deadly range of the defensive line. Heavy machine guns suppress. Khalid shouted hoarsely. The PKM general-purpose machine gun behind the cover began to roar. 7.62 times 54 MMR ammunition can cause terrible damage with every shot fired into a crowd. But there are too many enemies. And then the real killer move came. Rumble. A deep engine roar came from behind the crowd. 3 heavily modified armored pickup trucks pushed aside the corpses and wounded, charging out like steel monsters. These pickup trucks are practically welded into iron cans. Wedge-shaped steel plates are added to the front. Armor plates up to 1 centimeter thick are welded around the cargo box, and even the tires are covered with chains and additional armor. Each vehicle was equipped with a DSHK 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun or a Type 85 anti-aircraft machine gun mounted on its roof. The thick gun barrel gleamed coldly in the darkness. What's even more unsettling are the 2 armored vehicles following behind the pickup truck. It wasn't the BTR-60 we saw last time, but the older but still deadly BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicle. On the rusty vehicle, the short, thick barrel of the 73mm low-pressure smoothbore gun slowly lowered, pointing towards the defensive line. The 7.62mm coaxial machine gun on the turret had already opened fire, bullets hitting the sandbags with a thud, sending sand flying. RPG, aimed at the armored vehicle. Khalid shouted into the radio. Two militiamen hoisted the previously captured RPG-7s and peered out from the side of the bunker. Aim, fire. Whoosh, boom. The rocket flew out, trailing a plume of flame, but the first one hit the pickup truck's additional armor, only creating a fireball. The vehicle swayed slightly, but then continued moving forward. The second shot was even worse. Due to the gunner's nervousness, the rocket grazed the BMP-1's turret and exploded in the open ground behind it. Idiot! Khalid cursed. The training for these militia members was still too short. It's okay for shooting at stationary targets, but when facing moving targets and battlefield pressure, the accuracy drops sharply. Get closer and shoot. Shoot the tires and the sight glass. He grabbed his AK-74M, switched the fire selector to single fire, and aimed at the right front wheel of the first pickup truck. Hold your breath and pre-press the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the wheel hub, sending sparks flying. The pickup truck jolted but didn't stop. DSHK's heavy machine gun had turned and was aimed at Khalid's bunker. The 12.7mm bullets acted like heavy hammers, peeling away the layers of sandbag bunkers. Khalid pulled his head back, his face covered in sand and scraps of cloth. Withdraw. Withdraw to the second line of defense, as planned. The order was transmitted to the front lines via radio. The militiamen began to retreat while taking turns providing cover. Some people dragged away the wounded, while others threw out smoke grenades. A white smoke screen rose in front of the position, temporarily obscuring the view. But that's exactly what the Sandstorm Army commander wanted. They can't hold on any longer. Charge in with the entire army and crush them. Chapter 32 introduces the ambush zone. A wild roar came from the loudspeaker. The pickup truck and BMP-1 accelerated forward, with militants following behind, howling as they launched their attack. 30 meters. 20 meters. The pickup truck driver at the front of the pack had a ferocious grin on his face. Then, boom! A deafening roar. The ground suddenly bulged upwards, and then a fireball with a diameter of more than 5 meters rose into the air. The pickup truck was flipped over like a toy, its heavy body tumbling halfway through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The fuel tank ruptured, fuel leaked, and was instantly ignited. The entire vehicle was turned into a burning iron coffin. Anti-tank mines. A large machine specifically designed for armor targets. With a charge volume more than 10 times that of infantry mines, the shaped charge's metal jet is powerful enough to penetrate the bottom of most light armor. Immediately afterwards, a second BMP-1 also struck a mine. Boom! The explosion tore a hole in the bottom of the vehicle, and flames and debris poured into the car. Screams came from inside the armored vehicle. The vehicle went out of control, veered off course, and crashed into a pile of rubble, where it lay still. The momentum of the charge stalled. But there are too many enemies. The third pickup truck and the remaining militants had crossed the minefield and were less than 50 meters from the second line of defense. Fire! Fire at full power! Khalid shouted from behind the concrete fortifications of the second line of defense. The militiamen fired desperately from the firing ports and behind their bunkers. But the enemy's firepower was too intense. Bullets from the DSHK heavy machine gun struck the concrete fortifications, carving out craters the size of bowls and sending debris flying everywhere. Furthermore, militants began using RPGs to bombard weak points in the fortifications. Boom! A machine gun position was hit directly by a rocket, blowing the man and his gun to pieces. Commander, we've suffered heavy casualties, and we're about to collapse. Khalid roared into the radio, his voice bloodshot. Inside the command center, Lin Mo watched the green dots receding steadily on the tactical sand table, his face remaining calm. Everything is going according to plan. Execute the second step of the plan, he said into the microphone. Yes. A ruthless glint flashed in Khalid's eyes. Retreat. Abandon the second line of defense. Everyone retreat to the core area. Upon receiving the order, the militiamen, as if granted a pardon, began to run frantically along the prearranged retreat route. Some discarded their heavy weapons, while others helped their seriously wounded comrades. It was chaotic but still relatively orderly. The Sandstorm Army erupted in thunderous cheers as they watched the defenders retreat. They've escaped. Chase after them. Kill them all. The militants poured out from behind the vehicle and began the chase. They broke through the second line of defense and rushed into the oil field's production area. The terrain here is complex, crisscrossing oil pipelines, huge oil storage tanks, abandoned drilling equipment, low-rise sheds. A perfect environment for urban warfare. And the prey is waiting for the hunter here. On the core defensive line, Lin Mo put down his night vision binoculars. Standing beside him were number 1, number 8, and 20 other system soldiers. Everyone switched to equipment more suitable for close combat. Short-barreled AKS, 74s, shotguns, and a large number of grenades. Number 8 even carried an RPG-26 disposable rocket launcher, a brand new product just produced from the Light Weapons Workshop, lighter and more accurate than the old RPG-7. Remember, Lin Mo's voice was crystal clear in the night wind. Let them get close and attack. Use the terrain to divide them. Prioritize eliminating heavy weapons and commanders. Understood. Number 1 nodded. The 2 gold stars on the side of his helmet glowed faintly in the darkness. Lin Mo then examined the weapon in his hand. An AK-74M with a simple red dot sight attached. The system-produced products are much more reliable than those used by civilians. For full magazines, 2 hanging on his chest and 2 on his waist. A Glock 17 pistol was holstered on the side of his leg, along with 2 spare magazines. Finally, he picked up a round thing from the box at his feet. It wasn't a grenade. It is a stun grenade produced by the system. Non-lethal, but capable of creating a huge noise and bright light, instantly incapacitating the enemy. He wore the stun grenade around his neck. Commander, they've entered the ambush zone, number 8 whispered. Lin Mo nodded and pulled down the night vision goggles. In the dark green field of vision, a large number of red humanoid silhouettes were carefully moving between pipes and equipment. The leading group had already closed to within 30 meters. He could even hear their heavy breathing and hushed conversations. It's too quiet here. Beware of ambushes. Lin Mo slowly raised his right hand. Spread your 5 fingers and then clench your fist tightly. Va? Lin Mo's 5 fingers suddenly clenched into an iron fist in midair. At that moment, the ground in the core area of the oil field emitted a click sound as if mechanical unlocking had been performed. The 12th century machine gun turrets, which were originally folded up, suddenly awoke like sleeping steel behemoths. The hydraulic rod hissed as it pushed the heavy alloy base, and the angular turret fully deployed, rose, and locked within 4 seconds. The top armor plate slid open, revealing the barrel of a 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun. Its motor-driven, sound low, and deadly. These are not simple remote-controlled weapon stations. The Sentry machine gun produced by the system is equipped with a simple fire control radar and a thermal imaging/low-light, dual-mode observation and aiming system. The small magazine inside the turret base holds 1,500 rounds of ammunition and is connected to the bolt via a flexible feed chain, which is sufficient to support continuous firing for a long period of time. Free fire, priority targets, personnel clusters, light vehicles, heavy weapons operators. Commands are transmitted instantly via data link. Buzz, buzz. The motors of all 12 gun turrets rotate at high speed simultaneously, and the gun barrels are slightly adjusted in direction. The next second, hell descended. Thump th. The roar of 12 heavy machine guns firing simultaneously was no longer the sound of gunfire, but a death symphony of the industrial age. Each machine gun has a rate of fire of up to 800 rounds per minute. When all 12 are firing simultaneously, more than 160 rounds of 12.7 by 108 millimeters large caliber bullets are fired every second. The barrage of comments was like a physical storm of steel. The first wave of attacks covered the group of armed personnel at the forefront. The effect of a 12.7 millimeters bullet hitting a human body is devastating. The nearest militant was hit in the chest, not through, but blown apart. The immense kinetic energy of the bullet shattered the rib cage and internal organs into fragments, creating a hole the size of a bowl in the back and sending the person flying backward 3 meters. A person nearby was hit in the thigh, and his entire leg was torn off at the hip joint. The broken bone was jagged, and arterial blood spurted more than a meter high. The third bullet grazed another man's shoulder, taking not just a piece of flesh, but his entire shoulder blade and the associated arm muscles, exposing his white collarbone to the air. But this is just the beginning. The fire control system of the Sentry machine gun continuously scans, locks onto, and assigns targets. The turret rotated slightly, and the barrage began to sweep horizontally. The militants fell in droves, like stalks of wheat cut down by a sickle. Chapter 33, Fierce Battle. Some people tried to hide behind the oil pipeline. However, the 12.7mm bullet easily penetrated the 4mm thick steel pipe, piercing through both the person behind it and the pipe. Someone was lying on the ground. The bullets hit the ground, and instead of clods of dirt, they created craters the size of wash basins, with shrapnel and gravel tearing everything within a 3-meter radius to shreds. Find cover! Find cover! A gang leader yelled hoarsely, while he himself huddled behind the wheel of a pickup truck. He was wrong. Knock, 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 knock. They caught up with 4 bursts of fire. The first shot penetrated the steel panel of the car door, the second shot penetrated the engine compartment, and the third shot hit the fuel tank. Boom! The pickup truck turned into a fireball, and the underling was thrown into the air by the blast wave, landing as a charred corpse. Modified pickup truck? Were steel plates welded on? In the face of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, that civilian-grade steel plate is no different from paper. The bullet easily pierced through, bounced, and tumbled inside the vehicle, turning the occupants into a mass of flesh and blood mixed with metal fragments. The only thing that could offer any resistance was those 2 BMP, 1 infantry fighting vehicles. The 73mm turret rotated, attempting to lock onto the machine gun turret. But it's too slow. All 3 Sentry machine guns turned towards it simultaneously. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. A dense hail of bullets rained down on the frontal armor of the BMP-1. The 30mm homogeneous steel armor was hit repeatedly in the same area at extremely close range, and the 5th bullet finally pierced a hole. The clanging and banging sounds came from inside the car, accompanied by shrill screams. The turret's rotation came to an abrupt stop, and black smoke began to billow from the vehicle. The driver panicked and put the car in reverse in an attempt to escape. But at that moment, "Grenadier Squad, charge!" Khalid's voice roared over the radio. 4 militiamen suddenly rushed out from behind 2 low-lying sheds next to them. They worked in pairs, providing cover for each other. What he was holding was not an ordinary Molotov cocktail. It was a modified 5-liter diesel drum, a reinforced combustion bottle. The drum contained a mixture of gasoline, diesel, and crushed rubber particles, and the bottle opening was plugged with a cloth soaked in fuel. When ignited, it burned at a higher temperature and with stronger adhesion. More importantly, 2 RGD-5 grenades were taped to the outside of the barrel. "For Abdu!" A young militiaman roared, lit a strip of cloth, and threw it with all his might. The burning barrel traced an arc in the air. The other person threw a second ball almost simultaneously. The BMP-1 crew saw something flying towards them through the periscope, but the reversing vehicle was clumsy in steering. The first incendiary barrel struck the rear of the vehicle. Boom! The strip of cloth ignited the leaking fuel, and flames instantly engulfed the entire engine compartment. Immediately afterwards, the grenade strapped to the outside was detonated by flames. Boom! Boom! 2 muffled thuds, and shrapnel swept across at close range. The rear radiator grille of the vehicle was blown apart, causing more fuel to leak and the fire to intensify. The second incendiary barrel hit the junction between the turret and the vehicle body directly. The flames seeped into the crack. Ouch, it's hot. It's burning hot. The screams of the crew members came from inside the vehicle. The hatch was suddenly pushed open, and the commander, who was engulfed in flames, struggled to climb out. But he had only shown half his body. Bang! 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 3 precise bursts of fire. Khalid personally handled the gun, and a 5.45mm bullet pierced the opponent's head and chest. The body lay limp at the hatch, still consumed by flames. The other 2 crew members tried to climb out of the driver's hatch, but they were met with more bullets from the militia. Other groups within the grenade launcher team were also in action. They appeared like ghosts from every corner, in pipe trenches, piles of abandoned oil drums, and behind half-collapsed prefabricated houses. It wasn't just Molotov cocktails that were thrown. There were also cluster grenades bundled together with duct tape. 6 RGD-5s tied together, which, when detonated, would cover a range of more than 15 meters. Boom! 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 Explosions occurred one after another. An armed pickup truck attempting to reverse and escape was shoved under the vehicle by cluster grenades. The explosion lifted the entire vehicle half a meter into the air, and all 4 tires burst upon landing. The militants inside the vehicle were blasted and bled from all 7 orifices. Another group of militiamen threw Molotov cocktails at densely populated areas. Flames spread through the crowd, and the fuel-covered militants became human torches, screaming and running around, igniting even more people. But the grenade launcher also paid a price. One squad exposed their position after dropping the bomb and was hit by the coaxial machine gun of a BM-1. A 7.62 millimeters bullet severed both men at the waist. Another group was targeted by a sharpshooter from militants. One was shot in the head and another in the chest, and they fell beside the burning flames. Of the 20-man grenade thrower squad, only 9 survived the first attack. But they accomplished their mission. 4 armored vehicles were disabled or destroyed, more than 30 militants were killed by bombs or burned, and more importantly, the enemy's offensive rhythm was disrupted. Panic began to spread. At this moment, the real killing machine entered the scene. Mobilized soldiers. 235 soldiers emerged simultaneously from their prearranged concealed positions. They didn't shout or howl, only fired cold, efficient, and deadly shots. Unlike the chaotic gunfire of the militia, the conscripts' gunfire had a distinct rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. Short, precise, and almost equally spaced 2 or 3 round bursts. Each burst of fire means a target has fallen. Their positions were carefully calculated. 2 people per group, forming a pincer movement. 3 people per team, creating crossfire. Even more terrifying are those star veterans. Number 1 knelt on the edge of a concrete platform, and with each shot from his SVD sniper rifle, an enemy machine gunner or leader fell. He specifically targeted high-value targets, the assistant gunner holding the heavy machine gun, the foreman shouting into the walkie-talkie, and the gunner trying to operate the RPG. Number 8, along with a 5-man assault team, moved rapidly along the shadows of the utility tunnel. They cut into the enemy's flanks like scalpels, clearing out one firing point after another with short bursts of fire and grenades. In their hands, the AK-74M was like an extended arm. Each time they peeked out and fired, it took no more than 2 seconds, and each shot brought someone down. Lin Mo spotted a few who had slipped through the net, picked up his gun, and went around to their backs to fire shots. He didn't pursue ultimate precision like a star soldier, but instead adopted a more practical approach. Shoot the enemy's back with a 3-round burst to suppress them, then quickly move to a different position and fire 2 more rounds from another angle. His shooting posture was not up to standard, his shoulder was not firmly against the buttstock, and his cheek was not properly pressed against the gun, resulting in slightly poor recoil control. But it's enough. Suddenly, an armed man leaned out from behind the oil tank and aimed his gun at him. Lin Mo fired first. The 3 bullets flew away in a scattering pattern. The first shot hit the oil tank, sending sparks flying. The second shot grazed the opponent's helmet. The third shot hit the shoulder. The other party screamed and shrank back. Lin Mo did not give chase, but immediately crouched down and moved behind a pile of sandbags. Bang! He was hit by a bullet at the spot where he was standing. There's a sniper. Lin Mo's heart tightened. I will no longer risk my life. He quickly lowered his body and gave the order over the radio. Number 6, 10 o'clock position, top of the oil tank, suspected enemy sniper. Take him out. Receive. 30 seconds later, a distinctive gunshot rang out, the muffled sound unique to the VSS silenced sniper rifle used by Number 6. The sound of a heavy object rolling down came from the top of the oil storage tank. The threat has been eliminated. The battle began to turn in one direction. The sentry machine guns provided sustained suppression. The conscripts delivered precise kills, and although the grenade team suffered heavy casualties, they delivered a crucial blow. The number of casualties among armed personnel has skyrocketed. For every meter advanced, 5 or 6 lives are lost. They haven't even reached the edge of the core defense line. Chapter 34 Wolves. This is impossible. 800 meters from the front line, in the Sandstorm Army's makeshift command vehicle, Commander Abu Mondo's face was ashen. What he saw through the telescope was beyond his comprehension. What the heck are those machine gun turrets that suddenly rise from the ground? Automatic aiming, never missing a shot? And where did those soldiers in uniform, with their incredible shooting accuracy, come from? And those reckless, grenade-throwing militiamen? Commander, the 3rd Squad reports losses exceeding 60%. Our squad leader has been killed. All our armored vehicles are destroyed. Not a single one can move. Bad news keeps coming. Abu's hands were shaking. He deployed 1,200 men, which was 80% of the Sandstorm Army's entire force. Less than half an hour into the battle, casualties have already exceeded 300 and are still rising rapidly. More importantly, the collapse in morale was clearly visible. The armed men in front began to hesitate and retreat, some even secretly slipping away. Make them hold on. Anyone who dares to retreat will be executed on the spot by the supervisory team. Abu roared into the walkie-talkie. But even the supervisory team itself was trembling. A sniper bullet, seemingly out of nowhere, pierced the head of the supervising captain. Red and white splattered all over the face of the deputy next to him. I quit. This is suicide. The second-in-command threw down his gun and ran away. A chain reaction has begun. One person running motivates 3 others to run. 3 people running motivate a small team to run. Panic spread like a plague. Retreat, retreat. Abu finally managed to squeeze out the word through gritted teeth. He can't afford to lose all his possessions here. Preserving our strength means there will be other opportunities in the future. All troops retreat. Provide alternating cover and withdraw to the assembly point. The order was given hastily, and worse, no one actually carried out the alternating cover. The retreat turned into a rout. The militants discarded their heavy rocket launchers, ammunition boxes, and some even threw away their rifles, all in order to run faster. They ran back the way they came, like a flock of frightened sheep. They pushed and shoved each other, trampling on each other. The injured man was abandoned on the roadside, wailing and reaching out his hand, but no one turned around. This is the most fatal mistake. Lin Mo witnessed this scene on the core defensive line. In his night vision goggles, red thermal images of people were receding like a tide, their formation chaotic and without any order. Opportunity, he said softly. Then press another communication frequency. Military dog team, release them. Objective, the fleeing enemy troops. Command, free hunt. The commands are simple and cold. The next second, a low, chilling bark came from deep within the oil field. It wasn't a few scattered barks, but a howl like that of a pack of wolves emanating from 50 large dogs simultaneously. In the darkness, streaks of black shadow shot out like arrows released from a bow. The military dogs produced by these systems look like German shepherds, but are a whole size larger. He is over 70 centimeters tall at the shoulder, weighs nearly 50 kilograms, and has bulging muscles like a cheetah. What's even more terrifying is their fighting instinct. Instead of charging forward all at once, the pack of dogs spontaneously split into 5 small teams of 10 each, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. They run at astonishing speeds, exceeding 60 kilometers per hour, traversing complex terrain with ease. The first to suffer were a group of armed men who lagged behind. They were running desperately when they suddenly heard rapid, clawing footsteps behind them. Looking back, a black-backed goat pounced from midair, its weight and momentum exceeding 200 kilograms, knocking one person down. Before the person who fell could react, the canine teeth had already pierced through their throat. Click! The sound of the neck bone breaking was terrifyingly crisp. The companion next to him raised his gun, ready to shoot. But another military dog pounced from the side and bit his wrist. Click! His wrist bone was shattered, and the rifle slipped from his hand. The third military dog pounced on the third person, its canine teeth tearing open the groin artery, causing blood to spurt 2 meters high. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. All 3 died. The pack of dogs did not stop and continued chasing their next target. They possess a certain innate tactical wisdom. They never attack a well-formed, wary target alone, but instead target isolated, panicked enemies with their backs to them. Moreover, the attack sites are extremely tricky. Throat, groin, wrist, ankle, all vital points that can be fatal or maim. One of the underlings spotted the pursuing pack of dogs and was terrified. He pulled out a Makarov pistol and fired 3 shots at the charging black figure. Bang, bang, bang. At a distance of less than 10 meters, he saw the bullet hit its target. It did hit, and blood splattered from the dog's body. But the military dog only swayed slightly, without slowing down at all. The muscle density and bone strength of military dogs far exceed those of ordinary dogs, and they also have specialized fibrous tissue on their surface. Unless a small caliber pistol bullet hits the head or heart, it is difficult to kill them with one shot. On the contrary, the pain fueled their ferocity. At the last second, the military dog leaped up, avoiding the muzzle, and bit the leader's face. The canine teeth pierced through the cheek, crushed the cheekbone, and stabbed into the brain. The gang leader's screams abruptly stopped. His body convulsed violently a few times, then he remained still. Such scenes played out repeatedly along the escape route. In an attempt to escape, the militants completely exposed their backs to the four-legged killers. Someone tried to hide behind a rock. The military dogs would circle around behind. Someone climbed the low wall. Military dogs can jump 2 meters high and drag the person down. Someone threw a grenade at the pack of dogs. The military dogs would scatter beforehand and then pounce after the explosion. Massacre. What is lauter? 50 military dogs, in a 20-minute chase, may have inflicted more casualties than 200 conscripts could in a whole night, because the panic they trigger is amplified geometrically. If one person is bitten to death, the 10 people around him will be terrified. If the 10 people flee, they will break up the formation of even more people. The defeat turned into an avalanche. Abu had already jumped into the last still-functioning armed pickup truck. Drive now, he yelled at the driver. The car started, just about to speed off. A dark figure lunged at the car door from the side. Thump! The heavy impact made the car shake. Abu turned his head and, through the car window, met a pair of eyes that glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness. Those are the eyes of a wolf. No, colder and more ferocious than a wolf. Shoot! Kill it! He shouted to the guards in the truck bed. The guard raised his AK, but the military dog had already jumped off the roof and disappeared into the darkness. Abu breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, bang! The driver's side window was shattered. Another military dog suddenly appeared out of nowhere, half of its body leaning into the vehicle, and bit the driver's neck. The driver screamed as the vehicle went out of control and crashed into a rock on the side of the road. Abu was thrown forward by inertia, his forehead hitting the windshield, and his vision went black. He struggled to his feet and reached for the fallen pistol. He pushed open the car door and stumbled out. Under the moonlight, he saw a sight he would never forget. The 3 military dogs surrounded him in a triangle. They didn't pounce immediately, but approached slowly, making low, threatening growls in their throats. This is the predator's toy. Abu raised his pistol, his hand trembling violently. He glanced at the direction directly in front of him. The military dog on the left suddenly lunged forward. He instinctively turned his gun around. But that was a feint. The military dog on his right launched its attack the instant he turned his head. The 50-kilogram weight sprinted at full speed and knocked him to the ground. The pistol flew out of his hand. Abu tried to struggle, but the military dog's paws pressed down on his chest with such force that he couldn't move. He saw the canine teeth so close at hand and smelled the strong stench of blood and the saliva of a wild beast. No. The military dog didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. Lower your head and bite. Click. The sensation of the neck bone shattering was transmitted to its brain through its canines, and then back to the tactical interface of the command center through some kind of biological neural link. Confirmed kill. Enemy commander, high-tier target. Military dog unit Fong 07 completes the kill. Morale-boosting effect, extremely strong. Chapter 35 Not 1 will be spared. Inside the command center, cold numbers flashed on the holographic screen. Friendly casualties. Conscripts. 34 killed / permanently lost, excluding repair units. Military dogs. 8 killed, 7 seriously wounded, all recovered to the biological repair pod. Militia. 87 dead, 19 seriously wounded, and 63 slightly wounded. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on 19 seriously injured for 2 seconds. There was a lack of medical care and medicine, no proper surgical facilities, and even a shortage of the most basic antibiotics. Of those 19 people, probably no more than 5 will survive until sunrise. This is the cost of war, especially when you have mostly untrained militia at your disposal. Enemy casualties. Confirmed kills, 782. Prisoners captured, 317, including those seriously wounded and unable to move. Estimated number of people fleeing, 100 to 150. Of the 1,200-strong attacking force, less than 1 in 10 managed to escape alive. Even more deadly, more than 530 of the bodies were killed by military dogs during the rout. Even Lin Mo himself was somewhat surprised by this number. He knew that military dogs were very efficient in pursuit operations, but he didn't expect them to be this efficient. Wolfpack tactics, he muttered to himself. 50 systematically enhanced military dogs launched a pursuit when the enemy had completely lost their will to fight and were only concerned with escaping, causing more casualties than an equal number of elite infantry. Because the panic they trigger is chain reaction, avalanche-like. But the cost was also clear. 8 military dogs were killed and 7 were seriously injured. 3 of them were killed by grenades when they were cornered and fought desperately. 2 were hit by machine gun fire, and the rest were killed by stray bullets after charging too fast and getting surrounded. Tools should be used at the right time. Lin Mo reaffirmed this judgment. If the military dogs had been deployed to the front lines at the start of the battle, those 50 lives might have been lost to heavy machine gun fire within 10 minutes. Commander, the battlefield cleanup is basically complete, came number 1's voice from the communicator. Lin Mo switched the camera to see the live situation at the front lines. The militiamen were moving in pairs through the piles of corpses. They weren't holding brooms, but bayonets and entrenching tools. Finish him off. Lin Mo's order was simple. For every enemy who falls, whether they appear dead or not, stab them in the chest or throat again. This is an ironclad rule passed down from ancient battlefields. An enemy who feigns death is often more dangerous than one who openly charges at you. At first, a few militants did try to slip through the net. They closed their eyes, held their breath, and some even placed the bodies of their fallen comrades under them to make themselves look like one of the dead. But the militia carried it out thoroughly. A young militiaman walked up to a corpse, raised his entrenching tool, and was about to smash it down. The corpse suddenly moved. The man suddenly opened his eyes, clutching an F1 grenade with the pin already pulled out. "Let's die together," he roared ferociously. But the younger militiaman reacted faster. Or rather, he didn't think that much about it all. Lin Mo's order was every corpse must be finished off, so it was carried out. The entrenching tool came crashing down. Click! The sound of a skull cracking. The grenade rolled out from between the loosened fingers and the safety lever snapped open. Another veteran nearby reacted quickly and kicked the grenade away. The grenade arced through the air and landed on the open ground 10 meters away. Boom! Fragments were scattered, but no one was injured. Damn it, almost. The young militiaman gasped for breath, his face pale. The veteran patted him on the shoulder. Next time, step on his hand before chopping off his head. Similar incidents occurred 7 or 8 times. Some feigned death to launch a sneak attack. Some were injured and fell to the ground but still tried to resist, and some suddenly jumped up to try to escape. Without exception, they were all finished off with bayonets, entrenching tools, or even pistols pointed at their heads. When the last hitting was halfway done, there wasn't enough room left for the remaining corpse. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. I really surrender." Dozens of people crawled out of the pile of corpses, raised their hands, their faces filled with despair and a sense of relief. They thought they could escape by playing dead, but they didn't expect the guards to be so ruthless. They didn't even spare the dead. The militiamen roughly dragged these people out, tied their hands behind their backs with plastic cable ties, and kicked and drove them together. No one will show mercy to these executioners who burned down their homes and killed their loved ones. One prisoner was a fraction of a second too slow and was immediately struck in the face with a rifle, but breaking his nose and causing it to bleed profusely. "Run, you bastard!" Khalid stood before the group of prisoners, his face cold. There were a few specks of blood, already blackened, splattered on his face. It wasn't his own. It was splattered on a stubborn prisoner during the interrogation when he severed his Achilles tendon with a dagger. "Commander." He walked up to Lin Mo and lowered his voice. "We found out. Their hideout is in the southeast, about 120 kilometers from here. It's an abandoned oil transfer station that was converted into a base. How many defenders are left?" The prisoner said there were still 300 to 400 men. But Khalid paused. At least half of them were women they kidnapped, used for, The actual combat personnel are probably less than 200, and most of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled. The elite have all been brought out to fight us. Lin Mo nodded. As expected, with everyone leaving, their hometown will inevitably be empty. What about the supplies? That was what he was more concerned about. It said they have some stockpiles. After joining the opposition armed alliance, these guys received aid from foreign forces. They have weapons, ammunition, and probably some valuables. But these few henchmen don't know the exact amount. Lin Mo looked at the more than 300 prisoners gathered in the distance. These people squatted on the ground, shivering. Some were weeping softly, and some were praying. They were dressed in a motley collection of clothes, some even barefoot. They had lost their shoes in the process of fleeing. His eyes were filled with fear of death. Leave a few to guide us, Lin Mo said in a flat tone, as if he were asking what to eat today. You can handle the rest. A fierce glint flashed in Khalid's eyes. Clear. He turned and walked back to the group of prisoners, drawing his pistol from his waist. The gun is the classic TT, 33 Tokarev, 7.62 by 25 millimeters caliber. Although it is old, it is still powerful enough at close range. The prisoners became agitated when they saw the gun in his hand. No, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. I have children at home. Please, I can tell you where the treasure is hidden. I know where they hid their valuables. Pleading, crying, and cursing filled the air. Khalid raised his gun and aimed it at the first prisoner who spoke. He was a man in his 30s with a scar on his face, but at that moment he was crying his eyes out. Children, Khalid sneered. When you stormed into Abdu village, did you think about those children? Bang! The bullet pierced through his forehead, exploding a hole in the back of his head. The body fell backward. The second prisoner screamed and tried to run away. Bang! The bullet pierced his lung, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, blood and foam gushing from his mouth. Khalid did not finish him off, leaving him to slowly die in a pool of blood. This is deterrence. Chapter 36, Eliminating the Weeds at the Root. Whoever led the way, stepped forward. He roared, I'll only count to 10. Anyone still squatting after I've counted 10, they're all dead. The prisoners erupted in uproar. Some people struggled to stand up, but their hands, which were tied behind their backs, made them clumsy. Some people are desperately pushing forward, trying to push others out to be their scapegoats. A few others, with red eyes, cursed, Allah will punish you infidels. Khalid raised his hand and fired 3 shots. The cursing stopped abruptly. 10, 9, 8. He started counting down. When the count reached 3, a dozen or so people finally tumbled out. I'll lead the way. I know how to avoid the checkpoints on the road. Don't kill me. Khalid glanced at them and selected 10 who looked the most timid and cooperative. Tie him to the car. The militiamen stepped forward and dragged the 10 people away. The rest. Khalid stepped back a few paces and gestured to the militia captain beside him. 12 militiamen stepped forward, raising their AKMs and Type 56 assault rifles, copycat AK-47s. They lined up, guns pointed at the group of prisoners. The prisoners completely broke down. Some people tried to stand up and run away, but were shot down as soon as they got up. Some people knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately, their foreheads bleeding. Some people collapsed to the ground, losing control of their bladder and bowels. Fire. Khalid's voice was icy. Tot. The gunshot rang out and lasted for a full 20 seconds. More than 300 people fell down like grass being cut down. The pool of blood spread rapidly, soaking the sand and reflecting a dark red luster in the morning light. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the smells of gunpowder, feces, and death. Several newly joined militia members couldn't help but vomit. Khalid watched expressionlessly until the last scream ceased. Drag them away and throw them into the desert to feed the wolves. Yes, Yorkam and Emily came together around this time. They originally intended to congratulate Lin Mo and, incidentally, sound him out. But as soon as they got closer, the two froze. Emily was the first to see the ground clearly. It wasn't the yellowish-brown of sand, but a dark red, large patches of semi-congealed blood glistening with an oily sheen in the rising sun. Scattered among the bloodstains were torn clothes, discarded ammunition boxes, and deformed gun parts. Then she saw the body. It wasn't a complete corpse, it was remains. A headless corpse lay on its back, its chest cavity blown open, its internal organs spilling out onto the ground. Beside it, Two severed legs were stacked together at an odd angle, still covered with pants stained with mud and blood. Further away, a pile of corpses was haphazardly stacked, like waste in a junkyard. Ugh! Emily covered her mouth and turned around to dry heave. Yurkam's face turned pale. He boasted that he had seen the world. He had been through the ups and downs of the business world, dealt with both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and even witnessed the aftermath of gang warfare. But compared to what's in front of us, those are just child's play. This is not a fight, this is a massacre. More than 300 people were executed en masse, their bodies piled up like mountains, and their blood flowed like rivers. He was just drinking coffee in his room, thinking about how to bargain with Lin Mo. Mr. Lin. Yurkam's voice was a little dry. Lin Mo turned around, his face expressionless. His desert camouflage combat uniform was covered in dust and dark brown bloodstains, and he was holding an AK-74M in his hand, the barrel of which was slightly steaming. Mr. Yurkam, Miss Emily. He nodded. Sorry, things are a bit chaotic. A bit messy? Emily finally stopped vomiting, raised her head, and her bright blue eyes were filled with terror. She looked at Lin Mo, then at the militiamen dragging the corpses, and finally her gaze fell on Khalid. The young man was wiping the blood off his hands with a rag, his movements as practiced as if he were wiping tableware. They're all dead? Her voice trembled. Enemy, Lin Mo corrected. These are enemies who want to seize our oil fields and kill our people. He took a step forward, his military boots making a soft splat sound as they stepped into the pool of blood. This is the price. He looked at Yurkam and said calmly, On my territory, whoever reaches out, I will cut off their hand. Whoever tries to kill my people, I will exterminate their entire clan. Yurkam's Adam's apple bobbed. For the first time, he felt a substantial, chilling sense of oppression emanating from this young Chinese man. That wasn't the arrogance of a nouveau riche, nor the barbarity of a warlord, but a colder, more rational sense of control. Like a sophisticated machine, it takes threat as input and outputs destruction. Sir, Yurkam unconsciously used honorifics. Your bravery and strength, and that of your warriors, have been proven in the best way. He forced a smile, trying to make his tone sound sincere. It's our good fortune that Emily and I have your protection here. As for the fees we discussed earlier, I think they are very reasonable, even a little shameful, since you have paid far more than we have. This was half flattery and half sincerity. After seeing this scene, Yurkam completely gave up the idea of bargaining. $100,000 a day. Cheap. His only worry now is whether Lin Mo will raise prices. You're too kind. Lin Mo waved his hand. You are guests. It is our duty to protect your safety. He glanced at Emily, who was still trembling, and added, However, this place is indeed not suitable for a long stay. The smell of blood is too strong. You and Miss Emily should stay in a safe and comfortable room. Yurkam immediately understood. Yes, we'll go back now. Emily, let's go. He helped his daughter up and practically fled from this hellish scene. After walking several dozen meters, Emily asked in a low voice, Dad, who exactly is he? Yurkam remained silent for a few seconds. Remember, daughter. He lowered his voice. From now on, we'll listen to whatever he says. Don't ask why. Don't be curious. But, no buts. Yurkam interrupted her, his eyes serious. Here, he is the king, and we are merely guests temporarily residing in the palace. Do you understand? Emily bit her lip and finally nodded. After they left, Lin Mo looked at Khalid. Ready. Khalid stood at attention. 100 conscripts, 300 militiamen, all the vehicles that can move have been filled with fuel. The prisoners are also tied up. Lin Mo looked up at the sky. The sun had fully risen, and golden sunlight spilled across the earth, but it could not dispel the stench of blood and death in the air. Set off. A convoy of more than 20 vehicles roared out of the oil field. Leading the way were 3 armed pickup trucks, each with a PKM general-purpose machine gun mounted on its roof. In the middle were 5 trucks, their cargo compartments crammed with fully armed soldiers. Finally, there are 2 oil tankers, a round trip of over 200 kilometers, so the fuel supply must be plentiful. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the second pickup truck, holding a satellite map in his hand. The prisoners were tied up in the train car and guarded by 2 conscripts. The convoy sped along the bumpy desert road, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. More than 3 hours later, at 3 a.m., The outline of a group of buildings came into view ahead. That was indeed an abandoned oil transfer station. Several low, concrete houses, a few rusty oil storage tanks, and makeshift fortifications built around them with wire mesh and sandbags. Chapter 37, A Bunch of Poor Guys. Through the night vision goggles, scattered lights could be seen on the guard tower. Someone was smoking. The defense was very lax. The convoy drove past without slowing down at all. The sentry on the watchtower stood up and shone his flashlight in their direction. He thought it was his own army returning in triumph. "Hey, did you win?" the sentry shouted. No one answered. The convoy continued forward, with only 100 meters left to the gate. The sentry finally realized something was wrong. The convoy's formation was too orderly, unlike the style of their rabble. Moreover, the machine gunners on the roofs of the lead vehicles were wearing uniforms and helmets. "No, it's the enemy." He hadn't finished speaking. Thump, 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 thump. The PCM on the roof of the pickup truck opened fire. A 7.62 millimeters bullet swept across the guard tower, shattering the sentry and the wooden railings. The convoy accelerated suddenly, smashed open the half-closed barbed wire gate, and rushed into the stronghold. Enemy attack. A piercing scream shattered the darkness of the night. But it was too late. The convoy was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the heart. The first truck braked suddenly, and the rear cargo bed dropped down. 20 flamethrower soldiers jumped down. These giants, clad in sealed fireproof suits and carrying fuel tanks, appeared in the darkness like demons crawling out of hell. They ran in pairs toward the nearest house with lights on. An armed man leaned out of the window and raised his rifle. The flamethrower soldier raised his flamethrower. Boomstreepje! A fire dragon, 20 meters long, spewed out. The orange-red flames instantly engulfed the window, and the armed man didn't even have time to scream before he was turned into a human torch. Flames poured in through the window, igniting everything inside. Fabric, wood, and even human fat are all excellent fuels. Inhuman screams echoed from inside the house. Several people engulfed in flames burst through the door and rolled on the ground, but the gasoline stuck to their bodies and they couldn't extinguish the fire. The flamethrower soldier didn't even glance at them, turning to the next target. Boom! Another house was set on fire. Some militants hid in sandbag bunkers, thinking they could escape unscathed. But they forgot, fire can bend. The flamethrower soldier walked to the side of the bunker and aimed the flamethrower at the opening in the bunker. Boom! The fire dragon poured in. The bunker instantly turned into an oven. The piercing screams, so shrill they were inhuman, lasted for more than 10 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Only the stench of burning flesh wafted out. Devils, they are devils. A young militant broke down, threw down his gun, and knelt on the ground, wailing loudly. But nobody paid him any attention. A conscript ran past him and smashed his temple with the butt of his rifle. The body collapsed to the ground. The battle, if it can even be called a battle, was a one-sided massacre. Most of the more than 200 armed men who remained were burned to death in their beds while they were still asleep. A few quick-reacting individuals picked up weapons to resist, but were soon killed by precise pinpoint shots. Someone tried to organize a counterattack, but after shouting twice, they were shot in the head by bullets that seemed to come from nowhere. Lin Mo's order was clear: leave no one alive. This is not incorporation, not conquest, it is elimination. In the bloodiest and most thorough way, let all those who covet his oil fields on this land know: invaders die. Invaders stronghold, slaughter. An hour later, the gunfire had mostly stopped. The remaining militants in the stronghold, numbering less than 20, were all tied up and left on the open ground. The rest were either burned to charcoal or shredded into sieves. Search all the houses, floors, walls, ceilings. Don't miss any gaps, Lin Mo ordered. The militiamen stormed into the buildings like wolves. They stabbed the floor with bayonets, smashed the walls with hammers, and even ravaged the latrines. But the results were disappointing. Commander, we found 30 boxes of rifles in the eastern warehouse. They're all old AKMs, with the rifling almost worn down. There was some ammunition in the west room, but it was severely damp and half of it was unusable. A small vault was found, containing only $120,000, 2 gold bars, and some jewelry. Khalid looked very grim when he gave his report. This was far from the treasure he had envisioned. Lin Mo walked up to the so-called vault, which was actually a safe made from a metal cabinet, hidden under the bed. The contents inside were pitifully meager. The gold bars are genuine, each weighing approximately 500 grams, and of good quality. The jewelry was a hodgepodge, including gold rings, silver necklaces, and even a few cheap watches, clearly stolen from ordinary people. A bunch of poor bastards. Lin Mo spat on the ground. He had originally hoped to make a fortune, but now it seems that the Sandstorm Army is just a bandit-level armed force that looks powerful, but is actually dirt poor. Foreign aid? There may have been some, but it's estimated that it was all squandered by the higher-ups long ago. What about the women? He asked. There are about 150 people in the sheds at the back, Khalid said. Lin Mo walked over and took a look. The so-called shacks were actually makeshift shelters built with wooden planks and canvas, and were crammed with women. There were young people and middle-aged people, all around their 20s or 30s. They were barely clothed, their eyes were vacant, and their bodies were covered in bruises and wounds. When they saw Lin Mo enter, everyone shrank back in fright, and some even burst into tears. Lin Montak frowned. He had originally planned to pick out some young and good-looking girls to take back and enrich the service staff in the living area. But what's in front of us? Long-term malnutrition, coupled with inhuman torture, has left them looking emaciated, and some have even gone insane. Bringing it back would just be a burden. Leave them 2 days' worth of food and water. Lin Mo turned and left. The rest, let them fend for themselves. Yes. The convoy began loading its spoils. Lin Mo didn't care for those dilapidated weapons, but he still took the ammunition. It was damp, but it might still be usable after drying. Food, medicine, fuel, all these essential supplies were loaded onto the truck. Finally, the militiamen poured gasoline on the stronghold and set it ablaze. Flames shot into the sky, turning the night sky orange-red. More than 150 women stood outside the firelight, staring blankly as their former prison turned to ashes. Some people knelt on the ground and wept. Some walked aimlessly into the desert, and others tried to keep up with the convoy, but were violently pushed away by the militia. Go back to your own home and get out of here. As the convoy drove away, Lin Mo glanced at it in the rearview mirror. The women stood before the firelight like a group of homeless ghosts. He looked away and closed his eyes. Back to the oil field. The convoy sped through the pre-dawn darkness, with towering flames and billowing smoke trailing behind it. A lightning-fast raid, a complete wipeout. The Sandstorm Army has been wiped off the face of the earth. But Lin Mo knew that there would never be few enemies on this land. Today the sandstorm may be quelled, tomorrow a hurricane may appear, and the day after tomorrow a thunderstorm may strike. Only by becoming stronger, so strong that no one dares to lay a hand on us. He brought up the system panel. Fund reserves, 330,000 continuously growing. Chapter 38 Target Customers. The spoils from the raid on the Sandstorm Army stronghold were piled up like a small mountain in front of the recycling center. 2 500-gram gold bars, a pile of miscellaneous jewelry, 30 boxes of old AKMs, damp ammunition, and several rusty generators. Lin Mo stood in front of the mountain of junk and lit a cigarette. System, reclaim everything. Under evaluation. Items, mixed metals/firearms/precious metals/cash. Total converted value, 247,310 cash. Have you confirmed the recall? Confirm. A low, mechanical roar came from inside the recycling center. The conveyor belt starts, and the robotic arm nimbly grabs the items and sends them into the shredding chamber. Metals are crushed and smelted. Gold bars and jewelry are refined and transformed. 2 minutes later, the account was updated. Current total funds, 573,140. 570,000. Lin Mo exhaled a smoke ring, pondering in his mind. The oil refinery produces a stable output of 43,000 per day, and the Yorkham father and daughter pay 100,000 per day for accommodation, totaling 143,000. 2 days later, Yorkham will have to pay the next installment. Given the current mindset of this father and daughter, having witnessed that massacre, they should be quite happy to continue paying for peace. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had long suspected that Yorkham was acting strangely. A normal person, especially a businessman, would react to this situation in a war-torn country by leaving the horrific place as quickly as possible. But what about Yorkham? They've stayed for so many days and haven't mentioned leaving at all. Every day, besides taking walks with my daughter, I hide in my room and use the satellite phone to contact whoever I don't know. What exactly is he plotting in Syria? Lin Mo didn't bother to investigate further. As long as the money is there, as long as we don't touch his oil fields or engage in any underhanded tactics, he can stay as long as he wants. It's just a matter of each getting what they need. He stubbed out his cigarette and turned to walk towards the dormitory building. I didn't sleep all night, and drowsiness washed over me like a tide. Lin Mo slept for 6 hours. He was awakened by the noise coming from the walkie-talkie. Captain, a group of about 20 people has been spotted to the northwest and is approaching. Judging from their clothes, they look like foreigners. Do you have any weapons? No obvious weapons were seen, but it's uncertain. Lin Mo frowned and sat up, glancing at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Khalid, what's going on? Commander, the sentry reports that a group of foreigners is approaching, about 5 kilometers away. Khalid's voice was wary. I've already ordered the militia into defensive positions, but I need your instructions. I'm coming. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo climbed onto the observation post on the outer defensive line. He spotted the team through the binoculars. Just as the sentry described, there were more than 20 people, including men, women, and children. The majority of the population is white, but there are a few black people as well. Although the clothes were covered in dust, you could tell they were originally of good quality. Some people wore North Face outdoor jackets, and others wore Osprey professional mountaineering backpacks. More importantly, these people did not have the ferocity of militants. They only showed fatigue and fear from a long journey. They looked like refugees. Khalid, standing nearby, said, "Should we kick them out?" According to previous practices, all non-essential personnel were expelled. But Lin Mo's eyes lit up. He saw a business opportunity. Get rid of them? Are you crazy? Lin Mo put down his binoculars. These are all clients, potential big clients. A client. Khalid was taken aback. The foreigners here are either journalists, NGO workers, or businessmen, and none of them are too poor. Lin Mo patted Khalid on the shoulder. Keep an eye on him and learn how to make money. He straightened his collar and said to the 2 conscripts behind him, "Come with me. Relax, don't frighten the guests." Yes. Khalid followed procedure and first issued a warning through a loudspeaker. Halt! This is private property. Leave immediately, or we will open fire. The sound traveled far across the vast desert. That team was clearly stuck. A middle-aged white man raised his hands and shouted in accented English, "Please don't shoot. We're unarmed. We're civilians fleeing the country. Please, give us some food, some water." His voice was hoarse, almost trembling with tears. Several women in the group slumped to the ground, and a child began to cry. Lin Mo then led his men forward. He gestured for the militiamen to put down their guns, and put on that just right friendly smile. "Everyone, I'm sorry I startled you." His English is fluent, with a slight American accent. This is the effect of the system's built-in language module. My men are too tense. Things haven't been peaceful here lately. He walked up to the middle-aged white man and extended his hand. "I am Lin Mo, the person in charge here." "Jonathan." The other person shook hands, somewhat flattered. "Jonathan Miller. We escaped from Tartus." Tartus, a port city on the Mediterranean coast of Syria, is more than 200 kilometers away. You must have had a long journey. Lin Mo glanced at the group of people. "Judging from your appearance, you haven't had a proper meal in a long time, have you?" He turned to Khalid and said, "Go and tell the kitchen to prepare food. Make plenty and make sure the portions are generous." Then he added, "Bring me my case of beer too, the German kind." Khalid was taken aback. Beer is a rare commodity here, and Lin Mo has been reluctant to drink it, saying he wants to save it for a celebration. Now, they're actually using this to entertain these strangers? "Go quickly," Lin Mo whispered in Arabic. "Investment, understand?" Khalid nodded as if he understood, then ran off. 20 minutes later, in the open space of the base, several broken tables were pieced together to form a long strip. Several large bowls were brought out. Hummus, scones, well-cooked lamb, and vegetable soup, and precious canned fruit. The portions were indeed very generous. Each pot was piled high with food. The case of Bitburger beer was also brought over, and Lin Mo personally opened it and handed it to everyone. "Don't be shy, you're a guest here." He smiled and said, "Eat your fill first, then we can talk slowly." These people were starving. The moment they saw the food, all notions of gentlemanly manners and ladylike etiquette vanished. An old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like a scholar, directly used his hands to shovel pancakes, dip them in bean paste, and stuff them into his mouth. A young woman, ignoring the heat, held the soup bowl and drank it in large gulps, the soup dripping down her chin. The children devoured their food, and their parents couldn't keep up. Lin Mo sat to the side, slowly drinking his beer and observing. He could roughly judge these people's economic situation from the details of their eating habits, clothing, and personal belongings. The middle-aged man named Jonathan was wearing an Omega Seamaster watch on his wrist. Although it was covered in dust, the dial was not broken, and it should be worth several thousand US. Another woman in her 40s, though disheveled, still wore diamond earrings that occasionally shimmered in the sunlight. There was also a young black man carrying a National Geographic professional camera bag. The camera inside probably wasn't cheap either. A rich person, Lin Mo concluded in his mind. Chapter 39, Making Money is Not Shameful. He spoke only after everyone had almost finished eating. Everyone, can you tell me now what exactly happened? Jonathan wiped his mouth, his eyes reddening. They were members of an international archaeological team that was excavating a Roman-era site near Tartus. 3 days ago, a group of armed men calling themselves the Free Army seized the city. They looted the archaeological team's camp, taking all the valuable artifacts and equipment, and also killed 2 local assistants. The remaining people took advantage of the chaos to escape the city and wandered in the wilderness for 3 days, eventually scattering from the initial 40-odd people to only 23. Our passports, wallets, and luggage were all stolen. A French woman choked up as she said, "I'm penniless now, and I don't know where to go." "Where's the embassy?" Lin Mo asked. "The consulate in Tartus has been closed for a long time." Jonathan shook his head. "Damascus, we can't go there at all. The roads are full of checkpoints and militants." Everyone chattered, recounting the hardships they had endured along the way, evading patrols, drinking water from muddy puddles, and narrowly escaping an attack by a pack of wolves. Several people cried as they spoke. Lin Mo cooperated by showing a sympathetic expression, nodding from time to time, and handing over a tissue. But his mind wasn't on that at all. He was calculating. 23 people, categorized by economic strength. Top-tier clients, like your Cam, $100,000 per day, not available at the moment. High-end clients like Jonathan, $20,000 to $50,000 per day, probably 2 or 3. Mid-range clients, around $10,000 per day, approximately 10 clients. Basic clients, $3,000 per day, and the rest. A rough calculation shows that daily income can reach over $200,000. This is only the first batch. If the news gets out, if more foreign refugees know that there is a safe zone here. "Mr. Lin, could you take us in?" Jonathan asked cautiously. "We won't stay for nothing. Once the situation stabilizes, we'll definitely repay you handsomely." Lin Mo was waiting for these words. He put down the beer bottle, a troubled expression on his face. "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to help you." He sighed. "But as you can see, this is not a charity. I need to pay the wages of every soldier here, buy weapons, and maintain the fortifications, all for the safety of this area." He pointed to the charred remains of armored vehicles in the distance. "Just last night, more than 1,000 militants attacked this place. We repelled them, but at a great cost." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and gasped when they saw the charred steel skeletons. So, Lin Mo changed the subject. "If you want to stay here and accept my protection, I need to charge you a certain fee." "Cost?" a young woman asked timidly, "but we have no money left." "Don't rush, let me finish." Lin Mo waved his hand. "I have set up several accommodation options, and you can choose according to your own situation." He cleared his throat and began his sales pitch. Tier 1, basic package, $3,000 per day. 8-person room, shared bathroom, 3 meals a day included. The same standard you just ate. No work required, basic protection provided. The second tier, the comfort package, $10,000 per day. 4-person room, private bathroom, upgraded meals, and room cleaning service. The third tier, the premium package, $20,000 to $50,000 per day. Single or double rooms, with maids on call, priority food service, and even a separate rest area. Of course, if you don't want to spend money, you also have 2 options. Lin Mo looked at everyone and said, "One option is to leave now, and I will show you a relatively safe route. The other option is to stay and be like my militiamen, take up arms and go to the battlefield when the enemy comes, work in peacetime in exchange for food and lodging. He paused for a moment to process the information. Then add the most crucial sentence. But I must remind you that you know better than I do what the outside world is like. Once you leave here, when will you get your next meal? Will the next bullet hit you? Nobody knows. Silence. The 23 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Leave? They were at their wits' end. Fighting with guns? What a joke. They're scholars, photographers, researchers, and businessmen who have never even touched a gun. There's only one remaining option: buy peace of mind with money. I'll choose the basic package. The elderly scholar, who appeared to be the poorest, spoke first. But I don't have any money right now. Could I owe you some? Wait until I contact my family. Sorry, we do not offer credit. Lin Mo smiled. However, you can use your valuables as collateral. Watches, jewelry, electronic devices, all could be used as collateral. The old scholar hesitated for a moment, then took off his wedding ring. Lin Mo took it and examined it against the light. It's made of 18K gold and set with a small diamond. System evaluation. Item, gold and diamond ring, consumer grade. Recovery value, 12,000. Suggested conversion, 8,000 US dollars. Black market price, approximately 1,500 US dollars. 8,000 US dollars is enough for you to stay for 3 days. Lin Mo said, 3 days from now, you either pay the difference, leave, or work to pay off the debt. The old scholar gritted his teeth and said, deal. Once there's a first one, there's bound to be a second. The woman wearing diamond earrings, a pair of earrings estimated to be worth 2,000. Lin Mo glanced at the black used camera bag and camera, a Canon EOS 5D Mark IV with a 24 to 70 millimeters red ring lens. The camera is nice. Lin Mo weighed it in his hand. 5,000. Sir, it's worth far more than that, the young black man exclaimed anxiously. That was before. Lin Mo handed the camera back to him. This is a war zone now. Its only use is to hit people. You can keep it for self-defense if you want. The young black man hesitated for a long time before finally handing it over. You can buy another camera if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Of the 23 people, 18 chose the basic package, 4 chose the comfort package, and only Jonathan gritted his teeth and chose the deluxe package for a single room. Lin Mo collected the fees for 3 days on the spot. Cash, collateral, and some even used laptops and tablets as collateral. After everyone was settled, he returned to the command center and counted the revenue. Lin Mo sat in front of the control panel, a smile finally appearing on his face. If you can earn this income every day, you'll have 3 million a month. It's much more lucrative than oil fields. Moreover, this business is sustainable. As long as Syria remains in chaos, and as long as people want to escape, there will be a market for his safe zone. Perhaps we should consider expanding the accommodation area. He stroked his chin, thinking. Where to get building materials is a problem. Chapter 40, Strengthening Defense. After settling the new guests in, Lin Mo went upstairs. Yorkham's room door was open, and he was smoking by the window. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he immediately put on a smile. Mr. Lin, I heard that another group of guests has arrived? Yes, some scholars who fled. Lin Mo walked into the room. But don't worry, you and Miss Emily are still my most important guests. Their treatment is incomparable to yours. Yorkham was very pleased with these words. Mr. Lin, you're too kind. He paused for a moment, then said, Actually, Emily, and I might stay a little longer. You see, things are getting more and more chaotic outside, but this place is actually the safest. You can stay as long as you like, Lin Mo said with a smile. I welcome guests like you anytime. The two exchanged a few more polite words. As he was leaving, Yorkham said, By the way, I'll transfer the next installment to you now. Just 1 week's worth, 700,000, right? Yes, my most honored guest. I quickly received a notification on my phone that the money had been deposited into my account. Account inflow, 700,000 US dollars. Current total funds, 1,573,140. It has surpassed 1 million. Lin Mo returned to the command center and looked at the number, his heart beating slightly faster. That's enough. He brought up the build panel, hovering the cursor over the icon he had longed for. Buildup. Construction cost, 1,200,000. Construction time, 72 hours. Function, unlocks advanced tech trees, enabling unit upgrades / special units / advanced equipment research. Prerequisites: possess at least 3 barracks for thirds, a tank factory 0 to 1, and a radar, already achieved. We're still missing a tank factory. The tank factory costs 500,000. If we start building the combat laboratory now, our funds will be exhausted, and if any unforeseen circumstances arise, we won't even have the money to mass-produce troops. Lin Mo stared at the screen, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Reason told him that he should build a tank factory first, and then save money to build a combat laboratory. You have to climb the technology tree step by step. But he glanced at the radar map. There are currently no large-scale enemy threats within a 50-kilometer radius. But who can guarantee what will happen tomorrow or the day after? The Sandstorm army was wiped out, but what about the other armed groups? What about the rebels supported by foreign forces? Even, what about the government troops who turn into bandits? With troops at my command, I have nothing to fear. He recalled an experience from when he played real-time strategy games and was overwhelmed by the opponent's low-level army. Ultimately, he made a decision. 200 system production mobilization soldiers. Command confirmed. 200 conscripts. Cost 1 million. Total cost, 1 million funds. Remaining funds, 573,140. Lin Mo's funds were depleted instantly, but he didn't care. With all 7 barracks open, the rate of troop production increases significantly. They finally managed to muster enough troops for a battalion. That's more like it. Not enough, he murmured. Ground troops alone are not enough. He needs eyes. Eyes that can see further and more clearly. He brought up another icon, the one he had unlocked before, but hadn't had the money to build. Lightweight drone factory. Cost, 200,000. Construction time, 60 minutes. Function, production / maintenance of light reconnaissance drones. Available models. Peregrine Light Reconnaissance UAV, basic model. Cost, 240,000. Battery life, 6 hours. Range, 320 kilometers. Combat radius, 160 kilometers. Service ceiling, 5,000 meters. Speed, maximum 180 km/h, cuisine 120 km/h. Payload, high-definition optical camera, 30x zoom, infrared thermal imager, laser rangefinder. Wingspan, 3.2 meters. Takeoff method, catapult / runway. Recovery method, parachute drop / barrier net. Build a drone factory. Lin Mo clicked to confirm. Instruction confirmed. Deduct 200,000. On the open ground to the east of the base, a silver-gray building began to grow from the ground. Unlike previous construction methods, the drone factory uses more advanced modular rapid assembly technology. The foundation was solidified within 10 minutes, and the prefabricated alloy frame rose from the ground, assembled, and locked like building blocks. The wall panels fit together automatically, and the internal pipes are laid out on their own like living vines. The entire construction process was quiet, efficient, and futuristic. An hour later, the factory was completed. It was a flat-roofed building about 40 meters long and 20 meters wide, with huge sliding doors on the side and solar panels on the roof. Lin Mo walked inside. The factory is divided into 3 areas. The left side is the raw material storage and pre-processing area. The middle is the assembly line, and the right side is the testing and maintenance area. On the assembly line, a robotic arm is at work. Lin Mo walked to the console and brought up the production interface. The icon for the Peregrine drone is lit up, with a price tag of 240,000 next to it. Expensive. That's really expensive. One light reconnaissance drone could be used to build a platoon of conscripts. But Lin Mo knew that this money had to be spent. With eyes in the sky, he can see much farther. Produce one. He clicked through gritted teeth. Instruction confirmed. 240,000 funds deducted. Production has begun. Estimated completion time, 40 minutes. The production line has started. The robotic arm picks up carbon fiber composite material sheets from the material library and feeds them into the CNC cutting machine. Lasers precisely cut out the shapes of the wings and fuselage skin. Another robotic arm begins assembling the skeleton, a lightweight aluminum alloy truss structure, achieving a perfect balance of strength and weight. The engine is a small turbojet, only the size of a rugby ball, but it can output enough thrust. The most sophisticated payload bay was carefully installed, a high-definition camera, an infrared sensor, a data link antenna, and a small synthetic aperture radar module. The entire production process is fully automated, with no human intervention. 40 minutes later, the assembly was completed. A drone with a matte, gray finish and sleek lines was conveyed out of the assembly area and into the testing area via a conveyor belt. The robotic arm performs a full scan of the machine. Structural strength, air tightness, circuit connectivity, sensor calibration, etc. All passed. Finally, the drone was loaded onto a small trailer, transported out of the factory via rail, and onto a makeshift outdoor runway. The track is 100 meters long and is paved with hardened steel plates. The drone was fixed on a catapult. Inside the control room, the screen in front of Lin Mo lit up, displaying the drone status. System self-check complete. Fuel 100%. Load normal. Data link connected. Should we launch? Lin Mo took a deep breath. Emission. Press the button. Bang. Compressed air propels the launch slider, and the drone accelerates to takeoff speed in just 30 meters, lifting off the ground lightly. Climbing. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. The view on the screen gradually changed from an aerial view of the base to a panoramic view of the vast desert. The optical camera automatically adjusts its focus, making every car, every pedestrian, and even footprints on the sand clearly visible. Switching to infrared mode exposes heat sources, animals hiding in the shadows, engines that haven't fully cooled down, and even hot water flowing in underground pipes. Data is transmitted in real time with a delay of no more than 0.1 seconds. Lin Mo manipulated the joystick, making the drone hover, turn, and dive. It's so smooth, it's like playing a simulation game. He directed the drone to fly southeast, towards the Sandstorm Army stronghold. The drone covered a distance of 50 kilometers in just 20 minutes. The image on the screen made Lin Mo's eyes narrow. The stronghold was still burning, but the fire had subsided considerably. However, about 3 kilometers outside the stronghold, he saw traces of the convoy, more than a dozen fresh tire tracks extending northeastward. Judging from the spacing and depth of the ruts, it was a medium-sized truck with a considerable load. Someone has already been there. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Is it the remnants of the Sandstorm Army? Or some other force? He had the drone climb to 4,000 meters to expand the search area. About 20 kilometers to the northeast, in a sheltered valley, he saw the temporary camp. 7 or 8 tents, 5 or 6 pickup trucks, and about 30 or 40 people. Chapter 41, Robbery. There were some boxes piled up next to the tent, but it was impossible to tell what they contained. Really? Lin Mo sneered. The rebels are like a bunch of cockroaches. You can't kill them all no matter how hard you try, and there are still some that have escaped. He disregarded this small remnant of the Sandstorm Army and turned the drone westward. The images transmitted back by the drone made Lin Mo's breath catch in his throat slightly. Laduro, a strategic town situated at a crossroads, is now soaked in blood and smoke. In the city center square, a dark mass of people, like a flock of frightened sheep, was driven and surrounded by dozens of armed men wielding AKs. Cries and pleas could be faintly heard through the drone's directional microphone. What truly made Lin Mo's pupils shrink was the warehouse district in the east of the city. The roller shutters of all 6 large warehouses were forcibly pried open, revealing mountains of supplies piled up inside. Through the drone's 30x optical zoom lens, Lin Mo could clearly see. Warehouse number 1. White flour sacks stacked to the ceiling, bearing the blue logo of the United Nations World Food Program, WFP. Warehouse number 2. Boxes of medical supplies with the Red Cross and Medicine Sans Frontieres printed on the cardboard boxes. Warehouse number 3. Edible oil, canned food, and compressed biscuits. Warehouses number 4 and number 5. Clothing, tents, blankets. In addition, there are at least 20 standard oil tanks neatly arranged, with a large number of gasoline drums piled up next to them. At least 200 tons of supplies. Lin Mo quickly estimated. Flour, medicine, and those tents and bedding. These are precisely the things that the oil field area needs most. The militiamen were still sleeping on communal beds, and many of them only had one set of clothes. Medicines are becoming increasingly scarce. 6 of the seriously wounded soldiers from the last battle did not survive due to infection. The supplies in front of him are enough to last his controlled area for more than half a year. More importantly, it's all free. System Mark all warehouse locations, armed personnel distribution points, and heavy weapon locations, Lin Mo ordered in a deep voice. On the holographic map, red markers lit up one after another. Armed personnel gathering points X4. Square approximate 50 people. Warehouse area approximate 80 people. West City intersection approximate 30 people. City Hall approximate 40 people. Suspected heavy weapons. One DSHK heavy machine gun is set up at the entrance to the warehouse area, and a suspected mortar position is located on the roof of the City Hall. Vehicles, 12 armed pickup trucks, 8 transport trucks being loaded. The total strength was about 200 men, who were in a state of relaxation after the victory. Lin Mo stared at the map for 10 seconds, then suddenly stood up. Order. All mobilization personnel of the 1st to 3rd companies. Flamethrower squads. Militia battalions 1 and 2, assemble. Fill up the gas in all working vehicles. We'll depart in 20 minutes. The order was transmitted across the base instantly via the command link. 20 minutes later, outside the gate of the oil field area, the roar of the engine was deafening. This is a mixed team, but it demonstrates an amazing level of organization. The vanguard consisted of 3 armed pickup trucks. Each vehicle was equipped with a PKM general-purpose machine gun mounted on its roof, and inside the vehicle were 8 fully armed conscripts. They were the most elite 1-star and 2-star veterans, the gold stars on the side of their helmets shimmering slightly in the sunlight. 6 military trucks followed behind. 20 flamethrower soldiers sat comfortably in the first vehicle. Those giants, nearly 2 meters tall and carrying fuel tanks, sat silently, their spray guns resting on their knees, their eyes behind their masks cold. The last 5 trucks were packed with conscripts. Uniform desert digital camouflage, fast helmet, and AK-74M with red dot sight. No one spoke. The only sound was the click of the bolt being pulled back to check the weapon. There were also more than 10 other miscellaneous vehicles. There was a dilapidated Toyota Hilux, a diesel-powered Isuzu truck, and even 2 civilian buses. 200 militiamen were crammed on top. Their equipment was a mixed bag, old AKMs, Type 56 assault rifles, and even a few SKS semi-automatic rifles. Each person had at least 2 grenades hanging from their waist, and their eyes no longer showed the same apprehension as before. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the second pickup truck, a satellite map spread out on his lap. Drones conduct reconnaissance first and transmit road conditions in real time. He said into the microphone, "Keep your distance between each vehicle, travel at 80 kilometers per hour, and we need to arrive within 90 minutes. Clear." The Peregrine drone took off again and led the way 5 kilometers ahead. The convoy, like a steel torrent, rolled over the potholed road, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. On their journey, they encountered 3 groups of refugees. The first group consisted of a dozen or so families hiking, dragging suitcases, and carrying children. Upon seeing the convoy, they waved frantically, and some even knelt in the middle of the road. "Go around it," Lin Mo said expressionlessly. The pickup truck roughly drove over the roadside bushes, kicking up sand that covered the people's faces. The second wave was larger, with about 50 or 60 people blocking half the road. Several men tried to stop the car, shouting something at the top of their lungs. "Fire a warning shot," Lin Mo said. Da-da-da. The PKM on the roof of the vehicle fired a burst of bullets into the sky. The crowd screamed and dispersed. The third wave caught Lin Mo's attention the most. It was a convoy of 5 clearly impressive private cars, a Toyota Land Cruiser and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The car had clearly been looted. The windows were broken and there were bullet holes in the body. But the people inside the car looked fairly respectable. A middle-aged white man in a suit stood beside the car, holding up a white cloth with the words, "We can pay," written on it in English. Lin Mo ordered the convoy to slow down. He rolled down the car window and sized up the other person. "Sir, please take us away from here." The middle-aged man, speaking with a French accent, said in English, "We are employees of a French company, and we can pay you cash, US dollars. Lin Mo glanced at the car behind him. Women were huddled in the back seat, and children were crying. "Where are you going?" Lin Mo asked. "The Turkish border, or anywhere safe." Lin Mo thought for a moment and then handed a note out the car window. A line of text was printed on it in English. "New Moon Safe Zone. Coordinates, times, times. Cost, 3,000 to 100,000 US dollars per day. Provided, armed protection, food, and shelter. Contact person, Lin Mo, can be relayed through local militia. Go here, Lin Mo said. Just give me your name, and someone will make the arrangements. But remember, no credit. After saying that, he rolled up the car window. The convoy accelerated again, leaving the other cars behind. Commander Khalid, sitting in front, asked in confusion. Why give them directions? Lin Mo looked at the increasingly smaller black dot in a rearview mirror. Because they look rich, and we need more rich customers. He paused, then added, besides, if they really managed to make it to the oil field alive, it means they weren't meant to die. Chapter 42, Robbery and Leave. 1 hour and 40 minutes later, on the outskirts of Laduro, the convoy concealed itself behind sand dunes 3 kilometers from the city gate. Lin Mo jumped out of the car and took the drone control terminal. The image on the screen is transmitted in real time. At the city gate, 6 armed men were on guard. 2 men leaned against the pickup truck smoking, while the 4 sat lazily behind sandbags, guns casually resting on their laps. Behind them, the city gates were wide open. Clearly, the occupiers had never considered that an enemy would attack from the outside. Tactical deployment. Lin Mo summoned the team leaders. He picked up a twig and quickly drew a simple city defense map on the sand. Listen carefully, we're going to launch a rapid raid. The objective isn't to capture the city, but to seize supplies. So, after explaining, he looked up and surveyed the crowd. Do you all understand? Clear. Good. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. It's 2:20 p.m. now. At 3 p.m. sharp, I want to see the first truck loaded with supplies drive out of the city gate. Sharp Knife team, start the engines. Boom, boom, boom. The turbocharged diesel engines of the 3 pickup trucks groaned. Set off. 3 pickup trucks suddenly sprang out from behind the sand dunes, their tires kicking up waves of sand, and their speed instantly increased to 100 kilometers per hour. The 3-kilometer distance takes less than 2 minutes. The sentry at the city gate heard the engine and looked up blankly. They saw 3 unfamiliar armed pickup trucks charging towards them, the machine gunners on the roofs already standing up, their guns level. Enemy. A sentry shouted, barely managing to utter half a word. Thump, 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 thump. 3 PKMs opened fire simultaneously. The machine gunner in the first pickup truck was a 2-star veteran who used standard long bursts of fire for suppression. The muzzle swayed slightly from side to side, and 7.62 times 54 mmR bullets sprayed out in a fan-shaped barrage. The bullet struck the pickup truck, creating a series of holes, and the driver's side windows shattered instantly. A sentry was shot in the chest and flew backward, crashing into the wall. The other 2 lay down and returned fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was chaotic, with most bullets missing their mark. The machine gunner in the second pickup truck was even more ruthless. He aimed directly at the enemy pickup truck parked at the entrance. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. 2 short bursts of fire pierced the fuel tank. Boom! The pickup truck turned into a fireball, and the shockwave from the explosion knocked over 2 sentries next to it. The third pickup truck had already rushed to the city gate, without slowing down, and smashed through the half-closed iron gate. Charge in. Follow the plan. Chaos reigned in the city streets. Upon hearing the gunfire at the city gate, armed men poured out from all directions, but lacked unified command. Some ran towards the city gate, some towards the warehouse district, and some towards the city hall, their command post. Lin Mo's convoy acted like a scalpel, precisely cutting through the chaotic enemy ranks. The 3 pickup trucks of the elite team drove side by side on the main street, with machine guns on the roofs firing wildly at any armed targets that came into view. An armed man leaned out of a second-floor window, carrying an RPG. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle. Number 1 stood in the bed of the first pickup truck, the muzzle of his sniper rifle still smoking. The figure inside the window collapsed, and the RPG fell onto the street. The flamethrower soldiers of the Iron Fist team jumped out of the vehicle and began clearing out the buildings along the street. Urban warfare is the domain of flamethrower soldiers. 2 militants hid behind a bungalow and opened fire on the street with AKs. A flamethrower soldier appeared sideways at the alley entrance, his flamethrower aimed at the side of the house. Boom! Fire poured into the window. Screams rang out as 2 people burst out engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground. The flamethrower soldier didn't even glance at it. turning to the next target. Iron Fist Team 2 split up according to plan. They turned left on a West Street and ran into more than 30 armed men running toward the city gate. Fire. The conscripts quickly set up firing positions using vehicles and corners of walls. Their shooting was terrifyingly accurate, 2 people per team, one providing suppression and the other picking off targets. An armed man had just revealed half of his body. Bang! The 5.45 millimeters bullet penetrated a crack in the brick wall and pierced his lung. Another one tried to get around from the side. Da-da-da. 3 short bursts of fire, all hitting the torso. 30 against 30, but the casualty ratio is 1:10. Only 3 people were injured, while the enemy left behind more than 20 corpses, and the rest fled. The second company encountered fierce resistance in the direction of the city hall. The city hall was a 3-story concrete building, and sure enough, 2 82mm mortars were mounted on the roof. The defenders inside the building had heavy firepower. Rocket launcher, the second company commander shouted. 2 conscripts carry RPG, 26 disposable rocket launchers. Aim, fire. Whoosh boom, whoosh boom. 2 armor-piercing projectiles hit the load-bearing wall on the first floor. The concrete exploded, the steel bars twisted, and half of the building began to tilt. The gunfire inside the building instantly subsided. Flamethrower soldiers. Clear the area. 4 flamethrower soldiers stepped forward and sprayed the gaps in the doors and windows continuously. Flames filled the first floor, and thick smoke poured out of all the windows. Screams and the sound of running echoed from inside the building. Several people engulfed in flames crashed through the back window and jumped out, only to be shot dead before they even landed. Lin Mo personally led the third company straight to the warehouse area. This is the area most heavily guarded by the enemy. More than 80 people established a ring-shaped defense, relying on the warehouse building and the stacked supply boxes. Most importantly, the decisive heavy machine gun, positioned behind sandbag fortifications at the entrance to the warehouse area, blocked the entire main road. "Give me the heavy machine gun," number 1 said. He had already jumped off the pickup truck and, using the ruins on the street as cover, quickly maneuvered to a 2-story building on the side. Climbed the stairs, break down the door, and set up the gun. The SVD's scope crosshairs were firmly positioned over the back of the machine gunner's head. Bang! The 12.7mm OSV 96 anti-material rifle emitted a dull thud. This was a brand new rifle that number 1 had just received from the systems armory. The bullet traveled 300 meters and hit its target. The machine gunner's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body lay slumped on the gun rack. The assistant gunner was terrified and instinctively reached for the machine gun. Bang! The second shot ripped a hole the size of a bowl into his chest. Charge! Lin Mo waved his hand. The mobilization soldiers of the third company charged in from all directions. The fighting was fiercest in the warehouse area. The militants knew these supplies were their lifeline, so their resistance was exceptionally fierce. An armed man, hiding behind a bunker made of flour sacks, opened fire on the conscripts who rushed in with an AK. The bullets hit the flour sacks, raising white dust. "Grenade!" a conscript shouted. 3 RGD. 5 grenades traced an arc. Boom! 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 The flour sack exploded, filling the air with dust. Even more dangerous is that the dust can explode when it comes into contact with fire. The next instant, a stray bullet struck the cloud of flying flour. Rumble! A violente explosion. The front half of the warehouse was engulfed in flames, and the militant and 5 or 6 people around him were instantly turned into charred remains. "Watch out for dust," Lin Mo shouted. "Flamethrower soldiers, clear the area with flames, but be careful not to set the supplies on fire." The flamethrower soldiers changed their tactics. They stopped using long bursts of fire and started using short, focused bursts. Swoosh! A 3-meter-long tongue of fire licked the enemy behind a pile of goods. Sizzle! Another one, burning through the canvas canopy and setting the ambushers behind it ablaze. The fire spread through the warehouse area, but was well controlled. The fire should primarily target enemy hiding places, avoiding piles of supplies. The militants' morale began to collapse. They discovered that they were not facing ordinary militia or government troops. These people are inhumanly accurate shooters. They work together so well that it's like they're the same person. Moreover, they are not afraid of death. If someone is shot and falls to the ground, they will continue to shoot as long as they can still move. Even more terrifying are those fire-breathing monsters. Once the flames touch them, they cannot be extinguished and can only burn them alive. Retreat. Retreat to the city hall, a minor leader roared. But then explosions and screams came from the direction of the city hall. West. Leave the city from the west. At the intersection of West Street, a group of people were lying in wait, waiting for their prey to come to them. The final rout began. 2:50 p.m. The gunfire had mostly stopped, with only sporadic follow-up shots remaining. The militia's trucks roared into the warehouse district. Quickly, load the trucks. In order, Khalid jumped off the vehicle and directed 200 militiamen to begin carrying the load like ants. Drug warehouses are given priority. Boxes of antibiotics, analgesics, surgical instruments, bandages, and blood plasma bags were roughly but quickly thrown onto the vehicle. Be careful. That box contains glass bottles. Who cares? It's better to break it than leave it for the enemy. 20 oil tanks are too big to move, but those gasoline drums can. 2 people work together, rolling oil drums and pushing them on the truck. Once it's full, drive off. Next one, follow. Hundreds of militiamen were carrying sacks of flour onto the truck like ants carrying grains of rice. Canned food was transported in whole cases, and cooking oil drums were rolled onto the truck. Lin Mo stood in the center of the warehouse area, watching the bustling scene of looting, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Commander. Khalid walked over, his body covered in blood and dust. Preliminary statistics. About 150 people were killed and 37 were captured. Our casualties. 9 conscripts killed and 21 wounded. 16 militiamen killed and 34 wounded. Lin Mo nodded. The cost is acceptable. Were those prisoners taken as usual? As is customary, Lin Mo said. The Khalid turned and left. Soon, short gunshots rang out in the distance. Lin Mo walked to a truck that had just been loaded with medicine and patted the cargo bed. This truck will go first. If we encounter any refugees on the road, if anyone can afford to pay, they can direct us here. Yes. The truck roared out of the city gate. Lin Mo glanced at his watch. 3:05. It was 5 minutes later than planned. Speed up. The enemy's main force may return at any moment. The main force he referred to as the main force that captured the city. The screen showed at least 400 or 500 people, but now I don't know where they are. We must evacuate before they return to provide reinforcements. Chapter 43, A Triumphant Return. 3:40 p.m. The last truck loaded with flour drove out of the city gate. 2/3 of the warehouse area has been emptied, not because they didn't want to move everything, but because they didn't have enough trucks. Lin Mo stood at the city gate, looking back at the city that had just experienced 2 occupations. In the square, the civilians were still huddled together, watching them in terror. The streets were littered with corpses, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. On the distant horizon, dust could already be seen rising. It could be enemy reinforcements, or it could be other forces. It's time to go. Lin Mo jumped onto the pickup truck. The convoy roared away just as it had arrived. The difference is that when they arrived, the vehicle only carried soldiers and weapons. When they left, each vehicle was heavily loaded with supplies to help them survive. In the back seat of the pickup truck, Lin Mo opened a bottle of mineral water that he had just seized and took a big gulp. The water was very cool. He looked calmly at the city of Reduro in the rearview mirror, which was getting farther and farther away. This is just the beginning, he muttered to himself. Drone footage showed a large convoy approaching Reduro, 50 kilometers to the west. There were at least 30 vehicles, and the number of people likely exceeded 500. If you leave half an hour later, it will be a bloody battle. But I'm the winner. Lin Mo smiled. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed number. Mr. Yerkam? Yes, it's me. I have good news for you. We just purchased a batch of fresh supplies. Yes, we'll have an extra meal tonight. Canned beef and red wine. It's French. It should suit your taste. Yorkam's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo looked out the car window. As the sun sets, the desert is dyed golden. The convoy cast long shadows on the highway, like a giant steel dragon returning home fully loaded. Further to the west, sandstorms raged. Lin Mo's team had already fled before the enemy arrived. The drone's electronic eye hovered slowly against the twilight sky, like a tireless eagle, taking in the surrounding terrain. On the return journey, Lin Mo's fingertips slid across the control terminal screen, taking into account every suspicious heat source marker and every possible ambush location along the way for tactical assessment. The convoy kicked up a long trail of dust on the bumpy dirt road, and behind this steel dragon, Lin Mo saw in the rearview mirror a colorful tail made up of civilian vehicles. Dozens of cars, pickup trucks, and even an old school bus followed each other at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, neither overtaking nor falling behind. Behind the car windows were tired, fearful, yet hopeful faces. "Commander, there are more and more civilian vehicles following behind." Number one's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Should we disperse them?" Lin Mo did not answer immediately. He turned the drone's camera and aimed it at the tail. Through the high-definition camera, he could see the people in the car, a mother holding her child, an elderly person huddled in the back seat, and a young woman with vacant eyes in the passenger seat. The vehicles had license plates from towns around Raduro, and some still had faded family photos on them, with bulging luggage tied to the trunks with ropes. What they have in common is that they are well-dressed. Even covered in dust, you can tell it's a ready-made garment bought from a shopping mall, not a hand-sewn piece made by the poor. The woman's headscarf was a patterned gauze scarf, not rough cotton. Although the men's shoes were worn, they were genuine leather. The middle class in Syria, Lin Mo muttered to himself. These people were likely teachers, doctors, small business owners, or civil servants before the war. He has savings, property, and a car. Life is neither too good nor too bad. Then war broke out. The government forces couldn't protect them, and the opposition armed groups saw them as easy prey. After all, robbing the poor only yields a few bags of flour, but robbing these people can yield US dollars, gold jewelry, and even savings hidden in the walls. So they ran away. They fled from the city to the town, and from the town to the wilderness. Along the way, they were robbed by various armed groups like harvesting leeks. Their savings were gradually emptied, and their relatives were lost one by one. Now they saw Lin Mo's army. This army, although it also looted and killed, at least had discipline. They only robbed militants, not civilians. After occupying the Laduro warehouse, they did not rush into the square to assault the women. Even during the evacuation, they did not steal the last car belonging to the civilians. In this land where morality has long since collapsed, this is already a rare act of kindness. So, these desperate people followed, as if grasping at a last straw. Naive, Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. He is certainly not a savior. The reason for not killing civilians is simply because there's not much to be gained from them. I don't resort to violence because it would be a waste of time and energy and could potentially provoke unnecessary resistance. But he doesn't mind letting these people continue to be naive. No need to dispel it. You press the intercom. Stay on alert. As long as they don't get within 500 meters of the convoy, we don't need to worry about them. Yes. As dusk falls, the gates of the oil field area come into view. The militiamen who remained behind had already received the news and excitedly waved from the watchtower. When the convoy loaded with supplies drove in, the entire camp erupted in cheers. Flour. It's all flour. Look, this is canned beef and sardines. We won't go hungry. Medicine. This is the antibiotic we need. People poured out of the makeshift shacks and prefab houses, cheering and jumping for joy around the truck. The children chased after the vehicles, and the women wiped away tears of joy when they saw boxes of canned goods. Khalid stood in front of the crowd, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. With these supplies, his people, the elderly, women, and children who fled from Abdu village, will at least not starve to death this winter. Commander, you. He stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion. Lin Mo waved his hand and jumped out of the car. His gaze swept across the crowd and quickly locked onto a direction. Yorkam and his distinguished guests also came out. These foreign businessmen, who live in single rooms and pay tens of thousands of dollars a day, are now standing on the steps of the dormitory building, watching all this with complicated expressions. Yorkam's eyes held surprise, assessment, and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. And standing beside him was Emily. Lin Mo, and she exchanged a glance. The blonde girl changed into a clean, off-white dress today. The skirt hem just reached her knees, revealing a section of her fair calves, and she wore a pair of sneakers that were dusty, but whose brand was still recognizable. Her eyes held a complex mix of emotions: admiration, curiosity, gratitude, and a touch of girlish shyness. Lin Mo smiled inwardly. He recognized that look. Back when he was just a businessman with a little money, girls often looked at him like that. Especially after he casually gave her a designer bag and treated her to a Michelin-starred meal. The difference is that back then he bought favor with money. Now he buys a sense of security. In this land where death can be a constant threat, a sense of security is more precious than diamonds. Chapter 44, Safe Zone. Miss Emily. Lin Mo walked over, a gentle smile that he had practiced countless times on his face. Mr. Lin. Emily blushed slightly. It's so good that you are back safe and sound. It's just a minor inconvenience. Lin Mo spoke casually, while simultaneously pulling 2 items from the side pocket of his tactical vest. A Swiss Toblerone chocolate, wrapped in tin foil, though it was a little melted and deformed. There was also a small bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume. The bottle was stained with dark brown stains, like dry blood. Both items were taken from a body of a militant leader in Raduro. That guy clearly knew how to enjoy life. He had these things in his pocket, even as he died. I found on the road. Lin Mo stuffed the item into Emily's hands. I think it suits you. The movement was as natural as handing over a bottle of water. Emily was stunned. She looked down at what she was holding. The chocolate had softened from the heat, and the perfume label was worn away. This is by no means a carefully prepared gift. But Lin Mo only gave it to her. The distinguished guests around watched, Yorkam watched, and the common people watched. This is a silent declaration. You are someone I take special care of. Thank you. Emily gripped the things tightly, her ears turning red. Yorkam's expression darkened slightly. As a seasoned shrew who has spent half his life navigating the business world, he understands this tactic all too well. What appears to be a casual act of kindness is in fact a carefully crafted mark. It's like a wild animal urinating at the edge of its territory to declare ownership. He wanted to say something, but Lin Mo had already turned and left, heading towards the civilian convoy that had just arrived. Registration by family. Khalid, accompanied by 2 literate militiamen, moved a broken table to the entrance of the camp. The tail of dozens of cars had already stopped outside the door. The people in the cars got out nervously, gathered together, and looked inside with hopeful yet fearful eyes. As Lin Mo walked over, he overheard Khalid explaining. You can stay here, but you have to pay. The cheapest room is an 8-person room, which costs $3,000 per person per day. It includes food and lodging, and you will enjoy basic protection. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. $3,000 a day? Before the war, this was enough for a Syrian family to live comfortably for several months. We don't have that much money. A middle-aged man wearing glasses said in a trembling voice, Our savings have been robbed several times on the street. No money. Khalid frowned. Then you can work. Go to the construction site. Go to the kitchen. Go to the laundry room. Work 10 hours a day and exchange food in tents. But remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch here. This is a rule set by Lin Mo. He doesn't need mere burdens. Either pay for peace of mind or earn a living through labor. I'm willing to work. A young woman immediately raised her hand. I used to be a nurse. I can help take care of the wounded. I know how to fix cars. I can do the accounting. People eagerly share their skills. Lin Mo stood quietly to the side, quickly assessing the situation in his mind. These people are indeed useful. Teachers, nurses, technicians, and accountants. Before the war, they were the backbone of society, but now they have been reduced to having to work hard to earn a living. Khalid, he began. Everyone looked at him. Give them a new option. Lin Mo said, It's $100 a day. You set up your own tent and get 2 meals a day. Accommodation isn't included. We only provide the venue and security. The crowd stirred. $100 isn't cheap, but it's a world of difference compared to 3,000. Ido. I'll pay. You can pay now. People readily took out their money. Some were US dollars hidden in the soles of their shoes. Some were banknotes sewn into their underwear. And some people even took off their gold rings and necklaces to pay off their debts. Khalid and his men began registering people, collecting money, and releasing them. Vehicles drove into the camp one by one, and people, like birds that had found their nests, eagerly searched for open spaces and began unloading tents, blankets, pots, and pans from the vehicles. Lin Mo did a rough calculation. More than 100 people, each earning $100, that's more than $10,000 a day. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, once these people are settled, They will try to contact their lost relatives and friends. Once the news spreads, more middle-class refugees will flock here. Commander, there are still many refugees on foot behind us. Number 1 said in a low voice. There are probably several thousand people, all of whom came all the way from the city. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Lin Mo waved his hand. If you're still alive after getting this far, it means your life isn't meant to end here. He turned around and looked back towards the dormitory building. Emily was still standing there, clutching the chocolates and perfume he had given her, her eyes following his every move. Lin Mo smiled at her and mouthed, "Come find me." Then, he walked towards his residence. Lin Mo hasn't been back to that dormitory room for a long time. Since Lu Mengyao left, this place has remained exactly as it was. The bed was in disarray, and empty cigarette boxes, a lighter, and several tattered magazines were scattered on the table. The air was filled with dust and the distinctive smell of a man living alone. Lin Mo pushed open the door and entered. The first thing he saw was a photo frame on the bedside table. In the photo, Lu Mengyao is smiling brightly, wearing a floral dress, with the pre-war ancient city of Aleppo in the background. At that time, she still believed that she was there to accompany the boss in expanding his business, and was unaware of the cruelty of war. Lin Mo picked up the photo frame, examined it for 2 seconds, and then casually tossed it into the trash can in the corner. The picture frame made a crisp clanging sound inside the tin bucket. The glass had cracked. He didn't look at it a second time. Pull a Time magazine from the bookshelf. I don't know who left it. The date is 2 weeks ago. The cover title is Narrative, A Country About to Burn. The prediction was quite accurate. It seems there were signs of the civil war in Syria long ago, but I didn't realize it at the time and was too busy dreaming of getting rich. Lin Mo sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through the pages at random. The words flowed before his eyes, but he couldn't absorb a single one. He is waiting. Thump, thump, thump. A soft knocking sounded half an hour later. Come in, the door's unlocked. Lin Mo closed the magazine, his voice calm. The door was pushed open a crack, and Emily's tall figure flashed in. She changed out of the white dress and into a loose beige knit sweater and jeans. Her blonde hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she washed the dust off her face, revealing her originally fair skin. Forrest, she stood at the doorway, twisting the hem of her dress between her fingers. I sneaked out while my father was away. Her voice contained nervousness, shyness, and a hint of excitement at doing something naughty. Then Montag smeeded. He put down the magazine, stood up, and walked over to her. The two were very close, and Lin Mo could smell a faint scent of soap on her. She had obviously just taken a shower and even sprayed on some of the perfume he had given her. The top notes of Chanel No. 5 filled the small space, mixed with the scent of a young girl. Is there something you need? He asked deliberately, his voice very low. I just want to thank you. Emily didn't dare look him in the eye. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for the gift, and thank you for protecting us. Cliched lines. But combined with her slightly flushed cheeks, trembling eyelashes, and the slight rise and fall of her chest due to nervousness, the effect was outstanding. Lin Mo didn't reply. He simply reached out and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. His face was reflected in her azure eyes. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her breathing became rapid. That's it. Lin Mo rubbed her chin skin with his thumb, feeling its delicate texture. Emily wanted to say something, but Lin Mo didn't give her a chance. He leaned down and kissed her. It wasn't a gentle, tentative kiss, but an aggressive, undeniably deep one. He wrapped one arm around her waist and the other around the back of her neck, holding her tightly in his embrace. Emily's body stiffened for a moment, then softened. Unsure where to put her hands, she finally gently grasped Lin Mo's collar. Their lips and tongues intertwined, their saliva exchanged, and their breaths mingled. Lin Mo could sense her naivety. He didn't know to breathe while kissing. His teeth accidentally touched his tongue, and his fingers clenched white from nervousness. But he didn't care. That's the sense of control he needs. In this chaotic world, he is the ruler of this land, and this beautiful blonde is one of his easily obtainable spoils. The kiss lasted a long time, until Emily gently pushed him away because she was short breath. Lin Mo released her, looking at her flushed face and moist lips. Now, he said softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Do I still need to say thank you? Emily opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Mo picked her up in one go. Ah! She gasped briefly and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Shoo! Lin Mo kicked the door shut with his heel, then carried her to the messy single bed. Don't disturb others. Emily buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, her ears turning bright red. Chapter 45 Paid Services. An hour later, at the makeshift restaurant. This is a high-end dining area, converted from a warehouse. Although still rudimentary, it at least had a solid wood table, a clean tablecloth, and even a few crystal chandeliers salvaged from an abandoned hotel. Yurkham sat in the guest of honor seat, chatting absent-mindedly with the other distinguished guests. Mr. Yurkham, where is your daughter? A French businessman asked. She may be with Melody. Yurkham picked up his glass and took a sip of red wine. This is a prize Lin Mo specially brought out tonight, made in Bordeaux, France. The label is moldy, but the wine hasn't spoiled yet. Young girls just love to have fun. Another British businessman chuckled, but it's always good to have someone your own age to talk to here. Yurkham managed a weak smile. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. He sensed something was off when Lin Mo gave Emily the gift that afternoon. Later, my daughter said she was going to find Melody, and it took her more than an hour to get there. He went to look for her, but Melody said she had never come. So, where did Emily go? Just then, the restaurant door was pushed open. Lin Mo walked in. He changed into clean desert camouflage pants and a black t-shirt, his hair still wet, as if he had just taken a shower. The hem of the shirt wasn't completely tucked into the waistband, and there were a few faint wrinkles at the neckline. More importantly, Yurkham caught a very faint scent of a woman's perfume, Chanel Número 5. It smelled the same as what he had smelled on his daughter that afternoon. Everyone, I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Mo smiled and walked to the head of the table. I just took care of some military affairs. He sat down, raised his glass, and said, Tonight we celebrate a bumper harvest. Everyone please enjoy yourselves. Plenty of wine and meat. Everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere became lively. Roasted lamb, stewed vegetables, and even rare fresh bread. The flour was stolen from Maduro, and the kitchen baked it overnight. Yurkham had no appetite. He kept glancing towards the door, and Emily didn't arrive until 20 minutes after the dinner had started. She changed her clothes, not the one she wore in the afternoon, nor the one she wore when she went out. It was a light blue cotton maxi dress, with a conservative style and the neckline buttoned up to the top. My hair has been combed and tied into a loose, low ponytail. Her face was clean, and she wasn't wearing makeup, but her lips had an unnatural redness and swelling. Where have you been? Yurkham asked in a low voice. I was chatting in Melody's room and lost track of time, Emily said softly, avoiding his gaze. Melody said she hasn't seen you all afternoon. I was planning to hang out with her, but something came up and I couldn't make it. A clumsy lie. Yurkham stared at his daughter and saw a small, faint red mark on the side of her neck, as if it had been sucked hard. She looked up again and saw Lin Mo across from her. The young Chinese man was raising a wine glass, chatting and laughing with the British businessman. Sensing Yurkham's gaze, he turned and raised his glass in acknowledgement, his smile so open it was unsettling. Bang! Yurkham dropped his fork onto the plate with a jarring sound. Mr. Yurkham, are you feeling unwell? Lin Mo asked with concern. It's nothing, my hand slipped. Yurkham picked up the fork and forced a smile. He understood. I understand everything now. The gift, the time alone, the disappearance of more than an hour, the daughter's unusual behavior, and the faint scent of perfume on Lin Mo. That bastard. He laid a hand on his daughter. And now, there's nothing he can do. Living under someone else's roof means your life and death are in their hands. They don't even have the right to question, let alone resist. As a smart man, he should be well aware that breaking ties with Lin Mo here would not do him any good. Emily, Yurkham's voice was hoarse. After you finish eating, go back to your room and rest early. Things haven't been peaceful outside lately, so unless something happens, don't wander off. Okay, Dad. Emily lowered her head and sipped her soup. Her fingers gripped the hem of her skirt tightly under the table, her nails digging into her palms. Across the table, Lin Mo's gaze swept over the father and daughter, a subtle, unnoticed smile playing on his lips. He raised his glass and gestured to Yurkham. Mr. Yurkham, would you like another drink? He smiled and said, celebrating our pleasant collaboration. Cooperate. This word is used with great meaning. Yurkham looked at Lin Mo, then at his daughter who was sitting silently with her head down, and finally slowly raised his glass. The glasses clinked together, making a crisp sound. The red wine swayed in the candlelight, like blood. "It's been a pleasure working with you," Yorkham said, his voice devoid of emotion. But he knew that from this moment on, some things could never be the same again. Lin Mo sipped his wine, his eyes calm as an abyss. He knew Yorkham had seen through him. But so what? In this dog-eat-dog world, prey has no right to choose its hunter. He is both a hunter and the king of this land. The tranquility of the oil field was shattered as the first rays of dawn pierced the eastern horizon. It wasn't gunfire or an explosion. It was human voices. A cacophony of hoarse, weary voices, emanating from the desert surrounding the camp, surged forth like a tide. Lin Mo stood in front of the observation window of the command center, holding a cup of instant coffee in his hand. Real coffee beans had long been out of supply, and this was one of the spoils he had seized from Laduro. He looked into the distance through the reinforced glass. On the holographic tactical map, white dots representing non-hostile personnel are slowly moving in from the northwest, like a migrating ant colony. Dense and continuous. System, quantity estimation. He took a sip of the bitter liquid. Infrared thermal scanning in progress. Confirmed vital signs. Approximately 410 to 450 people, first wave. Subsequent groups, approximately 200 to 300 people, distance 5 to 8 kilometers. Further back, sporadic signals continue to arrive. It can actually walk. Lin Mo muttered to himself. These refugees, fleeing from the direction of Raduro, relied on their own two legs, enduring shortages of food and water and looting by armed men along the way. We walked for a full day and night, crossing dozens of kilometers of desert. This will to survive is indeed as tenacious as that of a cockroach. "Commander, should we let them in?" Khalid's voice came through the walkie-talkie. He had already positioned himself with 50 militiamen at the outer perimeter cordon. Although they hadn't raised their guns, their eyes were alert. Lin Mo looked at the slowly moving dots on the map. He is not a philanthropist. Food, medicine, fuel, everything was extremely precious. Why feed hundreds of idle mouths for no reason? Impossible. But his gaze swept over several data points on the control panel. Current population in the controlled area, approximately 1,800, including refugees. Available to mobilize, approximately 600 able-bodied young men, including militia. System soldiers, 535 continuously producing. That's too little. If he only wants to guard this small piece of land, this number of people is barely enough. But with the system in hand, his ambitions have long since expanded beyond that. In the future, whether it's expanding territory, building fortifications, or developing industries, a large amount of manpower will be needed. Although the Syrians are poor, they have the advantage of cheap prices. A meal will get them to work, a gun will get them to risk their lives. Follow the rules. Lin Mo said into the microphone. Tell them, $100 a day, including 2 meals, you have to pitch your own tent. Or work in exchange for food and lodging. Young and strong people with a skill will be given priority. As for the rest, let them figure it out themselves. Clear. Chapter 46, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Outside the camp gate, Khalid stood on the back of a pickup truck, holding up a makeshift megaphone. The open space in front of him was packed with people. These refugees were in worse condition than those who arrived by car yesterday. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were covered in thick sand. Many people were barefoot, their soles were bloody and mangled. The children cried and complained of being hungry, while the old man slumped on the ground, panting. Listen, Khalid's voice carried far through the loudspeaker. This is not a charity. If you want to come in, there are 2 ways. First, pay up, $100 a day, and we'll give you a patch of land to pitch your tent, plus 2 meals a day. Desperate sighs rose from the crowd. $100. Even in peacetime, this is equivalent to half a month's salary for most people. Moreover, when they fled, their last bit of cash had already been looted by various armed groups. Now all that's left on my body is probably this tattered set of clothes. Second, get to work. Khalid continued. Young and strong men go to the construction site, the kitchen, the laundry room. Work 10 hours a day in exchange for food and lodging. Those with a skill, doctors, nurses, carpenters, electricians, car mechanics, will be given priority. Your family members can also apply. These words made some people's eyes light up. I'm a doctor. a man in his 40s, wearing worn-out glasses, pushed his way forward. I've worked at the Aleppo hospital for 15 years. I can fix generators, a young man shouted. I used to be a teacher. I'm a welder. Khalid nodded to the militiaman beside him. Register. Verify identity. Check the credentials of those with them, and test those without them on the spot. Two literate militiamen brought out a table and began registering. The screening process is simple yet brutal. Khalid asked the man who claimed to be a doctor to treat a wound on the arm of a militiaman on the spot. The wound had been inflicted during training the day before and had begun to fester. The man skillfully cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Pass. The man, who claimed to be a welder, gave him some scrap metal and a welding machine on site. It was salvaged from abandoned equipment. 10 minutes later, he welded a makeshift stove that was barely usable. Pass. Teacher? Khalid grabbed 3 refugee children at random. Teach them to write their names, once in Arabic and once in English. 20 minutes later, the 3 children wrote Ali, Hassan, and Fatima crookedly on the ground. Pass. But most people know nothing. Or rather, their skills were worthless in the midst of war. Bank clerks, insurance salespeople, department store cashiers. We can learn. A thin man pleaded. Give me a chance. I'll do anything. Khalid shook his head. This is not a school. But you can't do this. A woman holding her child cried out. We are compatriots. You have so much food. Why don't you share some with us? Exactly. You've looted so many supplies. Would it kill you to share even a little? My husband broke his leg. He needs treatment. You can't be so heartless. Pleading gradually turned into accusation, and accusation turned into anger. The crowd began to push forward. Khalid's face turned cold. He jumped out of the truck bed, drew his Makarov pistol from his waist, and pointed it at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. The crowd froze instantly. Listen. Khalid's voice was icy. The rules here were set by Commander Lin Mo. Either follow the rules, or get out. He looked around at the crowd. Those who are willing to work and fight alongside us with guns against the enemy, stand on the left. Or those who have money, stand in the middle. Someone who has nothing and doesn't want to work. He raised the muzzle of his gun, not aiming at anyone, but the threat was palpable. Turn around right now and get out of here. Otherwise, the next bullet won't be fired into the sky. Silence. A few seconds later, the crowd began to separate. About 100 people stood on the left side, mostly young men, but some women claimed to be able to sew and cook. 30-odd people stood in the middle. They pulled out the last bit of money they had hidden on their bodies, crumpled US dollars, gold rings, and some even took out a small gold brick. The remaining 100-plus people stood there, their faces filled with despair and anger. You bastards, an old man hissed. God will punish you. Khalid ignored him and waved to the militia. Those on the left and in the middle, let them pass. The rest, drive them away. The militiamen stepped forward and used their rifle butts to shove those who refused to leave. Go. Go quickly. Don't force us to take action. Cries, curses, and pleas filled the air. But resistance is futile in the face of gunfire. Ultimately, the more than 100 people were driven a kilometer away. Some people continued walking eastward, cursing and swearing, while others simply sat down in the desert, seemingly trying to force Lin Mo to compromise by refusing to leave. Khalid watched their retreating figures, his face expressionless. He turned to those who had passed the screening and said, Go inside and follow instructions. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, steal, or leave the designated area without permission will be shot on sight. Understand? I understand. The crowd nodded, trembling. It was a long and chaotic day. By evening, the camp's population census had been updated. New refugees, 387, passed screening. Stuck on the outskirts, approximately 150 people, those who failed to pass/refused to leave. Estimated arrival tomorrow, 300 to 400 people, based on drone reconnaissance. The total population has exceeded 2,000. Tents sprang up like mushrooms after rain on the open ground to the east of the camp. Khalid led his men to divide the area into zones. Zone A was for those who paid money, and Zone B was for those who did the work, with a simple wooden fence separating them. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen area. A large pot was stewing beans, potatoes, and a small amount of minced meat, thickened with a lot of flour. Though coarse, it was at least enough to fill one's stomach. People lined up to receive their meals. their eyes reflecting both relief at being sheltered and fear of the uncertain future. Lin Mo stood on the terrace on the third floor of the dormitory building, looking down at everything. Commander, Khalid stepped forward, holding a register in his hand. Among those selected today, there are 3 doctors, 7 nurses, 5 teachers, and more than 20 skilled workers of various kinds. The rest are all able-bodied young men, and I have arranged for them to start reinforcing the wall tomorrow. Well done. Lin Mo nodded. Militia training cannot stop. Select another 100 from the newly arrived young men. You will train them personally. Yes. Khalid hesitated for a moment. What about those outside who refuse to leave? They set up camp just a kilometer away, and some of them are digging up grass roots to eat. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Every evening, have the kitchen take the leftovers. I mean really leftovers, the spoiled kind, to a designated spot outside the camp. Tell them, take it or leave it. Khalid was stunned for a moment. Isn't it too much? Too cruel. Lin Mo laughed. Khalid, remember, resources are limited here. We must make everyone understand that there's a price to pay for survival. Free handouts only breed more lazybones and parasites. Chapitre 47 Combat. Lin Mo looked at the dark figures huddled on the sand in the twilight in the distance. If they really have any backbone, they should keep moving forward and find another way to make a living. If you don't even have this much backbone, then eating some spoiled food will at least prolong your life by a few more days. I've actually been very merciful, haven't I? You're right. Khalid was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Go. A week flew by in a flurry of activity. The situation in Syria remains chaotic. The government forces' controlled areas are melting away like ice under the scorching sun. Although the opposition forces are nominally allied, they're actually fighting each other and attacking one another. Foreign forces are also stirring. Israeli warplanes are frequently crossing the border to launch airstrikes. Turkish armored forces are massing on the border, and the proxy war between the U.S. and Russia is raging. However, this oil-field area in the desert has enjoyed a relatively peaceful period of development. The camp has changed. On the open space to the east, the previously chaotic cluster of tents has been replaced by rows of simple wooden houses. These houses were pitifully crude. Frames were made from felled tree trunks, planks were nailed on from abandoned buildings, and roofs were covered with canvas and waterproof tarpaulin. There were no windows. The door was just a tattered curtain. But at least it can provide shade, wind protection, and sand protection. For refugees accustomed to living in tents, this is already a mansion. The kitchen area has been tripled in size. The group of over 30 nimble women were mostly selected from among the refugees. They work busily in front of the huge iron pot every day. Smoke rises from the chimneys from morning till night, and the aroma of food becomes the most comforting smell in the camp. The dormitory area has now become a true aristocratic district. A small garden was created in front of the building using gravel. There weren't many flowers, just a few clumps of drought-resistant desert plants. Militiamen are stationed at all 4 corners 24 hours a day, and unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching. The services inside the building have also been upgraded. A former head chef of a 5-star hotel, who had great difficulty getting here, was hired at a high price and became the exclusive chef for VIP guests. The so-called heavy money was nothing more than 2 extra cans of beef and a bottle of red wine every day. But he was very content, working with 5 assistant chefs to prepare a variety of dishes for the VIPs. Roasted lamb chops, stewed vegetables, and even simple desserts made with limited ingredients. The waiters have also become more professional. 20 young women were selected from among the refugees. They were all good-looking, quick-witted, and spoke basic English. They wore the same light blue long dress every day. Their hair was tied in a neat bun, and their manners were well-trained. The phrase, "the customer is God," was written by Lin Mo in Arabic, English, and French, and posted on the wall of the waiter's lounge. They truly succeeded. A VIP would press the bell, and there would be a response within 30 seconds. The room is cleaned twice a day. Change of clothes are returned on the same day. Some people even want to find special services, as long as they can afford it. Some girls are willing to do so. All of this made distinguished guests like your camp feel that they had received their money's worth. Although the daily cost of $100,000 is exorbitant, they can enjoy 70 to 80% of their pre-war standard of living here. Safety, food, services, and even some entertainment. The westernmost part of the camp, the area enclosed by double-layered barbed wire, became an absolute no-go zone. A prominent warning sign hangs on the barbed wire fence, written in Arabic, English, and Russian. Military restricted area. Unauthorized approach is strictly prohibited. Intruders must be killed without exception. Inside the barbed wire fence, the scene is completely different. 20 barracks stood in neat rows, each a streamlined, silver-gray building with no windows, only slowly rotating vents at the top. Every day, newly trained conscripts march out in formation and silently join patrols or training sessions. The 5 light weapons workshops and ammunition synthesis workshops operate day and night. The roar of machinery was blocked by good sound insulation materials, and only when you got close could you feel a slight vibration in the ground. The 2 newly completed buildings, however, are particularly eye-catching. The tank factory, a giant factory building that is 80 meters long and 15 meters high, resembling a crouching steel behemoth. The exterior walls are made of thick composite armor plates, and the top has an openable sliding roof. The interior was brightly lit, and an automated production line was assembling the chassis of a certain vehicle. Currently, however, it can only produce the most basic armed Jeep, the system designation Hound. Lin Mo built 3. Each vehicle costs $180,000 and is equipped with a PCAM machine gun, detachable, bulletproof glass, and a reinforced chassis. It's very fast, with a top speed of 140 kilometers per hour on highways, and its off-road performance is also quite good. But after test driving it, Lin Mo felt it was useless. Besides being fast, it's not very useful. He commented, "For hauling cargo, it's not as good as a truck. For firepower, it's not as good as a pickup truck with a machine gun. And for protection, it's only good for protecting against rifle bullets. 180,000? It's better to build 36 more conscripts." So the 3 Hounds have now become the patrol team's vehicles, occasionally used to pick up VIPs. At least it looks pretty cool. Combat Lab. This is the most mysterious building. Unlike other buildings with sharp angles, it is a streamlined oval shape, matte black all over, with no seams on the surface, as if it were cast from a single piece of metal. There are no windows, no doors, at least not to the naked eye. Personnel appear to enter and exit through a hidden hatch that appears to be scanned and authenticated. Lin Mo went in a few times. The interior is a cold white, with holographic projections floating in the air, displaying various complex technology trees. Individual soldier equipment upgrade. Improved bulletproof plate LV1, plus 15% protection, 600,000. Vehicle technology. Light armored vehicle. Requires 1.2 million in research funding. Defense structure. Automated turrets. Requires 2 million in funding. Special units. Engineer, unlocked. Scout, not yet unlocked. Advanced technology, weather jamming devices, electronic warfare systems, energy weapons. A dizzying string of zeros followed. Lin Mo has only unlocked the engineer class so far, costing 20,000 per person, unable to fight, but capable of repairing vehicles, building fortifications, and defusing explosives. He built 5 and is currently instructing the militia to reinforce the walls. Money is never enough. He would say this every time he left the laboratory. To make office work more convenient, Lin Mo converted a room on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, which was originally used to store miscellaneous items, into an office. The reasons for choosing this location are quite compelling. First, it's close to the VIP area, making it convenient for Yorkham and others to find him. After all, they're his big spenders. Secondly, it offers a great view, with the window providing a panoramic view of the campsite. Third, and most importantly, it's only 20 meters away from Emily's room. At this moment, Lin Mo was sitting behind his desk, holding a copy of Principles of Economics borrowed from a VIP, purely for show. His mind wasn't on the book at all. Chapter 48, Enemy Reconnaissance Vehicle. Thump, thump, thump. A knock came at the door. "May I come in?" Yurkam's voice came from outside the door. Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly. He put down his book, straightened his collar, and said calmly, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yurkam walked in. The French businessman was dressed in a neatly pressed khaki casual suit today, his hair combed meticulously, but the dark circles under his eyes betrayed his fatigue. His gaze swept quickly across the room. A simple wooden table and 2 chairs. A hand-drawn camp map hangs on the wall. There are several books on the bookshelf, all in English, covering military or economic topics. There was a metal cabinet in the corner, which was locked. The space is small, and everything is visible at a glance. His daughter was not among them. Mr. Yurkam, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Mo asked with his standard business smile. Sorry to bother you. Yurkam forced a smile. Excuse me, have you seen Emily? I've been looking for her everywhere. It's past lunchtime, and she still hasn't come back. Emily? Lin Mo frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. I think I heard her say this morning that she was going to teach children to read in the working class area. She seems to go there often lately, saying she wants to help out. He pointed out the window in the direction of the working class neighborhood. You don't need to worry too much. Lin Mo added sincerely. As long as she is within the oil field area, her safety is absolutely guaranteed. I have sent people to secretly protect the safety of the VIPs. That's a perfectly watertight statement. Yurkam's smile became even more strained. His real concern wasn't that his daughter might encounter danger outside. The oil field area was indeed very safe, with frequent militia patrols and almost no serious incidents. What worried him was that the greatest danger was in this room, and in the gentle, smiling, young Chinese man in front of him. But this room really can't hide anyone. Could it be that I'm just overthinking things? Was Emily really just going to help out in the working class neighborhood? I see. Yurkam nodded. I'll go look in the civilian area. Sorry to bother you. You're welcome. Take care. Yurkam turned and left, gently closing the door behind him. The sound of footsteps faded into the distance in the corridor. Lin Mo did not move. He sat quietly for 10 seconds, listening intently to any sounds outside. Then he let out a long breath, not a sigh of relief, but a release of some kind of pent-up frustration. He stood up. Only then could you see clearly. His upper body was neatly dressed, with the buttons of his desert camouflage tactical shirt fastened all the way to the collar. But his lower body consisted of only a pair of military green shorts. There was a rustling sound coming from under the desk. A blonde, blue-eyed head cautiously peeked out from under the table. Emily, has my dad passed away? She asked in a low voice, her azure eyes filled with a mixture of tension, excitement, and rebellion. Lin Mo did not answer. He walked to the door and pressed his ear against it to listen. Then he turned around, made a shush gesture to her, and mouthed, they might not have gone far. Don't rush, he said softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Your father is very clever. Maybe he's waiting outside the door. Emily quickly pulled her head back. Maybe you're right. Lin Mo sat back down in his chair and picked up the book, Principles of Economics again. Outside the window, the setting sun dyed the desert blood red. Inside the camp, smoke curled from chimneys as refugees lined up for food, militiamen patrolled, and VIPs enjoyed dinner in the restaurant. Everything was in perfect order. Lin Mo turned a page of the book, a slight, unnoticed smile curving his lips. With such a beautiful and charming blonde girl by my side, this should have been a wonderful day. However, the radar system detected a suspicious vehicle nearby and alerted Lin Mo. I need to go out for a bit, he suddenly said. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around. He pushed open the office door, and the light from the corridor pierced through, giving his silhouette a cold, hard edge. Footsteps echoed rapidly on the concrete, quickly disappearing into the distance. Emily's gaze slowly cooled. She's not stupid. Lin Mo's sudden departure was anything but ordinary. In the command center, the holographic tactical map is flashing a regular red light. Lin Mo pushed open the alloy door, and the cold white lights automatically turned on. He strode to the console and began rapidly typing on the virtual keyboard. Zoom in on the map. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the oil field area, a red dot of light is slowly moving along an irregular trajectory. Not refugees. The sign of refugees is white, and they usually come in groups. It is not a wild beast either. The heat source signal shows humanoid times 4 and is accompanied by metal vehicle characteristics. System, trace the trajectory back, Lin Mo ordered. The map immediately showed the movement path of the red dot over the past half hour. It approached from the northwest, slowed down when it was 8 kilometers away from the oil field, then zigzagged, getting as close as 3 kilometers and now pulling away to 5 kilometers. Typical reconnaissance behavior. Peregrine Falcon, take off for reconnaissance. Coordinates, north latitude times. East longitude times. Commands are transmitted instantly via data link. Buzz. On the outdoor runway, the motors of a Peregrine light reconnaissance drone began to spin at high speed. The catapult uses compressed air to store energy. 3 seconds later. Bang! The drone shot off like an arrow, accelerating to takeoff speed in just 50 meters and lightly lifted off the ground, its nose pointing northwest. On the console screen, the live feed began to be transmitted. Desert, yellow sand, and scattered withered grass. The lens continuously adjusts its focus, contrast, and thermal imaging mode. 14 minutes later. Target located. The screen is locked. A Toyota Hilux pickup truck, which looks at least 10 years old. The vehicle body is welded with rough steel plates, and the windshield is reinforced with steel bars. This is a typical style of vehicles modified by militants. There are 4 people sitting in the carriage. There is 1 person in the driver's seat and 1 in the front passenger seat, and 2 people in the trunk. Everyone was wearing black headscarves, with only their eyes showing. The weapons were clearly visible. 3 AK series rifles and an RPG-7 rocket launcher leaning against the side panel of the carriage. They are not moving forward. The car was parked on the back slope of a dry riverbed, and the engine was turned off. 1 person was observing the oil field through binoculars, another was making notes in a notebook, and 2 others were on guard with guns. Chapter 49 Hunting. I wasn't just passing by. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. The passing militants would not stop to observe, much less make records. This is a professional reconnaissance team. Number 1, number 6. He pressed the communication button. Take your men and bring them back. Alive, at least 1 alive. Receive. Coordinates have been sent. Estimated contact time, 12 minutes. The desert, 2 p.m. The sun is scorching. 2 armed jeeps, codenamed Hounds, silently drove out of the side gate of the oil field, their tires making only a slight rustling sound as they rolled over the sand. Number 1 personally drove the first car. His hands, clad in tactical gloves, gripped the steering wheel firmly, his eyes fixed on the navigation information projected onto the windshield, the real-time location of enemy vehicles transmitted by the drone. The car maintained a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which was not fast, but it was stable enough. In the back seat, 2 two-star conscripts silently inspected their weapons. An AK-74M fitted with an ACOG scope and a VSS silent sniper rifle. The second car was driven by number 6. He was the gunner. The PKM general-purpose machine gun on the roof of the vehicle was already unlocked, and the ammunition belt gleamed with a brass luster in the sunlight. The co-pilot, a conscript, held an RPG-26, his eyes fixed ahead. The 2 vehicles formed a wedge formation, 50 meters apart, and maneuvered around the dry riverbed to encircle the enemy. 8 minutes later, in the drone footage, the pickup truck suddenly moved. The reconnaissance team seemed to have sensed something. Perhaps they heard the sound of an engine, or perhaps it was the intuition honed by long-term battlefield experience. They started their vehicle and, instead of returning the way they came, turned northeast in an attempt to bypass the route. They found it. Number 1's voice came through the communicator, calm and even. Accelerate, intercept. Boom! The diesel engines of both Hounds roared simultaneously. The car's speed instantly increased to 120 kilometers per hour, and it bounced violently on the bumpy desert ground. The people in the carriage braced their knees against the seats in front of them, their bodies rising and falling with the movement of the vehicle, but their hands holding guns remained as steady as a rock. The manhunt has begun. The militants in the pickup truck were clearly panicked. They hadn't expected the pursuers to arrive so quickly and in such good condition. Those 2 jeeps were far more capable of navigating complex terrain than their old, modified pickup truck. The distance is constantly decreasing. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. Fire! Stop them! In the back of the pickup truck, an armed man roared and opened fire with his AK-47. Da-da-da-da. The bullets kicked up a series of columns of dirt on the sand, but they were too far away to hit anything. On the roof of vehicle number 6, the PKM machine gunner adjusted the muzzle. He didn't use burst fire. Burst fire while moving at high speed would be a waste of ammunition. Instead, they used 3-round bursts, relying on experience and intuition to correct the trajectory. Thump, thump, thump. The first round of shots hit 2 meters to the left of the pickup truck. The second correction resulted in a bullet grazing the truck bed. The third round. Tajda. Three 7.62mm bullets struck the steel plate of the pickup truck bed with solid force, exploding into blinding sparks. One of the militants screamed as a stray bullet that pierced through the steel plate struck his arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. RPG, take them down. The squad leader on the pickup truck's eyes turned red. Another person in the back of the truck hoisted an RPG-7, struggled to turn around amidst the bumps, and took aim. But he was too hasty. Rockets need to be launched under relatively stable conditions. Otherwise, their trajectory will deviate significantly. Just as he pulled the trigger, the pickup truck ran over a rock, and the vehicle jolted violently. Swoosh! The rocket, trailing a plume of flame, left the launch tube but flew out at an odd angle, landing and exploding more than 20 meters to the right of the Jeep. Boom! Sand and dust billowed into the air, and the shockwave shook the Jeep, but it was unharmed. Idiot, the foreman cursed. Meanwhile, the first hound driven by number one had already used the terrain to bypass and overtake from the side. He jerked the steering wheel, and the Jeep sped up a low sand dune, blocking the pickup truck's path from above. The pickup truck driver instinctively slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out from another high point on the side of the sand dune. That was the sniper that number one had positioned in advance. He had jumped out of the car long before the pursuit began and taken the best shooting position on foot by taking a shortcut. The VSS silenced sniper rifle's 9x39mm subsonic bullet accurately penetrated the windshield of a pickup truck at a distance of 300 meters. The bullet struck the driver in the right chest. It wasn't immediately fatal, but it was enough to make him lose control of the vehicle. The pickup truck swerved like a drunkard, its right front wheel sinking into a soft sand pit, causing the vehicle's center of gravity to shift instantly. Boom! Rollover. The heavy vehicle rolled 3 times due to inertia, the steel roof plate plowing deep grooves in the sand, all the windows shattered, and the unsecured weapons, equipment, and human bodies inside the vehicle were flung everywhere. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop upside down, with black smoke billowing from under the hood. The Jeep braked suddenly to a stop. Number 1 and Number 6 quickly got out of the vehicle with their men, deployed into tactical formation, and pointed their guns at the overturned pickup truck. Clear the area. 2 conscripts stepped forward, one on guard, the other using his rifle, but to smash open the deformed car door. Inside the cab, the driver was dead, not from a gunshot wound, but from a broken neck during the rollover. The passenger in the passenger seat was covered in blood, but was still alive and struggling to climb out of the broken car window. The situation in the rear compartment was even worse. The 2 men were trapped under the car. One had a broken thigh bone, with the white bone fragments piercing through his pants. The other person was unconscious and had a deep wound on his forehead that exposed the bone. Take them away. Number 1 gave a brief order. The 3 survivors were roughly dragged out, their hands were tied behind their backs, and they were thrown into the back seat of a Jeep. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Commander, mission accomplished. 1 killed, 3 captured. No casualties on our side. Bring it back. Oil field area, interrogation room. This wasn't actually a proper interrogation room. It was just a makeshift shed made of corrugated iron sheets, drafty on all sides, with a compacted earthen floor. The 3 prisoners were thrown on the ground, like 3 puddles of mud. They were seriously injured. The one with the broken bone was in so much pain that his face had turned pale. The one with the forehead injury was still unconscious, and only the middle-aged man with the hooked nose in the passenger seat was still conscious. Although his face was covered in blood, his eyes were fierce. Lin Mo walked in, his military boots making a dull thud on the muddy ground. He crouched down and reached out to pull off the headscarf from the hook-nosed man's head. A typical Arab face, around 40 years old, with a scar on his cheek, a high-nosed bridge, and thin lips. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Mo with eyes as sharp as a viper's. Who are you? Lin Mo asked in Arabic, his voice low. The man with the hooked nose grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. Warrior of Allah. A cliché answer. Lin Mo wasn't angry and continued to ask, what are you doing around here? Just passing by. Just passing by with an RPG and a laptop? The man with the hooked nose fell silent, only letting out a cold laugh. Lin Mo stood up and nodded to Number 1. Ask them everything they know. Number 1 stepped forward. He didn't use any complicated instruments of torture, nor are there any here. He simply drew his multifunctional field knife from his waist, the blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. The interrogation process was quick and efficient. Number 1 should deal with the prisoner with a broken bone first. He didn't ask any questions, but simply used the tip of his knife to gently pry open the fabric at the wound on the other man's thigh, revealing the gruesome fracture. Then, I tapped the bone fragments with the back of the knife. A shrill scream. Which organization do you belong to? Number 1 asked calmly. Fierce tigers, fierce tiger legions. Number of people. Kill me, and you won't know anything. The other person painfully shut their mouth. Chapter 50. Once you leave, don't come back. Number 1 stopped asking questions and turned to the one who was unconscious. He pressed the tip of the knife against the other person's eyelid and gently pushed it down. The unconscious person sensed the threat, instinctively struggled to wake up, and then saw the knife tip right in front of them. Where is your headquarters? Number 1 asked. The man was so frightened that he wet himself and incoherently gave a long list of details. The abandoned factory on the eastern outskirts of Aleppo, the locations of several outposts, the leader's nickname. Finally, it's the Hooked Nose's turn. Before Number 1 could even make a move, Hook-Nosed suddenly sprang into action. He somehow found the strength to break free of the ropes, sprang up from the ground, and used all his strength to grab Lin Mo's neck with both hands. It wasn't that I wanted to kill anyone, it was that I wanted to take someone hostage. But Number 1 reacted faster. He kicked the side of the hook-nosed man's knee. Click! A clear sound of bone cracking. The hook-nosed man screamed and fell to the ground, but Number 1 didn't stop, kicking him hard in the face with the sole of his military boot. Bang! 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 3 consecutive kicks shattered his nose, knocked out his teeth, and sprayed blood mixed with saliva, a few drops landing on Lin Mo's trouser leg. Lin Mo frowned, took a half step back, and dusted off his trouser leg. Continue, he said. Number 1 crouched down, pressing the tip of the knife against the Adam's apple of the hooked-nosed man's nose. What is the relationship between the Tiger Legion and Sandstorm? The hook-nosed man spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned maliciously. Sandstorm was our squad. You killed our men, stole our supplies. The Legion will not let you get away with this. How many people are in the Legion? Tens of thousands. God above, we will raze this place to the ground and slaughter all of you infidels. Lin Mo turned and walked out of the shed. More piercing screams came from behind, lasting for about 20 minutes. Then Number 1 came out, his hands covered in blood. I got the question out. He handed over a brief message written in blood on a rag. The Tiger Legion currently controls the eastern region of Aleppo with a core combat force of about 3,500 people, including auxiliary armed forces and temporary conscripts. The total strength may be around 5,000. They're equipped with heavy machine guns, mortars, a small number of armored vehicles, and tanks. Sandstorms are their outer branches. Deployment time? The prisoners said that their main force was already on its way and would arrive here soon. Lin Mo looked at the information on the cloth strip with a serious expression. 5,000 people. Even if there's some inflation, after discounting, it's definitely over 3,000. This is the largest threat he has faced to date. Moreover, the enemy was not a band of roving bandits like the Sandstorm Bandits, but a well-organized armed group with heavy weapons and combat experience. Commander, there's one more thing. Addendum Number 1. The prisoners confess that the Tiger Legion has connections with foreign forces, possibly Turkey, or possibly certain private military companies. Their attack may have received external support. Lin Montag nodded. As expected, the chaos in Syria has never been just an internal problem. Just as he was about to speak, a noisy argument suddenly came from the direction of the camp entrance. At the camp gate, a small-scale disturbance is brewing. For private cars were blocking the entrance, and a dozen people, men, women, young and old, were arguing with the militiamen guarding the gate. Let's out. We want to go home. We can't afford to pay $100 a day here. The battle is over. Why can't we leave? The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit, although the suit was now wrinkled and covered in dust. His name was Farouk. Before the war, he ran a building materials store in Laduro and was considered a small business owner. He fled here with his wife and 2 children, and after 7 days, the expenses here have almost drained him dry. He was reluctant to spend money. More importantly, seeing that the camp had been quiet recently, with no gunfire or attacks, he naively assumed that the war was over. So he incited several other families who were also concerned about their money to demand that they leave. No one may leave without the commander's orders. The militia squad leader guarding the gate was adamant. Go back. Otherwise, you'll be treated as disturbing the peace. This is illegal detention. Farouk shouted. I'm going to sue you. Sue. The militia squad leader laughed in exasperation, staring at the other person with an expression as if he were an idiot. More and more people gathered to watch. Many refugees also gathered to watch the spectacle and whisper among themselves. Yes, it seems like the war is really over. 100 a day is too expensive. I can hardly afford it anymore. Should we leave too? The atmosphere began to become subtle. At this moment, Lin Mo walked over. The crowd automatically parted to make way. What happened? He asked, his voice not loud, but everyone fell silent. The militia squad leader stood at attention and reported, Commander, these people want to leave, but we haven't received any clearance. Lin Mo looked at Farouk. Farouk's momentum waned after being swept away by his gaze. But she still forced herself to say, Sir, we want to go home. The war should be over. We can't stay here forever, paying so much money every day. Is the war over? Lin Mo repeated the sentence, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Who told you that? Hasn't everything been peaceful these past few days? The peace is because I protected you. Lin Mo looked around at the crowd and raised his voice. It is the blood of my soldiers that has brought you peace here. He paused, then softened his tone. But I never force anyone. You can leave any time you want. He waved to the militia. Open the gate and let them go. The militia squad leader hesitated for a moment, but still carried out the order. The roadblocks were removed, and the gates slowly opened. Farouk and the other families looked at each other in surprise, not expecting things to go so smoothly. They hesitated for a few seconds, then, as if afraid Lin Mo would change his mind, hurriedly got into the car and started the engine. 4 cars and a dozen people drove out of the gate and headed east onto the highway. The crowd watched them leave, some with flickering eyes, seemingly wavering. Lin Mo turned around to face everyone. I'll say it again. His voice echoed in the empty camp. Here, you are free to come and go. You can leave whenever you want. But once you leave, don't come back. This is not a hotel, not a place where you can come and go as you please. He paused, then added, Also, you know better than I what the outside world is like. I wish them good luck. After saying that, he stopped looking at the crowd and turned to leave. After walking a few dozen meters, he whispered to Khalid, who was following behind him, Send someone to follow them secretly. I need to know what they will encounter. Yes. Half an hour later, Khalid brought back the message. The 4 vehicles had driven less than 8 kilometers when they were stopped by a group of armed men at a bend in the road. The car was stolen, the people were dragged out and searched, and all their valuables were taken. The woman was dragged to the bushes by the roadside. The men resisted and were shot dead on the spot. The remaining people scrambled back and are now crying and begging for the gate to be opened outside the camp. Open the door? Khalid asked. Lin Mo stood on the watchtower, using binoculars to look at the disheveled figures on the distant highway. No, he put down his binoculars. I told you, once you leave, don't come back. But, no buts. Lin Mo turned around. Let them fend for themselves. It's good to teach the others a lesson. The outside world has never been safe. Khalid paused for a moment, then nodded, yes. Chapter 51, Giant Cannon. Over the next hour, Lin Mo did 3 things. First, instruct Khalid. Assemble all the militia, distribute weapons and ammunition, and go on high alert. The enemy is coming soon, larger than any enemy before. Khalid's eyes lit up. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. This militia captain, who grew up from a vengeful youth, has the taste of war ingrained in his very being. Death is not something to fear. What he needs is to achieve great things. Yes, sir. Second, go see Yorkam. He found Yorkam at the restaurant, where he was having coffee with some newly acquainted friends. Mr. Yorkam, may I speak with you in private? The two went into the small storage room next door. Lin Mo cut to the chase. I need some money, very urgently. Yorkam was stunned. You need money? In his view, Lin Mo earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a day and should be rolling in money. We need it. Lin Mo didn't explain the purpose. $2 million US. We need it now. Yorkam did not answer immediately. He walked to the window, looked at the bustling camp outside, and fell into thought. $2 million is nothing to him. But his business instincts told him to assess the risks. Was this investment worthwhile? Can you tell me what it's for? He asked. Cannot. Lin Mo looked directly at him. But I can tell you the reason. An armed organization called the Tiger Legion is gathering its forces and may attack soon. The number of people could be 5 or even 10 times ours. Without this money, even if we manage to hold this place, the losses will be enormous. Yorkam's pupils contracted. He understood the subtext. If we can't hold out, everyone will die, including him and Emily. I need assurances. Yorkam said, no matter what happens, you must guarantee the absolute safety of me and Emily. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. No one can hurt you on my turf. Even if the camp is breached? Even if the camp is breached, I will arrange for you to evacuate through the secret passage. I have a contingency plan. Yorkam stared into Limmer's eyes, trying to find a trace of hesitation or a lie. But all he saw was absolute, almost cold-blooded confidence. A few seconds later, Yorkam nodded. Give me the account. Transfer now. Thanks. You're welcome. Yorkam gave a wry smile. This is an investment. I hope you won't make me lose money. 2 million has been received. Lin Mo brought up the building panel, hovering the cursor over the icon he had longed to build but had always been reluctant to give up. Super heavy artillery, beast, construction cost, 1,200,000 in funds. Construction time, 48 hours. Electricity demand, 180 megawatts, additional power generation facilities required. Ammunition cost, 20,000 per round. Parameter, caliber, 203 millimeters. Range, 42 kilometers conventional ammunition, /58 kilometers, extended range ammunition, not yet unlocked. Rate of fire, 2 rounds per minute, fully automatic loading. Ammunition types, high explosive shells, armor-piercing shells, not yet unlocked. Cluster munitions, not yet unlocked. Kill radius, 85 meters for high explosive grenades. Effective fragmentation, radius, 220 meters. Accuracy, CP, circular error probable, 35 meters, 42 kilometers. Protection, 300 millimeters RHA, equivalent frontal turret armor, 120 millimeters side/rear armor. Weaknesses, slow rate of fire, no close-range weapon system, and a barrel life of only 200 rounds, requires replacement. This is the ultimate weapon that appears after the system unlocks the combat lab. It is essentially an enhanced version of the real-world 2S7 Peony self-propelled cannon, with a longer range and greater power, but an outrageously slow rate of fire and an exorbitant price. One shell costs $20,000, so 2 shells would cost $40,000. Lin Mo hasn't built any because it's too expensive and would severely slow down the rate of troop production. But now, he needs an iron barrier. A barrier that can launch a devastating attack from tens of kilometers away when the enemy is assembled. System, construct the beast cannon. Location, northwest side of the base. Coordinates times. Instruction confirmed. Deduct 1,200,000 funds. Current funds, 805,140. A power shortage has also been detected, requiring the construction of 1 small nuclear fusion power plant, 50,000 funds. Put up. Instruction confirmed. Deduct 50,000. Current funds, 755,140. The beast artillery is currently in line. Estimated completion time, 48 hours. A small nuclear fusion power plant is under construction. Estimated completion time, 59 minutes. On the console screen, 2 huge virtual blueprints began to flash on the open ground to the northwest of the base. An hour later, the small power station was completed. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook. It wasn't an explosion. It was the sound of some kind of heavy machinery rising from deep underground. Rumble. The soil churned and sand and stones rolled down. A circular base with a diameter of over 20 meters slowly rises from the ground, its alloy structure reflecting a cold, hard luster in the sunlight. At the center of the base, a massive turret began to rotate and rise. The 203 millimeters cannon barrel was thick enough to fit a person's waist, and its length exceeded 12 meters, resembling a giant sword pointing to the sky. When the turret was fully raised, its menacing silhouette could be seen throughout the entire camp. Lin Mo stood in front of the observation window in the command center, watching the giant cannon gradually take shape. As the sun set, It stained the cannon barrels a dark red, as if they were soaked in blood. He held in his hand the interrogation records he had just retrieved from number 1, which were marked with the coordinates of the areas where the Tiger Legion might gather. Several coordinates are within the range of the giant cannon. Come on, Lin Mo said in a low voice, his eyes cold. Let me see if you have more people, or if my cannons are more powerful. On the distant horizon, the last ray of sunlight sank into the sea of sand. Night fell, but war is drawing near. Late at night, the silence of the oil field was shattered by the roar of construction machinery. The sound came from the direction of the restricted area designated by Lin Mo. It was muffled and continuous, like a giant steel beast turning over underground. Many civilians who had fled here were already having trouble sleeping, and now they were peeking out from their makeshift shacks. Looking at the area cut off by darkness and searchlights, his eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. They knew something incredible was being built there, but no one dared to go near. The conscripts patrolling the perimeter of the restricted area had eyes colder than the desert night wind. 2 starving teenagers once tried to sneak in to find something to eat, but they were immediately beaten, had their legs broken, and were thrown out. The wailing echoed across the sand for a long time. Yorkam stood at the window on the 2nd floor of the dormitory building, a nearly burnt-out cigar between his fingers. He peered through the stained glass into the darkness from which the roaring sound came, his gaze so profound that it seemed unlike that of an ordinary building materials merchant. Looking towards the base, Yorkam's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He came to Syria, of course, not for that damned building materials deal. That was just a facade. Lin Mo's appearance was an accident, but perhaps an opportunity. This young Chinese man is ruthless, decisive, and possesses incredible military resources. Yorkam has been observing the soldiers carefully these past few days. They were so silent, they seemed inhuman. Their tactical movements were as precise as machines, and their numbers were increasing at an absurdly rapid pace. Interesting, Yorkam murmured to himself, stubbing out his cigar on the windowsill. He needs more time to observe, and he also needs more leverage. Lin Mo is clearly not someone who can be completely bought off by money, but everyone has weaknesses. Emily seems to have a bit of a crush on that guy. This could be a subtle opportunity. He turned and walked back to the table, turned on the encrypted channel of the satellite phone, and quickly entered a piece of code. Chapter 52, There's Not Enough Time. Downstairs, in Jonathan Miller's room, which cost him $30,000 a day, he was sitting around a dim oil lamp with the archaeological team he sponsored. The atmosphere was heavy. We must leave, the sooner the better. The speaker was the geologist on the team, a bald old German man. He tapped his fingers nervously on the table. That Lin Mo, he's practically a vampire. I've calculated it. With 23 of us, at his rate of charging, it won't be long before he drains all our research funding. But where can we go? A young female researcher cried out, Tartus is lost. Aleppo is under war, and the border is full of armed checkpoints. We even had our passports stolen. Perhaps we could contact the embassy. Someone said timidly. I've already contacted them. Jonathan scratched his head in frustration. I secretly used the satellite phone, and all Western countries' offices in Syria have been withdrawn or closed. The outside world is now dominated by warlords and bandits. The flickering flame of the oil lamp illuminated the faces of despair. They were once scholars in an ivory tower, discussing civilizations from 1,000 years ago, but now they are like lambs to the slaughter, trapped in this cage of steel and blood. Wait a little longer, Jonathan finally said hoarsely. Maybe the situation will turn around. Lin Mo can at least guarantee that we won't be torn apart by the thugs outside. He himself didn't have the confidence to say that. Meanwhile, inside the command center, Lin Mo downed his 3rd cup of strong, bitter instant coffee of the night. The cheap caffeine stimulated his nerves, temporarily suppressing the fatigue of days of battle. He stood in front of a huge holographic tactical map, swiping his finger in the air to bring up terrain data around the oil field area. The terrain is fucking awful, he muttered under his breath. The oil field area is located on the edge of a flat desert with a wide view and almost no natural defenses. The enemy can launch an attack from any direction, and his defensive forces must be dispersed, leaving weak points everywhere. Ideally, the best course of action would be to move forward and control the surrounding towns within a few dozen kilometers. Abdu Village, east, Saladin Village, south, and the abandoned outpost with a water source to the northwest. This forms a triangular defensive pivot, with mutual support and in-depth defense. Dream on. Lin Mo gave a self-deprecating twitch at the corner of his mouth. He currently has less than 2,000 troops at most, half of whom are poorly trained militia. Should troops be divided to guard outer outposts? That would be like handing food to the enemy. They would be picked off one by one. We can only cower and wait. What are we waiting for? Waiting for the funds generated by oil refineries to snowball? Waiting for the system to unlock higher-level units? Tom was not on his side. Sudden. Woof, woof, woof. A woof. In the distance came the fierce, short barks of military dogs. Not the excitement of spotting prey, but a warning and a deterrent. Lin Mo's heart tightened suddenly, and he instantly accessed the radar interface. Within a 50-kilometer radius, the red dots representing the enemy forces were completely blank. However, the white dots representing neutral or unknown units flickered intermittently at the edge, slowly moving towards the oil field area. Another damn refugee? Lin Mo found it. He switched to the surveillance footage from the outer outpost. In the night vision footage, about 20 or 30 ragged figures were helping each other, trudging through the sand. It looks like yet another group of refugees with nowhere else to go. At the outer defensive line, Khalid led 20 militiamen, flashlights in hand, to meet them. The beam of light swept across the terrified faces, the wrinkled faces of the elderly, the tightly embracing children of women, and the evasive eyes of young and middle-aged men. Stop! Khalid shouted in Arabic. At the same time, he signaled the militia to spread out in a semicircle. Although they did not raise their guns, the intimidation was strong. This is private property. You must undergo inspection before you can enter. The refugees were already numb and just nodded blankly. Khalid waved his hand, and the militiamen stepped forward to begin a rough but thorough body search. The men were asked to take off their coats, while the women were inspected by several village women behind a makeshift curtain. The luggage was all opened and laid on the ground. Every item had been squeezed and shaken. This was a procedure that Khalid added on his own initiative. The fact that the military used civilians as human shields during the last sandstorm served as a wake-up call for him. Lin Mo didn't object after learning about it, but simply said, "You decide what to do." The unexpected happened halfway through the body search. "Captain, this kid has a gun." A militiaman suddenly roared and forcefully pinned a tall, thin man who was trying to struggle to the ground. 3 or 4 others pounced on him, pressing their knees against his back and pinning his hands behind his back. His movements were so practiced, as if he had done it many times before. "Ugh, let go. I'm not a spy." The man, his face buried in the sand, screamed incoherently. "I'm a government soldier, second lieutenant." The unit was scattered. "I escaped." Khalid walked over, squatted down, and shone his flashlight on the other person's face. He was a man in his 30s, with soot on his face. Although his eyes were filled with fear, a soldier's unique toughness remained deep inside. His civilian clothes were clearly ill-fitting, with a section of his military underwear cuff showing at his wrist. "Second lieutenant?" Khalid sneered. "Where's the proof?" "The documents." Lost when I was running away." Khalid, too lazy to listen anymore, grabbed a tattered rag from who knows where and shoved it into the other man's mouth. "Take him back, lock him up, and I'll interrogate him personally." The man was dragged away like a dead dog. Khalid clapped his hands, but his gaze swept over the remaining refugees like that of an eagle. His gaze fell on a middle-aged couple. They were pushing a simple wooden cart piled with tattered bundles. During the search, the couple was unusually nervous, their eyes darting around, especially the woman, whose fingers were unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. "You stop right there." Khalid walked over and blocked their way. "Sir, we've already checked." The man stammered, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Check again." Khalid tilted his head at the militiamen beside him. "Unpack everything on the cart and check it one by one. And turn this cart over." "Yes." The militiamen swarmed forward, dumped the rubbish from the cart onto the ground, and searched carefully. The woman was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, while the man's lips trembled and he could barely stand. The cart was overturned. A militiaman tapped the underside of the vehicle with the handle of his bayonet. The sound was hollow. "Captain, it's empty down there." With a few quick pryings, the well-disguised compartment was revealed. A small field radio, 2 well-maintained Makarov pistols for fully loaded magazines, and a hand-drawn, simple map. The couple looked ashen-faced. Khalid gave a cruel smile. Take him away. Lock him up with that lieutenant from before. Chapter 53, Before the Great Battle. The interrogation room was actually just a reinforced tool shed. The screams coming from inside were intermittent like a dull knife cutting flesh. When Lin Mo pushed open the creaking wooden door, a strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of sweat, urine, and rust hit him, making his stomach churn. In the center of the shed, 3 bloodied people were tied up with their hands behind their backs and hung from the roof beams, their toes barely touching the ground. Khalid, shirtless and splattered with blood, was slowly and methodically plucking the woman's fingernails with a pair of pliers. In his view, women were undoubtedly the best entry point. A branding iron was burning in a brazier nearby. The other 2 captured men had already fainted, their skin torn and bleeding, not a single piece of flesh intact. Commander, Khalid saw Lin Mo, wiped his sweat, grinned, and revealed his white teeth. Almost done asking questions. Lin Montak frowned. This kind of place is definitely not suitable for large groups of people. He nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Leave professional tasks to professionals. All he wanted was a result. Half an hour later, Khalid came out with several pieces of paper stained with bloody fingerprints. He confessed. He said calmly, the couple were from the Freedom Front. Their mission was to infiltrate and find out our defensive setup, troop strength, and the location of heavy weapons, and then report back by radio. They had another team waiting outside to meet them, but it seems they've lost contact. Lin Mo took the statement and glanced at it. As expected. But what on earth is this Freedom Front? Syrian rebel groups are numerous, and their names are increasingly impressive. The other side sent spies here, most likely to seize their oil fields. Anyone who dares to covet this place is his enemy. Where is that officer? That person probably wasn't lying. His name is Adil, a former 2nd Lieutenant Staff Officer in the 11th Armored Brigade of the government forces. His troops were ambushed and scattered by rebels south of Hasaka, and he fled here with a few survivors. The others either died or scattered along the way, leaving him all alone. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Bring him here, wash him clean, and get him something to eat. When Adil was brought to Limmer's office, he had already changed into a clean old robe, and his wounds had been simply bandaged. His face was deathly pale, and fear lingered in his eyes, but his back was instinctively ramrod straight, a mark left by long-term military training. Lin Mo pointed to a plate of mutton pilaf and a bottle of water on the table. Adil hesitated for a moment, but in the end, hunger overcame his pride, and he pounced on the table to wolf down his food. He ate very quickly, choked several times, and grabbed the water bottle to gulp it down. Lin Mo watched quietly, and only spoke after he had almost finished eating, asking in Arabic, "What's the current situation with the government forces? The president has fled, the capital has fallen, and you're still fighting?" Adil put down the empty plate and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His expression became noticeably complicated. "Your Excellency, the president has indeed abandoned us. But the government forces have not collapsed." He straightened his back and tried to make his voice sound convincing. "We still have organized troops resisting in the central and western parts of the country, including parts of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and the factory district of Aleppo. The southern province of Dara is still in our hands. Yes, we have lost large swathes of land, and our front lines have shrunk, but our main forces remain. The Supreme Command is regrouping and preparing for a counterattack." His last sentence carried a subtle hint of bitterness. Lin Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. He understands this principle. If the government forces and the rebels can continue their dogfighting, resulting in mutual destruction, that would naturally be good for him. It would give him more time to develop his forces stealthily and accumulate strength. But that's assuming he survives until then. How was your brigade defeated? Lin Mo changed the subject. A flicker of pain crossed Adil's face. The rebels, there's more than one group. They have anti-tank missiles and drones provided by Turkey. Before our brigade's T-72s could even deploy, our command vehicle and lead tank were targeted and destroyed, and then we were divided and encircled. They have a lot of men, and their tactics are very flexible. They don't engage us head-on. They focus on attacking our flanks and supply lines. He described a typical asymmetric attack, in which regular troops were overwhelmed in the chaos by militants who were familiar with the terrain and had flexible tactics. Lin Mo silently noted down this information. This is valuable for assessing the combat capabilities of other rebel groups. You should rest. Lin Mo finally said, "Stay here for now. Your military knowledge might be of some use." Adil was somewhat surprised, then lowered his head. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling someone to take him away. A former government army second lieutenant, familiar with the local military situation, might come in handy at a crucial moment. At least, it's better than just killing them. The next day, construction within the restricted area continued day and night, and the outline of the giant cannon, on which Lin Mo had placed high hopes, gradually became clearer. It was a monster with a heavy base and an extremely long cannon barrel, full of science fiction elements, completely out of place in the surrounding desert. The progress bar is climbing slowly but steadily, and it has already passed 50%. The militiamen received their new equipment. The old AKM and SKS that were phased out were retrieved and replaced with brand new AK-74MS produced by the system's arsenal. Although they are both AK series, the 5.45mm caliber has less recoil and higher accuracy. Paired with brand new orange-yellow fiberglass magazines, these men, who were farmers not long ago, loved them. He wiped it even more carefully than his wife. Under the urging of the conscripts and Khalid, they worked overtime to make incendiary bombs, mixing crushed soap and rubber granules into the gasoline to make it more viscous and burn more fiercely. Boxes of Molotov cocktails were piled up behind the defense line. The minefield was further expanded and reinforced. The anti-tank mines were buried deep and covered with wooden planks and a thin layer of sand. Anti-personnel mines and tripwire mines are deployed in a more cunning and secretive manner, focusing on covering possible armored assault routes and infantry assault channels. Lin Mo gave the order. Food supplies should be provided freely. For many people present, this might be the last time they get to eat this meal. So, a dozen large pots were set up in the open space, stewing large chunks of beef and mutton with plenty of spices, and the aroma of the meat could be smelled for miles. There was plenty of rice and flatbread, and everyone even got a little bit of precious sugar and canned fruit. The militiamen sat around the campfire, eating meat heartily and laughing loudly, creating an unusually lively atmosphere. But deep in the eyes of many people lies an undisguised fear and resolve. Lin Mo's premonition, like a cold, venomous snake, coiled around everyone's heart. Unfortunately, this time, his premonition hit the bullseye again. Chapter 54 Countdown. The third day, at 4:17 a.m., the piercing radar alarm sounded like a death knell, suddenly exploding in the command center. Lin Mo was jolted awake from a brief nap, his adrenaline surging instantly. He rushed to the holographic map and saw that on the north edge of the screen, countless red dots were surging into the 50-kilometer warning zone like a flood bursting its banks. The sheer number and density of the light spots far exceeded the scale of the previous sandstorm army. The large red dots representing vehicles are connected together, interspersed with a few slow-moving but extremely strong light dots. Those are heavy armored units. Peregrine Falcon, take off. Target the north side. Full speed ahead for reconnaissance. Lin Mo ordered hoarsely. A light reconnaissance drone was launched from a concealed launch pad at the base, silently disappearing into the still lingering night, and sped off northward. 10 minutes later, the live feed was transmitted back. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lin Mo's pupils still contracted suddenly. The image shows a long steel dragon crawling along a desert highway. Leading the way were more than a dozen heavily modified armed pickup trucks, with steel frames welded to their roofs, mounting DSHK heavy machine guns or AGS-17 grenade launchers. Following behind were several wheeled armored personnel carriers, BTR series, and even more chillingly, 3 main battle tanks. The drone descended to a lower altitude, capturing details of the tank, a low-slung cast turret, a 105mm rifle gun barrel, and a V-shaped wave deflector at the front of the hull. This is a Soviet-made T-55 medium tank. Although it is an old relic from the grandfather generation, it is still an overwhelming force against infantry that lacks anti-armor capabilities. The side skirts of the tank were rusty, but the main gun and machine gun had obviously been maintained and gleamed coldly in the morning light. Behind the tanks were endless trucks and infantry, a dark mass, roughly estimated to be no less than 3,000. Militants on the ground spotted the black dot hovering overhead. Machine gunners in several pickup trucks turned their guns, tracer rounds drawing crimson lines of fire in an attempt to shoot down the drone. The peregrine falcon skillfully climbed and circled, capturing several key moments before turning back. Lin Mo stared at the transmitted data, his face ashen. The fierce Tiger Legion. As he read out the name he had extracted from the prisoner, a heavy pressure gripped his throat. 3,000 men, armored vehicles, tanks. This is no longer a band of outlaws. This is a local warlord's armed force with considerable strength. To make matters worse, the construction progress bar for the giant cannon still has 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 43 seconds remaining. Based on the enemy's speed, the vanguard will reach the outskirts of the oil field in, at most, 1 hour. However, before he could recover from the shock, the radar alarm blared again in a piercing shriek. On the holographic map, almost simultaneously, 2 large red light waves appeared in the southwest and east directions. Each unit has around 2,000 troops and also has vehicle signals. They're encircling the oil field in a pincer movement. Damn it! Lin Mo slammed his fist on the control panel, the alloy surface making a dull thud. Encircled from 3 sides. The Tiger Legion in the north has more than 3,000 men, and the southwest and east each have more than 2,000 men, with a total strength of more than 7,000. This is absolutely not a coincidence. It was a premeditated, coordinated, multi-pronged attack. The defense force in the oil field area has less than 1,500 combat-ready soldiers at most, more than half of whom are poorly trained militia. How can we simultaneously contend with 3 formidable enemies? Absolutely impossible. Run? Without the base, he lost everything. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretched out, filled with a deadly weight. On the holographic map, 3 red torrents of death are resolutely converging towards the green, representing the base. The vast disparity in troop strength made him feel as if he could smell the approaching death. He stared intently at the map, his brain working at an unprecedented speed, eliminating one solution after another and rejecting one idea after another. His expression gradually changed from initial shock and anger to an almost ferocious calm. A plan that was almost insane, yet held a glimmer of hope, gradually took shape in his mind. He suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, yet burning with a desperate flame. "Number 1, he growled into the communicator, his voice hoarse but resolute. "Commander." Number 1's cold, steady voice responded immediately. "I order you to immediately assemble 300 conscripts and select 200 elite soldiers from the militia, armed with anti-tank weapons, explosives, and heavy machine guns. Your objective is..." Lin Mo's finger slammed heavily onto a point on a holographic map. Abudu Village. Establish a defensive position here in Abudu Village. Your mission is singular. At all costs, hold off this Tiger Legion from the north. At least 4 hours. Without my order, even if you fight to the last man and the last bullet, you are not allowed to retreat even a single step. Abdu Village, Khalid's hometown, is about 20 kilometers away from the oil field area and is a necessary route for enemy troops from the north to attack. The terrain here is relatively narrow, and there are some ruins that can be used as shelter. By holding off the enemy here, we can temporarily turn the desperate situation of being attacked from 3 sides into a defense on the east and west lines. But how could 500 men hold off 3,000 enemy troops, including tanks? This is almost a suicidal mission. There is a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator. Then, Number 1's voice remained steady, without the slightest fluctuation, only a metallic firmness. "Yes, Commander. Mission accomplished." Lin Mo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, they were filled with an icy resolve. "Go. Come back alive." He cut off communications, turned to the console, and began making final adjustments to the remaining defenses. The pressure on both the eastern and western fronts is equally immense, and every troop must be carefully calculated. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to lighten. On the horizon, death is approaching. Meanwhile, the war machine in the oilfield region emitted its final, low rumble before the decisive battle. Chapter 55: No Way Out. A convoy of 500 people drove away from the oil field in the morning mist, the dust they kicked up like a dying yellow dragon slowly dissipating at the edge of the desert. Unit 1 took away 300 of the most elite conscripts and 200 daredevils, as well as nearly half of the base's anti-tank weapons, explosives, and heavy machine guns. Standing on the top floor of the command center, Lin Mo watched the convoy disappear into the undulating sand dunes, feeling as if a piece of his heart had been ripped out. The troops on the defensive line suddenly became sparse. What remains are 500 conscripts and fewer than 600 militia. They were about to face an enemy force of over 4,000 men advancing from both the east and west. A fourfold difference in troop strength. Lin Mo took a deep breath and turned back to the control panel. On the holographic interface, red tides of light representing 2 enemy forces from the east and west are rapidly approaching, with the closest one less than 15 kilometers away. In the funds section, the remaining 700,000 yuan flickered forlornly. Without hesitation, he swiped his finger to bring up the production interface. One-click production, 100 conscripts. Confirmed expenditure, 500,000. Yes. At the same time, the indicator lights in all 20 barracks within the base turned a blinding red, and the internal incubation tanks began to operate at high speed. New soldiers will begin to emerge in 10 minutes, but they won't make it to the first half of the battle. Flamethrower squad, move into preset sniping positions. Lin Mo switched channels. 20 flamethrower soldiers, dressed in heavy, sealed fireproof suits, silently picked up their equipment. These soldiers, tempered by the previous bloody battles, all had at least one gold star shining on the side of their helmets. The 2 team captains leading the team have even reached 3 stars. Their movements are more agile, their control over the flames is more precise, and the fuel tanks on their backs have been reinforced, increasing the spray distance and duration by nearly 40%. Behind the defensive line, civilian logistics teams were frantically moving ammunition. The elderly, women, and even teenagers, in pairs, carried heavy ammunition boxes and ran between trenches and bunkers. No one spoke, only heavy breathing and the rustling sound of shoes scraping against the sand. Everyone understands that once the defenses are breached, no one will survive. Lin Mo recalled his promise to Yorkam. He pulled up the communication app. Number 7, take 3 people to the dormitory building. Escort Mr. Yorkam and Miss Emily into the underground storeroom. No one is to approach without my order. Yes, ma'am. The long wait was like being cut by a dull knife. At 8:17 a.m., dust first rose from the eastern horizon. A few minutes later, the same scene appeared to the west. 2 plumes of smoke, like the vanguard of a sandstorm, slowly converged on the oil field area. Get into position and prepare for battle. Khalid's hoarse roar echoed along the defensive line. The militiamen huddled behind a breastwork made of sandbags, their fingers resting on the cold trigger guards, some of them trembling uncontrollably. The enemy surged in from the opposite direction in a dark mass, with dozens of armed pickup trucks at the front resembling moving steel hedgehogs, their heavy machine guns gleaming with a deathly light in the sunlight. The enemy did not immediately charge. The advance force stopped about 800 meters from the defensive line. Dozens of armed men jumped out of the pickup trucks and, using them as cover, began to advance cautiously. This is a standard probing move, using a small force to identify firing positions and guide the target for subsequent artillery fire and the main force's charge. Hold on. Khalid leaned down and whispered in the ear of a young militiaman next to him. Listen to my orders. Let them get close and shoot. Aim at the people. Don't waste bullets by firing randomly. The young militiaman was pale-faced and nodded repeatedly. After advancing to 300 meters, the enemy stopped. The heavy machine guns on several pickup trucks suddenly opened fire. Da-da-da-da. Bullets swept across the front line like a deluge, hitting the sandbags with a thud and kicking up dust. The militiamen remained hidden behind their bunkers, and no one returned fire. The enemy seemed to think the defenders were cowardly and became bolder. Hundreds of men leaped out from behind the vehicle, forming a skirmish line and accelerating their charge, letting out wild howls. The pickup truck restarted and slowly followed alongside the infantry, using its vehicle to provide cover for them. 250 meters. 200 meters. Khalid could even see the ferocious expression on the bearded man charging at the front, and the AKMS in his hand with its barrel sawed off. Beat! Khalid fired first, a short burst hitting the driver's window of the lead pickup truck. The bullet struck the welded steel plate, sending up blinding sparks. In an instant, gunfire erupted on the defensive line. Dozens of rifles fired simultaneously, bullets weaving together in the air to form a fiery net. 7 or 8 militants at the front fell instantly, but those behind immediately laid down and used the terrain and the bodies of their comrades to fight back. The heavy machine gun on the pickup truck also opened fire with all its might to suppress the enemy. The battle instantly intensified. These militants were clearly seasoned veterans. Instead of charging blindly, they advanced in groups of 3, taking turns providing cover. Some people deliberately threw smoke grenades, and a white smoke screen rose in front of the position to interfere with the shooter's vision. Someone used an RPG to bombard the suspected firing position. Boom! A militia machine gun position was hit by a rocket, sending sandbags and human fragments flying into the air. Mortar! 10 o'clock, 300 meters away. Khalid roared into the radio. But before the artillery crew could adjust, 2 clouds of blood suddenly exploded in the air above the enemy's mortar positions behind their lines. The gunner and his assistant, who were loading shells, fell to the ground almost simultaneously. He's a sniper. On the top floor of the command center, Lin Mo personally operated an SVD sniper rifle equipped with a high-magnification scope. The gun is mounted on a stable firing platform and is linked to radar and observation drones via a data link. He held his breath and used 2 bullets to eliminate the biggest threat at a distance of 600 meters. "Well done, Commander," whispered Number 8, who was acting as an observer. Lin Mo didn't speak but pulled the bolt, and the ejected cartridge case was still smoking. Fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Those 2 shots may have seemed easy, but they were actually under immense pressure. Wind speed, humidity, batch differences in ammunition, and even the Coriolis force must be taken into account. He wasn't a professional sniper. He relied entirely on the system's calculations and the feel for the game he'd honed through life-or-death battles over that period. The enemy was clearly stunned by the precise sniper kill. The mortar positions fell into chaos, and the advancing infantry hesitated. Khalid seized the opportunity and commanded the militia to concentrate their firepower, pinning down the dozens of enemy soldiers who had charged ahead in a dry irrigation canal, preventing them from advancing or retreating. The probing attack ended abruptly after 20 minutes. The enemy abandoned more than 30 corpses and several burning pickup trucks before retreating back to their starting position. The defense also paid a price. 11 people died and more than 20 were injured. The stretcher team braved stray bullets to rush forward and drag the wounded back to the rear. A woman carrying a stretcher was hit in the thigh by a stray bullet, screamed and fell to the ground, her blood instantly staining the sand red. There was no time for mourning. Chapter 56: Evacuation of the Defense Line. The brief calm lasted for less than half an hour. At exactly 9 o'clock, the main force of the enemy appeared from both the east and west directions. Through the binoculars, Lin Mo no longer saw scattered pickup trucks and infantry. To the east, a long line of more than 50 vehicles of various types kicked up clouds of dust on the highway. Leading the way were 5 armored trucks modified to resemble steel fortresses, with double-layered steel plates welded to the cargo box and twin-mounted DSHKs, or even ZU-23-2 anti-aircraft guns mounted on top. 7 or 8 BMP. 1 infantry fighting vehicles follow behind, their short, thick barrels of 73mm low-pressure smoothbore cannons pointing towards the oil field. What's even more unsettling is the rear of the convoy. 4D, 3122mm howitzers towed by trucks. The lineup on the west was equally impressive, even including 2 more rusty but intact T-55 tanks. The total troop strength exceeds 4,000. The dark mass of people, the dense array of gun barrels, formed a deathly metallic jungle in the morning light. The pressure, like a tangible sea, overwhelmed the entire defense line. Many militiamen began to tremble uncontrollably, some sobbed softly, and some prayed frantically. Lin Mo knew he had to do something, even if it was just to buy time. He turned on the base's public address system, and the sound was broadcast through the loudspeakers throughout the battlefield. Friends outside, I am Lin Mo, the person in charge here. There are no winners in war. Perhaps we can talk about terms. If your demands are reasonable, we can avoid unnecessary casualties. The sound echoed across the vast desert. A few seconds later, from the enemy ranks to the west, A burly, bald man dressed in American digital camouflage climbed onto the roof of a pickup truck. He snatched a megaphone from his subordinate, his voice rough and arrogant. "Talk. Ha ha ha. Listen, there's only one condition. Take your men and get out of our land with your tails between your legs. This oil field and all your pretty little toys are now ours. If you don't surrender, we'll storm in and leave no one alive." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of wild laughter and howling erupted around him. Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. He switched back to the sniper rifle scope, the crosshairs firmly settling on the bald head that was still waving its arms. At a distance of 820 meters, a southeasterly wind with a speed of about 3 meters per second and low humidity. The system's auxiliary data jumped rapidly at the edge of the field of vision. Hold your breath. Preload trigger. It felt as if my heartbeat had temporarily stopped. Bang! The gunshots were muffled. The bald, muscular man on the roof looked as if he had been struck head-on by an invisible hammer. His entire upper body jerked backward. A cloud of blood mixed with bone fragments sprayed from the back of his head, and then he fell straight off the roof of the car. The laughter stopped abruptly. Dead silence. The next second, an angry roar exploded from the enemy ranks. Attack! Slaughter them all and avenge Samir! Allahu Akbar! The enemy forces on the east and west sides launched a general offensive simultaneously, like a flood bursting its banks. The battle entered its most brutal mode from the very beginning. The first step was artillery preparation. The 4D, 30 howitzers on the east side roared first. Boom! 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 A 122 millimeters high-explosive grenade ripped through the sky, crashing into the defensive line with a deathly shriek. The first salvo covered the front-line militia positions. The ground trembled violently, flames shot into the sky, and broken sandbags, weapon parts, and even human remains were thrown dozens of meters into the air. A militia squad hiding behind a bunker was hit directly and disappeared instantly. All that remained was a charred crater 3 meters in diameter. Tanks and BMP-1s to the west also opened fire. The T-55's 100mm rifle gun spewed flames as a high-explosive shell struck a section of concrete wall, causing the entire wall to collapse and burying the militiamen behind alive. The BMP-1's 73mm cannon and coaxial machine gun swept across all visible targets. The shelling lasted for a full 10 minutes. The front line of defense looked as if it had been plowed through, and the fortifications were severely damaged. The number of militia casualties has skyrocketed. The deafening explosion, the agonizing screams of their companions, and the ever-present threat of death finally broke the nerves of some. "I'm not fighting anymore. I want to go home." A young militiaman threw down his gun, turned around, and ran away. "Stop!" Khalid shouted. But panic is contagious. Another 7 or 8 people followed and fled back. A ruthless glint flashed in Khalid's eyes. He raised his rifle and fired a burst of fire at the ground in front of the fleeing crowd. Da-da-da. The dust kicked up by the bullets brought the fleeing man to a halt. "Go back." Khalid's face was contorted with rage as he pointed his gun at them. "Anyone who dares to back down another step, I'll kill him right now. Look around. Where can we run? Your parents and children are right behind us. If these bastards break through, we'll all die." He raised his hand and fired a shot, blowing the head off a deserter who was still hesitating. The bloody crackdown temporarily stabilized the situation. With bloodshot eyes, the militiamen scrambled back to their dilapidated bunkers and began a frenzied counterattack. But the enemy's ground forces had already pressed forward under the cover of artillery fire. Hundreds of militants followed behind pickup trucks and armored vehicles, surging towards the defensive line like a tide. Bullets rained down like a storm, weaving a deadly metallic storm in the air. The militia began to retaliate with their anti-tank weapons. Several RPG-7 rockets flew out, trailing plumes of fire. But the shooter lost his aim under immense pressure. One shot went wide and exploded in midair. An additional armor piece hit the pickup truck, only creating a fireball, and the vehicle continued to move forward, swaying slightly. Only one bullet was lucky enough to hit the side skirt of a BMP-1, detonating the tracks and crippling the vehicle. The anti-tank mines began to prove their worth. An armed pickup truck that was speeding too fast ran over mine. Boom! A deafening roar, even more muffled than artillery fire. The entire vehicle was blown up half a meter, its chassis was torn apart, and the occupants inside were instantly killed by the shock or shrapnel. But the enemy behind them showed no fear and skillfully avoided the minefield. The defensive line began to bend and retreat under immense pressure. Retreat. Retreat to the second line of defense. Fight in urban warfare, using the buildings and ruins. Khalid gave the order in a hoarse voice, which was almost inaudible. This was a last resort. Abandoning the open areas on the outskirts means bringing the battlefield into the oil field production area. There are dense pipelines, oil tanks, and buildings there, and the terrain is complex, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, but also means that the last buffer zone has disappeared. The militiamen took turns providing cover as they retreated in disarray. People kept being shot and falling, being dragged away or abandoned by their companions. Like sharks that have smelled blood, the enemy frantically surrounded the retreating militia from both flanks, attempting to divide and annihilate them. Just as the defensive line was about to collapse, the 300 conscripts who had been silent on the second line of defense opened fire. Their gunfire was distinctly different from that of the militia. Short, precise, and highly rhythmic. There was no aimless firing. Almost every burst of fire targeted an exposed enemy machine gunner, rocket launcher operator, or a frontline leader. 20 flamethrower soldiers appeared at the highest point and corner of the ruins. Instead of firing blindly, they waited for the enemy group to enter the narrow area. Flames cover area C7. The 3-star flamethrower captain calmly ordered. 3 flamethrower soldiers simultaneously peered out, and 3 blazing white fire dragons spewed out in a crisscross pattern. Boomstreepje! The narrow passage instantly transformed into a living hell. More than 20 militants who were charging forward were engulfed in flames, screaming and rolling around, which ignited even more people. The flames even licked a pickup truck that was too close, igniting its fuel tank. The explosion and fire temporarily halted the offensive. Chapter 57, let's get closer and fight. The conscripts, like precise killing machines, worked in groups of 3 or 5, occupying key points and relentlessly reaping the enemies who rushed into the ruins with crossfire. They were not afraid of casualties. If they were wounded, they would continue firing as long as they could still move, and if they were killed in action, their comrades would immediately take their place. Khalid seized the opportunity to rally the scattered militia and reorganize the defense. With the conscripted soldiers leading the way, the militia's morale didn't completely collapse. They relied on building ruins, oil tanks, and pipelines to engage in a brutal house-to-house and alley-to-alley battle with the enemy. The battle entered its bloodiest urban warfare phase. Every low wall, every dilapidated house, and even every pile of waste became the focus of repeated disputes between the two sides. Gunshots, explosions, and screams echoed through the ruins. Lin Mo was in the command center, staring intently at the holographic map. The red zone, representing the enemy, has encroached on large areas of green, but the core area remains secure. The main enemy forces on both the eastern and western fronts have been temporarily tied down. He glanced at the countdown in the corner of the screen. Super heavy artillery, beast, construction remaining, 27 minutes and 11 seconds. 27 minutes remaining. Every second, soldiers are dying. Outside the window, the fire from artillery shells illuminated half the sky. Armed men, like a black tide, surged wave after wave towards the crumbling second line of defense under the cover of artillery fire. The casualty figures for conscripts began to rise at an alarming rate. A 2-star conscript had just blasted 3 enemies with a grenade when he was struck in the carotid artery by a bullet fired from the flank, his blood splattering onto the crumbling wall. He slid slowly against the wall, his fingers still on the trigger guard. Flamethrower soldiers became the mainstay of the defense line, but also the target of everyone's criticism. Breach in Area C. Seal it with flames. The 3-star flamethrower captain roared in the channel. A flamethrower soldier wearing 2 stars on his head emerged from behind half of an oil tank. His heavy fireproof suit made his movements slightly slow, but the speed at which he raised the flamethrower was astonishing. He targeted a pickup truck that was trying to break through the gap, with 5 or 6 armed men crammed into its bed. Boomstreepje! A 25-meter long, fiery white dragon erupted and instantly engulfed the entire vehicle. The screams from inside the driver's cab lasted only half a second before abruptly stopping as the bulletproof glass warped and shattered under temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. The people in the truck bed turned into human torches, screaming as they jumped out of the truck, rolling on the sand covered in sticky incendiary agents, only to make the flames spread faster. But this flamethrower soldier also gave himself away. There he is. Kill him. Dozens of meters away, a sharp-eyed militant leader pointed in their direction and shouted. At least 3 AK rifles simultaneously turned their muzzles, and bullets rained down on the flamethrower soldier's heavy fireproof suit and the fuel canisters on his back. The clanging sounds of impact were as dense as rain. The special fibers and ceramic inserts on the surface of the fireproof suit blocked most of the rifle bullets, but the huge impact still made him stagger backward. A stray bullet struck the hose connection between the fuel tank and the spray gun. Laugh! A piercing sound of high-pressure fuel leaking rang out. The flamethrower glanced down, his eyes remaining calm behind a mask. Instead of trying to escape or find cover, in the last 2 seconds of his life, he suddenly turned the spray gun around and aimed it at the direction from which the bullets were coming in the densest concentration. The trigger is pulled. Boom! The leaked fuel was ignited by the exhaust flame, resulting in a violent secondary explosion. A fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters shot into the sky, engulfing the flamethrower soldier and everything within a 7 or 8 meter radius around him. The flames even licked the roof of a nearby 2-story building, igniting the wooden beams. The blast wave sent several armed men flying. The henchman was closest to the target and was thrown 3 or 4 meters into the air, landing as a charred corpse. Madmen. These people are all madmen. Some of the armed men retreated in fear, but the smell of blood drove many more enemies into a frenzy. Behind them, the firing of mortars and howitzers did not stop for a moment, even though some of their own men were still stuck in the combat zone. Charge! Keep pushing. They're about to collapse. A commander wearing a red turban hid behind an armored vehicle, waving a pistol and shouting. Whoever rushes in first gets double the bounty, and can pick any woman they want. Driven by money and desire, the militants emboldened themselves once more, lunging at the breach in the defenses like hyenas. Inside the command center, Lin Mo saw the red headscarf waving its arm through the sniper scope. At a distance of 700 meters, the target's upper body was exposed on the side of the BMP-1 armored vehicle. He took a deep breath, his lungs burning with pain. The intense shooting and high-precision sniping just now had exhausted a lot of his energy. Amateur shooters' muscle memory is not stable, and they need to be fully focused on every shot. Hold your breath. The crosshairs are slightly raised to correct the trajectory. Apply even pressure with your index finger. Bang! A burst of blood erupted from the chest of the man in the red headscarf. He looked down in disbelief, then fell backward. However, the crisis at the breach has not been resolved. More enemies are pouring in from there. Lin Mo released the sniper rifle, the gun still warm to the touch. He turned and strode quickly toward the enclosed compartment above the command center. The hatch slid open, revealing a small space inside that resembled a tank turret. This is the last line of active defense weapon in the command center, a remote-controlled turret for twin-mounted NSV 12.7mm heavy machine guns. The turret base is rigidly connected to the building structure, providing firing stability far exceeding that of vehicle-mounted weapons. Lin Mo sat in the shooting chair, put on the goggles and control gloves. The perimeter observation view was brought in. He chose the Western Gap as his target, and the turret motor emitted a low hum as the thick, long gun barrel slowly rotated. Through the scope, 7 or 8 militants were using the wreckage of a burning pickup truck as cover, leaping forward in turns, with a distance less than 150 meters. Lin Mo pressed the fire button with his thumb. Thump, 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 thump. The roar of the heavy machine gun is completely different from that of the AK series. It is a deep, resonant sound that seems capable of shattering internal organs. Lin Mo adjusted the rate of fire to a controllable 600 rounds per minute, but the power of each 12.7 by 108 millimeters round was terrifying. The first round consisted of 5 shots. The upper body of the militant at the front exploded, and his shattered torso flew backward, knocking down the person behind him. In the second round of bursts, Lin Mo slightly lowered his gun, and the bullets swept across the ground, hitting the legs of the second enemy. Both legs were severed at the knees, and the severed limbs, trailing blood, were thrown into the air. The man screamed and fell to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood on the sand. "It's a heavy machine gun!" Upstairs, the enemy shouted in terror, scrambling for cover. However, the penetrating power of a 12.7mm bullet is sufficient to penetrate most unarmored bunkers at a distance of 100 meters. Lin Mo spotted a half-meter thick adobe wall, behind which a shadowy figure could be seen moving. He pressed the fire button and continued firing. Thump, thump, thump. The earthen wall was repeatedly struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, with brick and stone fragments mixed with dust falling down. 3 seconds later, a hole the size of a wash basin was punched through the wall, and the 2 people hiding behind it were beaten to a pulp. Metal shell casings cascaded down the ejection port like a waterfall onto the floor, the clanging and clattering sound so dense it was unsettling. The scorching copper shell rolled to Lin Mo's feet, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and burnt metal. The 12th century machine guns surrounding the base were already firing at full power, forming a crossfire network that wiped out hordes of enemies attempting to charge from the open ground. But the enemy has learned its lesson and has started using RPGs and mortars to specifically target these fixed firing positions. Boom! A sentry machine gun in the southeast corner was hit directly at the base of its turret by an RPG-7. The entire turret was blown askew and stopped firing while emitting black smoke. Immediately afterwards, enemy howitzers from behind also joined the tower-destroying effort. Chapter 58: Desperate Counterattack. Boom! A 122mm grenade landed less than 50 meters northeast of the command center. The massive explosion caused the entire building to shake violently, dust to fall from the ceiling, and the light bulbs to flicker. Lin Mo was jolted from his shooting chair, his shoulder slamming hard against the bulkhead. Warning: Barracks 5 has been damaged by artillery fire. Warning: external pipelines at the number 2 small nuclear fusion power plant have been damaged, causing power output to drop to 70%. Power grid load warning: some defense facilities are underpowered. The piercing alarms and system alerts blared throughout the cabin. Immediately repair the power station and prioritize restoring power to the sentry machine guns. Lin Mo roared into the communicator, simultaneously switching channels. Number 6. Number 8. Take your men and block the breach on the west side. Push the enemy back at all costs immediately. Yes, Commander. In the ruins, Number 6 and Number 8 jumped up from behind their bunkers almost simultaneously. Both were Samsung elites, and the insignia on the side of their helmets gleamed faintly in the smoke of battle. Behind them, more than 20 elite conscripts, who had also reached the 1-star or 2-star level, followed like shadows. This squad was Lin Mo's last mobile reserve force, and also the sharpest blade he had forged. They didn't shout. Their silence was terrifying. Their actions were swift as lightning, and their coordination was so perfect that it was as if they shared a single brain. They advanced in groups of 3, taking turns providing cover. The first group peeked out and fired, suppressing enemy firing positions ahead. The second group took the opportunity to leap to the next bunker. The third group is responsible for guarding the flanks and throwing smoke grenades and hand grenades. Their marksmanship was terrifyingly accurate. Number 8 used an AKS-74U short assault rifle equipped with a reflex sight, and at a distance of 50 meters, he almost always got headshots. An armed militant who had just peeked out from behind the broken wall to fire an RPG was shot below the collarbone by Agent 8, who had only shown half of his shoulder. The bullet tumbled and tore open his chest cavity. The man collapsed without uttering a sound. Number 6 is responsible for mid-range precision strikes. He knelt behind a concrete pile foundation, using a VSS silenced sniper rifle to target enemy machine gunners, artillerymen, and commanders. The muffled gunshots were almost drowned out by the battlefield noise, but each shot meant the fall of a key target. They used grenades with an artistic flair. It's not about throwing blindly, but about calculating the angle and the bounce. An RGD-5 grenade was thrown through a window into the 2-story building. It bounced once off the wall and rolled right to the corner of the stairs before exploding. For enemies who were trying to shoot down from the building were blown away. The rocket launcher, RPG-26, is used to deal with armored targets and fortified positions. A 3-star conscript hoisted a launcher and, under the cover of his comrades, aimed at a BMP, one that was bombarding the defensive line with a 73mm cannon. Whoosh, boom! The rocket accurately hit the junction between the BMP, one turret, and the hull, and the metal jet penetrated inside, triggering a secondary explosion. The turret hatch was blown off, and flames spewed out from every gap. This elite squad cut through the enemy ranks on the west side like a hot knife through butter, forcefully creating a gap and pushing back the charging enemy. Within the area they defended, less than 100 meters wide, lay the wreckage of 2 armored vehicles and more than 60 enemy corpses. But a price is being paid. A 2-star conscript was shot in the abdomen by a sniper while throwing a grenade, his intestines spilling out. He gritted his teeth, leaned against the wall, and used his last strength to empty the magazine before lowering his head. Another team member had half of his ear and a large piece of his scalp shattered by shrapnel from a shell. Despite being covered in blood, he continued to reload, aim, and fire. Sentry machine guns number 3 and number 4 have been destroyed by the tank. The systems in different voice announced. Lin Mo switched the viewing screen. To the west, the T-55 tank was slowly advancing, and with each roar of its 100mm main gun, a machine gun turret or section of fortification was reduced to ruins. The infantry surrounding the tank used its massive size as cover, pressing forward relentlessly. Several RPG rockets whistled toward the tank, but either missed or bounced off the well-angled frontal armor, leaving only a shallow crater and a cloud of smoke. The tank's coaxial and bow machine guns fired relentlessly, suppressing the anti-tank team and preventing them from raising their heads. "We can't let it go any further." Lin Mo gritted his teeth. He ordered all nearby conscripts to draw the tank's attention with firepower at all costs, creating opportunities for the anti-tank teams. 3 conscripts opened fire simultaneously from different directions, bullets clanging against the tank's armor. The tank turret slowly rotated, aiming at the most threatening firing point. Just as the turret was turning, 2 conscripts carrying RPGs rushed out from a narrow alley. Less than 40 meters away, the tank commander had clearly spotted them, and the bow machine gun immediately turned around. Da-da-da. The bullets struck the walls around the first shooter, sending debris flying. The gunner was hit in the chest by several bullets and fell backward, but the rocket launcher had already been fired. Whoosh! The rocket flew out with a trail of flame, but lost its aim because the gunner had fallen to the ground. It grazed the top of the tank turret and exploded in the open ground behind it. The second marksman is a 2-star elite. His expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even look at his fallen companion. A second before the machine gun bullets came hurtling towards him, he steadily pulled the trigger and simultaneously lunged to the side and backward. The rocket accurately hit the side and rear of the T-55 turret. This is a location with relatively thin armor and close to the ammunition rack. Boom! A violent explosion came from inside the tank. The turret was slightly lifted by the shock of the explosion before falling heavily to one side. Flames and thick smoke spewed out from every crevice, leaving no chance of survival for the crew inside. "Well done." Lin Mo slammed his fist on the control panel. But the situation remains critical. On the holographic map, the green dots representing our side and the red dots representing the enemy are intertwined and locked in a fierce battle. The defenses have been breached in many places, and small groups of enemies have even reached the edge of the core area. "Black Shell Squad, all personnel move out." Lin Mo issued the final preparatory order. Deep within the base, a heavy hydraulic protective door slid open silently. 42 dark figures darted out like ghosts. These are all military dogs that have experienced several battles and have all been promoted to at least 1 star. They are a whole size larger than ordinary German shepherds, with bulging muscles, fierce eyes, drooling, and a low growling sound coming from their throats. The lead dog, a giant dog nearly 80 centimeters tall at the shoulder, had a virtual logo on its head displaying Samsung 97%. It's just 1 step away from 4 stars. Instead of immediately attacking the nearest enemy, they quickly split into 4 groups, directed by the low barks of the lead giant dog, and moved along the shadows of the ruins. They silently circled around to the area where the fighting was most intense. Their first target was a group of militants on the west side who were besieging a militia stronghold. The enemies were completely focused on the gunfire and explosions ahead, and did not notice the dark figure lurking in the ruins to their side. The lead giant dog accelerated, pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and leaped over a broken wall nearly 2 meters high. It lunged at a machine gunner whose back was turned. With a weight of over 50 kilograms and the kinetic energy of the sprint, it was like a heavy hammer slamming into the opponent's back. The cracking sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The machine gunner screamed as he was tackled to the ground. Before he could even react, the canines had already pierced his carotid artery, and hot blood spurted out. Chapter 59, Don't Let Them Escape. The other military dogs launched an attack simultaneously. They specialized in attacking the lower body, biting ankles to cripple, pouncing on thighs to bleed, and even leaping up to bite the wrist of someone holding a gun. In an instant, screams, the sound of guns falling, and the growling and biting of dogs mingled together. The small team of a dozen people collapsed instantly. The flamethrower soldiers were relieved of pressure and reorganized their flame defenses. Of the 20 flamethrower soldiers, only 12 were still capable of fighting. Their fireproof suits were riddled with bullet holes and burn marks, and they were running low on fuel. The battle reached a dangerous stalemate. The enemy still outnumbers the enemy and is determined to fight. Every inch of land reclaimed comes at the cost of several lives. Watching all this, Lin Mo's palms were drenched in cold sweat. He was almost about to order the activation of the final contingency plan to detonate some of the oil storage tanks to create a fire barrier if necessary. When, bite, a crisp system notification sound, like heavenly music, rang in his mind. The super heavy artillery monster is complete. Status, standby. Warning, due to damage to power station number 2, power supply is insufficient, and the efficiency of the automatic reloading system is reduced. Current reloading time, 120 seconds per launch. Please specify a target or enable automatic target acquisition mode. Lin Mo almost jumped out of his chair. He forcibly suppressed his elation, his mind racing. A shot every 2 minutes is too slow, and the automatic target acquisition is prone to friendly fire in chaotic battles. The most valuable target must be selected manually. Switch the sentry machine gun to automatic defense mode. Switch the main cannon to manual control. Peregrine drone. Take off immediately and prioritize searching for enemy long-range artillery positions and command nodes. The moment the order was given, the control interface for the giant cannon switched to a corner of the main screen in the command center. A simple crosshair sight, surrounded by parameters such as distance, wind direction, and ammunition type selection. On another screen, live feed from the Peregrine drone began to be transmitted. The drone quickly climbed up, circled once over the battlefield, and then flew towards the enemy's rear. 2 minutes later, the screen locked. About 2 kilometers from the base, on the leeward side of a sand dune, for D-30 122mm howitzers were lined up in a row. Dozens of artillerymen were busy. 2 were unloading shells from trucks. 1 was loading them. 1 was adjusting the elevation, and another, who looked like an officer, was holding a walkie-talkie, seemingly coordinating the firing. They were completely unaware that death had already opened its eyes. Lin Mo steadily positioned the crosshairs of the giant cannon slightly to the left of the center of the 4 cannons. There were many ammunition boxes piled up there. High explosive grenades load, he whispered. The loading progress bar on the screen began to move slowly. 120 seconds felt incredibly long at that moment. People are dying every minute and every second on the front lines. Loading complete. Fire. Lin Mo pressed the virtual launch button. There was no immediate loud noise, because sound takes time to travel, but the drone footage on the screen faithfully recorded everything that followed. First, the ground in the center of the 4 artillery positions suddenly rose up without warning, as if a giant beast was turning over underground. Immediately afterwards, an extremely dazzling orange-red fireball suddenly exploded, instantly expanding to a diameter of over 30 meters. The shockwaves spread outwards in a visible ring, tearing apart, hurling up, and then engulfing everything in its path: sand, artillery parts, human remains, and even the ammunition trucks. The core temperature of the explosion exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius, melting steel and vaporizing human bodies. When the flames subsided and thick smoke rose, all that remained was a charred crater more than 15 meters in diameter, and the twisted and deformed remains of cannon barrels scattered around the crater. Those dozens of artillerymen, along with their commander, vanished from the face of the earth. 2 kilometers away, The deafening explosion sounded like muffled thunder rolling across the battlefield, even briefly drowning out the intense gunfire. All the militants who were charging or firing involuntarily paused for a moment, turning back to look with surprise and uncertainty. Their commander, a leader hiding in an armored command vehicle at the rear, saw the plume of smoke rising into the sky through his binoculars, and his face instantly turned ashen. What kind of cannon is that? No one could answer him. At this moment, the giant cannon's reloading progress bar began to move again. Lin Mo had already locked onto his second target, the most densely populated enemy attack position to the east. There were at least 200 or 300 people gathered there, preparing for the next wave of attack. Fire! Boomstreepje! This time, the sound was almost perfectly synchronized with the visuals. In the drone footage, that area appeared to have been trampled by the foot of an invisible giant. The explosion's flames even caused the screen to overexpose momentarily. When the footage returned, a terrifying crater several meters deep and the size of a basketball court was visible at the center of the explosion. Within a 200-meter radius of the pit, countless mutilated corpses lay scattered in a radial pattern. People who were a little further away were also shaken by the shock wave, bleeding from all 7 orifices, suffering ruptured internal organs, and collapsing to the ground convulsing. The survivors, who were lucky enough to be on the edge, could only hear a sharp ringing in their ears as they stared blankly at the hell on earth before them. Then he let out a monstrous scream, dropped his weapon, and turned to run away. Fear, like the deadliest plague, began to spread among the frontline militants. Devil. They have devil's weapons. We can't win. Run. Morale began to waver. The leader in the command vehicle had cold hands and feet. He forced himself to remain calm and tried to organize the attack. Don't panic. Charge in immediately. They only have 1 cannon. If we take it out, we'll win. However, his shout was completely interrupted by the roar of the 3rd cannon shot. The shot landed in the area where he had reserved the last reserve troops to assemble. More than 100 elite veterans were reduced to dust in the explosion. The leader's last shred of reason and courage vanished along with the rising mushroom cloud. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Get out of here. He shouted into the walkie-talkie in a distorted voice. Upon receiving the order, the already anxious frontline troops instantly collapsed. The retreat quickly turned into a rout. Without unified command and infantry cover, the pickup trucks and armored vehicles at the front became sitting ducks. RPG, aim at those cars. Khalid shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. The militia and conscripts, who had been suppressed for so long, now unleashed astonishing fighting power. They emerged from the ruins and from behind their bunkers, picked up rocket launchers, and calmly aimed and fired. Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! Boom! 3 heavily armed pickup trucks were hit in vital areas in succession and turned into burning iron coffins. A BMP. One attempted to reverse and escape, but its tracks were severed by a rocket-propelled grenade flying from the side, rendering it immobile. The crew members inside were shot dead as soon as they climbed out. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Fuming with rage, the militiamen jumped out of their trenches and gave chase. No one wants to miss the chance to kick a man when he's down. A group of about 20 armed men had just withdrawn from a 2-story building and were still in shock when they ran into a flamethrower soldier covered in black ash and whose fireproof suit was torn in many places. Chapter 60, A Great Victory. Upon seeing each other, both were stunned for half a second. The flamethrower soldier's eyes behind his mask were cold as he raised his flamethrower. No, someone screamed in despair. Boom! As the fire dragon swept across, 5 or 6 people instantly turned into screaming, rolling fireballs. The remaining soldiers scrambled back into the building or sought cover, but the militia had already surrounded them, and bullets rained down like water. A young militiaman rushed forward and pointed his gun at an enemy who was engulfed in flames and still struggling. But seeing the other person's face contorted in extreme pain and hearing their inhuman wails, he put his finger on the trigger but abandoned the idea of firing. In the end, he just stood there, watching silently, until the flames burned the man into a curled-up charcoal. Dozens of military dogs darted through the ruins like efficient Grim Reapers. They are incredibly fast and have terrifying jumping ability, targeting lone, injured, or fleeing targets that have fallen behind. One bite, and either your leg will be broken or your throat will be torn open. The fleeing soldiers were terrified and many simply threw down their weapons, raised their hands, and knelt down to surrender. Soon, a dark mass of prisoners knelt on the edge of the minefield, roughly 500 or 600 people. Their faces were pale, they were trembling, and their eyes were full of pleading. Khalid, leading a group of militiamen, panted heavily, looking at these enemies who had been so ferocious not long ago with complicated expressions. One of the prisoners crawled forward 2 steps on his knees and said in a tearful voice, "Spare us. We surrender." Before he could finish speaking, Khalid kicked him to the ground. He pressed a gun to the man's forehead, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. "Surrender? When you kill my parents and burn our houses, why didn't you think of sparing them?" He glanced around at the militiamen, whose faces were also filled with hatred, and remembered that Lin Mo had never said anything about treating prisoners of war kindly. He took a deep breath and hissed, "A blood debt can only be repaid with blood." The muzzle was pressed down. Bang! Brain matter splattered. As if on cue, the surrounding militiamen raised their guns. "Avenge a Budu village. For my sister. At-at-at-tat-tat." A barrage of gunfire erupted at the edge of the minefield, like the Grim Reaper's reaper. The kneeling crowd fell like felled wheat, their blood staining the sand, forming streams that flowed into the bomb craters. The massacre lasted less than 2 minutes. When the gunfire stopped, all that remained were mountains of corpses and a nauseating stench of blood. Of the armed personnel who actually escaped the oil field area, only 1 in 10 survived. They were scattered and few in number like stray dogs. They disappeared into the end of the desert, mixed in with several cars that were fleeing in panic. Lin Mo watched the fleeing enemy through the drone's feed, his finger hovering over the cannon's firing button for a moment before finally moving away. Each shell costs 20,000. He's penniless now. The little money in his account is only enough for 7 or 8 more rounds. Money must be spent wisely. The real threat is in the north. Peregrine Falcon turned towards Abdu village. Full speed ahead. The drone streaked across the smoke-filled sky, heading towards a point 20 kilometers away. At this time, the damaged number 2 power station was finally repaired by engineering robots. Power restored. Giant cannon loading system operating at full power. Current loading time, 30 seconds per round. Great. Lin Mo's spirits lifted. The drone footage quickly showed scenes of a Budu village. Thick smoke billowed out. This village, which once had more than 1,000 people, was now mostly reduced to ruins. Amidst the ruins, the sounds of gunfire and explosions remained intense, though noticeably fewer. In the center of the image, a half-collapsed 2-story stone house became the last stronghold. The roof had already been blown off, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes and breaches. Number 1 was leaning against the only remaining intact load-bearing wall, his left arm severed at the elbow, hastily bound with torn strips of cloth, and blood had already soaked half of his body. His face was pale from blood loss, but his eyes remained sharp as knives. His only remaining right hand held an AK-74M with a red-hot barrel, the muzzle pointed at the gap in the ruins. Each short burst of fire was inevitably accompanied by the enemy's screams or groans. Beneath the broken wall beside him, only 4 or 5 wounded soldiers remained, 2 of whom were militiamen. Their magazines were nearly empty, and some had even begun scavenging ammunition from the enemy corpses. In other areas around, sporadic gunshots could still be heard. Those were small, scattered units fighting independently. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the ruins, the main force of the Tiger Legion is regrouping in a dense mass. 3 T-55 tanks, lined up in a wedge formation, with their guns pointed directly at the stone house, were slowly adjusting their positions. A large number of infantry followed behind the tanks, preparing to launch the final attack. Clearly, Team 1 had reached a dead end, but they were still carrying out the order to hold out to the bitter end. The conscripts showed no mercy to the militiamen who tried to escape. At the edge of the image, the body of a militiaman, shot in the head, lies in the rubble, serving as a warning to others. Lin Mo's heart clenched. Number 1 was his first soldier and is also the first elite warrior to be promoted to 4 stars. Lock on front left tank. Lin Mo's voice was icy. On the giant cannon's control interface, the crosshair was firmly locked onto the turret of the T-55. Fire. Boomstreepje. 20 kilometers away, the giant cannon roared deafeningly. Above a Budu village, a sharp, piercing sound cut through the air, like the howl of death. The next second, a huge fireball suddenly exploded between the two T-55 tanks. The shockwave from the explosion flipped and tore the two steel behemoths, each weighing over 30 tons, over like toys. Broken tracks, turret parts, and internally detonated ammunition shot out in all directions like a storm. They swept away a large number of the infantry, following behind. The third tank, which was fortunate enough to be outside the center of the explosion, was also tilted by the blast wave, and the crew members were dizzy from the shock. The surviving militants were stunned, looking up at the sky in terror, not knowing where the attack was coming from. 30 seconds later, the second shell landed precisely on the densest part of the infantry, who were regrouping. Boom! In the face of such a powerful explosion, flesh and blood are as fragile as paper. Dozens of people vanished instantly, and many more were killed or injured by shrapnel and blast waves. Limbs and severed arms mixed with sand were thrown dozens of meters into the air. Fear once again dominated the battlefield. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The commander of the fierce Tiger Legion could no longer maintain the offensive and hurriedly gave the order. The already terrified militants, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, abandoned their wounded and equipment and retreated northward like a receding tide. In the ruins of the stone house, Number 1 looked through a hole in the wall at the fleeing enemy, and his tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. He leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to the ground, waves of weakness from excessive blood loss washing over him. But he still gripped the gun tightly with his right hand, pointing it at the gap where the enemy might reappear. His tenacious vitality as a 4-star elite allowed him to survive until the very end. The drone hovered overhead, transmitting images back. Lin Mo breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Number 1 was still alive. He did not order a pursuit of the fleeing soldiers, and the cannons ceased firing. The battlefield has temporarily returned to silence. Only the crackling of burning, the groans of the wounded, and the sobbing of the wind sweeping through the ruins could be heard. The battle to defend the oil field has temporarily come to an end with a fierce and bloody victory. But Lin Mo knew that the Real challenge might have only just begun. He brought up the resource panel, looked at the nearly depleted funds, and then gazed at the towering behemoth cannon on the screen. We should think about how to get our money back, with interest after we've spent it. He muttered to himself, a cold and shrewd glint in his eyes. Outside the window, the setting sun, like blood, dyed this land, which had just experienced a massacre, a breathtaking dark red. Chapter 61, Changing Development Strategies. The convoy that went to meet them in Abdu village returned at dusk. When they left, it was a long line full of soldiers and equipment. When they returned, there were only a few dilapidated vehicles, and the carriages were crammed with wounded soldiers covered in blood. Khalid and his men greeted them at the base gate. When they saw the figure getting out of the car, this militia captain, who had seen countless life and death, felt as if something was blocking his throat. The militia. There were 83 people who came back alive, including the seriously wounded who were still breathing. When he set off, there were 200 energetic men, many of whom were villagers he had brought from a Budu village. Now, more than half of their names remain forever in those ruins. The situation of the conscripts is even more chilling. Of the 300 skilled and elite soldiers, fewer than 30 disembarked at this moment. They remained silent, but their uniforms were tattered and everyone was wounded. Some had their arms in slings, some had limps, and the most seriously injured was being supported by his comrades, with the bandages wrapped around his abdomen, still bleeding. The disciplined and elite spirit they displayed at the start has now been replaced by a deep-seated weariness and trauma, as if they had crawled back from hell. The casualty rate exceeded 90%. Number 1 was carried off on a stretcher. He lost his left forearm. After emergency hemostasis and bandaging of the wound, his face was ashen due to excessive blood loss. But when those eyes saw Lin Mo, they still tried to focus, attempting to convey the message that the mission was accomplished. Send Number 1 into the repair chamber immediately, at any cost, and prioritize its repair. Lin Mo's voice was resolute. The first 4-star elite was the sharpest blade in his hand, and he absolutely could not let it break. Other wounded were also quickly triaged. Those with minor injuries were bandaged, while those with serious injuries were sent to the medical units attached to the barracks. Repairing the system soldiers requires funds, but Lin Mo didn't even blink at the moment. The The final count of battle losses was heartbreaking for Lin Mo. The initial nearly 900 conscripts, including those produced and replenished later, fought 3 fierce battles. The defensive battles on the eastern and western fronts and the battle to blockade the village of Abdu. Now, less than 400 people remain with full combat capability. This also includes newly recruited, inexperienced soldiers. The elite corps members were almost completely wiped out. Commander, battle damage statistics complete. Khalid's voice was hoarse as he handed over a stained piece of paper. 327 militiamen were killed in action, and 41 were seriously wounded or disabled. Furthermore, the conscripts suffered even greater losses, with 531 of these loyal soldiers killed in action. Lin Mo took the paper, his fingertips slightly cool. This is not just a string of numbers. It represents all the wealth he has accumulated over the past period, the foundation upon which he has established himself in this chaotic world. A fierce battle nearly wiped us out of everything. What about the enemy's losses? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion. The enemy forces on both the eastern and western fronts left more than 2,700 corpses on the battlefield, and about 600 prisoners were executed. 21 armed pickup trucks that were intact or reparable were captured, and 3 BMP, 1 infantry fighting vehicles, 2 of which were severely damaged, were seized. More than 50 light and heavy machine guns of various types, and a number of ammunition, rocket launchers, and mortars. The enemy suffered over 3,300 casualties, more than 3 times the number of our own. In terms of the exchange ratio, it was a glorious victory. But Lin Mo couldn't laugh. Such a huge loss is like cutting a piece of flesh off him. The enemy's losses were nothing more than the seemingly endless cannon fodder on this land. Recycling Center, commence operations. Leave no inch of the battlefield untouched, including Abdu village. Lin Mo gave the order, his voice cold and hard, like the friction of metal. Yes. Tracked vehicles from the recycling center roared into the battlefield, where the blood had not yet settled. The robotic arm, like the tentacles of a giant beast, began to calmly grasp, crush, and sort everything of value. The wreckage of 2 T-55 tanks destroyed by the giant cannon is the highlight. Recovered item, T-55 main battle tank wreckage, moderately damaged. Assessed value, 220,000 in funds. Recovered item, T-55 main battle tank wreckage, moderately damaged. Assessed value, 180,000 in funds. 400,000 yuan was deposited into the account. Lin Mo watched the numbers jump around, feeling no emotion whatsoever. This isn't even enough to make up a fraction of his losses. Subsequently, there were mountains of wrecked armed pickup trucks, twisted armor plates, and a jumble of gun parts. Even the scattered precious metals and cash collected from the corpses were continuously sent to the recycling point. Battlefield recovery operations completed east and west lines of the oil field area. Total funds recovered, 730,000. 730,000. Lin Mo looked at the number, a cold smile curving his lips. To win this battle, the funds he invested, the value of the soldiers lost, the repair costs of the damaged buildings, all added up to far more than this figure. Not to mention, he also owes Yorkham 2 million. Inside the base, the number 5 barracks, destroyed by artillery fire, needs to be rebuilt. The damaged power station and sentry machine guns need to be repaired, and the outer fortifications need to be reinforced. Everything costs money. Commander, the recovery operation in Abudu village is complete, came the report over the communicator. Combined, 1.13 million yuan was recovered from both locations. Without hesitation, Lin Mo immediately brought up the production interface. Production mobilization soldiers, times 200. Funds consumed, 1 million. Confirm? Confirm. The account shrank instantly. However, inside the base, the indicator lights in the 19 barracks that were still operational lit up again, and the culture tanks began to be filled with nutrient solution and biological substrate. Every 10 minutes, a new batch of 19 recruits would emerge. Although they were all blank slates with 0 experience, at least they filled part of the troop shortage. Lin Mo walked to the holographic map, looking at the green dot representing his base and the large area around it covered by hostile red or neutral gray. He realized that his previous strategy had a fatal flaw. Simply retreating and defending the oil field, which is a lucrative prize, will only attract the covetous eyes of hungry wolves from all directions. We repelled them this time, but perhaps an even more powerful local warlord will come next time. I am like a stone that constantly oozes honey, and there are always ants trying to lick it. Passively taking a beating will only result in being slowly bled dry until you're completely drained. We must change our strategy. Lin Mo muttered to himself, a flame of ambition and ruthlessness burning in his eyes. If the path of stable development is blocked, then go out and rob. Grab territory, grab resources, grab people. Use war to sustain war. His eyes searched the map. Although Syria, especially Aleppo province and surrounding areas, does not have as abundant oil resources as the Eastern Core area, there are still numerous oil fields of varying sizes scattered throughout the country. His targets were the small and medium-sized oil fields that have been abandoned or controlled by various armed groups, former government forces, or even foreign companies. Surrounding the cities from the countryside, Lin Mo recalled this classic strategy. Start with the easy targets, accumulate strength, and then build a big snowball. His finger traced across the map, eventually stopping at an area about 30 kilometers away from the base. Saladin Dual Oil Field Area. Lin Mo retrieved the data and memories left behind by the previous exploration team. There are 2 adjacent small to medium-sized oil fields there, which were originally contracted by a Japanese company, but must have changed hands after the war. The reserves aren't amazing, but they're enough to serve as a first stepping stone. More importantly, the distance is moderate, at the edge of the theoretical limit of the giant cannon's firing range, which can provide a certain degree of firepower deterrence. Peregrine Falcon, scout the Saladin Dual Oil Field area and surrounding villages and towns. Chapter 62 has an ambush. The drone quickly transmitted back the footage. As the sun set, the pumping units in the 2 oil fields were still running slowly, but control had clearly changed hands. Oil field number 1. About 80 armed personnel are stationed there, and the fortifications are relatively simple. It mainly consists of a circular fortification made of sandbags and several outposts converted from shipping containers. 2 heavy machine guns and multiple RPG launchers are visible. The crowd was scattered, with many people sitting around in the open space, barbecuing, and smoke rising from the ground. Oil field number 2. The garrison numbered about 120 men, and the fortifications were more complete, with low concrete walls and entrances to underground bunkers. Equipped with more heavy weapons, several modified civilian trucks with welded steel plates could even be seen, with small-caliber machine guns seemingly mounted on their roofs. They are also more vigilant and have fixed sentry posts. Between the 2 oil fields lies an abandoned town called Saladin. About 200 armed men, along with a dozen armed pickup trucks and 2 rusty BTR-60 armored vehicles, were found in the town. Clearly, the enemies at these 3 strongholds belong to the same force and are deployed in a triangular formation, allowing them to support each other. The total strength is about 400. The equipment is average and discipline is lax. Lin Mo quickly assessed. With my current troop strength combined with tactics and artillery support, wiping them out shouldn't be a problem. The key is speed. We must act swiftly and decisively, completing the occupation and establishing defenses before the enemy can react or other surrounding forces intervene. If we're going to fight, we should wipe them all out to prevent future troubles. A cold glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He glanced at the time, 7 p.m. Let's do it tonight. The order was issued swiftly. Having just stepped out of the repair chamber, with his severed arm wrapped in biorepair gel, Number 1 silently picked up a short-barreled assault rifle suitable for one-handed grip and headed towards the assembly area. 300 conscripts lined up in an open space. More than 150 of them had gold stars gleaming on the sides of their helmets, ranging from 1 to 3 stars. They were the true elite who survived the bloodshed. Although the other recruits were inexperienced, they were also on edge under the influence of the basic combat skills instilled by the system and the chilling aura emanating from the veterans beside them. Numbers 6 and 8 were kept behind. They're about to be promoted to 4 stars and are the best candidates to remain in the base to deter the enemy. More than 200 soldiers were also left behind. Your mission is to hold this place. Lin Mo's voice reached the ears of every soldier who remained behind. Without my direct command or identification code, anyone who dares to approach the core area of the command center without authorization will be killed on sight. Yes, Commander. The response was uniform and cold. Speed is of the essence in war. There is no pre-battle mobilization. No unnecessary explanations. 300 soldiers silently boarded trucks and pickup trucks. The engines roared low in the twilight, and the convoy, like a torrent of iron surging in the night, silently drove out of the base and disappeared into the darkness of the desert. Those who remained watched the departing taillights with unease. It remains to be seen what kind of bloodshed this increasingly ruthless commander will unleash next. The drones hovered silently high in front of the convoy, acting as its eyes. The journey was uneventful. At 8:40 p.m., the convoy stopped and concealed itself behind a group of wind-eroded rocks about 3 kilometers from oil field number 1. Night had fallen. The desert night was cold and silent, with only the howling of the wind. Number 1, leading a team of elite marksmen, dispersed like ghosts, quickly occupying several high points in the surrounding area and establishing observation posts and sniper positions. Lin Mo carefully observed oil field number 1 through images transmitted from drones and soldiers' helmet cameras. The campfire had not yet been completely extinguished, and most of the armed personnel had already gone into the barracks or bunkers to rest. Only a few sentries, clutching their guns, moved about timidly. Team A, Team B, proceed as planned. At 9 o'clock sharp, launched the attack. Lin Mo gave the order. 100 conscripts, mainly new recruits with a small number of veterans mixed in as the backbone, were divided into 2 teams and, taking advantage of the cover of night and the terrain, slowly made their way towards the perimeter of the oil field from 2 directions. Their mission was not to launch a direct assault, but to create enough realistic pressure to lure the enemy out. 9 o'clock sharp. Bang! Bang! A few crisp bursts of rifle fire shattered the tranquility of the night, and a sentry on the outskirts of the oil field fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, more gunshots rang out from the darkness. Tracer rounds pierced the night sky, scattering sparks on the crude fortifications of the oil field. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An explosion occurred instantly inside the oil field. The disheveled militants rushed out of the barracks in a panic, grabbed their weapons, and blindly opened fire in the direction for which the gunfire was coming. The searchlights were turned on, their beams sweeping haphazardly across the desert. The squad leader yelled at the top of his lungs, trying to organize a defense. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted in a terrified tone, "Saladin GYI! Saladin GYI! This is oil field number 1. We are under heavy attack. The number of enemies is unknown, but their firepower is intense. Requesting immediate support. Immediate support." The battle quickly became a stalemate. The mobilized troops launched their attack with great discipline and composure. Using precise bursts of fire and occasional rocket attacks, they inflicted continuous casualties and psychological pressure on the defenders, but never launched a decisive assault. The defending troops were completely tied down, and their attention was entirely focused on the front. Meanwhile, in the town of Saladin, more than 200 armed men were just awakened by the piercing alarm and cries for help on the walkie-talkie. The leader cursed and urged his men to assemble immediately. "Quick, get in the car. Go to oil field number 1 and crush those reckless bastards." The leader jumped into an armed pickup truck, waving a pistol. A convoy of more than 20 vehicles, with their headlights on, sped out of the town and headed straight for oil field number 1 along the bumpy road. Unbeknownst to them, death had already opened its pockets along their inevitable path. The convoy entered an area with low hills on both sides and a narrow road. This is a shortcut to oil field number 1 and also a natural ambush site. The lead BTR-60 armored vehicle had just turned a corner when its right track ran over something. Boom! An anti-tank mine has been triggered. The violent explosion overturned the armored vehicle, which weighed over 10 tons, and the heavy vehicle rolled and crashed into the rock wall, bursting into flames. The crew inside were either killed or injured. The vehicles behind were startled and slammed on their brakes, the screeching of tires filling the air, and the convoy instantly became a jumbled mess. Ambush! An ambush! The leader's terrified shouts were drowned out by the sudden burst of gunfire. In an instant, countless muzzle flashes erupted on the 2 mounds in the darkness. The 200 elite conscripts who had been lying in ambush opened fire. Their shots were accurate and deadly. The first salvo destroyed all the headlights and searchlights, plunging the convoy into darkness and chaos. Immediately afterwards, rockets roared out from multiple angles. Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! Boom! Pickups and trucks crammed onto the road turned into burning fireballs one after another. Someone screamed and jumped out of the car, only to be riddled with bullets by crossfire. A BTR-60 attempted to return fire with its machine gun, but was immediately hit by a barrage of rockets. The turret was blown off, and the vehicle lay in the middle of the road, engulfed in flames. Chapter 63, Anomaly Detection. The battle was a one-sided massacre. These armed men may be extremely ruthless when they're winning battles or robbing civilians. But against a well-trained, well-equipped, terrain-controlling, and first-mover advantage system elite, as fragile as a lamb, their counterattacks were fragmented and aimless, posing no real threat whatsoever. Some attempted to resist using the wreckage of the vehicles, but were quickly eliminated by precise grenade throws or sniper shots. Retreat! Retreat! The leader shouted hoarsely, his soul nearly leaving his body. But their escape route had already been blocked by a conscripted army. A barrage of fire from a dozen automatic rifles tore apart any vehicles or people that tried to retreat. Despair began to spread among the people. Some people threw down their weapons, raised their hands, knelt down in surrender, and cried out for mercy. The gunfire gradually subsided. On the battlefield, only the crackling of burning vehicles, the dying groans of the wounded, and the howling of the cold wind remained. An elite marksman lay prone behind a rock on a high point, slightly adjusting his sniper rifle, his scope locking onto an enemy who was trying to hide under a car and was still secretly raising his gun. Bang! After a soft gunshot, the target's head tilted to the side, and he stopped moving. Clear the area. Number 1 uttered 2 cold words over the radio. After a brief silence, the execution shots for those who surrendered rang out coldly. Lin Mo's orders were clear. Take no prisoners, leave no future trouble. They're here to seize territory. Keeping these people around is just a burden. 20 minutes later, there were no survivors within the ambush zone. More than 200 reinforcements were wiped out. Lin Mo's face remained expressionless. He checked the time. Groups A and B, speed up and take care of oil field 1. Everyone else, get in the car immediately, target oil field 2. The battle at oil field number 1 quickly collapsed after news of the annihilation of reinforcements arrived. The remaining 30-odd defenders lost their will to fight. Most were killed, and a few fled into the desert. Lin Mo ignored the deserters, and his convoy headed toward his second target, oil field number 2. The garrison here had clearly received an early warning and had all moved into their defensive positions, ready for battle. The searchlights illuminated the perimeter of the oil field, and all firing positions were pointed toward the expected path. The convoy stopped 1 kilometer away from the oil field. Lin Mo looked at the clear images transmitted back by the drone, reinforced bunkers, dense firing positions, the small caliber cannon on the modified truck. A direct assault would inevitably come at a great cost. He brought up the giant cannon's control interface. Distance displayed, 31 kilometers. It is within the maximum range, but the accuracy will be affected to some extent. System, calculate trajectory, target. Number 2 oil field central defense fortification complex. High explosive shell. Calculation in progress. Target locked. Wind, humidity, and Coriolis force compensation complete. Note, at maximum range, the dispersion of impact points may increase. Load. The beast artillery, far away at the base, slowly raised its barrel, pointing towards the southeast. The automatic loader pushes a robust 203 millimeters high explosive shell into the gun barrel. Fire. Lin Mo pressed the button. A few seconds later, a faint rumble of thunder came from the distant sky. A piercingly sharp whistling sound came from afar over oil field number 2, as if the Grim Reaper himself was approaching. All the armed men who were on high alert looked up in fear. The next second, boom! The earth shook violently. A fireball brighter than the sun exploded in the core defense zone of the oil field. The loud explosion made Lin Mo, who was a kilometer away, feel a jolt in his eardrums. The shockwave, carrying flames and debris, spread wildly in all directions in a spherical shape. The reinforced concrete bunker was torn apart and blown away like paper under such violence. The modified truck was hit directly, and, along with its small caliber cannon, it was reduced to flying parts. Armed personnel hiding in semi-underground bunkers and fortifications, even if not killed directly by the explosion, had their internal organs shattered by the violent shockwave or were buried by the collapsed structures. With just one shell, the core defenses of Oil Field Number 2 and at least one-third of its personnel were wiped off the map. Before the thick smoke and dust had cleared and the surviving militants were still in a state of extreme dizziness and terror, Lin Mo's troops launched an attack. Attack. Mop up the remaining enemy. The soldiers leaped out of the darkness like a flood bursting its banks. The Samsung flamethrower soldier charged ahead, unleashing a fiery white dragon of flame without hesitation as enemies struggled to crawl out of the collapsed fortification entrance. Flames poured into the ground, turning it into a furnace. The other soldiers skillfully used grenades to clear out blind spots and rifles to pick off any moving targets. Resistance was minimal. All that remained were desperate screams and one-sided slaughter. Commander, target number 1 has been cleared. Target number 2, be eliminated. Less than 15 minutes later, a report of the purge came over the radio. Lin Mo stepped off the command vehicle and onto the ground, which still retained warmth and the pungent smell of gunpowder. In the distance, the crater created by the giant cannon was several meters deep, with countless charred wrecks lying radiating outwards from its edges. The oil pump continued its tireless up and down motion in the darkness, emitting a regular clanging sound. He walked into the control room, where the instrument panel was still flashing. He pulled up some basic production data. The combined daily output of these two small oil fields is approximately 1,800 barrels. After being processed by the refinery, it can provide nearly $60,000 in funding every day. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. More importantly, this is the first step. He gazed into the darkness to the far south, where there were even larger oil fields, more resources, and an even more powerful enemy. Repair the fortifications and establish outposts. The recovery team will follow up and clean up the battlefield, Lin Mo ordered. I want this place to be initially operational and integrated into our defense system before dawn tomorrow. Yes, the soldiers got to work. Lin Mo went back to the car, pulled up the map, and began searching for his next target. The gears of using war to sustain war have already quietly begun to turn. As night fell, the virtual blueprints for 2 newly built oil refineries were already taking shape on the edge of the occupied territory. The deep rumble of the engineering robots echoed through the desert, like the snoring of a giant beast. Construction began on the bases for the 4th century machine guns, their steel frames gleaming coldly under the searchlights. Lin Mo stood by the window of the oil field control room, looking at the bustling scene outside, pondering the improvement of the defense system and the next expansion plan. Funding remains tight, and every penny must be spent wisely. Commander, Number 1's voice came through the communicator, interrupting my thoughts. The search team has made a discovery. Black Bay is behaving abnormally in the abandoned parts warehouse. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. An abnormal reaction? It growled at the ground, indicating that there was something alive below. We moved aside the debris and found a hidden cellar entrance. Cellar? Lin Mo's eyes flickered slightly. Digging a cellar in a place like this meant either hiding treasure or hiding people. Considering this was originally the territory of a Japanese company. Keep an eye on that spot. I'll be there soon. Chapter 64, Several Japanese. The warehouse was filled with the smell of rust and machine oil. Mountains of discarded mechanical parts cast distorted shadows under the dim light. In the deepest corner, several heavy steel plates and tires were moved aside, revealing a rusty iron cover about 1 meter square. The cover had been lifted and was leaning against one side, revealing a dark hole underneath. A damp, musty, earthy smell mixed with some other faint scent wafted up. The 3-star black German shepherd was crouching by the entrance of the cave, its ears perked up, emitting a continuous, low growl from its throat. A pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness, stared intently into the cave, its front paws slightly extended forward, a standard posture of alertness and a signal for attack. For conscripts spread out in a fan shape, their guns pointed at the cave entrance, their fingers resting on the trigger guards. Lin Mo walked closer and shone his flashlight into the cave. The light was swallowed up by the thick darkness, only illuminating the rough cement steps leading down from the entrance. Nothing could be seen beyond that. People inside, come out, Lin Mo shouted in English. The sound echoed in the narrow cellar, carrying a hollow resonance. Dead silence. But the edge of the flashlight beam seemed to reach into a deep corner. Several shadows suddenly shrank back, and several pairs of eyes, faintly visible in the darkness due to the reflection of light, filled with terror. "If you don't come out, we'll throw grenades." Lin Mo switched to Japanese, his tone calm, but even more threatening. There seemed to be a very faint hissing sound coming from inside. In a tense silence, Lin Mo made a gesture to Number One. Number One understood, took a cylindrical object from his tactical vest, pulled out the safety pin, delayed for 2 seconds, and gently rolled it into the hole. Clang! The object landed on the concrete floor with a crisp thud and rolled down several steps. The person inside the cave seemed to pause for a moment, then subconsciously looked at the thing that was still rolling slightly at their feet. By the dim light filtering through the hole, they could barely make out what it was, not a grenade, but a strangely shaped metal can. The next second, thump, a loud but unusually piercing explosion. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, extremely intense, white light suddenly exploded, instantly filling every inch of the entire cellar. Shock bomb. On my eyes. I can't see it. Painful screams and cries rang out instantly, accompanied by the sounds of objects colliding and falling. At Lin Mo's gesture, Blackie leaped into the cellar like a black lightning bolt. It accurately pounced on the figure closest to the entrance, who was clutching a shovel and screaming in pain while covering his eyes. Ah! An even more piercing scream rang out. The man was tackled to the ground by a nearly 50-kilogram dog, and the shovel flew out of his hand. Blackie's sharp teeth dug deep into his forearm, and he frantically shook his head, tearing at it. "Matsumoto-kun!" Someone cried out in alarm from the darkness. Number One jumped down right after Black Bay, rolled on the ground, and pointed his gun at the source of the sound and the other figures. Other conscripts quickly followed, their tactical flashlight beams sweeping across the cellar, illuminating it brightly. "Leave them alive." Lin Mo's voice came from the cave entrance, calm and undisturbed. Number One lowered the muzzle slightly, but his finger remained on the trigger. The cellar was small, about 20 square meters, and was filled with some moldy wooden boxes and miscellaneous items. 5 disheveled people huddled in a corner, 4 of them covering their eyes and groaning in pain. The only one not directly affected by the stun grenade was a Middle Eastern-looking man hiding in the innermost corner, trembling with fear. The man tackled by Blackie was an Asian man in his 40s wearing a wrinkled shirt. He was screaming in agony, clutching his mangled arm. Lin Mo then walked down the steps. The flashlight beams swept across faces that were stinging and tearing from the intense light, and contorted with fear. 4 Asian faces and 1 Middle Eastern face. "Who are you?" The bitten man screamed in pain, his voice distorted with fear. Lin Mo ignored him and carefully examined the group. The 4 Asians, though covered in grime and terrified, were dressed in decent quality clothing. The one who had been bitten, in particular, wore a damaged but still discernible high-end mechanical watch on his wrist. "He's neither a pauper nor an armed man." "That's what I should be asking you. Are you Japanese?" Lin Mo asked. The group of men were visibly taken aback. The bitten man hesitated, then answered in heavily accented English. Yes, we are employees of Mitsui Energy here. Please don't kill us." "Really?" Lin Mo understood, but his face remained expressionless. "Put down your guns." Lin Mo spoke to Number One and the others, while simultaneously switching to fluent Japanese with a Tokyo accent. "We're not the armed men who attacked this place before. It's safe now, come out." These words clearly relieved the Japanese men, and their tense bodies relaxed slightly, but the wariness and fear in their eyes remained. Despite the pain, Matsumoto struggled to his feet with the help of his companions. Lin Mo swept the inside of the cellar with a flashlight. There were many empty mineral water bottles and food packaging bags piled up in the corner, most of them already empty. On the other side, a small space was partitioned off with wooden boards. It was filled with the excrement of several people, and the stench was coming from there. The living conditions are extremely harsh, and, judging from their weak appearance, they have been hiding for quite some time. "Come with me. This is now under my control." Lin Mo spoke calmly, then turned and walked upstairs, not looking at them again. But he didn't walk fast, confident that these people would catch up. The will to survive overwhelmed everything. In less than a minute, The 5 people, supporting each other, cautiously climbed out of the cellar. When they breathed in the cold air outside again, they almost felt like they had been reborn. But when they saw the fully armed soldiers around them with their cold eyes and the faint traces of battle visible in the distance, their hearts tightened again. Despite the excruciating pain in his arm, Matsumoto Ichiro bowed deeply to Lin Mo. "I am very grateful for your rescue." Lin Mo waved his hand casually, but his gaze seemed to unintentionally sweep over the young man among the 5 who kept his head down and was relatively thin. The other person's face was dirty, but their features were delicate. They were carefully hiding behind another person. "Have someone prepare some food for them, and some hot water to clean them up. Bring the first aid kit to treat their wounds." Lin Mo gave the order, his tone lacking enthusiasm. "It's just a formulaic arrangement." Thank you so much." Matsumoto bowed again, and the others quickly thanked him as well. Lin Mo deliberately chose a roundabout route and led them to a temporary resting place. This road happens to pass through the area where the afternoon's fiercest fighting took place. Although the bodies and most of the remains have been cleared away, large patches of dark brown bloodstains that have seeped into the soil on the sand are still a shocking sight. Scattered shell casings crunched underfoot, and in the distance, a recovery truck was towing away the charred remains of an armed pickup truck. The smell of gunpowder and blood in the air had not completely dissipated. These scenes silently testified to the brutality of the battle, and made the 5 men behind him grow even paler and their steps unsteady. The look in their eyes as they gazed at the silent soldiers around them now held a deeper sense of awe and fear. Chapter 65, Is 10 million too little? We arrived at a fairly intact bungalow, where food was already laid out on the long table. Hard bread, an open can of meat, vegetable soup, and bottled water. It was simple, but a feast for a hungry person. Lin Mo gestured for them to do as they pleased, then walked to the window. Number 1 brought the first aid kit and began cleaning Matsumoto's wounds, stopping the bleeding and administering antibiotics and painkillers. The clam bit very deeply, tearing muscles and possibly cracking bones, but fortunately it didn't damage the main artery. The people's eyes widened when they saw the food. After receiving Lin Mo's nod, he immediately rushed to the table, no longer caring about etiquette, grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth frantically. When he choked, he gulped down water, eating in a very messy manner. While enduring the pain as Number 1 treated his wounds, Matsumoto grabbed a piece of bread and chewed heartily, mumbling words of thanks to Lin Mo. The young man also ate quickly, but compared to the other 3, his movements seemed more refined. Or perhaps they are more careful to hide their eating habits. The face was too dirty to see the details, but when the other person raised his hand occasionally, Lin Mo noticed that his wrist was very thin and his fingers were long, unlike someone who did manual labor. Moreover, every time Lin Mo's gaze swept over, the other person would immediately lower their head or turn to the side, intentionally avoiding his gaze. Interesting. Lin Mo leaned against the window frame, lit a cigarette, and silently observed. When a young man choked on his water and coughed violently, Lin Mo kindly went over and tried to pat him on the back. No sooner had he raised his hand than the young man sprang back like a startled rabbit, waving his hands frantically and even letting out a short, somewhat shrill gasp. Matsumoto and the other 2 Japanese men tensed up instantly, almost instinctively wanting to stand in front of the young man, but forcibly restraining themselves, their expressions extremely unnatural. Lin Mo withdrew his hand, his face remaining unchanged, but he sneered inwardly. It was hidden quite well. However, he doesn't have time to delve into that right now. He has a more direct objective. Soon, the group devoured the food, their faces regained some color, and their spirits calmed down considerably. After Matsumoto's wound was treated and he received a painkiller injection, the pain lessened, and he was able to speak more clearly. "Thank you again, Mr. Lin, for saving my life." Matsumoto sat up straight, trying his best to maintain his posture. "We are employees of Mitsui Energy's Exploration and Mining Department in Aleppo Province, Syria. I'm the department manager, Matsumoto Ichiro. These are my colleagues." He introduced the other 2 Japanese men and the Middle Eastern technician, and when it was the young man's turn, he paused. He mumbled, "This is my assistant, Sato." Sato lowered his head, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Lin Mo nodded, stubbed out his cigarette, walked to the table, sat down, crossed his hands on the table, and got down to business. Mr. Matsumoto, everyone, let's skip the formalities. You are all aware of the current situation. Syria is in chaos, and there are bloodthirsty armed groups everywhere outside. Foreigners like you, especially those who seem to have some value. He glanced meaningfully at the group. If you fall into their hands, you'll suffer terribly. Extortion for ransom is the least of your worries. You'll be tortured, beheaded, or, like some of the female prisoners, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. As he said this, his gaze seemed to casually sweep over Sato, noticing that the other man's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Matsumoto and his companion's expressions turned grim again, clearly recalling the atrocities committed by the militants when they occupied the area and believing Lin Mo's description. Mr. Lin, please help us. Matsumoto said urgently, Could you arrange for someone to escort us out of Syria? We can pay you a fee that will satisfy you. Get on track. Lin Mo was satisfied, but a troubled look appeared on his face. Leave? Easier said than done. He shook his head. To the north is the Turkish border. Now all the checkpoints are controlled by rebels or local armed forces, who specifically capture people like you for ransom. To the west lies a stalemate between government forces and rebels, where stray bullets and artillery fire are indiscriminate. To the south and east are the rebel strongholds. Do you really think you few can make it out? With their hopes dashed, the eyes of the group dimmed. But Lin Mo changed the subject, and everyone's attention immediately refocused on his face. I can provide you with long-term shelter, food, water, and safe accommodation until the war ends, or until your friends send troops to pick you up. My army can guarantee your safety here. Matsumoto immediately understood. Understood. Mr. Lin, we are willing to pay. Please name your price. He spoke urgently, as if afraid that Lin Mo would change his mind. Lin Mo quickly calculated in his mind. A regional manager, with an annual salary and subsidies, should have $1 or $2 million. The others were also senior executives with considerable wealth. Sato's identity is questionable, so he might be more valuable. He held up his index finger, his tone calm. $10 million. This money buys you all the security you need here until you leave safely. He deliberately quoted a high price, leaving room for the other party to bargain. 10 million. 5 people, that's 2 million each. For these executives who may have access to company secrets or own shares, it's painful, but they should be able to accept it in order to survive. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Ichiro did not answer immediately, but subconsciously glanced quickly at Sato beside him. This subtle movement did not escape Lin Mo's eyes. Not only him, but his 2 other Japanese colleagues also seemed to be waiting for Sato's hint. Sato kept his head down, his expression unreadable, but after a few seconds, he nodded very slightly. As if receiving a command, Matsumoto immediately turned to Lin Mo, his tone even carrying a hint of ease. Mr. Lin, we accept this condition. Excuse me, may I borrow your satellite phone? We need to contact someone to arrange a money transfer. Please provide your account information. You agreed? So straightforward. Looking at Matsumoto's face, which was filled with relief and eagerness, Lin Mo suddenly felt that something was wrong. He agreed so readily, with almost no hesitation or bargaining. $10 million, not Japanese yen, and he didn't even blink. Am I asking for too little? Even if a regional manager has savings, would he be able to so readily come up with $10 million? Lin Mo's mind raced, but he remained outwardly calm, signaling number 1 to hand Matsumoto the satellite phone and a note with the name of an anonymous overseas account written on it. The phone is working. The transfer will take some time, so please take a break in the meantime. I will have someone arrange rooms. Lin Mo stood up as he spoke. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. Yes, definitely. Thank you very much, Mr. Lin. Matsumoto bowed repeatedly. Lin Mo walked out of the room, but his face darkened. He glanced back at the closed door, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Chapter 66, it turns out to be a woman. Money can move mountains, at least in Lin Mo's case. Money can buy him the feeling of being at home. Considering the $10 million involved, Lin Mo made excellent arrangements for these Japanese guests. He had 3 relatively clean and intact rooms prepared, and even specifically instructed that enough hot water be boiled. Wash everything clean, don't bring bad luck into the house. His words weren't pleasant, but he got the job done. For the group of people who had been suffocating in the cellar for who knows how long and were covered in a foul stench, being able to take a hot shower was almost a blessing second only to being rescued. Many thanks to Ichiro Matsumoto. Downstairs, heavily armed conscripts patrolled back and forth with precise steps, and occasionally a patrol team with a black dog would pass by. The white breath exhaled by the fierce dog and its sharp eyes conveyed a cold yet solid sense of security. At least tonight, they can finally lie in bed and get a good night's sleep without having to cower in fear. Matsumoto and his friends grabbed towels and clean changes of clothes and headed eagerly to the bathhouse. This is actually a large room with several cut-up oil drums placed in the middle to serve as bathtubs, and the firewood underneath still retains some warmth. Only Sato was nowhere to be seen. She probably fell asleep because she was too tired. As midnight approached, all was quiet except for the regular footsteps of the sentries and the faint hum of distant machinery. The door to Sato's room opened silently, just a crack. A head peeked out, looking around. The corridor was deserted, with only the cold moonlight shining through the window at the end. She tiptoed down the stairs like a nimble cat and slipped into the simple bathhouse. The water in the oil drum was still warm, and the firewood, half extinguished, provided the last bit of warmth. She bolted the door shut and let out a long sigh of relief. From a small bag she had been clutching tightly, she pulled out a bar of soap, a small bottle of shampoo, and even a tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush. Even when struggling on the brink of life and death, certain refined qualities and perseverance ingrained in one's very being still present. She unbuttoned the oversized, stained work jacket one button at a time. Her movements hurried, yet carrying a sense of relief. The coat was taken off, revealing a similarly dirty shirt underneath. When the shirt was unbuttoned, revealing the white bandage tightly wrapped around the chest, the truth was already obvious. As the bandages were unwrapped, the skin, which had been bound for so long, appeared unnaturally pale. With the restraints removed, the soft curves of a woman could finally breathe. Its breathtaking outline is sketched out in the dim light. She stepped into the warm water, the long-lost warmth enveloping her entire body, making her let out a very soft, satisfied sigh. She scooped up water and rinsed her face and long hair. As the grime flowed down, a remarkably delicate, even stunningly beautiful, face gradually came into view. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. Her nose was straight and elegant, and her lips were a little chapped due to lack of water, but this did not detract from her beautiful shape. Her long-term life of disguise and malnutrition made her slender, but with excellent proportions, a wasp waist and long legs, and every line was just right. Especially her slightly upturned, foxy eyes, now cleansed of all dust, possessed a breathtakingly alluring charm amidst the misty steam. She meticulously, almost reverently, wiped her body, from her slender neck to her delicate ankles. This brief period of safety and cleanliness felt like a luxury, a dream to her. Just as she bent down, focused on cleaning her calves. Squeak! The flimsy wooden door to the bathhouse was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The latch behind the door seemed to be just for show, serving no purpose whatsoever. This was a public bathhouse, and, after a busy day, Lin Mo finally had time to take a shower. She deliberately stayed up until midnight to avoid this situation. But man proposes, God disposes. Lin Mo stood at the door, clearly having just finished his work and intending to wash away the smoke and fatigue. He was shirtless, revealing well-defined muscles, and holding a towel in his hand. Upon seeing the naked figure in the bucket, he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the exposed pale back and the startled look in the other's eyes. There was little surprise. It was as if it had been expected. Only after a brief examination of the goods, true appearance. "What are you doing? Get out." Sato immediately squatted down, hugging his chest tightly with both arms. He was both anxious and angry, his cheeks flushed red, unsure whether it was from shame or rage. Lin Mo did not back down. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned leisurely against the doorframe. His gaze lingered unabashedly on her breathtaking curves, made even more stunning by her squatting posture. "Nice figure," he commented casually, walking closer, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about the weather today. "However, you seem to have misunderstood something. This is my territory. When asking someone to leave, at least say, please, or ask me for help." If she were to add a hint of pleading to her panic, even if it was just a slightly softer tone, Lin Mo might just turn around and leave. He wasn't so desperate as to resort to force, especially since the other party was a potential sugar daddy. But she didn't. The shame and anger in his eyes were quickly replaced by a condescending arrogance belonging to someone in a superior position. They seemed to have forgotten their own predicament. This attitude made Lin Mo very unhappy. Sato felt uneasy under his gaze and realized that a direct confrontation was futile. She gritted her teeth, grabbed a barely clean bath towel from the chair next to her, and haphazardly wrapped it around herself. Ignoring whether she was exposing herself, she lowered her head and rushed past Lin Mo. A damp breeze and a faint scent of soapberry wafted through the air. Just as they brushed past each other and rushed out the door, Lin Mo clearly caught a fleeting glimpse of cold hatred in her eyes. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, walked into the bathhouse indifferently, and closed the door. There are plenty of people who hate him. One more won't make a difference. As long as the money is there, she can hate however she wants. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the morning mist. After finishing his morning tea at the temporary command post, Lin Mo glanced at his account and frowned. 10 million, not yet received. Matsumoto Ichiro was invited over, looking uneasy. To Lin Mo's surprise, Sato also came along. She changed into a set of women's casual clothes that she had found somewhere and that fit her relatively well. Her face, cleansed of dirt, was radiant, but the arrogance and subtle provocation in her eyes marred this beauty. When she saw Lin Mo, she glared at him without any attempt to hide it, then quickly looked away. Mr. Matsumoto. Lin Mo put down his teacup, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. The 10 million you promised seems to still be on its way? International transfers shouldn't take this long, right? Matsumoto Ichiro, sweat beading on his forehead, rubbed his hands together and stammered. This, Mr. Lin, the money, actually already. No need to ask him. Sato stepped forward, slightly raising his chin, holding the satellite phone he'd found in the control room. A sneer of triumph curled his lips. I was the one who notified the company to suspend remittances. Chapter 67. Dare to mess with me? She looked at Lin Mo, her eyes saying, let's see what you can do to me. Clearly, last night's offense led her to decide to use this method to force this despicable man to back down, or at least apologize. Lin Mo slowly stood up. Matsumoto Ichiro instantly felt a chilling pressure. He instinctively tried to shield Sato, saying, Mr. Hiyashi, please let me explain. This was just a misunderstanding. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mo casually placed one hand on his shoulder. It seemed like no force was used, but Matsumoto felt as if he were being held down by iron clamps, involuntarily pulled to the side, and staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. Lin Mo walked up to Sato and looked down at her. The two were very close enough that they could smell her faint, fresh, feminine scent. You could also see the panic beneath her forced composure in her eyes. Miss Sato? Or should I call you Miss Mitsui Suzun? Lin Mo spoke slowly. Mitsui Suzun's pupils suddenly contracted. The second daughter of the Mitsui Energy Board of Directors. Her mother is said to be a hostess at a high-class club in Ginza. What an enviable background. Lin Mo spoke in a calm tone, as if he were recounting some gossip that had nothing to do with him. But each word was like a poisoned needle, precisely piercing Mitsui Suzun's most sensitive and shameful scars. Her face turned pale instantly. Her breathing became rapid, and an unbelievable shame, anger, and resentment burst forth in her beautiful, foxy eyes. This background was the root of all her misfortunes in her family, a mark she desperately wanted to erase. You bastard. Shut up. Extreme anger made her forget her fear, and she raised her hand to slap Lin Mo across the face. Just as he was halfway through swinging his hand, Lin Mo firmly grabbed his wrist. Her wrists were astonishingly thin, trembling slightly in his grasp. Lin Mo slashed back with his other hand at an even faster speed. Smack! The crisp, loud sound of a slap echoed in the room. Mitsui Suzun's head was knocked to the side, and she staggered back a step, a clear finger mark quickly appearing on her fair cheek. She covered her face, looked up, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Half of it was pain, and half of it was humiliation. He stared at Lin Mo in disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, who dared to lay a finger on her? Second miss. Matsumoto Ichiro exclaimed, trying to rush over. But he was stopped by two conscripts who stepped forward, slightly raised their guns, and gave him a cold look. You'll regret this. I'll make you pay the price. Mitsui Suzun's voice trembled, almost tearful, but the young lady's harsh words still slipped out. Lin Mo smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. He struck suddenly, as fast as lightning, and grabbed Mitsui Suzun's slender neck. Well, Mitsui Suzun only had time to let out a short gasp before Lin Mo lifted her up slightly with one hand. The terrifying pressure and suffocating feeling coming from my throat instantly overwhelmed all anger and pride, leaving only the most primal fear of death. She tried in vain to pry Lin Mo's fingers apart, but they remained as still as if they were made of iron. My vision started to go black, and I started to hear a ringing in my ears. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and the others were terrified, but dared not move. Just when Mitsui Suzun thought she was really going to die there, the pressure on her neck suddenly disappeared. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. She fell to the ground, clutching her neck, coughing violently, tears and snot streaming down her face. His previous arrogance and vengefulness were now completely washed away by the immense fear of surviving the ordeal. She looked up at Lin Mo, and her eyes finally showed only fear and panic. Lin Mo took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, as if he had just crushed an insect. He looked down at the woman, slumped on the ground, utterly disheveled, his voice as cold as the Siberian permafrost. I want to see 10 million in full before nightfall. Remember, you don't get a second chance. He stopped looking at them and turned to number 1, instructing, prepare the vehicle. We're heading back to base. Take him with us. The atmosphere in the train carriage on the return journey was oppressive. Mitsui, sitting huddled in the corner, her face swollen, with clear finger marks on her neck, her head bowed, her body occasionally trembling uncontrollably. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and his companions were so terrified that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When the convoy entered the main base area, the sight before them left even these well-traveled Japanese speechless. A towering, futuristic, silver-gray command center and neatly arranged barracks and workshops resembling precision instruments. The mere outline of that colossal cannon in the distance was enough to inspire awe. This hardly resembles a local armed group stronghold. It looks more like a secret military base abandoned here by some major power. When the militiamen saw Lin Mo's convoy, they all stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with fervor. The patrolling conscripts, leading their burly black dogs, gave the convoy only a cold, scrutinizing look. Order, power, and a sense of efficiency that disregards life permeated the air. Mitsui Suzun looked at the command center through the car window, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The fear had not subsided, but a different kind of glint, belonging to a businessman and an observer, flickered faintly deep in his eyes. The car stopped in the accommodation area. As soon as Lin Mo opened the car door, a golden figure flew towards him like a joyful lark. Forrest. Emily's clear voice was filled with undisguised joy. She jumped up, skillfully wrapped her legs around Lin Mo's waist, put her arms around his neck, and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Lin Mo instinctively caught her, somewhat surprised by her enthusiasm and boldness. Your father? Don't worry. Emily's azure eyes gleamed with mischief as she leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. He and Mr. Jonathan were having tea and chatting on the upstairs terrace, unaware that you were back. After saying that, she kissed him again before sliding to the ground and hugging his arm tightly. It was only then that she noticed several strangers with different expressions getting out of the car behind her, especially Mitsui Suzun, who has a scar on her face and outstanding looks. Who are they? Emily asked curiously. Oh, a few new guests. Lin Mo put his arm around Emily's slender waist casually, without even glancing back. Ignore them, let's talk in my office. His tone was intimate, carrying a clear sense of possessiveness and preferential treatment. After saying that, he picked up Emily and walked towards the office area attached to the command center without looking back. His completely dismissive, even contemptuous, attitude was like the last straw, causing Mitsui Suzun to clench her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. This time, however, she didn't glare at him. Instead, she lowered her head and suppressed her surging emotions. Lin Mo and Emily went into the office and closed the door. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and the others were led into an empty room next door, with a satellite phone sat quietly on the table. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and the others kept glancing at the silent Mitsui Suzune, their eyes filled with pleading. They knew all too well that if the money didn't arrive, Lin Mo was absolutely capable of throwing them to the wolves. Mitsui Suzune sat in the chair, her face still burning with pain, and the marks on her neck throbbing faintly. Lin Mo's ruthlessness and absolute control completely shattered her ridiculous pride and desire for revenge. She needed a way out, but that man wouldn't give her even the slightest opening. Chapter 68, Armor Technology. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a hoarse, dry voice. Make a phone call, and have the company transfer the money. The call was connected. This time, there were no setbacks. Meanwhile, from the next office, some ambiguous sounds could be faintly heard, intermittent and lasting for quite some time. The voice was like an invisible mockery, lashing at Mitsui Suzune's nerves. About an hour later, the office door opened. Emily walked out with a flushed face, tidied her slightly messy blonde hair, ignored Matsumoto and the others, and left humming a song. Then, a conscript came over and gestured for them to go inside. Inside the office, the curtains were half drawn, letting in sunlight. Lin Mo leaned back in his high-backed chair, dressed neatly, with a languid expression, as if nothing had just happened. The lingering, alluring scent in the air, and a barely perceptible wrinkle on the carpet beside the chair, hinted at the battle that had just taken place. Mitsui Suzune walked in and almost subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo. When she met his calm yet unfathomable eyes, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Mr. Matsumoto, everyone. Lin Mo's face once again displayed that formulaic, insincere but sufficiently polite smile. The speed at which he changed his expression was astonishing. I just received a notification that the payment has been received. Thank you all very much for your cooperation. He stood up and opened his arms like a true host. From now on, you are my honored guests. My people will take you to the prepared bedrooms. Food, water, and safety will all be guaranteed. My promise always stands. Once he received the money, he was warm and attentive, as if he had never been the one who had previously threatened people by choking them and slapped them. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and his companions felt as if they had been granted a pardon, bowed repeatedly in gratitude, and followed the soldiers out. Mitsui Suzune walked at the back, her steps somewhat unsteady. She didn't look at Lin Mo once more, nor did she say a single word. After sending these people away, the smile on Lin Mo's face vanished instantly. He crossed the defenses alone, entered the base, and headed straight for the combat laboratory. The holographic control panel lit up, emitting a faint blue light. Lin Mo brought up the technology tree interface. His gaze lingered on the two branches. Left branch, advanced individual equipment. The bulletproof insert has been developed to LV4. With another investment of resources, the next icon can be unlocked. A humanoid silhouette surrounded by azure arcs of electricity, labeled Magnetic Storm Infantry. Cost, 120,000 renminbi per person. Description, a powerful individual anti-armor/fortification unit. Its power is astonishing when used in groups. In defensive battles, the cross-shaped electric grid constructed by 5 Tesla troopers is enough to ensure that light armored units will not be able to return. Right side branch, basic armored vehicle. The icon is grayed out and requires an initial investment of 2 million for basic research and development to unlock. Once unlocked, the Grizzly Tank, basic, can be produced, costing 600,000 funds per vehicle. Note, a reliable primary main battle tank, well-balanced in offense and defense. It is the backbone of ground assault. Lin Mo paced slowly in front of the control panel, his hands behind his back. Continue upgrading infantry technology? Should we adopt a defensive strategy with elite troops? The Magnetic Storm Infantry is indeed cost-effective, and is particularly suitable for his current situation where he needs to hold key points and deal with frequent harassment. At 120,000 each, he has enough funds to build quite a few. Combined with sentry machine guns and giant cannons, the base's defenses will be impregnable. And then what? Should we continue to guard this small piece of land, waiting for a potentially more powerful enemy to come knocking on our door from who knows where? Like a piece of fatty meat, attracting a constant stream of flies? His vision flashed before his eyes. The battlefield ravaged by artillery fire, the pale face of the missing arm of number 1, and the 2 oil fields that had just been captured. Simply defending will not lead to development. It will only slowly drain us away. He muttered to himself, a resolute glint in his eyes. The days of passively taking the hits are over. He wants to go out and seize, to expand, and to actively acquire resources. Armored forces are the guarantee for conquering cities and seizing territory and rapid mobility. Although the Grizzly tank is only the basic model, it is a crushing force against armed pickup trucks, old armored vehicles, and even infantry lacking anti-armor capabilities. 600,000 yuan a car, that's very expensive. The 2 million yuan research and development fee was a real pain for him. This almost emptied his savings, which he had just managed to recover a little. But it's worth it. He must take the initiative to strike before the enemy can react and form a new encirclement, tearing open a gap and conquering a larger territory. Use the plundered resources to support a larger army, creating a snowball effect. The hesitation lasted only 2 seconds. Lin Mo turned around and decisively pressed his finger on the gray tank icon on the holographic screen. A total investment of 2 million has been confirmed for the research and development of basic armored vehicle technology. Estimated development time, 2 hours. Confirm. The numbers in the funds column jumped suddenly, shrinking by a large margin in an instant. The countdown has begun. Lin Mo stared at the fluctuating numbers, his face expressionless. Lin Mo stayed in the command center for 2 whole hours until the progress bar on the console finally reached its end. The basic armored vehicle technology upgrade was successful. Grizzly main battle tank technology has been unlocked. The technology for the samurai infantry fighting vehicle has been unlocked. He quickly brought up the data panel and examined it carefully. Grizzly main battle tank. Costs 600,000 and takes 6 hours to build. The main gun is a 125mm smoothbore cannon equipped with an automatic loader and has 42 rounds of basic armor-piercing and high-explosive shells. The frontal composite armor is equivalent to approximately 450mm of homogeneous steel, while the protection on the sides and rear of the vehicle is relatively weak. Diesel engine. Maximum road speed 65 km per hour. Off-road speed 45 km per hour. It is equipped with a crew of 3, commander, gunner, and driver. Samurai infantry fighting vehicle. Costs 200,000 coins. Construction time 3 hours. It is equipped with a 30mm autocannon, 500 rounds of ammunition, and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, 2,000 rounds of ammunition. It can carry 8 fully armed infantrymen. The front can withstand 14.5mm machine gun rounds. It can withstand 7.62mm rifle bullets from the sides. It is wheel-driven, has strong on-road mobility, but its off-road performance is average. Lin Mo's gaze swept quickly across the data. The overall performance of the Grizzly tank was roughly equivalent to that of the T-72 series in his understanding. The main gun is powerful enough, and its protection is sufficient to deal with the RPG-7 commonly used by the rebels. As long as it is not hit at close range on the side or rear, the survival rate is very high. Most importantly, it is inexpensive to build and quick to construct, until a major external power intervenes directly or deploys more advanced equipment. The Grizzly tank's performance is sufficient to handle most battlefield environments. Samurai chariots are excellent support and troop deployment platforms. He quickly calculated the remaining funds in his account. First, build 4 Grizzly tanks and 10 samurai tanks. In terms of infantry, 400 conscripts, 50 military dogs, and 20 flamethrower soldiers were added. For defense, we will replenish our mines and ammunition. Once the order was given, resources poured out like a flood. Command confirmed. Cost 2,400,000 for grizzly bears, plus 2 million, 10 samurai. The account balance had dwindled, but Lin Mo felt more at ease. Money only becomes truly powerful when it's spent and transformed into weapons. Outside the command center, the long silent tank factory emitted a deep and powerful roar as its giant robotic arms began to operate. 20 barracks simultaneously lit up their production indicator lights, like stars in the sky. Chapter 69, Armored Legion. When Lin Mo woke up, it was already daylight. He walked to the open space outside the base, where 2 grizzly tanks fresh off the production line and painted in desert yellow camouflage, lay there quietly like steel behemoths. Its massive body, sharply angled welded turret, and thick, long gun barrel gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the morning sunlight. The mere fact that it remained still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the crew members, dressed in dark blue combat suits and wearing tank helmets, immediately jumped off the tank. They raised their hands in perfect unison to salute, their eyes sharp yet calm. "Commander!" Lin Mo nodded, his gaze falling on the tank. He had never ridden in a tank before, and the shock of seeing the real thing far exceeded his imagination. "Let's take a look inside," he said, somewhat curious. With the help of the tank commander, he awkwardly climbed into the driver's compartment of one of the tanks. The interior space was much more cramped than he had imagined, with various instruments, pipes, and switches crammed together, and the air was filled with a mixture of smells of engine oil, metal, and insulation. The automatic loader under the turret occupies a large central space, leaving very little room for the crew to move around. Sitting in the driver's seat, observing the outside world through a periscope, gives one a sense of limitation, like seeing only a part of the whole. But this did not dampen his spirits in the slightest. "Let's go out and test the equipment and put everyone's minds at ease," Lin Mo said to the vehicle commander. The diesel engines of the two grizzly tanks roared in unison, emitting wisps of black smoke from their exhaust pipes. The heavy tracks began to turn, making a crunching metallic scraping sound as they rolled over the ground, leaving deep ruts. The loud rumbling noise attracted everyone's attention. The common people peeked out from their shacks, their faces filled with awe and curiosity. Yorkham and Emily were also alerted in the dormitory building and ran to the window. Yorkham's pupils visibly contracted and his mouth slightly opened when he saw the two steel monsters slowly drive by. Emily covered her mouth, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and strange excitement. The tanks drove out of the base and arrived at a wide-open wasteland on the outskirts. Lin Mo gave the order via the vehicle radio, "Target, that mound ahead, about a kilometer away. Test fire a high-explosive round. Let me see its power." "Understood, Commander." The turret slowly rotated, and a thick, long gun barrel steadily pointed at the target. The gunner's calm voice rang out. "Target locked, high explosive shells loaded. Fire." The muzzle brake suddenly spewed out a large burst of intense flames and thick smoke, and the loud noise made Lin Mo, who was inside the car wearing headphones, feel a tightness in his chest. The tank suddenly lurched backward. Almost the instant the flames appeared, an even larger fireball suddenly exploded on the top of the mound a kilometer away. Soil and gravel were thrown more than 10 meters into the air and then fell back down. When the smoke cleared, the original mound disappeared, leaving behind a charred crater 3 or 4 meters in diameter and about 1 meter deep. "Not bad." Lin Montauk nodded in satisfaction. This type of direct fire weaponry is highly effective against fortifications and large groups of personnel. The tanks returned to base and stopped at the entrance. A large number of civilians and militiamen gathered around, but dared not get too close, only pointing and talking from a distance. Khalid mustered his courage and ran forward, reaching out to touch the fine scratches on the tank's front armor caused by sand and gravel, feeling the scorching heat emanating from the engine compartment. His face was filled with excitement. "With this, we no longer have to be afraid of those bastards' pickup trucks and rocket launchers." He could never have imagined, nor could he have guessed, that Lin Mo's ambitions went far beyond simply holding on to this place. Yorkham led his daughter downstairs to the edge of the open space, looking at the two tanks with a complicated expression. He clearly remembered that Lin Mo's troops had never previously displayed any armored forces, nor had any large transport vehicles been seen entering or leaving the area. These two tanks, along with the soldiers and buildings that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, they all pointed to the area behind the base that was strictly sealed off and off-limits to anyone. What secrets are hidden there? Apart from Lin Mo, no one knew. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and several other Japanese people also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing these two steel behemoths, Matsumoto's eyes widened instantly. His companions around him also couldn't hide their shock. "Mr. Lin." Matsumoto strode forward, his tone more respectful than ever before, even tinged with a hint of flattery. "You possess an astonishingly powerful force. These two chariots are truly magnificent." Faced with absolute power, their carefully maintained politeness and subtle sense of superiority vanished, leaving only the most direct awe. Even Mitsui Susan, who had always maintained a cool and aloof expression, couldn't help but shift her gaze from the tank to Lin Mo. He carefully examined the young man who always seemed to possess incredible strength. A hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. The 2 tanks alone shocked these people. When all 4 grizzly tanks and 10 samurai infantry fighting vehicles were completed, along with 500 newly produced conscripts, 50 burly military dogs, and 20 flamethrower soldiers carrying fuel canisters, they were ready to be deployed. As the troops stood in formation at the front of the base, awaiting inspection, the overwhelming force of steel and the chilling atmosphere made all the onlookers feel suffocated. Steel camouflage, guns silent, and cold soldiers. It creates a powerful and impactful image. Lin Mo stood at the front of the formation, his gaze sweeping over his legion. Although it is not yet large in scale, it has already taken shape and undergone a complete transformation. Destination, Laduro City. Let's go. The commands are concise and powerful. The conscripts and flamethrower soldiers quickly boarded the trucks. The tank engine roared, thick smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe, and the heavy tracks began to turn. The military dog trotted along to keep up, led by a soldier. The entire convoy, like a steel behemoth awakening, drove out of the oil field in a mighty procession, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Along the roadside, the organized civilians cheered in unison, and Khalid waved his arms vigorously. They saw a more solid guarantee for survival, but they might not understand the deeper meaning behind Lin Mo's actions. Laduro, a transportation hub located about 80 kilometers from the oil field, is of vital importance. Taking it would allow control of a sizable area, bringing several small, scattered oil fields under its wing, and providing a forward base and a source of manpower. This is Lin Mo's current tactical goal: rapid expansion, using war to sustain war. Syria's civil war quagmire will soon attract the covetousness and intervention of various forces, whether overtly or covertly, to gain a share of the spoils in the future chaos, or even to have the ability to protect oneself or even engage in a game. One must snowball as quickly as possible before more people turn their attention here. The enemy won't give him time to adopt a development model that focuses solely on farming. Only by taking the initiative, devouring the weak, and strengthening ourselves can we achieve our goals. Chapter 70 Collapse at the Slightest Touch. Laduro. He had visited once before, robbed a batch of supplies, and left. But this time, he wanted complete domination. According to previous intelligence, Laduro has fallen completely into the hands of a rebel group. In order to hold this key location, the rebels forced a large number of civilians to work as laborers. They dug a network of trenches around the city, built sandbag machine gun nests, and even set up roadblocks using abandoned vehicles and cement blocks. Peregrine drones hovered over the city, their high-definition cameras transmitting the layout of defensive fortifications and the approximate distribution of troop strength back to the command center. Soon, the presence of a drone was discovered by the rebels, and several pickup trucks equipped with ZPU series anti-aircraft machine guns began to fire wildly into the sky. Tracer bullets streaked through the air with tangled red lines, attempting to strike the agile fly. The drone quickly climbed up and temporarily left the airspace. The intelligence is sufficient. 2 hours later, Limmer's mixed forces arrived on the outskirts of Laduro. The rebel sentries had already spotted the large, well-equipped convoy, and piercing alarms blared across the position. The armed men, dressed in disheveled clothes but with fierce expressions, roared as they grabbed various rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers and rushed toward their respective trenches and bunkers. Their equipment was a mixed bag, including older AKMs and SKSs, as well as newer AK-74s. Their machine guns were mainly PKMs and RPDs, and their rocket launchers were the common RPG-7s. Several DSHG 12.7mm heavy machine guns were raised to high ground, with their muzzles pointed in the direction of the attack. No nonsense, no attempts to persuade them to surrender. Lin Mo, sitting in the command vehicle, calmly issued the attack order while watching the real-time footage transmitted back by the drone on the screen. 4 grizzly tanks moved slowly forward in a wedge formation, their heavy tracks grinding against the gravel with a rhythmic, heart-pounding clatter. Samurai tanks were scattered on both sides and behind the tank, with the turrets of the 30mm autocannons slowly rotating. Large numbers of conscripts advanced in skirmish lines, using tanks and armored vehicles as mobile cover. The military dog unit was on standby on the flank. All crews freely select valuable targets. High explosives, fire. Lin Mo ordered via radio. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 Grizzly tanks opened fire almost simultaneously. The muzzle flash erupted violently, and the vehicle recoiled violently. The shells flew hundreds of meters at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, striking the rebel positions with pinpoint accuracy. Huge fireballs, mixed with black smoke and dirt, shot into the sky. A machine gun nest made of sandbags was hit directly, and sandbags, weapon parts, and human remains were blown to pieces. A trench was swept away by the shockwave of a high-explosive shell, and the militants inside were like fallen leaves swept up by a gale. The rebel positions were immediately thrown into chaos and panic. Many of them had never experienced such intense direct-fire artillery fire. The roar of heavy machine guns and the explosions of AK rifles seemed weak and futile in the face of the roar of tank cannons. When bullets hit the front armor of a tank, they only create a trail of sparks, make a clanging sound, and leave shallow white spots. Rocket launcher, take out the tank. Aim for the side. Tracks. A rebel leader, hiding deep in the trench, shouted hoarsely into the walkie-talkie. This is currently their only means of potentially threatening tanks. Several valiant rebels shouldered RPG-7s and, under the cover of their comrades' fire, suddenly emerged from different positions in the trench. They attempted to aim at the side or tracks of a tank that was steadily advancing. However, the conscripts following the tanks and the gunners on the samurai tanks had been waiting for this moment. The 30mm autocannon on the tank spun rapidly, firing short bursts, bang, 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 at the location where the rocket launcher operator had appeared. The power of a 30mm high-explosive shell far exceeds that of ordinary bullets. Often, a single shot can collapse the edge of a bunker, with shrapnel covering an area. Among the conscripts, the 2-star and above precision marksmen are even more ruthless. Using the tank hull or ground depressions as cover, they steadily aimed their SVDs, or 74 MS, equipped with optical sights at the target. Bang! A rebel who had just picked up an RPG suddenly jerked his head back. Red and white substances spurted from the back of his head, and his body went limp and collapsed. Bang! Another rebel was shot in the shoulder, and his rocket launcher fell to the ground. The tank's advance was unstoppable. They rolled over the outer barbed wire and low roadblocks, their thick tracks pressing directly into the trenches. The rebels, hiding in the trenches, watched in horror as the steel behemoths rolled over them or tried to crawl to the side to escape. Flamethrower soldiers, clear the tunnels. Lin Mo's order came at just the right time. Several flamethrower soldiers quickly approached the trench sections that had been crushed or exposed by tanks and, without hesitation, aimed their flamethrowers at the inside of the trenches. Boomstreepje! A fire dragon over 20 meters long poured into the narrow space, instantly consuming the oxygen, and the flames engulfed everything. A blood-curdling scream came from underground, then quickly died down, leaving only the horrific smell of burning flesh and billowing black smoke. The rebels' carefully constructed defenses proved as fragile as paper against this army, which possessed an absolute advantage in equipment, training, and coordination. The collapse came faster than expected. Withdraw. Withdraw back to the city. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the rebel leader finally gave the order to retreat. He and his confidants jumped into a pickup truck and tried to escape. But the route of escape was also fraught with danger. Military dog team. Hunt down the fleeing enemy at will. Lin Mo ordered. 50 systematically enhanced military dogs, like unleashed black lightning, suddenly darted out from the flanks and pounced at the fleeing rebels with astonishing speed. Their attacks are swift and deadly, targeting vital areas such as the throat and groin, often rendering the enemy incapacitated or even killed in a single encounter. The fleeing rebels were in even greater disarray, trampling each other and even fighting amongst themselves over vehicles. A rebel leader, accompanied by 2 trusted men, narrowly escaped the bullets of military dogs and pursuers and fled into the city in a sorry state, taking refuge in a half-collapsed house. He was panting heavily, peering fearfully through the crack in the door, thinking he was safe for the time being. However, a 5-star military dog with an exceptionally large size and fierce eyes had already tracked them down by scent. It approached the door silently, its keen hearing catching the heavy breathing inside. Just as the leader was about to observe the situation outside through another window, he turned his head and met a pair of cold, eerie green eyes outside the door. He was terrified and instinctively pulled out his pistol. But military dogs are even faster. It kicked off with its hind legs, and its massive body slammed open the already loose door with a bang, then pounced inside like a cannonball. The leader only had time to fire one shot before his wrist, which was holding the gun, was bitten hard by canines, and the excruciating pain of his bones shattering made him scream in agony. The military dog's massive body and momentum easily knocked him to the ground. "Help me. Kill it," the leader pleaded with his 2 henchmen. One of the henchmen hurriedly raised his gun, but the military dog, while pouncing on its leader, had already used the momentum to turn around. With a powerful kick, he leaped into the air towards the nearest subordinate, biting off the man's throat with pinpoint accuracy. It landed almost without pausing, then pounced on the last person, knocking them down, its sharp teeth instantly tearing through the carotid artery. The whole process was as fast as lightning. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 of them lay in pools of blood. The 5-star military dog shook the blood off its mouth and made a low growl in its throat, as if it had completed a routine hunt. Chapter 71, The Battle of Laduro. The common people in the city all hid in houses with their doors and windows tightly closed, or peered out from behind cracks in fear. Scattered gunshots, explosions, screams, and the clanging of tank tracks over gravel could be heard from time to time on the streets. They didn't know where this suddenly appearing, powerful army came from. All they knew was that the rebels who had previously entrenched themselves here and acted arrogantly were being swiftly and brutally wiped out. Laduro, this strategic location, changed hands in less than half a day. The battle went even more smoothly than Lin Mo had anticipated. The casualties were minimal. Fewer than 40 conscripts and a few transport trucks were hit and destroyed by RPGs. Of the more than 800 rebels entrenched there, over 400 were killed, more than 100 were captured, and the rest scattered and fled. According to the prisoners, a rebel reinforcement force of about 1,000 men, carrying several towed artillery pieces, was on its way. The real test may be yet to come. Khaled's follow-up militia forces and transport convoys arrived. They quickly unloaded a large number of anti-tank mines, anti-personnel mines, and ammunition boxes from the truck. The militiamen, in coordination with the conscripts, began repairing the fortifications destroyed by artillery fire and clearing the trenches. New minefields were laid in key passages and directions where armored vehicles might attack. The common people in the city of Laduro initially only dared to watch from afar. Several local figures who considered themselves to have some status, including 2 former low-ranking government officials who had narrowly escaped the purge. Seeing that the battle seemed to have come to an end, he tentatively approached, a fawning and humble smile plastered on his face. They also managed to get a garland of fresh flowers from somewhere, which was held by a relatively neatly dressed young woman, seemingly intending to hold a grand welcoming ceremony. When Lin Mo's command vehicle passed by, they rushed forward, trying to express their welcome and submission. Lin Mo sat in the car, looking through the window at the group of people whose faces were a mixture of fear, hope, and calculation. In that slightly comical flower wreath, his face remained completely expressionless. Welcome? Submission? They simply want to retain their meager power or interests under the new ruler, or they just want a peaceful life. He doesn't need these empty platitudes. What he needs is absolute control, effective labor, and more resources. He shook his head indifferently, without even rolling down the car window, and simply made a gesture to the driver. The command vehicle did not stop and drove straight past the group of people who were standing there dumbfounded, heading towards the location of the former rebel command post in the city. The officials and civilians were left standing there, looking at each other, at a loss for what to do. The fleeting sense of hope that had just risen in my heart was quickly replaced by a chill. Khaled led a group of militiamen forward, and looking at the bewildered and fearful faces of the group, a cruel sneer curled at the corner of his mouth that was out of character for his age. He understood Lin Mo's thoughts all too well. Bang! Bang! He raised his AK-74M and fired 2 shots into the sky. The sharp gunshot startled the crowd, and several women screamed. Listen up, everyone. Khalid's voice rose, carrying an undeniable firmness. Stop with your useless thoughts. Don't expect us to give you food or protect you for nothing. There's no such thing as a free lunch. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering particularly on the faces of the few who appeared to be in charge. Our commander said that anyone who wants to stay in this city and continue living here has only two options. First, take up arms, join us, obey orders, and fight alongside us. You will receive food, equipment, and a chance to survive. Second, if you have money and pay enough security contribution, you don't need to carry a gun. He paused, his eyes sharpening. Then pack up your meager belongings and get out of our territory. But this is our home. You have no right to kick us out. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat spirited couldn't help but shout, his face filled with resentment. Khalid suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and almost lifted him off the ground. The young captain's face, which had originally looked quite immature, was now filled with a fierceness honed through numerous bloody battles. Home? You're home. Khalid leaned closer to the other person's face and lowered his voice. Yet every word was crystal clear. Why didn't you defend your homes when the rebels came? We took this place with our blood and lives. Everything here, including your lives, is now under the commander's control. He released his grip, pushing the man backward as he glanced around the room. I won't say it a second time. Either pick up a gun, get to work, or get out. Facing the cold muzzle of Khalid's gun and the menacing eyes of the surrounding militiamen, the man and all the protesters flinched and lowered their heads. Khalid snorted and looked at the people behind him who were holding notebooks and pens. These people can write and do arithmetic. Some are former teachers and junior staff members, and they're specifically responsible for document statistics. He gestured. Start registration. The entire city's population, house to house, no one left out. Except for the elderly and children who have difficulty moving around, everyone must be recorded and assigned a job. Anyone who dares to conceal information or resist registration will be treated as a spy and executed without exception. After registration, everyone receives a simple identity card, which serves as proof of survival under the new order. Without it, one would be unable to move an inch in front of the patrol team and might even be arrested on the spot. Laduro's new life began in a cold and hard way. This place is no longer a warm home, but a cog in Lin Mo's war machine, a supply depot, a resource point. Warmth and fantasy have no place to grow here. The day after capturing Laduro, Lin Mo's mechanized detachment, centered on Laduro, quickly swept through two small, poorly defended oil fields in the surrounding area. They encountered almost no decent resistance. At this point, Lin Mo effectively controlled 5 oil fields. Although the oil fields he controlled were all small in scale, the daily cash inflow rate increased to a new level through the conversion of oil refineries. The snowball effect is beginning to emerge. Around 8 p.m. that evening, the reinforcements that the rebels had promised finally arrived, appearing a few kilometers outside the city of Orduro. Through night vision equipment and drone reconnaissance, it can be seen that this team is quite large and has a large number of vehicles. Several trucks were indeed towing short, thick gun barrels, which were confirmed to be D-3100 22mm howitzers. They did not approach rashly, but stopped at a distance, seemingly conducting reconnaissance and assessment. Inside the city's fortifications, all soldiers and militiamen have taken their fighting positions. The newly laid minefields were discovered silently. For grizzly tanks were concealed behind pre-designated bunkers, with only their turrets and main guns exposed, the muzzles pointed in the direction from which the enemy might attack. The atmosphere was tense. A major battle was imminent. However, the rebel commander carefully observed the defenses outside the city of Orduro. Especially after vaguely seeing the outlines of the tank turrets hidden in the shadows through the binoculars, he fell into a long silence. His somewhat hoarse voice came through the radio. Attention all personnel, remain on alert. Do not fire without my order. Let's observe for a while longer. Chapter 72, The Enemy Attacks Again. Time ticked by, but the rebel convoy outside the city neither advanced nor fired a shot. More than an hour passed, and just as Lin Mo began to suspect that the other party was planning a nighttime raid, the rebel commander's voice rang out again, filled with resentment and helplessness. Retreat. Cover each other as you withdraw back to your starting point. They gave up. After assessing the disparity in strength between the two sides, and especially after confirming that the defending forces possessed at least 4 main battle tanks. The commander made a decision that seemed conservative but could later lead to regret. He believed that more troops, especially anti-tank forces, needed to be gathered before launching another attack. But he would never know how fast Lin Mo's war machine was operating. With each day of delay, Lin Mo's strength increases, and his control over Raduro strengthens. Time is never on the side of procrastinators. Laduro, this crucial hub, has now truly fallen into Lin Mo's control. Meanwhile, the core oil field base located deep in the desert is undergoing a relocation. All civilians, including the VIPs in the dormitory who had paid exorbitant protection fees, were ordered to pack their bags, board trucks, and move to Laduro. The area within a 10-kilometer radius of the base was designated as an absolute no-go zone, and any unauthorized approach would be met with relentless gunfire from sentry machine guns and patrols. That places Lin Mo's lifeline, the core of the war system, and no potential spying or risk is allowed. Although the VIPs have left the oil field living area, their investment has still yielded excellent service. The only relatively intact 4-story hotel in the city of Raduro was quickly cleared out and made available for their use. The swimming pool was filled with precious clean water, and the restaurant, run by a makeshift chef, offered far more food than the civilians and soldiers. Several local, good-looking young men and women also served as waiters. The customer is king. This famous saying in the business world was given a new lease on life by Lin Mo in this war-torn land where the strong prey on the weak. Paying money can provide protection, comfort, and even a certain degree of security. Fair enough. After capturing Laduro, Lin Mo's mechanized forces did not stop. Using Laduro as a base, they radiated outwards to eliminate scattered armed forces entrenched in towns, villages, or transportation hubs. Progress was made smoothly under the crushing force of tanks and regular troops. The entire passage from Raduro to the core base has been completely cleared and is firmly in Lin Mo's hands. However, expansion has brought new problems. Weapons and ammunition were produced systematically and filled warehouses, but the shortage of food and basic supplies became increasingly prominent. The war system only provides soldiers with high-efficiency energy bars and does not produce regular food. The region controlled by Lin Mo was already barren, with scarce arable land, and its industrial base had long since collapsed due to years of war and plunder. Living off one's savings is not a sustainable solution. Since they couldn't produce their own food, in order to prevent their troops from going hungry, they had no choice but to rob. More fertile regions and richer reserves had long been on Lin Mo's radar. He just needs time to accumulate enough power for a fatal blow. The number of tank factories has increased to 2, and 20 barracks are operating day and night, rapidly converting the newly acquired oil funds into steel and soldiers. The expanding gears rotate at high speed. Population statistics are still underway, and more than 12,000 people have been registered so far. 2,000 able-bodied men were incorporated into the militia, where Khalid was responsible for providing them with basic training in drills, shooting, and bunker operations. The rest of the people, regardless of gender, who were still able to work, were driven out of the city and, under armed supervision, devoted themselves to the massive construction of defensive fortifications. Several deep, long, crisscrossing trenches and anti-tank ditches gradually took shape on the sandy land on the outskirts of the city. The crowd was bustling, and the scene seemed busy, but it was also a mixed bag. Managing such a large and diverse population inevitably leads to oversights. Several armed spies, who had received basic training and were skilled at disguise, had already infiltrated the labor force. They pretended to work hard, but their eyes kept scanning the city's defenses, troop movements, and weapon storage locations, and they secretly transmitted the intelligence through a hidden, rudimentary radio. An opportunity seems to have arrived. On this day, a massive convoy consisting of 4 grizzly tanks, more than 10 samurai armored vehicles, and trucks once again drove out of Laduro in a grand procession. They kicked up clouds of dust and rushed toward their next objective. The city's defenses have become visibly weakened. Only Khalid's poorly trained militia and a small number of conscripts remained. The lurking spies' hearts pounded, believing that the perfect opportunity to attack had finally arrived. He hid back in his hiding place and quickly sent out the intelligence in code that the main force of the defending army has left the city, and the city is empty. More than 20 kilometers away from Laduro, in a sheltered mountain valley. More than 3,000 armed personnel had been lying in wait here for many days. In order to recapture Raduro, a vital transportation hub, they went all out this time, not only with a large number of personnel, but also with a considerable quantity of anti-tank weapons. In addition to a large number of RPG-7s, there were also several relatively advanced 9K-111 Bong or similar anti-tank missile launchers that had come from the black market, and several old but powerful D-30 122mm howitzers. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and sinister eyes, was not a brute. He did not rush to attack, but instead strictly ordered the scouts hidden in the city to constantly monitor the movements of the garrison and to act only after confirming that the main force was far away. Now, the scouts' intelligence has arrived. Boss, all that's left in the city are those peasant militiamen who just picked up guns. The tanks and those elite troops dressed in the same uniforms are all gone, the subordinate reported excitedly. The scarred leader glanced at the radio, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, but remained cautious. Keep the artillery positions still for now. Move forward and establish observation points. Have a team make a feint and see how they react. However, his armed men, who had been waiting for days and eating dry, hard bread, could no longer contain themselves. When the order to attack was finally given, they were like hungry wolves released from their cages, howling as they climbed onto all sorts of vehicles. Modified pickup trucks, dilapidated trucks, and even motorcycles swarmed out of the valley, kicking up clouds of dust as they sped toward Laduro. The formation was scattered, but the momentum was fierce. The convoy had barely appeared on the horizon when the militia on the outer watchtowers of Raduro spotted it. A piercing alarm bell, made from an empty shell casing, rang out mournfully. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The city was instantly thrown into chaos. The civilians, like frightened sheep, screamed and ran back to their houses, slamming their doors and windows shut. Khalid gritted his teeth and roared into the radio, urging his pale-faced militiamen to enter the prearranged defensive positions. He could see that many people's legs were shaking and they couldn't even hold their guns steady. Chapter 73, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. On a distant high ground, the scarred leader held up binoculars and clearly saw the chaos on the defensive line. The militiamen ran and pushed clumsily, and some even fell in the trenches. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Order the artillery to fire 5 rapid rounds at the enemy's forward fortifications and suspected machine gun positions, then extend the range. Armored vehicles and pickup trucks prepare for the assault. Infantry follow, swift and decisive. He wanted to crush this fragile defensive line with overwhelming firepower and manpower before the main force of the defending army returned to reinforce. Boom! 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 5 extremely short explosions came from behind the rebels, followed by the whistling of artillery shells cutting through the air. The 122mm howitzer is far more powerful than a mortar. In the first salvo, 5 high explosive shells landed almost simultaneously in the newly constructed defensive fortifications surrounding Laduro. The earth shook violently. A heavy machine gun nest made of sandbags was hit directly and instantly disintegrated, with sandbags, broken gun parts, and human remains thrown into the air. A trench that had just been dug was almost completely filled with mud kicked up by artillery shells, and the militiamen hiding inside fell silent. The shockwave swept across, carrying debris and shrapnel, and the exposed militiamen fell screaming as they went down. Many of the newly joined militia members were farmers or peddlers not long ago, and had never seen such a scene before. Some people's crotches were instantly soaked, while others threw down their guns, covered their heads, and huddled at the bottom of the bunker, trembling. Many others, though still clutching their guns, were deathly pale and had unfocused eyes, clearly terrified. Hold on. Shoot if you don't want to die. Khalid was also shaken and covered in dust, his ears ringing. He spat out the mud and sand from his mouth, roared angrily, and even hit a militiaman who was trying to crawl backward with the butt of his rifle. Aim before you fire. They're charging. The artillery fire began to extend into the city. The skirmishers, armed with a dozen or so modified pickup trucks equipped with large-caliber machine guns or small-caliber autocannons, and several armored vehicles, began to advance. They had clearly learned their lesson. Their formation was looser than before, and they used craters and undulating terrain to advance in alternating fashion. Driven by Khalid's pressure and their instinct for survival, the militia began to fight back. Gunshots rang out, but they were scattered and inaccurate. Most of the bullets either flew into the air or hit the open ground in front of the enemy. Machine guns. Machine gun fire suppression. Khalid shouted into the radio. Several Pecan machine gun positions that had not been destroyed by artillery fire began to spew fire, finally temporarily halting the rapid advance of the armed personnel. But soon, the rebels launched a counterattack. The 14.5mm KPVD heavy machine gun on the BTR-60 opened fire suddenly. The heavy and continuous thump-thump sound like the drumbeat of death. Large caliber bullets easily pierced through sandbags and earthworks, and a militia machine gun position was blown to pieces along with the gun. Meanwhile, several militants rocket launcher operators, under the cover of their comrades' fire, crawled closer from the flank. RPG, someone screamed. Whoosh boom! A rocket, trailing white smoke, precisely penetrated the firing port of another machine gun emplacement, causing a violent explosion inside. The morale of the militia was visibly slipping toward the brink of collapse. The defensive line began to falter and retreat under the organized attacks of armed personnel. If it weren't for those calm and composed conscripts who stayed behind in the defense line and held firm at the critical junctures, it would have been a disaster. By using precise bursts of fire to continuously eliminate enemy leaders and rocket launcher operators who managed to emerge, the defensive line may have already been breached. The scarred leader smiled from the observation post at the rear. Everything went smoothly as he had predicted. At this rate, his vanguard will be able to break into the city in at most half an hour. However, a sudden unease swept over me. He noticed that the artillery positions behind him had been silent for a while after completing the first round of rapid fire. According to the plan, the strikes should have been extended based on the corrections made by the observers at the front. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called the artillery position. Mountain Eagle, report the situation. Why have you stopped firing? Respond if you receive this. All I could hear in the headphones was a hissing electrical noise. Mountain Eagle, answer. There has still been no response. A chill suddenly shot up from my tailbone to the top of my head. Almost simultaneously, he vaguely heard a deep and familiar engine roar coming from his side and behind him. Moreover, it was the combined roar of multiple high-powered diesel engines, approaching from afar. He whirled around, rushed up a higher rock nearby, and raised his binoculars to look in the direction of the sound. On the dusty horizon, the silhouettes of low, sturdy tanks were rapidly emerging. The thick, long cannon barrel pointed skyward, and it was slightly adjusting its direction as it moved. There weren't four. There were at least a dozen grizzly tanks. More samurai chariots followed like a pack of wolves. They are forming a huge pincer movement from 3 different directions, rapidly encircling his troops from the rear and flanks. We've been tricked. That large force that left the city was nothing but bait. Lin Mo had long discovered his infiltration and might even have been monitoring the communications of the spies in the city. He then turned the tables and staged a scene where the main force was out on the move. The real killer move is the armored main force that has been concealed by the terrain. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Break through to the southwest. Hurry. The scarred leader shouted hoarsely into the radio, his voice distorted. But it was too late. Most of the armed personnel who were attacking were bewildered when they received this sudden order to retreat. They had clearly overwhelmed the defending troops and were on the verge of breaking through. So why did they suddenly want to run away? Before they could figure it out, deafening artillery fire erupted from the open area behind them. Boom! 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 The grizzly tanks, while on the move, fired their first salvo. The high explosive shells traced a low trajectory and slammed into the rear and flanks of the attacking group of armed personnel. The explosions sent flames soaring into the air, hurling fragments of limbs, weapons, and dirt. The enormous sound waves and shock waves made many of the armed personnel dizzy and temporarily deaf. Tanks! Tanks! So many tanks behind us. Terrified screams erupted in the ranks. They looked back and saw the figures of steel monsters appearing on 3 sides, steadily advancing, their cannons flashing with fire. At the same time, the 30mm cannons on the samurai tanks began to roar, and a dense rain of bullets swept across the open ground lacking cover. The people hit instantly exploded into large clouds of blood mist, a gruesome sight. Break through. Charge out. Some of the smaller leaders panicked, and tried to organize their men to charge towards the southwest, where the encirclement seemed to be relatively thin. However, Lin Mo's encirclement was three-dimensional. As soon as the armed personnel moved southwest, they were met with a fierce counterattack by the precise firepower of the mobilization troops who had laid an ambush in the pre-drilled minefield. Several armed pickup trucks that attempted to force their way through the checkpoint were turned into torches by rocket launchers hidden behind sand dunes. The battlefield situation reversed instantly. More than 3,000 armed personnel were compressed into a flat area with no cover by 12 grizzly tanks and dozens of samurai armored vehicles, plus the defending troops who cooperated from the inside and outside. Their anti-tank weapons are difficult to fire effectively when they lose artillery cover and are continuously suppressed by tank fire from a kilometer away. Occasionally a few RPGs or anti-tank missiles are fired, but most of them miss due to the shooter's haste, the distance being too far, or interference. Even a few hits are unlikely to penetrate the frontal armor of the grizzly tank. This turned into a one-sided massacre. Schopte viel und 70 war producers. Tank guns steadily reaped the dense crowd. Machine guns plowed the ground, and conscripts and militiamen, who had regained their courage, used rifles to pick off stragglers who tried to hide or escape. The mortar positions of the armed personnel were reduced to ruins in the first round of tank fire. Their resistance quickly crumbled, turning from an organized retreat into a widespread rout, and then into a desperate situation with nowhere to run. The hotel where the VIPs are staying is on the 4th floor in the city of Orduro. The enormous explosions and continuous gunfire had already alerted everyone. They flocked to the windows facing the outer battlefield, where, despite the limited view, they could still see the smoke and fire rising on the distant horizon, and the incredibly clear sound of cannon fire. Yorkam held up a high-powered telescope, his fingers trembling slightly. He could clearly see that at least 10 tanks painted in desert camouflage were crushing the battlefield with unstoppable force. The industrialized, purely violent, destructive beauty of it sent chills down his spine, even for a seasoned businessman like him. God, how many tanks does he have, this army? Yorkam muttered to himself. All his previous guesses and calculations seemed so pale and laughable in the face of such an absolute difference in strength. Matsumoto, Ichiro, and the other Japanese were utterly shocked, their faces filled with humility and awe. They spoke quickly and in hushed tones in Japanese, their voices filled with disbelief. This is definitely not an ordinary private militia. Could be backed by some major power. The coordination and firepower of those tanks were so professional. Mitsui Susan stood quietly by the window, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield, seemingly searching for the figure who stood higher up, commanding with composure. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleamed with an extremely complex light. Emily gripped the curtains tightly, her knuckles turning white. The scene before her was 100 times more brutal and bloody than the street battles she had experienced in Dalaga. But for some reason, looking at those steel behemoths ravaging the battlefield, besides fear, she felt a twisted sense of dread, drawn by their immense power. Not far away, atop an even taller water tower in the city, Lin Mo stood calmly overlooking the entire slaughterhouse with binoculars in hand. Standing beside him was Adil, the government army lieutenant who had been arrested as a spy. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. After several days of rest and basic medical care, the lieutenant's external injuries were no longer a major concern, but his face was still pale due to blood loss and the previous ordeal. Lin Mo brought him here for a clear purpose. Second Lieutenant. Lin Mo put down his binoculars, his tone calm, as if what lay below was not a battlefield of flying blood and flesh, but a military exercise. As you can see, I have some decent toys. Isn't what your government forces need most right now precisely these tough guys who can stabilize the front lines and even launch counterattacks? Lieutenant Adil's throat bobbed as he struggled to tear his gaze away from the grisly tanks crisscrossing the battlefield. As a professional military officer, he understood the value and significance of this equipment better than the VIPs. Mr. Lin, he carefully chose his words, your army is very powerful. He offered a sincere compliment, then continued, but I can't make decisions about weapons procurement, and there's also the price. The price is negotiable. Lin Mo interrupted him, turned around, and looked directly into the lieutenant's eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. Exchange it for what I consider valuable in your controlled areas. Gold, jewelry, antiques, even certain intelligence or privileges. Of course, if you have a stable currency payment channel, US dollars or euros are also acceptable. I think Damascus should be able to weigh the cost of acquiring the power to protect you rather than being gradually devoured and wiped out by the rebels. He paused for a moment, then added, "You can take my meaning, along with what you saw today, back with you. Tell the highest-ranking officer you can contact that I am here, I have the goods, and I have the ability to protect my territory and trading channels. The choice is yours, to cooperate or to continue watching the rebels grow stronger." Lieutenant Adil took a deep breath. He knew that the Asian man in front of him was not just a warlord with his own army. This is an ambitious, capable, and extremely dangerous individual. He nodded slowly. "I understand, Mr. Lin. I will do my best to convey your message back." Lin Mo said no more and turned his attention back to the battlefield. There, the sounds of gunfire gradually subsided, and the battle was nearing its end. A brilliant annihilation battle not only eliminated the immediate threat, but also served as an excellent demonstration of military power. Whether it's to deter potential enemies or to attract partners, it's the perfect solution. Lieutenant Adil, with ample supplies and water, drove a car provided by Lin Mo and disappeared into the dust on the horizon. Lin Mo watched him leave, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. He didn't dislike the term war profiteer. In fact, he found it quite fitting. On this burning land, violence is the hardest currency, and he happens to control the factory that produces it. If Adil can persuade those overwhelmed high-ranking government military officials, a stable and profitable arms sales channel will be opened. While using guns and cannons to expand their territory, they also sold their surplus products to those in dire need. While they wear each other down with the weapons he provided, he sat back and reaped the benefits. This is undoubtedly the most ideal model for survival and development in chaotic times. He turned around, his gaze returning to the battlefield that had just calmed down. The sporadic gunshots had long since disappeared. Only the sound of the wind swept across the scorched earth, stirring up dust that smelled of blood. The smoke had not yet dissipated, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and the acrid stench of burnt flesh. As far as the eye could see, the earth looked as if it had been repeatedly torn apart by the claws of a giant beast, covered with craters of all sizes. Twisted and deformed weapon parts, shattered gun stocks, and smoldering tire wreckage were scattered everywhere. The most horrifying sights were the severed limbs and contorted corpses, with dark red blood soaking into the sand and pooling in the low-lying areas to form nauseating, sticky puddles. The surviving armed personnel had long lost their will to fight. Under the threat of raised gun barrels, they formed a chaotic long line, put their hands on their heads, and walked one by one to the designated area, where they were then ordered to squat down. Their faces were a mixture of fear, numbness, and bewilderment at surviving a catastrophe. The previous ferocity and ruthlessness had vanished, leaving only despair and a sense of being at the mercy of others. Their leader, the scarred man, was hit directly by a tank high-explosive shell during his final breakout attempt, which struck his command vehicle. The car and its occupants were reduced to burning scrap metal. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. A field medical team, hastily assembled from a few former doctors and nurses found among the refugees, is working intensively to treat wounded militiamen. The smell of disinfectant barely masked the stench of blood. Under the makeshift tent, the bleeding was stopped, the wound cleaned, sutured, and immobilized. Despite the harsh conditions, the professional treatment saved the lives of many wounded who might have died from blood loss or infection. Chapter 75 Lin Mo's Ambition. The prisoners squatting in the open space not far away did not receive this treatment. They could only watch helplessly as their fate was pronounced. When the statistics were handed to Lin Mo, he raised an eyebrow. There were more than 1,800 people, which was much more than he had expected. How to handle this? The simplest and most brutal approach used to be to kill them all, thus eliminating the problem and saving on food and guarding. But Lin Mo quickly dismissed the idea. There are 3 reasons. First, after many experiments, he found that the system could not gain experience points to increase star level by mobilizing soldiers to shoot prisoners who had lost the ability to resist. Only killing an enemy in combat counts. This means that there is no benefit to killing prisoners. Secondly, it affects reputation. How would the hotel's VIP guests who pay exorbitant fees, as well as potential future business partners, view a butcher who routinely slaughters thousands of prisoners? Brutality can intimidate enemies, but ruthless brutality without any limits can also deter collaborators, since no one wants to deal with an unpredictable madman for long. Thirdly, and most practically, if the enemy knows that surrender means certain death, they will fight to the death in every battle that follows. Even if it's just to take a few people down with you, it will bring unnecessary additional casualties to yourself. Put it back? That would be even more foolish. Once this group returns, they will almost certainly be rearmed and become enemies again. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains will lead to endless troubles. Between killing and not killing, Lin Mo quickly found a third way to use. These prisoners were almost all young and middle-aged men, at the peak of their strength. Weren't they ready-made, free labor, and potential cannon fodder? As the territory expands, the number of fortifications to be built, roads to be repaired, and supplies to be transported will increase. When attacking fortified strongholds in the future, let them carry explosives or charge forward despite being under fire to deplete the enemy's ammunition and morale. Isn't this making the best use of resources? With this in mind, Lin Mo had already made up his mind. He beckoned Khalid, who had been waiting nearby, and whispered a few words to him. A knowing glint and a ruthless glint flashed in Khalid's eyes. He nodded vigorously, then pointed to a dozen or so fierce-looking militiamen and strode toward the prisoner-of-war area. The prisoners, crouching on the ground, felt a palpable fear creep in as they saw someone approaching. Khalid's cold gaze swept across the crowd, his finger casually pointing. You, and you. Come out. Most of the people he pointed out were injured or had obvious mobility issues. The people's faces first showed confusion, then turned into a deeper fear. The militiamen rushed forward like wolves and tigers, dragging them out of the crowd without saying a word, kicking and hitting them. Cries and pleas immediately filled the air. Nearly 200 people were dragged out. Khalid didn't even bother to look at them, and waved to the militia behind him. Hot. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted, merciless and relentless. Bullets rained down, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The cries and pleas were instantly replaced by even more piercing, short screams, which then quickly subsided into silence. All that remained were layers upon layers of corpses, still twitching slightly, with blood gushing out and staining a large area of the ground red. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey. The remaining prisoners, witnessing this scene, were mostly terrified, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Many people lost control of their bladders on the spot, and a strong, foul odor filled the air. Several psychologically broken prisoners attempted to get up and escape or resist, but were immediately and accurately shot dead by the vigilant conscripts. Khalid then stepped forward, his voice icy, piercing through the prisoners' fear. See, this is what happens when you disobey. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ashen faces. Want to live? Fine. From today onwards, you shall obey all orders and do whatever you are told. Drag these corpses away and bury them. Hurry up. The surviving prisoners, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly got up and, trembling, began to carry their comrades' still warm bodies, driven away by the militiamen's shouts and rifle butts. Khalid looked at the group of newly acquired laborers, and a look of high spirits appeared on his face. With over 1,000 more laborers at his disposal, many projects that had previously been slow due to manpower shortages can now be accelerated. The status of the original militiamen also rose accordingly, from cannon fodder at the bottom to overseers who could command slaves. The prisoners of war would naturally be the ones to endure the hardest and most dangerous work from then on. The supplies seized during the cleanup of the battlefield were quickly inventoried. A hodgepodge of old firearms, dwindling ammunition, some food. Most of them didn't meet Lin Mo's standards. The only thing that gave him some satisfaction was the 5 intact D-30 122mm howitzers abandoned in the rear, along with dozens of matching shells. This thing is a product of the Soviet Union in the 1960s, and it is indeed outdated. Its range, accuracy, and level of automation cannot compare with the advanced artillery that the system may unlock in the future. However, it excels in its simple structure, robustness, durability, and sufficient power. 122mm high explosive shells pose a significant threat to rebel forces lacking heavy firepower, as well as to ordinary government strongholds. More importantly, it's cheap. Lin Mo checked the system panel and found that basic artillery technology needed to be unlocked. The prerequisite for developing towed artillery similar to the D-30 and more advanced self-propelled artillery is a one-time research and development cost of $5 million. After that, a special artillery factory had to be built to produce them, which would be another huge expense. This will undoubtedly severely slow down his current rapid military expansion, which is centered on tanks and mechanized infantry. Use what you already have on hand. Lin Mo made a decision quickly. The system's weapon workshop can easily replicate shells of the same caliber at a cost far lower than producing a new cannon directly. Using these captured D-30s to form a temporary artillery battery as long-range fire support will be sufficient to meet most combat needs at this stage. We'll consider upgrading our artillery forces when we have more funds in the future. He walked to the military map at the temporary command post. Today, the territory he controls, including the core oil field, the city of Raduro, and several surrounding towns and small oil fields, remains just a small, insignificant area on the map of Syria. Although there are several oil fields, they're all marginal oil fields with low production. His finger moved slowly across the map, eventually stopping at an area southeast of Aleppo. It contains one of the region's largest oil fields, with preliminary estimates of recoverable reserves in the billions of tons. While this number may be inflated, it is undoubtedly a tempting piece of meat. If a refinery were built there, a burning light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Daily income could easily exceed 1 million, or even more. That was the true cornerstone supporting his enormous war ambitions. However, the area is now firmly controlled by a formidable rebel group called the Free Front. It is said that there are also foreign forces secretly supporting them, which is incomparable to the scattered soldiers in front of us. More meticulous planning and greater strength are needed. Chapter 76, Arms Resale. Knock knock. A soft knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Go in. Lin Mo didn't even look up. Only a few trusted confidants or distinguished guests of special status could come directly to his office and knock on the door without prior notice. The door was pushed open, and Yorkham walked in with the usual businessman smile. Mr. Lin, I hope I haven't disturbed your work. Upon seeing this largest creditor, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. In his most desperate moment, he borrowed $2 million from Yorkham, promising to return it soon. Afterwards, he was busy with war and expansion and intentionally or unintentionally reduced his contact with Yorkham and his daughter, just in case they brought up the matter. He quickly put on a smile and preemptively said, Mr. Yorkham, you've come at the right time. Are you here to see Emily? I've been busy with military affairs these past few days and haven't had a chance to visit her. Is she all right? He was telling the truth. In order not to provoke the creditors, he did restrain himself, even though Emily came to him twice on her own initiative. But that didn't count. Yorkham shook his head, his expression serious. The sense of danger and mystery surrounding this young man grew stronger with each passing day, and he had already sternly warned his daughter to keep her distance. But today, he has another purpose. Then what is this? Lin Mo's smile faded slightly, and he leaned back a little. To discuss repayment, he was already quickly calculating in his mind which pocket he could squeeze out some money from to appease the other party. He believed in repaying debts as they came up, and that was the basic principle of keeping one's word. He didn't really intend to renege on his debt. Yorkham shook his head again, his smile deepening. The loan isn't urgent. I trust Mr. Lin's reputation. I've come to discuss a deal with you. He emphasized the last two words, buying or selling. Lin Mo's eyes lit up instantly, like a shark smelling blood. He had always felt that Yorkham was no ordinary man. A French businessman who lingered in such chaos and spent lavishly must have a story behind him. Perhaps a big business opportunity is coming your way. Can I sit down and talk? Yorkham asked. Of course, please have a seat. Lin Mo's attitude became much warmer, and he raised his voice towards the door. Rania, brew 2 cups of the best tea. Yes, master. A clear, slightly aloof, young female voice came from outside the door, speaking fluent English with a slight accent. Lania, a maid Lin Mo recently recruited. The girl's background is quite interesting. She was born into a relatively enlightened family, both of whom were intellectuals and belonged to the Alavi sect, and the family was well off. Rania herself studied in Russia for several years, majoring in international relations, with a strong desire to serve her country. However, not long after she returned home, after completing her studies, the war broke out in full force. After the rebels stormed her hometown, her parents were brutally murdered because of her family's factional background. She herself became a target because of her outstanding appearance and study abroad experience. She managed to escape in the chaos, and after a long and arduous journey, she finally arrived at the safe zone controlled by Lin Mo. During the subsequent population registration and initial screening, Rania's fluent bilingual ability, Arabic, Russian, and also good at English, clear logic, and temperament that differed from that of ordinary refugees attracted attention. After a brief interview, mainly because Lin Mo found her to be beautiful, with a unique temperament, and with hatred and a will to survive hidden deep in her eyes, he kept her by his side. After all, as the leader of a force, one always needs a smart, reliable, good-looking, and capable person by one's side. Please have a seat, Mr. Yurkam. Lin Mo gestured for the other person to sit down on the simple sofa. I wonder if there's anything here that you'd be interested in? He asked deliberately. Weapons. Yurkam uttered the two words softly, looking calmly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, and his upper body involuntarily leaned forward, but he deliberately showed a look of surprise and probing on his face. Weapons? If you just want a gun or two for self-defense or to equip your bodyguards, don't hesitate. I'll give you some of the best ones. He pretended to be ignorant, even though he knew the truth. No, Mr. Lin, what I need is a large-scale transaction. Yurkam shook his head slightly, his tone solemn. 2,000 rifles. 100,000 rounds of ammunition. In addition, I need 2 armored vehicles like the wheeled armored vehicles you have. After speaking, he observed Lin Mo's reaction. This request was clearly overstepping his bounds for a warlord. He guessed wrong. Lin Mo may lack food, medicine, and various daily necessities, but the one thing he has in abundance is weapons and ammunition. As long as the funds are in place, the system's tank factories and weapons workshops can produce as many as needed, 24 hours a day. If they can sell grizzly tanks, what's a few armored vehicles and rifles? Rania, brew Mr. Yorkam's treasure jar of Longjing tea. Lin Mo's voice rose 8 octaves, revealing barely suppressed excitement. He immediately stood up and practically pulled a chair over to sit down next to Yurkam. The composed and calm commander's mask was completely removed from his face, revealing the eager nature of a shrewd businessman. Absolutely no problem. What model do you need? Oxydium 17 or something else? Do you want the basic infantry fighting vehicle or a model equipped with an autocannon? We could discuss the price. Now it was Yorkam's turn to be surprised. He anticipated that Lin Mo would ask about the purpose, the buyer's background, the shipping risks, and so on, and was even prepared to be rejected or subjected to harsh questioning. To my surprise, the other party didn't ask any questions, only caring about the model and quantity. This pure focus on money, regardless of who the buyer is, caught him off guard and also gave him a new assessment of the channels behind Lin Mo. An AK-74M will do. Armored vehicles like the ones with machine guns that you have, Yurkam said, composing himself. Okay, when do you need it? Lin Mo asked. The sooner the better. Yurkam gave a broad time frame, meaning within the next month or 2. Lin Mo deliberately frowned, pretending to think, tapped his fingers on his knee, and then seemed to have made a great decision. Considering our friendship and your continued support, I can prepare the first batch for you tomorrow. However, as you know, the arms embargo is currently very tight, and it's quite risky and costly to bring so many things in. He began to lay out the price. Yurkam was genuinely surprised. Tomorrow? This efficiency is absolutely terrifying, unless he has a huge secret stockpile locally or an incredibly fast supply chain. Either way, it means that Lin Mo's strength far exceeds what it appears to be. Regarding the price, what do you think? Lin Mo observed Yurkam's expression and quickly calculated in his mind. On the black market, a relatively new AK-74M can sell for $2,000 or $3,000 or even more, while bullets cost about $1 or $2 each. Prices fluctuate greatly in war-torn areas. His system has extremely low production costs. Rifles cost about $500. Bullets are even cheaper, 5 for $1. Chapter 77, The First Arms Deal. He deliberately quoted a price slightly lower than the black market price, but with a huge profit margin. AK-74M, 3,000 US dollars apiece. 7.62 by 39 millimeters bullets, $1 US a round. The samurai infantry fighting vehicle, out of consideration for our friendship, is 500,000 US dollars per vehicle. Do you think that's acceptable? After quoting the price, he paused slightly and then sincerely reminded him, I'm talking about US dollars. You can't use the weight of the bill to fool people. This price is astronomical for regular military purchases, but it may be reasonable or even a bargain for certain forces that urgently need weapons but have limited access to them, especially in war-torn Syria. Yurkam nodded calmly, almost without hesitation. Yes. Are you sure? I mean, the total price might exceed. Lin Mo was a little uneasy. The agreement was too quick. I'm quite certain, Mr. Lin. Payment in US dollars. Yurkam even smiled slightly. I thought you would want pounds or euros. Make a deal. Lin Mo slapped his thigh, overjoyed. A multi-million-dollar arms deal was struck just like that. The profit margin is frighteningly high. You can send someone to pick up the goods at the second-hand market in the west of the city tomorrow afternoon. I'll make all the arrangements. A negotiation that was expected to be drawn out and dragged on was resolved with astonishing efficiency in just 10 minutes. Both sides got what they wanted without tacit agreement. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open, and Rania walked in carrying a tea tray. She was about 23 or 24 years old, nearly 1.7 meters tall, and had a straight posture. She was wearing a dark-colored women's suit that Lin Mo had collected from the city. It was slightly oversized, but well-tailored. Wearing a white shirt underneath, buttoned up to the collar, he looked capable and restrained. She has typical Arab female features, deep-set eyes, and a straight nose. Beneath thick eyelashes were a pair of obsidian-like eyes, but at this moment those eyes lacked some of their brilliance, and instead held a quietude and a deep-seated melancholy. Her long hair was tied into a simple bun at the back of her head, revealing her beautifully shaped neck. Long-term malnutrition made her somewhat thin, but this only highlighted the delicate features of her face and a resilient yet aloof temperament. Unlike most local women, she possesses both the introverted nature instilled by traditional upbringing and the independence gained from studying abroad. This contradictory quality, when combined, creates a unique attraction. She gently placed 2 steaming cups of fragrant Longjing tea on the coffee table in front of the two of them. He bowed slightly and said, Sir, please enjoy your meal. His voice was calm, with a hint of barely perceptible detachment. She put down her teacup and was about to turn and leave. Wait a minute, Rania, Lin Mo called out to her. Seeing this, Yurkam wisely stood up and said, Mr. Lin, it's settled then. I won't disturb you while you're handling your business. He got the promise he wanted, but he also needed time to prepare the funds and receive the goods. Lin Mo nodded, watching Yurkam leave the office and close the door behind him. Only Lin Mo and Lania remained in the room. Owner. Rania lowered her head, her gaze falling on the tips of her shoes, which she had cleaned fairly well. The woman's intuition told her that the man's gaze carried an undisguised scrutiny and possessiveness. This made her body tense slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously curled up. Having just closed a big deal, Lin Mo was in a great mood and had no qualms about not eating the grass near one's own burrow. In this environment where the strong are respected and life is precarious, the release of desires is often direct and blatant. Close the door. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Rania's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She silently turned around, walked to the door, and gently pushed it shut with a soft click. The light in the room seemed to dim as well, and the atmosphere became subtle and private. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, looking at the girl in front of him who possessed both exotic charm and intellectual elegance, a satisfied smile curving his lips. He waved his hand, as if calling to a cat he had taken in, Come here. Lania took a deep breath and slowly turned around. She knew what this meant. She was prepared for it from the moment she was chosen to stay by the commander's side. Hatred needs power to sustain it, and survival requires attaching oneself to the strong. The man before you is currently the only one who can provide both of these things. Despite the complex emotions swirling within her, humiliation, fear, a touch of resigned sorrow, and perhaps even a twisted admiration for power that she herself was unwilling to admit. She still moved her feet and slowly walked up to Lin Mo. Lin Mo reached out, not roughly pulling her, but with a controlling air, and gently patted her tense shoulder. Then his fingers brushed across her smooth cheek, lifted her chin, and forced her to look up and meet his gaze. From now on, you're mine. His tone was calm, yet carried an absolute sense of declaration. Don't be afraid. Come with me. I will protect you. Those scum who killed your parents. One day, I will help you find them one by one and make them pay the price. This promise was like a key, instantly striking the deepest part of Rania's heart. The composure she had been maintaining shattered in her eyes, revealing a hazy, watery sheen. It wasn't a feeling of being moved, but rather a complex mix of hatred, despair, and the thrill of finally finding a backer. She slowly and obediently knelt down on the carpet at Lin Mo's feet. This posture makes her appear more delicate and submissive. She tilted her head back, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She dared not look directly into Lin Mo's eyes, instead focusing her gaze on the buttons of his combat uniform, her voice barely audible. I understand, master. She was a clever girl and knew how to behave to please her master. The next day at noon, the sun was blazing. A mixed convoy of old trucks and pickups modified to varying degrees, billowing yellow dust like a herd of animals migrating in the desert, slowly approached the city of Raduro. Yurkem had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. Standing beside him was Lin Mo, who had changed into a brand new dark green general's uniform. The outfit was well tailored, and although it lacked many ornate decorations, the strong lines, straight epaulets, and well-fitting waist accentuated Lin Mo's already tall and imposing figure, making him appear even more dignified. Especially his calm and sharp eyes, which seemed even more unfathomable under the shadow of his hat brim. This outfit was handmade by Rania, stitch by stitch, after several sleepless nights of working together, referring to old picture books and her imagination. Wearing it, Lin Mo actually exuded the air of a powerful warlord in a chaotic era. Chapter 78, this is good stuff. The convoy stopped outside the cordon. The car doors were flung open, and about 40 armed men jumped out. They mostly wore loose trousers and vests or shirts with traditional embroidery, and their heads were wrapped in red and white checkered or plain headscarves. Their eyes were alert, their movements were efficient, and their rifles were well maintained. They were clearly not a rabble. However, according to the ironclad rules set by Lin Mo, non-armed personnel are not allowed to bring weapons into the city. Several conscripts on guard duty immediately stepped forward, coldly raising their hands in a signal. Though their guns were not raised, the warning was clear. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin, a serious face, and a thick beard, walked quickly to Yorkham with a furrowed brow. He negotiated quickly in a deep voice with a heavy accent, glancing at Lin Mo from time to time, revealing obvious dissatisfaction and doubt. Yorkham seemed a little embarrassed. He looked back at the expressionless Lin Mo, then leaned closer to Roger and hurriedly explained a few words in a low voice. This seems to emphasize the rules of this place and the power of its owner. In the end, Roger compromised with a conflicted expression. He waved for most of his men to stay outside the city, taking only 4 of his most elite followers with him, and boarded 2 hound-shaped armed convertible jeeps painted in desert camouflage, provided by Lin Mo. This jeep is lightweight and agile, and it is equipped with a 7.62 mm general-purpose machine gun. It can be considered the ceremonial vehicle of Lin Mo's forces. Lin Mo's convoy led the way, with Rogi's car following closely behind as they entered Laduro. The streets have been partially cleared, but traces of the war are still visible everywhere. Roger's gaze swept over the well-equipped, indifferent conscripts patrolling the street and the prisoners working silently under the supervision of the militia, and his expression grew increasingly grave. The delivery location was set in a cleared-out area on the outskirts of the city. This is clearly a stage that Lin Mo has carefully prepared to showcase his abilities. The first thing that caught Roger's eye was 2 teams of conscripts standing on either side like steel sculptures. They were fully armed, all wearing the same desert digital camouflage, new helmets, and AK-74 MS equipped with optical sights. They stood as straight as javelins, their eyes fixed straight ahead. He exuded a chilling, killing intent that had been tempered by blood and fire, making him unapproachable to the living. Simply by remaining still, it creates an invisible wall of pressure. What's even more striking is the military dog sitting upright on the ground in the field. These German shepherds are exceptionally robust, with bulging muscles and fur that gleams with a healthy, glossy sheen in the sunlight. Their eyes are sharp as wolves, and even their deep breathing carries a sense of oppression. The flamethrower soldiers, standing like iron towers in key positions, provided the most direct visual impact. The enormous fuel tanks and thick spray guns they carried silently spoke of their destructive power. Beyond these elite infantrymen, the real highlight is the neatly arranged steel formations behind them. Rows of samurai infantry fighting vehicles painted in yellow sand camouflage, their 30mm autocannons gleaming coldly in the sunlight. And behind them were a full 12 grizzly main battle tanks. The massive vehicle, with its thick cannon barrel and heavy armor, lay there silently. Like a sleeping steel behemoth, it exudes a suffocating, awe-inspiring power. The open space next to it resembled a small-scale exhibition of individual weapons. The NSV Cliff 12.7mm heavy machine gun, mounted on a tripod, boxes of RPG-26 and RPG-27 disposable rocket launchers, and compact AKS-74U short assault rifles. The VSS silenced sniper rifle with its distinctive suppressor profile, the classic SVD Dragunov sniper rifle. Lin Mo has showcased almost all the light and heavy weapons he has unlocked so far. Seeing this, the last trace of dissatisfaction and subtle contempt in Roger's eyes caused by being forced to disarm completely vanished. Instead, there was a profound shock and a barely perceptible sense of apprehension. When he looked at the young Chinese commander again, his eyes were filled with respect and caution. "Lin, let me introduce myself." Yorkamp stepped forward at the opportune moment, his smile somewhat complicated. "This is Roger, an important business partner of mine." "Rocky, this is Lin Mo, Commander Lin, my good friend." He paused slightly on the word good friend, the meaning of which was subtle. Roger stepped forward, extending his right hand, which was covered in calluses and small scars, his tone much gentler than before. He even added a touch of respect. "Hello, Commander Lin. Your army is impressive. In this chaotic land where strength reigns supreme, Lin Mo's display of power is enough to earn the respect of any pragmatist. Mr. Roger, welcome to Laduro." Lin Mo shook hands with him, his grip firm and steady, a perfectly measured smile on his face. "The goods are ready. Please inspect them." With a wave of his hand, the militiamen beside him immediately pried open several heavy wooden crates. Inside the box, rows of brand-new AK-74M rifles, gleaming with a bluish-green sheen, were neatly arranged in oil-proof paper, and you could even smell a faint factory oil odor on the rifles. A look of delight flashed in Roger's eyes. He eagerly picked up a gun and skillfully inspected the bolt, rifling, and sights. It feels heavy in hand. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and it's completely brand new and unused. He then strode over to the two samurai infantry fighting vehicles that had been refueled and cleaned, and carefully examined their onboard weapons and interior space. However, his gaze kept drifting involuntarily to the row of even more imposing grizzly tanks next to him, his eyes burning with desire. Lin Mo keenly grasped this point. He seemed to transform into a top-notch arms salesman, his smile becoming even more enthusiastic. "Mr. Roger, it seems you're more interested in these big toys. Why don't we go up and experience it for ourselves? Feel its power." This offer is extremely tempting. Almost without hesitation, at Lin Mo's prompting and with the help of the tank commander, Roger clumsily but curiously climbed into the turret of one of the grizzly tanks. The interior space was smaller and more cramped than he had imagined, with a dense network of various instrument lines and pipes, and a mixed smell of engine oil and metal in the air, making it not very comfortable to sit in. But this initial discomfort was instantly replaced by excitement when I touched the cold, powerful joystick and aiming device. This is a real main battle tank. Lin Mo had the crew start the tank and, with Rogi, conducted a simple maneuver demonstration in a safe, open area outside the city. He was even allowed to observe through the commander's periscope and authorized to fire a training round, a blank round, but the muzzle flash and sound were realistically simulated. When Roger crawled out of the tank and stood in the sunlight again, His face was flushed from excitement and the slight jolting, but his smile was genuinely radiant. Chapter 79, The Price of Deception. Lin Mo stepped forward at the opportune moment and handed over a bottle of water. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Mr. Roger? Are you satisfied with the Grizzlies' performance?" "Fantastic. The true king of the land," Loji exclaimed sincerely, clapping his oil-stained hands. Lin Mo's smile deepened, his voice full of temptation. "Then, would you be interested in taking a few back with you? Since you are Mr. Yorkham's friend, I can offer you a very sincere price." He glanced at Yorkham with a look that seemed to say, "See, I'm giving you a lot of face." Roger was indeed greatly intrigued, and his breathing became a little rapid. "Tank, this is not only a powerful weapon, but also a morale multiplier and a symbol of strategic deterrence." But he didn't agree immediately. He suppressed his impulse and nodded to Lin Mo. Then he grabbed Yorkham, who was standing next to him, and led him to a corner a little further away. The two lowered their voices and spoke very quickly. Fragments of phrases such as budget overrun, but a rare opportunity, and support from the rear could be vaguely heard. Clearly, procuring tanks was far beyond their initial plans, but the allure of the Grizzly tanks was simply too great. After a while, the two seemed to have reached a consensus. Logi walked back, looking intently at Lin Mo. "Commander Lin, how much are you asking for this tank?" Lin Mo was prepared. He extended his index finger and said clearly, $1 million per vehicle, equipped with a standard load of main gun shells and machine gun ammunition. You absolutely won't find this price anywhere else. He glanced at Yorkham again, almost casually. $1 million. For a main battle tank with performance comparable to the T-72, in this special time and place, this price is incredibly reasonable, even a friendly price. But the total amount is still staggering. Yorkham's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, but considering the strategic needs and potential support behind it, he ultimately nodded slightly to Roger. Rogi's face lit up with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, then held up 4 thick fingers, his tone resolute. 4? We want 4, and we'll take them now. For vehicles, that's $4 million, including the rifles, bullets, and armored vehicles already ordered. This order will total over 10 million. Lin Mo was overjoyed, but he tried his best to remain calm. Only his smile became even more sincere and radiant. "No problem. Mr. Roger is indeed a man of great courage. To celebrate our collaboration, I'm giving you an extra batch of matching repair tools and spare parts. In addition, I can send an experienced tank crew instructor team to accompany the vehicle to provide initial training and basic maintenance guidance until your personnel can operate the tanks independently." The service was excellent, truly a one-stop shop. The deal was finalized, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Luoji's side was all smiles, and Lin Mo was even more satisfied. Only Yorkham's smile betrayed a hint of complexity, for ultimately, this enormous sum would require him, or rather, the forces behind him, to raise the funds for payment. In the final settlement, Lin Mo generously rounded down the amount by 100,000. $11 million. We're even. "A pleasure doing business with you." That afternoon, Roger directed his men to load trucks full of weapons, along with 4 brand-new Grizzly tanks and 2 samurai armored vehicles. They sailed away from Laduro in a grand procession, returning home fully loaded. After seeing the convoy off, Lin Mo turned around and looked at Yorkham, who was about to leave, and suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Yorkham." Yorkham's heart tightened, thinking that Lin Mo was finally going to press Roger and his group about their true identities and the deeper purpose behind their arms purchase. He turned around, a businessman's smile on his face, but his mind was racing, trying to come up with the right words. Lin Mo simply gazed at the dust kicked up by the convoy in the distance, smiled meaningfully, and said, "Your friend is quite interesting. If he needs anything else next time, tanks, armored vehicles, or even more special gadgets, just ask as long as the money is right." His tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing a batch of in-demand building materials. Yorkham was stunned. He had imagined many possible reactions, but he never expected Lin Mo to be so open-minded. He couldn't help but ask, "Lin, aren't you even a little curious about who Roger and his men are? What are they going to do with all these weapons?" Lin Mo turned his head, looked calmly at Yorkham, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes, and slowly spoke. "Raj, in Kurdish, means sun, symbolizing light, hope, and freedom. Am I right, Mr. Yorkham? Yorkham's pupils suddenly contracted, and his composure was finally shattered. Unable to hide his surprise, You guessed it all along. Lin Mo didn't answer directly, but simply said, that's not important. What's important is that our transaction was very pleasant, and he paused, his tone carrying a detached indifference. For me, who the customers are is not important. US dollars, gold, valuable materials, those are the real deal. His implication was quite clear. Even if the rebels who were fighting against him came to buy, he would still dare to sell to them as long as they could afford the money. Seeing Yorkham's incredulous look, Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder, a gesture that made Yorkham stiffen slightly. He said, I'm always willing to listen whenever you're willing to tell me what you do. I have some military matters to attend to now. Please excuse me. After saying that, he didn't say anything more, turned around and walked away with steady steps, leaving Yorkham, who was standing there dumbfounded, with his crisp general's uniform. Lin Mo appeared calm and collected on the surface, but inwardly he was giving Yorkham, that old fox, a thorough dressing down. Construction contractor? I almost believed your nonsense. It turns out he's in cahoots with the Kurdish militants, and is even a high-level broker or liaison. You made me think you were just an ordinary fat sheep. I need to vent this anger. With a change of heart, he didn't stop walking, but changed direction and headed straight for the back garden of the hotel where the VIPs were staying. The afternoon sun was shining brightly. In the hotel's backyard pool, Emily and her best friend Melody were wearing cool swimsuits and lying on lounge chairs, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Her blonde hair shone in the sunlight, and her fair skin glowed with a healthy sheen. Emily spotted Lin Mo approaching at a glance and sat up in surprise. A bright smile instantly bloomed on her face as she waved. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Melody also quickly stood up, appearing somewhat reserved. She was a typical British girl, with a few cute freckles on her face, delicate features, and a more voluptuous figure than the tall Emily. Wearing a relatively conservative one-piece swimsuit, she exudes a unique charm. Lin Mo put on a gentlemanly smile and nodded to Melody. Hello, beautiful Miss Melody. I heard from Emily that your landscape paintings are wonderful, full of a serene power. I wonder if I'll have the honor of seeing your work sometime. His praise was perfectly timed, and his gaze was sincere. Melody blushed instantly, somewhat flattered. Really? That's my honor, Mr. Lin. She hadn't expected that this imposing commander would know about and praise her hobby. Chapter 80 Accelerated Expansion. Lin Mo knew the principle of casting a long line to catch a big fish and also understood that Emily was right next to him, so it was not advisable to get too entangled with her. He exchanged a few brief pleasantries with the two ladies, chatting about the weather and the recent security situation in Laduro. Then, before turning to leave, he gave Emily a very brief but suggestive and intense look. Emily received this signal, and her heart skipped a beat. My cheeks feel slightly warm. She lay back down, listening to her best friend beside her excitedly discuss Lin Mo's handsomeness, power, and unexpected gentlemanly manners, while her heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten, already itching to make a move. After enduring another 10 minutes of torment, Emily pretended to suddenly remember something and sat up abruptly. She exclaimed softly, Oh dear. Melody, I'm sorry. I almost forgot. There's something urgent I need to ask. I need to ask the hotel manager. You can sunbathe first. Don't wait for me. I'll come back to find you later. Her excuse was somewhat flimsy, but she looked anxious. Melody, unsuspecting, nodded considerately. Okay, go ahead and get busy, Emily. Emily felt like she'd been granted a pardon. She grabbed a towel from the side, wrapped it around herself, and quickly left the pool area. Once she turned the corner and made sure Melody was out of sight, she quickened her pace, almost jogging. With her long golden hair flying behind her, she ran off in a flash towards the detached building where Lin Mo lived. She walked briskly to the familiar door, forgetting to knock, and pushed it open. A sweet, urgent voice wafted in, carrying the scent of fragrance and sunshine. Honey, I'm here. Have you been waiting long? She was greeted by Lin Mo's already composed figure, and a devilish smile on his face that mixed control, mockery, and a hint of punishment. To retaliate against her father's deliberate concealment and manipulation, this debt can only be repaid by her, as the son. So, poor Emily is in for a while to suffer. With his huge injection of 11 million, Lin Mo's war machine roared even more excitedly. The two armored vehicle factories are operating around the clock. On the assembly line, one brand-new Grizzly tank after another is assembled, tested, and rolled off the production line, painted with uniform desert camouflage. The training and production of conscripts were also accelerated to the limit, and the scale rapidly expanded to 2,000 people. Although it sounds like a considerable armed force, it is still far from Lin Mo's ultimate vision of an iron torrent and an endless sea of people. Once weapons are produced, they become scrap metal if stored in warehouses. We must let them go out and create value. Seize territory, seize resources, seize everything that can make us stronger. His strategic focus has once again shifted to the southeastern part of Aleppo province, the middle reaches of the Euphrates River. Not only were there a few scattered oil fields with higher yields occupied by small groups of rebels, but more importantly, there were relatively fertile alluvial plains. Farmland can be developed to solve the urgent food problem. This is more strategically significant than a simple oil field. The upgraded Peregrine, 2 light reconnaissance drone, had a longer range and longer loiter time. Like a tireless eagle, they had already thoroughly scouted the terrain, villages, and armed strongholds of the target area. High-definition images and dynamic information were transmitted back to Lin Mo's command center in real time. Speed is of the essence in war. Lin Mo's mechanized units and infantry units have completed initial reorganization and replenishment. Under his remote command, like several precise scalpels, a multi-pronged, rapid, and deadly crushing attack was launched against the Euphrates River region from Laduro as its base. The tactics were clear. Utilize the advantages of mobility and firepower to divide the enemy forces, defeat them one by one, and achieve a swift victory. The result was as expected. Small groups of rebels or local armed forces entrenched in those towns, villages, and oil fields collapsed almost instantly under the assault of tanks, the coordination of infantry fighting vehicles, and the precise clearing by mobilized troops. Occasionally, strongholds that stubbornly resisted due to the terrain would be quickly destroyed by the bombardment of summoned D-30 howitzers or the special attention of flamethrower soldiers. Good news came back like snowflakes. Several valuable towns, tribal areas, and associated small oil fields along the Euphrates River fell into Lin Mo's control. His sphere of influence spread and expanded rapidly across the map of Aleppo province, like ink stains in water. At this moment, Lin Mo's actual population, including civilians, prisoners, and affiliated tribes, is close to 100,000, and the territory he controls accounts for about 1/3 of Aleppo province. This has far exceeded the scope of a security contractor or a local warlord, and has begun to take the form of a separatist force. He followed his pragmatic strategy of encircling the cities from the countryside and prioritizing resource-producing areas. Currently, several major cities and towns in Aleppo province, including parts of the provincial capital, remain firmly controlled by the main force of the Rebel Free Front or the remaining government troops. They were interlocked and confronted each other. Lin Mo knew in his heart that the calm was only temporary. His rapid expansion will inevitably touch the core interests of these major powers sooner or later. A direct clash with the main rebel force, or potential friction or cooperation with the remnants of the government army, is only a matter of time. It cannot be ruled out that these enemies might temporarily set aside their disputes and join forces to deal with him, this suddenly rising third party. We have to be faster. Lin Mo stared at the newly added markers on the map, his eyes sharp as knives. Before those big shots realize what's happening and mobilize their forces to crush me, I need to have the power to make them unable or even afraid to crush me. Accumulate strength and accelerate expansion. Every penny earned from oil and arms sales was converted into more tanks, more soldiers, stronger defenses, and more advanced equipment. In chaotic times, the right to survive and thrive always belongs to the one with the strongest fist and the sharpest teeth. And he, Lin Mo, was rushing towards this goal, stepping over the corpses and ruins of his enemies. Lieutenant Adil drove the off-road vehicle with its markings painted over, traversing numerous firefight lines in no man's land, enduring countless hardships. They finally returned to the last relatively secure defensive zone under the control of the government forces. However, his near-death experiences on the battlefield and the humiliation of his prison life did not earn him the treatment of a hero. On the contrary, almost the instant he stepped into the military camp, several stern-faced military police officers took him into custody. There was no welcome, no words of comfort, only quarantine and investigation. He was held in solitary confinement in a small, windowless room, and his freedom was completely taken away. In the days that followed, a barrage of interrogations came from intelligence agencies, internal affairs departments, and even officers from different factions. The question keeps repeating itself, but the core issue remains the same. Why did everyone else die, but you were the only one who came back alive? Have you already defected to the rebels and become a spy they sent back? Chapter 81, Attempting Contact. Adil's heart felt as if it were immersed in ice water. He understood this suspicion. With the war situation so dire, any unusual occurrence could be magnified. He suppressed his humiliation and exhaustion, repeating this bizarre experience over and over again. How they were ambushed and captured, and how they were detained by the mysterious Chinese commander, Lin Mo. How to witness firsthand the incredibly well-equipped private army of the other side, and their bizarre proposal to exchange money or supplies for weapons. He felt deeply powerless and weary of repeating the same words every day and facing the same skeptical gazes. Just when he was almost in despair, a turning point appeared. He was originally a colonel, the commander of his unit. An old-school officer, known for his bravery and relative integrity, personally stepped forward after learning of his situation, vouching for him with his rank and reputation. I know Adil. He is not a coward, much less a traitor. Colonel Tariq's words carried weight. Ultimately, through Tariq's persistence and mediation, Adil was granted limited freedom, but remained under close surveillance. Before he could even take a few deep breaths of the air of his newfound freedom, Tariq, with a grave expression, led him to a heavily guarded underground bunker conference room. As Adil pushed open the door, his heart sank. The room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like you could wring water out of it. Those sitting on either side of the long table were all high-ranking military officers with gleaming epaulets. And sitting in the main seat is General Salam, who is currently the de facto number 2 figure in the government forces. Everyone's face was etched with anxiety, exhaustion, and an almost numb solemnity. The huge battle map on the wall was shocking. The red area representing the government forces has been cut, surrounded, and eroded into pieces by the blue arrows and blocks representing various rebel groups. Only a few isolated outposts remain, struggling to hold on. The defensive line continued to retreat, the supply line was in grave danger, and the loss of troops and equipment was devastating. Although the soldiers are still fighting valiantly, it is clear to all that without strong external intervention or a miracle, a complete collapse is only a matter of time. The government has repeatedly appealed for emergency assistance to its traditional allies, Iran and Russia. However, due to strong obstruction from Western powers and complex international power struggles, the aid that the two countries can provide is woefully inadequate, and transportation is also difficult. The situation is extremely precarious. The high-level meeting seemed to have reached a stalemate. No one spoke, only heavy breathing and the rustling of papers turning over. General Salam's sharp gaze swept across the doorway. He nodded to Tariq and then landed on Adil. "You're Lieutenant Adil?" His voice was hoarse but steady. "Yes, General." Adil straightened his back and gave a standard military salute. Salam picked up a report from the table, a record of Adil's repeated questioning over the past few days. The report says that the commander of that private armed force with armored units is Chinese. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, General. He admitted it himself, and his soldiers are predominantly East Asian in appearance," Adil replied confidently. This statement, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly created ripples. "Chinese. What are they trying to do? They formed an army and entered our territory without the permission of our government. This is aggression. Impossible. We have never received any diplomatic note." Is this Adil lying, or has he been misled by the other side? Perhaps some international mercenary organization operating under the banner of China? A cacophony of discussion and questioning erupted in the conference room, turning the already tense atmosphere into a chaotic mess. Bang! General Salam slammed his hand on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone instantly. His eyes were sharp as he stared intently at Adil, trying to discern the truth from every subtle expression on the other's face. "You mean this Chinese commander is willing to provide us with weapons and equipment?" he asked slowly, emphasizing each word. "Not entirely a provision, General," Adil cautiously corrected. He recalled Lin Mo's businessman-like demeanor. His exact words were, "We can sell it to you, in exchange for cash or gold or other valuable goods." He seems to be short of money, but the armory looks to have a lot of stock. He pictured the mountains of brand-new gun cases piled up in the Raduro warehouse, and his tone became even more certain. The detailed account silenced the meeting room once again, leaving only Adil's clear voice. The officers' faces showed a complex mix of surprise, contemplation, and even a hint of seeing a faint glimmer of light in their desperate situation. How can a Chinese man possess a well-equipped armored force and a large arms stockpile in the heart of Syria? What does this mean? Is it a super private military company with Chinese backing? Or is it some kind of tentative intervention that is inconvenient to disclose publicly? Regardless of which one, for the government forces who are currently at their wits' end, it's like a straw that suddenly appears, its strength uncertain. But what if? What if it's true? Even just purchasing a batch of urgently needed ammunition and anti-tank weapons could allow a certain front to hold out for a few more days. General Salam pondered for a long time, exchanged glances with several other key generals, and finally made a decision. He looked at Tariq. "Colonel Tariq, you will personally lead a team, along with Lieutenant Adil, to make contact with this Chinese man. If what Adil says is true, assess what we can buy and at what prices. Remember, be cautious, but also seize the opportunity." He emphasized the last sentence. "Yes, General." Tariq stood at attention and accepted the order. With business coming in, Lin Mo was naturally in a good mood. Adil looked at Laduro, who had reappeared with several higher-ranking officers. He secretly congratulated himself on the correctness of his initial investment. Lieutenant Adil is indeed a competent salesman. The government army, that's a legitimate army. Even though it's fallen on hard times now, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. I heard that they took a lot of cash from the National Treasury and gold bars from the central bank during their retreat, making them much richer than the Kurds. He personally led Colonel Tariq and his entourage to the heavily guarded central warehouse area. Lania, dressed in a well-fitting dark suit and carrying an electronic notepad, quietly followed beside him. As her increasingly capable assistant, Lin Mo has begun to consciously train her to handle some external affairs and daily management. This woman is intelligent, calm, and has an exceptional learning ability. Moreover, he knows very well how to satisfy him, whether at work or in other aspects. Lin Mo was happy to have some free time, leaving the trivial matters to her. As expected, Tariq and his men's eyes were immediately drawn to the warehouse area. I was immediately captivated by the neatly arranged grizzly tanks and samurai infantry fighting vehicles, which exuded a cold, steely aura and couldn't look away for a long time. That longing almost overflowed from his eyes. Chapter 82, Don't Fool Me. They inquired in detail about the grizzly tank's caliber, penetration depth, mobility, and protection capabilities. $1 million per vehicle, equipped with basic ammunition. Lin Mo quoted the price, observing the other party's reaction. Tariq and the two staff officers accompanying him exchanged quick glances, their eyes revealing not only excitement, but also an incredulous astonishment. "Mr. Lin, you mean you're also willing to sell this main battle tank?" Tariq's voice was a little hoarse with excitement. He needs Lin Mo's personal confirmation. In this war-torn land, heavy equipment is priceless, and often there is no market for it. You can't buy it even if you have the money. Lin Mo smiled, a smile that was full of composure, as if he had everything he needed. "Of course, Colonel Tariq. Not just tanks, these armored vehicles, the rifles, machine guns, rocket launchers, ammunition in the warehouse. To put it simply, as long as you can afford it, you can take anything you see with you." He ran his fingers over the rows of shelves and steel behemoths in the warehouse, speaking as casually as if he were introducing supermarket shelves. In his eyes, selling a grizzly tank would net him $400,000 and selling a samurai tank would net him $300,000. That was simply outrageous profit. He was hoping the other party would order 100 or 80 vehicles at once. That would truly make him rich. To completely convince these potential clients, Lin Mo arranged a live-fire demonstration. A grizzly tank and a samurai armored vehicle drove out of the warehouse and conducted a mobile demonstration and live-fire exercise at a firing range outside the city. With a roar of cannons, the target was reduced to ashes, showcasing the unparalleled performance of this steel beast. Tariq and the others were deeply moved. With their professional expertise, they could naturally see that the performance of this grizzly was by no means inferior to the T-72 they were familiar with, and even had some improvements. 1 million per car? It's like finding a steal. For the next few minutes, Tarek and his companions were like visitors to Ali Baba's treasure trove, showing great interest in every weapon Lin Mo displayed. At the same time, they continuously provided real-time reports to General Salam, who was far away in the rear, through encrypted communication. Lin Mo observed this and was certain in his heart. This big deal is in the bag. Sure enough, after another tense phone call, Tarek turned around, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. He solemnly told Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin, after evaluation, we are very satisfied with your equipment." He also proposed to purchase 20 Grizzly main battle tanks and 60 Samurai infantry fighting vehicles in one go. In addition, there are 5,000 AK-74M rifles, 1 million rounds of ammunition, and a number of artillery shells of the corresponding caliber. I just don't know if Lin Mo has enough stock. And how long will it take to prepare all the goods? He rattled off this astronomical procurement list in one go. With each number announced, Lin Mo's heart pounded. A rough estimate puts the total value of this order close to $70 million US. Although it can't compare to the huge orders worth hundreds of millions or even billions in the international arms trade market, it's still a significant sum for Lin Mo, who started from scratch and has been struggling to expand despite constant risks. This is undoubtedly a huge sum of money that could greatly increase his strength. He hesitated for a moment, actually suppressing his excitement, then slowly extended 3 fingers. Tarek frowned slightly. 3 months? He felt that the time was taking too long, and the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Lin Mo shook his head, his smile confident and dazzling. "No, Colonel Tarek. It's 3 days. 72 hours later, when you and your colleagues wake up, you will see all the goods neatly arranged in the place you designated." 3 days. Tarek and the officer beside him gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could they procure so many weapons and ammunition in just 3 days? If this isn't a pipe dream, then it means that behind this Chinese person is an extremely terrifying, efficient, and secretive supply chain or reserve. They were more inclined to believe the latter and developed a deeper sense of awe and speculation about the possible state power behind Lin Mo. Let the misunderstanding continue. Lin Mo was too lazy to explain. System production is just that fast, defying logic. Okay, we'll wait 3 days. Tarek suppressed his shock and readily agreed. If this deal goes through, the government forces will gain a strike force capable of turning the tide in a certain strategic direction. A counterattack no longer seems like just a pipe dream. Of course, you're all welcome to stay here for a while. Lin Mo extended his hand with a beaming smile, preparing to proceed with the final and most important step of confirmation. So, regarding the payment method, do you intend to use international bank transfer or, more directly, physical gold? I can accept either. Tarek grasped Lin Mo's hand, but smiled somewhat awkwardly. He said, "Mr. Lin, we have a proposal regarding payment. Given the current difficulties in exchanging funds, we are willing to offer exclusive development rights to several of the largest oil fields in Aleppo province as part of the consideration. These oil fields are worth far more than this transaction, and we can provide legal documentation." Before he could finish speaking, the smile on Lin Mo's face vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. He abruptly pulled his hand back, the movement so fast that Tarek was caught off guard, his hand frozen in midair. "Feel sorry." Lin Mo's voice turned cold, filled with undisguised sarcasm. "I only want cash. Real gold and silver, or international hard currency that can be cashed out immediately. As for the oil field contracting rights..." He paused for a moment and then continued. "Are you referring to those oil fields still under the guns of the rebels? In exchange for my real guns and ammunition, what could I possibly do? Try to get something for nothing? Are you trying to fool him? No way." Tarek hadn't expected Lin Mo to turn on him so quickly, with such a tough and resolute attitude. In his past experience or contacts, certain complex forces sometimes accepted such forward rights as part of a transaction. He tried to test the waters, but was met with a firm rebuff. However, circumstances are beyond our control. Tarek couldn't bring himself to be tough. The government forces are now struggling to maintain even the most basic bullet production lines. Foreign aid is limited and slow, and equipment shortages are the tightest grip on their throats. The goods in Lin Mo's hands were their desperately needed lifeline. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Please don't get agitated. Tarek quickly put on a smile and lowered his tone. If that doesn't work, we can certainly use other methods. Cash, we can raise cash. I just want money. Remember, money that I can use immediately. Lin Mo emphasized, his tone leaving no room for argument. Understood, understood. I will report to General Salam immediately. Please wait a moment. Tarek, sweat beading on his forehead, hurriedly walked to the side with the satellite phone in hand. He returned about 10 minutes later. His expression relaxed considerably. Mr. Lin, the general has agreed. We could transfer the funds to your designated account in batches through a third-party channel. However, such a large transfer of funds will take some time and may not be completed within 3 days. Chapter 83, A Thank You from an Old Friend. 3 days, payment received and goods shipped. That's the bottom line. Lin Mo stood firm. I'll ship the corresponding percentage of goods based on the amount of money received. Once the balance is settled, you can take all the goods. Tarek gritted his teeth. Fine. We'll do it your way. He knew in his heart that General Salam had probably used some unconventional reserves. Or they made emergency coordination with their backers behind the scenes. For the sake of money, Tarek and his party were Raduro's most honored guests. Lin Mo fully demonstrated the service spirit of money is God. Lania arranged the best rooms for them. The dining table featured exquisite food and even drinks rarely seen in the war zone. Lin Mo personally accompanied them, toasting and drinking with Tarek and the others at the banquet. Despite his youth, his drinking capacity was honed through years of hard work in the business world and at the bottom of society. After a series of alcohol tests, he managed to get the 4 officers completely drunk and beg for mercy. What made Tarek and his companions feel even more at home was that every night when they returned to their rooms, a carefully selected, gentle, and beautiful young woman would be quietly waiting for them. This guy understands them so well. For Lieutenant Adil, a meritorious soldier, Lin Mo went to great lengths to arrange 2 beautiful women for him. As for Lin Mo, he certainly wouldn't treat himself unfairly. He was sitting casually in a chair, with the uneasy Rania sitting on his lap. With her face flushed, she endured his mischievous hand while trying to appear calm as she reported on the day's work in the city. Lin Mo reveled in the triumph and sense of control that comes with victory. On the evening of the 3rd day, when a last large sum of money was confirmed to have arrived, the huge sum of nearly $70 million safely fell into Lin Mo's pocket. The next morning, when Tarek and the others awoke from their slumber and were taken to the warehouse district, they were all speechless with shock at the sight before them. 20 Grizzly tanks and 60 samurai infantry fighting vehicles, like an Iron Legion undergoing inspection, were parked neatly in the open space. With its brand new paint and cannons pointing skyward, it gleamed in the morning light. Beside them, piles of weapon crates lay open, revealing countless brand new rifles and gleaming yellow bullets inside. All promises have been kept. In addition, Lin Mo also gifted them 1,000 artillery shells. Tarek and the others were thrilled and shook hands with Lin Mo with extra force when they said goodbye. When he got into the car, Tarek's steps were noticeably unsteady, his legs went weak, and he almost embarrassed himself, which drew good-natured chuckles from those around him. The recent feast and release of pressure have clearly taken a toll on the colonel. To ensure the safe delivery of these valuable supplies, Lin Mo dispatched a large escort team consisting of 1,000 fully armed conscripts and dozens of armored vehicles. They escorted the convoy to the edge of the government-controlled area more than 200 kilometers away before turning back. This transaction nearly depleted most of the resources Lin Mo had accumulated during this period. But he didn't care at all. His heart was filled with surging pride. A full account is the most powerful fuel. Back at base, expansion began immediately. The production lines, which have now expanded to 4 tank factories, are running at full capacity, their roar echoing through the night sky. 50 barracks simultaneously lit up their production indicator lights, and a mass troop buildup plan advanced at a frenzied pace. More tanks, more armored vehicles, more soldiers will soon pour out of his hands like a steel torrent. Use the enemy's money to arm your own army. and then seize more resources and territory. This snowballing path of using war to sustain war and making huge profits from arms sales is becoming wider and faster under Lin Mo's feet. The chaos in Syria is quietly sliding in a more unknown and interesting direction because of the intervention of this unconventional warmonger. With the armored and heavy infantry equipment provided by Lin Mo, the government forces' morale was boosted. They quickly deployed these tanks and armored vehicles to the key battlefront. Under the command of elite troops, a large-scale counterattack was launched against the rebels entrenched in key transportation hubs and outer positions. This time, the government forces' offensive finally resembled that of a regular army. 20 grizzly tanks, acting as the spearhead of the assault, deployed in a wedge formation in open terrain. The heavy armor easily deflected the rebels' small arms fire, and the 125mm smoothbore cannons, with precise bursts, knocked down the rebels' machine gun nests, makeshift fortifications, and convoys of pickup trucks one by one. 60 Syrian infantry fighting vehicles followed closely behind, using 30mm autocannons and vehicle-mounted infantry to clear the battlefield, expand the gains, and consolidate the position. In a series of small and medium-sized battles, the government forces won several victories, recapturing lost territory and curbing the rebels' further encroachment. More importantly, the boost in morale is clearly visible. The soldiers found that these grisly warriors demonstrated reassuring survivability and formidable firepower against the rebels' RPGs and rudimentary anti-tank weapons. Radios captured from the battlefield were filled with fear and curses about the government's new tanks. The weapons provided by Lin Mo proved through their performance in actual combat that they were worth the price and even exceeded expectations. When this news reached the rear, General Salam and others' evaluation of Lin Mo, this mysterious arms dealer, rose even higher. Their desire for further cooperation has become even stronger. Laduro, Limmer's command center. Looking at the nearly $70 million that had just been deposited into his account, Lin Mo felt more at ease than ever before. The first thing he did was to repay the $2 million he owed Yorkham through encrypted channels, including interest. Oh no, he only repaid the principal. He thought with self-righteousness. Interest? Didn't we already prepay? And it was paid in a very private way to Yorkham's beloved daughter, Emily. In his view, the value of this interest was far greater than the amount the bank charged. Then, he did something he had wanted to do for a long time. He instructed Rania to transfer $1 million to the account of her good friend Wang Peng, who lived in their hometown in China, through complicated channels. Wang Peng, the car mechanic who, during the lowest point of his life, unhesitatingly took out all his savings and even borrowed money to help him raise 30,000 yuan. Lin Mo has never forgotten this act of kindness that came in time of need. In his current view, $1 million is entirely worthwhile, and even a little too little. In a small, third-tier city in China, Wang Peng was sweating profusely as he changed the oil in a car at the auto repair shop when his phone suddenly beeped with a text message notification. He glanced at it casually, and then froze on the spot as if he had been frozen in place. Bank notification. Your account has received a cross-border remittance of $1 million. No, thanks from an old friend. $1 million. Wang Peng's first reaction was that it was a scam, and his hand trembled so much that he almost hit his foot with the wrench. He and his entire family have never seen so much money in their entire lives. He logged into his mobile banking app with trembling hands, repeatedly confirming that the long string of numbers and the USD suffix were indeed there. Friends from abroad? The only person he could think of was Lin Mo. He immediately pulled out the overseas number he hadn't dialed in a long time, but had kept in his contacts, and dialed it with trembling fingers. Chapter 84, The Disobedient Woman. When a call connected, I heard Lin Mo's familiar, yet seemingly more composed and distant voice. Wang Peng's voice was trembling with tears. Brother Mo, is it you? That money. Did you transfer that money? You're giving me way too much. I can't accept it. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mo seemed to chuckle. The voice traveled across the distance, carrying a calmness that Wang Peng found hard to understand. Fatty, just take it if I give it to you. Your 30,000 yuan saved me from a tight spot. Consider the extra as your savings for your future wife. Don't refuse, or I'll take it as you looking down on me. Wang Peng felt a lump in his throat. He knew Lin Mo's personality. He was a man of his word. He choked up, all his words condensing into one sentence. Brother Mo, you must be all right out there. Don't worry, I'm doing great. You should also live your life well. Spend money when you need to. Don't be stingy. Once things are settled here, I'll come back to have a drink with you. Lin Mo chatted briefly about their recent situations before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Peng stared at the astronomical figure in his account, still feeling a strong sense of unreality. But he knew that Mo Gu, who had once led him to cause trouble everywhere and later left his hometown to make his way in the world, was truly different. Commander, Mr. Matsumoto Ichiro requests to see you. It seems he has something to discuss. Lania knocked on the door and came in to report, interrupting Lin Mo's thoughts. That Japanese man? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, having been busy with arms deals and expansion lately. I've almost forgotten about these people. Okay, let's meet. He got up and, silently escorted by several conscripts, went downstairs. Matsumoto Ichiro and Mitsui Suzun were already waiting there. Mr. Lin. Matsumoto Ichiro's attitude was more respectful than ever before, even bordering on cautiously ingratiating. He had witnessed the strength of Lin Mo's army firsthand and knew that the young man before him possessed far more potential than he had initially anticipated. What's up? Lin Mo's gaze naturally fell on Mitsui Suzun behind Matsumoto. Today, the woman was wearing a well-tailored khaki hunting outfit that accentuated her already voluptuous and alluring figure. The curves of the chest and hips, in particular, are even more striking against the slightly androgynous and masculine clothing. She wasn't short for a woman, but she appeared exceptionally petite and delicate next to the tall, strong soldiers. Mitsui Zutsuna keenly noticed Lin Mo's undisguised, evaluative gaze. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He subconsciously turned his face slightly to the side, a hint of disgust and impatience flashing in his eyes. During this time, Lin Mo ensured their basic safety. However, they still charge exorbitant fees for accommodation and food, euphemistically calling it service charges extra. This petty and calculating behavior, treating her like a sucker, greatly displeased the proud and arrogant Mitsui Suzun. Leaving this place was a decision she insisted on. Yes, Mr. Lin. Matsumoto Ichiro bowed slightly. We have come to say goodbye. Thank you for your protection during this time. We are about to leave. Oh, so fast. Lin Mo was a little surprised, but didn't pay much attention. His gaze lingered on Mitsui Suzun for a moment before he looked away. Since you've made your decision, I wish you all a safe journey. I, Lin Mo, am a man of my word and will never make things difficult for my customers. He spoke frankly, meaning he wouldn't do anything despicable like detaining a fat sheep and extorting ransom. Of course, this is on the premise that the rent and food expenses are settled. Matsumoto quickly stated that the fees had already been settled. The vehicles that were there to pick them up were just outside the city. After receiving Lin Mo's nod, the militiamen guarding the door naturally let them through. After leaving the city of Raduro, they met up with a small group of mercenaries who were waiting for them. 4 modified off-road vehicles equipped with machine guns and a dozen well-equipped, muscular white and black mercenaries. This put Matsumoto Ichiro at ease a little. The leader was a middle-aged white man with a thick beard and sharp, eagle-like eyes, named Warren. In the car, Warren spread out a map and explained the route in detail to Matsumoto and Mitsui Suzun. We will bypass the main combat zones and known rebel checkpoints. The journey will be longer, but safer. We expect to reach the border in 4 days, and then... Matsumoto Ichiro nodded repeatedly, saying that as long as it was safe, taking a detour was not a problem. However, Mitsui Suzun seemed distracted. She gazed at the desolate scenery rushing past the window, her eyes filled with struggle, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Finally, as Warren was about to finish her briefing, she seemed to have made up her mind. He raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Warren in the passenger seat. Captain Warren, the plan has changed. We're not going to the border. Take me to Aleppo province. Screech. The piercing sound of screeching brakes rang out. Warren whirled around, his face filled with disbelief. What did you say? Miss, do you know that Aleppo province is now one of the strongholds of the rebel Free Front? Going there is no different from sending yourself to your death. Matsumoto Ichiro was also terrified and hurriedly advised, Miss, you mustn't. We can discuss this further after we return to our country. It'll be too late if we go back to China. Mitsui Suzune interrupted him. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. A hint of ruthlessness, inconsistent with her usual cold demeanor, even flashed deep in her eyes. I must handle this myself, and I must do it now. The person she was looking for was her half-brother, the nominal first in line to inherit the Mitsui group. According to the intelligence she had painstakingly obtained, her brother was inspecting some of the family's special properties in Syria when the war broke out. They're now likely trapped in Aleppo province. This is her chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tide within her family. Once she returns to China, under the control of her father and the elders of the family, she will have no chance to interfere in this matter. I'll add another $2 million. Mitsui Suzune stared at Warren and threw out a heavy bargaining chip. Follow my new approach. If they refuse, I'll terminate the contract immediately and find someone else. She knew that for mercenaries, money was the best motivator. Warren's brow furrowed. $2 million is an absolutely tempting price, enough to allow the entire team to take a 6-month break. But go to Aleppo province. The risks increase exponentially. I need to discuss this with my teammates. Warren opened the car door, walked to the side, and began to talk quickly and quietly with several key players. They frequently pointed at the map, engaging in heated debate. About 5 minutes later, Warren returned. He said with a serious expression, "Miss, the risk is too high. $3 million. Furthermore, I cannot guarantee absolute safety. If faced with an insurmountable threat, we will prioritize our own safety and have the right to abandon the mission." Okay, $3 million, I agree. Mitsui Suzune agreed almost without hesitation. Although the amount of money was not small for her, it was insignificant compared to what she wanted to fight for. Warren took a deep breath and patted the roof of the car. Turn around. Destination. Towards Aleppo province. Chapter 85, Giving Money. As darkness fell, the convoy stopped outside a small, poor, and dilapidated village with only a few dozen households. I have no choice but to spend the night here. Warren needs time to contact local intelligence brokers to obtain more accurate route information and avoid the main rebel forces. The mercenaries bought a goat from the wary villagers with money and goods and lit a campfire to roast it for dinner. No one noticed that 2 teenagers at the end of the village slipped out of the village quietly under the cover of night. They ran towards the depths of the wilderness. In the dead of night, all was quiet except for the crackling of the campfire and the light footsteps of the mercenaries changing shifts. Warren assigned 2 men to stand guard at the high point at the village entrance. Something's up. Suddenly, the sentry's piercing warning shattered the night sky. Almost at the same moment. At-at-at-at-at. A barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted from multiple directions around the village. Bullets rained down on the village like locusts, thudding against earthen walls and vehicles, sending sparks flying. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Warren's roar was like thunder. All the mercenaries were instantly jolted awake, displaying their elite skills as they grabbed their guns and sought cover in one fluid motion. With the help of night vision goggles and the occasional flash of muzzle flash, shadowy figures could be seen in the darkness. At least 100 armed men are surrounding the area in a fan shape, with extremely fierce firepower. We can't stay trapped. Get in the car, let's get out. Warren instantly realized that holding out and waiting for reinforcements was tantamount to sitting and waiting for death. This small village had no natural defenses. The 4 SUVs started up immediately, their engines roaring and their headlights tearing through the darkness. They charged headlong down the dirt road at the village entrance they had come from, attempting to break through by force. However, the enemy had clearly anticipated their actions. Whoosh boom! A rocket, trailing a plume of flame, was launched from a roadside ditch. It hit the lead SUV precisely. The violent explosion overturned the vehicle, igniting the fuel tank and instantly turning it into a burning fireball. The 3 mercenaries inside the vehicle didn't even have time to scream. There's an ambush. Retreat. Retreat back to the village and defend your houses. Warren's heart sank to the bottom. The enemy came prepared, and their firepower was considerable. The convoy awkwardly reversed, retreating to a few relatively sturdy stone houses in the village. Instead of charging, the militants set up mortars. Thump! Whoosh boom! Thump! Whoosh boom! The shells fell with a sharp whistle. Although the accuracy was average, it still caused enormous psychological pressure and actual damage when it landed in a small village. Half of a rooftop occupied by mercenaries was blown off, sending debris flying everywhere. Mitsui Susan, Matsumoto Ichiro, and 2 other attendants huddled in the corner of the innermost room. Hearing the deafening gunfire, explosions, mercenaries' roars and screams outside, his face turned ashen. Matsumoto Ichiro's body was trembling uncontrollably. Mitsui Susan bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deep in her palms, her initial decisiveness replaced by immense fear. She knew better than anyone what a young, beautiful woman like herself, with a special identity, would face if she fell into the hands of those extremist militants. That would be a nightmare worse than death. What do we do now? A follower asked, his voice trembling with tears. No one answered. Despair filled Matsumoto Ichiro's eyes as well. If I had known, I would have stayed in Laduro. Although Lin Mo was extremely greedy, at least he could guarantee their safety. Just then, Matsumoto Ichiro's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had grasped at the last straw. He cried out urgently, "Phone, satellite phone, contact Lin Mo and ask him to come and rescue us." A single word awakened me from my dream. Face. Dignity? In the face of life and death, they are worthless. Mitsui Susan practically snatched the satellite phone from me. Her fingers trembled as she dialed the number she thought she would never contact again. Beep, beep. Time seemed to stretch out, and every second was an ordeal. Finally, the call was answered. Hello. Lin Mo's voice came through. There were faint breathing sounds in the background, as if someone had just finished strenuous exercise. His tone carried a hint of impatience at being interrupted. Who is it? Don't you know it's very impolite at this time? Mr. Hayashi, it's me, Mitsui Susan. Ling didn't care about the other person's tone. Her voice was sharp because of her urgency. We've been attacked. They outnumber us, and we can't hold them off any longer. I need your help. She spoke very quickly, and, at the same time, one could clearly hear an explosion and the sound of shattering glass coming from right outside the window. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Lin Mo's calm, even slightly playful voice. Oh, you were attacked? So, you're asking me for help? Yes. I beg you, help us. This place is about to be breached. Ling Yin was practically begging. Her pride had been utterly crushed. Calling for help comes at a price. Lin Mo's voice came through clearly, and you could even hear him seemingly letting out a long sigh of relief. Is the workout over? $10 million. Once the money arrives, I'll send someone immediately. 10 million. What scoundrel who takes advantage of the chaos? Mitsui Susan was so angry that she trembled all over. But she knew all too well that every second she delayed brought her one step closer to death. Okay, I agree, 10 million. I'll have someone transfer the money right away, she practically shouted. Okay, the location has been set. Tell your men to hold out a little longer. I don't want to travel all that way only to collect corpses. Lin Mo finished speaking and hung up the phone decisively. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo smiled at Rania in his arms. Another business deal, and a big one of 10 million. He immediately gave the order. Peregrine drone, coordinates XX, proceed to reconnaissance immediately. First Rapid Reaction Company, fully armed, move out. Chapter 86, The Ringing Bell of Collapse. A dozen minutes later, a Peregrine, 2 drones silently flew over the small village. The thermal imaging images are transmitted back in real time. The village can be seen to be completely surrounded, with intense fighting taking place, and the mercenaries' activity sources are becoming increasingly scarce. Lin Mo looked at the screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. He also had to thank these armed men who appeared out of nowhere for giving him another 10 million. Of course, this is all predicated on the fact that Ms. Mitsui has to be alive. The fighting within the village has reached a fever pitch. Although mercenaries are highly skilled individually, their numbers are too great, resulting in rapid ammunition consumption and increasing casualties. Captain Warren himself was shot twice and was bleeding profusely. A mortar shell landed right next to the last 2 mercenaries holding the flank, engulfing them in flames. Warren stared at the burning wreckage and roared in despair. The militants began to howl excitedly, pressing in from all sides, preparing for their final assault. At this critical moment, suddenly, The sound of fierce and rhythmic machine gun fire came from behind the militants. With the roar of the engine, beams of bright headlights pierced the darkness, like sharp swords plunging into the battlefield. Lin Mo's reinforcements have arrived. The 12-hound armed jeeps resembled a pack of wolves, with general-purpose machine guns on their roofs spitting deadly flames. A deluge of bullets swept across the flanks and backs of the charging militants. The conscripts, fully loaded with soldiers, nimbly jumped off the vehicle before it had even come to a complete stop. Using vehicles as cover, they quickly deployed into combat formation, and precise short bursts of fire rang out one after another. The militants were caught off guard and instantly descended into chaos. They hurriedly turned their guns around, attempting to organize a counterattack. But Lin Mo's soldiers excelled in combat skills, teamwork, and weapon accuracy. They far surpassed those rabble of armed men and exhausted mercenaries. Mortar position at 10 o'clock. The calm voice of the team leader, number 1, rang out on the communication channel. 2 RPG, 26 rockets were fired almost simultaneously, accurately hitting the mortar that was still trying to adjust its angle, blowing it to pieces. The machine guns on the jeeps provided continuous suppressive fire, creating opportunities for the infantry to advance. Number 1 personally led a strike team, flanking the enemy swiftly like ghosts. Rushed to close range and used grenades and precision shooting to eliminate the enemy's firing positions one by one. The battle was one-sided. The militants left behind at least 50 bodies. Amidst their terrified screams and fleeing in disarray, they scattered into the dark wilderness, not even bothering to take the wounded with them. The battle ended quickly. The village was in ruins, with burning vehicles and houses reflecting the corpses scattered everywhere. Mitsui Suzune and her 3 companions cautiously emerged from the house where they were hiding. What I saw were fully armed, stern-faced mobilization soldiers clearing the battlefield and examining the corpses. The mercenaries responsible for protecting them were all wiped out, except for Captain Warren, who lay dying in a pool of blood. A soldier examined Warren's injuries and shook his head at number 1. Number 1 walked forward expressionlessly and, under Warren's bewildered and even pleading gaze, raised his pistol. Bang! The gunshots were crisp and clean. Warren's body trembled slightly, then relaxed completely. Mitsui Suzune and the others trembled with fear at this cruel scene. They were urged to get into the jeep. Lingyin sat in the back seat, still shaken, looking out the window at the officer who had given the order to fire and was now getting into the passenger seat. He took off his helmet and wiped his sweat, revealing a young but hard-featured face. What was most striking was the 5 dim, yet clear gold 5-pointed star markings on the side of his helmet. Why? Why did you kill him? Mitsui Suzune mustered her courage and asked in a trembling voice. It refers to Warren. Number 1 turned his head, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if he had just stepped on an insect. He was going to die. His lungs were punctured, he had lost too much blood, and he was in extreme pain. I helped him find relief. His tone was completely calm, yet it exuded a coldness based on absolute rationality or systemic logic. In his view, this was the most efficient way to help. What is your name? Mitsui Suzune asked, looking at his cold, handsome face. Number 1. After giving a brief reply, Number 1 stopped looking at her and gestured to the driver. Return. The convoy arrived quickly and left just as fast, leaving behind only burning villages and corpses scattered everywhere before disappearing into the night. After going around in circles and experiencing life-or-death ordeals, Mitsui Suzune and her group returned to Ladoro. Ironically, their original penthouse suite is no longer available due to the arrival of new VIP guests. They were assigned to a room on the 2nd floor with slightly worse conditions. Of course, the accommodation fee cannot be reduced by a single penny. Khalid informed them with a smile that the previously promised protection obligations had ended with their departure. The current daily accommodation and security cost for the 4 people is $200,000. The next morning, Mitsui Suzune was taken alone by Khalid to Lin Mo's office. Matsumoto Ichiro and the others were not allowed to travel together because Lin Mo knew that the one who truly made the decisions, and who was also the debtor, was this Miss Mitsui. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. Lin Mo sat in a large chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Looking at Mitsui Suzune, who was pale-faced and had evasive eyes, she saw her. Miss Suzune, I'm the kind of person who likes to be straightforward. Lin Mo spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying pressure. The 10 million yuan rescue fee we agreed on hasn't arrived yet. I checked the account. This makes me a little unhappy. Mitsui Susan's heart tightened, and she quickly explained, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I need to communicate with the domestic authorities again. There might be some delay. After escaping danger yesterday, she immediately contacted the Chinese authorities and requested an emergency transfer of 10 million yuan to Lin Mo's account. But there has been no movement so far. Delay. Lin Mo smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. My rescue wasn't delayed. How about we talk about the interest again? Mitsui Susan felt a chill run down her spine and dared not look Lin Mo in the eye again. He hurriedly took out his satellite phone, walked to a corner, and dialed again. When the call connected, she lowered her voice and questioned him with anxiety and anger. However, the other party's reply made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Second miss. I'm so sorry. We have consulted with the chairman, who personally approved that any special expenditure exceeding $5 million must be approved by his signature. But this time, the chairman did not approve the payment. Father didn't approve? Mitsui Susan felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head, her whole body feeling icy cold. In her father's eyes, is the life or death of his daughter less important than $10 million? Or is it that, in the family's eyes, her second daughter, born to a bar hostess, was merely a dispensable bastard? She turned around, her face pale, and met Lin Mo's eyes, which seemed to see through everything and were now gradually losing patience. She had no doubt that if he couldn't come up with 10 million, this man, who only cared about profit and power, would definitely do something terrible. Use her to pay off the debt? That depends on whether he thinks you're worth the price. Overwhelmed by fear, resentment, anger, and despair of being abandoned by her family, she felt almost suffocated. She spoke into the phone, her voice hoarse and low, with the last of her strength. Then go find my father right now. Tell him that if he doesn't want to lose this daughter and doesn't want the Mitsui family's reputation to be ruined in Syria, he should sign immediately and wire the money immediately. After shouting, she looked up at Lin Mo. Chapter 87 Rapid Expansion. For Mitsui Susan, every minute of those 2 hours felt like being slowly simmered over a low flame. She sat on the hard wooden chair, her back ramrod straight. That was a posture ingrained in her bones by strict etiquette training since childhood, even though her heart was in turmoil at this moment. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her expensive silk skirt, her fingertips icy cold. Countless images of Lin Mo retaliating against her for not being able to pay her bills flashed through her mind. The second daughter of the Mitsui group suffered humiliation because she couldn't pay 10 million yen. It's a sad story to even think about. No, it wasn't just desolation. It was a fatal blow that would bring shame upon her entire family and make her forever unable to hold her head high in front of her father and brothers. How would those seemingly elegant, but actually mean socialites in Tokyo's social circles gossip about this interesting story? Under Lin Mo's amused gaze, she felt extremely uncomfortable. That look wasn't like looking at a person. It was more like assessing a piece of merchandise or a potential problem. His occasional glances were so sharp that she felt her carefully maintained facade being peeled away layer by layer. He might not know exactly what she was plotting, but he could definitely sense the reckless, gambler-like aura emanating from her. This filled her with both fear and a faint, morbid excitement. Fortunately, after a long and agonizing wait, the satellite phone finally rang. After a series of complex international transfers and identity verifications, the money was finally deposited into the account. However, what followed was a cold message from the transfer, relayed by the chairman's father. If you do not return to Tokyo as planned, the group will immediately cut off all your funding channels, and you will not be able to withdraw a single penny thereafter. Her father already knew that she had changed her itinerary without permission and was staying in Syria, a war-torn country. This is not just a warning, but an ultimatum. Without the continuous financial support from the Mitsui group, she might not even be able to afford the accommodation fees here. Mitsui Susan lowered her eyelids, and beneath her thick eyelashes, a look of almost insane determination flashed in her eyes. Go back. If she goes back, she will just be the second princess of the Mitsui group, with an awkward background and no regard for others. Her mother's background as a hostess was an original since she could never wash away. In a chaebol family that favors sons over daughters and has a strict hierarchy, her best outcome would be to be used as a carefully crafted pawn in a business marriage. This adds another asset to my brother's business. She didn't want that kind of fate. Her fingernails dug deeply into her palms, the slight stinging pain keeping her awake. She had to do something here in this chaotic country to seize that slim chance. If she couldn't achieve her goal, she would rather be buried under this yellow sand than slowly suffocate back in that gilded cage. And the man before him, Lin Mo, she looked up and gazed again at the figure, checking the information about the funds arriving in his account. He was rude, direct, and treated human life as worthless. Being with him, with that naked exchange of interests and the feeling of being constantly devoured, made her feel extremely uncomfortable. But perhaps this person can help her. Knowing Lin Mo's despicable nature of being greedy and ruthless, she understood perfectly well what was going on. To get this greedy lion to work for her, she needs enough bait. She needed to get more money, enough to tempt him, enough to support her crazy plan. What a terrible and pathetic woman. Lin Mo watched Mitsui Suzun's departing figure and muttered to himself. Having seen countless people, he could see the turbulent emotions suppressed beneath this woman's calm exterior. She is a double-edged sword. If used well, she may open up a new world. If used poorly, she may hurt herself. However, as long as the money is there, he doesn't mind playing along with this ambitious young lady for the time being. After all, he urgently needs funds to move forward with his next, bigger project. A few days later, amidst the deafening roar of the newly built armored vehicle factory in the core area, the No. 2 base vehicle slowly rolled off the production line. This steel behemoth, which cost Lin Mo nearly 10 million yuan to build, is slightly smaller than the original Great Wall. However, the design is more compact and efficient, specifically designed for rapid deployment and frontier expansion. It is covered with a new type of composite armor with sharp edges. The top integrates an improved sensor array and a close-in weapon system, CWS, to intercept incoming rockets and artillery shells. Under the heavy escort of a whole company of newly manufactured Grizzly main battle tanks and more than a dozen armored personnel carriers. Like a mobile fortress, the No. 2 base vehicle roared out of the oil field and headed northeast towards the oil-rich area along the Euphrates River. With it, Lin Mo could quickly establish outposts, including oil refineries, radar stations, and basic defense systems in remote oil fields far from the main base. He extended his influence and resources even further through his network of acquisitions. While making a fortune selling captured weapons, the gears of war never stopped turning. Lin Mo's rapidly expanding army carried out a large-scale, high-intensity mopping-up operation along both banks of the Euphrates River. The objective is clear: to eliminate all organized hostile armed groups in the area and control all oil fields along the route that have exploitable value. Over the next 2 weeks, battle reports poured back to the main base like snowflakes. Lin Mo's combined arms forces fought many clean and decisive battles. It consists of tanks, armored vehicles, infantry, and long-range artillery. It demonstrated an overwhelming advantage. They have killed more than 3,000 armed personnel of various types, captured nearly 5,000, and completely taken control of 7 small and medium-sized oil fields. On the map, the red blocks representing Lin Mo's sphere of influence expanded and connected at an unprecedented rate, almost filling the vast area of the middle reaches of the Euphrates River. Surrounding the cities from the countryside, Lin Mo stood in front of the huge holographic strategic map. Run your finger across those red areas. Finally, it stopped at a key point on the west bank of the Euphrates River. Manbij. This is a strategic location, situated at a transportation hub connecting Aleppo with the eastern oil-producing region, in a city with a population of over 100,000. The region is now occupied by the Northern Shield, a rebel force strongly supported by foreign powers, mainly Turkey. Intelligence indicates that its forces number around 5,000 and are well-equipped. It possesses dozens of tanks, including Leopard 1A4 and M60, as well as a large number of infantry fighting vehicles and artillery. Moreover, relying on urban architecture and pre-constructed permanent fortifications, the defense system was complete. Chapitre 88 Majeure Offensive. Previously, the Kurdish-led democratic forces had launched several large-scale offensives against the city. All were defeated and forced to retreat by the strong city defenses and the fierce counterattack of the Northern Shield. A tough nut to crack, Lin Mo murmured. But there was no fear in his eyes, only a burning desire to try. Currently, the tank factories at the main base and Outpost 2 are operating at full capacity, with the oil refinery providing a stable cash flow. Apart from the necessary defensive forces, Lin Mo gathered most of his mobile forces. More than 40 tanks, over 150 armored vehicles, and more than 20 towed artillery pieces. In addition, there were more than 2,000 conscripts with increasing experience and 3,000 militiamen who had been trained in rotational combat. They mobilized their entire force, their army poised to strike Manbij. Early morning, on the outer perimeter of Manbij, at a forward outpost of the Northern Shield, the junior leader, Mustafa, awoke to the pungent smell of dust and mold. He stretched on a hard bed, his joints cracking softly. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, I saw that the sky outside was just beginning to lighten, but it was already bustling with noise. The men were lazily huddled around a small stove, brewing tea, smoking cheap cigarettes, and laughing and cursing at each other. The roar of a truck engine could be heard in the distance. Several trucks loaded with Turkish aid supplies were being unloaded, with prominent logos printed on the boxes. There were canned food and medicine, but even more so, boxes of ammunition and anti-tank rocket launchers. You all better watch out. If you damage anything in these boxes, I'll chop off your hands and feed them to the dogs. Mustafa yelled and cursed at the porters, spitting out cigarette ash from his mouth. He fought in this region for 6 years. From defecting from the government forces to the opposition and then joining the current Northern Shield, their survival depends on ruthlessness and caution. The city was well managed, like an iron barrel, and he didn't think those Kurdish weaklings or other ragtag forces could break in. Just as he was plotting how to skim off some of the newly arrived supplies to exchange for some alcohol on the black market, suddenly, a sharp, ever-approaching shriek echoed from the clear blue sky. What's that sound? Mustafa and his men looked up at the same time, gazing at the eastern sky in confusion. The answer was revealed the next second. A 122mm grenade, accompanied by the whistling of death, struck precisely at the supply depot less than 30 meters away from him. Boomstreepje! The earth shook violently. The intense flames suddenly expanded, and the shockwave from the explosion, like an invisible giant hammer, violently lifted Mustafa up. It was thrown backward 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground, and then rolled around several times in a disheveled manner. My ears were instantly filled with a buzzing, piercing sound. The sounds of the world seemed to be muffled by a thick layer of water. More shells followed, raining down like hail on the outer perimeter of the Northern Shield. Boom! 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 The trucks parked in the open space were the first to be hit. One truck was hit directly and exploded into a burning scrap metal frame, with parts and unloaded supplies scattered everywhere. The machine gun emplacements, built with sandbags, stones, and concrete fragments, collapsed and shattered in the violent explosion. Rock fragments flew outwards like deadly shot. Enemy attack. All troops advanced to position. The piercing alarms and shouts echoed throughout the defense line. After all, he was a seasoned veteran with rich combat experience. After the initial panic, the remaining militants quickly recovered, grabbed their weapons, and crouched low as they rushed to their respective positions. Someone was running and yelling, urging the still-dazed recruits on. In the distance, billowing dust rose on the horizon, like a yellow sandstorm sweeping in. Amidst the smoke and dust, the cold outline of the metal gradually became clear. It's a tank. A huge number of tanks, arranged in a wide attack front. Their heavy tracks rolled over the ground with a deep and terrifying roar. Behind the tanks were densely packed armored personnel carriers and accompanying infantry. It's not the Democratic Army. They don't have that many tanks, a sharp-eyed veteran exclaimed in alarm. That's not true. This is Lin Mo's steel torrent. After a salvo that was not particularly dense, but sudden enough, using only captured D-3122mm howitzers and a few other miscellaneous artillery pieces, the ground assault group launched an attack. The Northern Shield quickly organized a fierce counterattack. The remaining firing positions that had not been destroyed spewed out flames. Rifle and machine gun bullets swept across the attacking ranks like a deluge, sending sparks flying from the tank armor. There are also experienced anti-tank teams, carrying at 4 tanks, cornets, and even the old RPG-7 tanks. Emerging from behind the ruins, they aimed at the charging tanks and armored vehicles. Whoosh boom! An RPG-7 rocket, trailing white smoke, struck the upper frontal armor of a leading grizzly tank. Flashes of fire erupted, and smoke filled the air. However, after the smoke cleared, the grizzly only paused abruptly. The front of the vehicle had a blackened dent and some cracks, but its speed did not decrease at all. The improved composite armor and wedge-shaped reactive armor blocks effectively resisted the metal jet of the armor-piercing warhead. Damn it, it won't penetrate, the militant who fired the rocket shouted in despair. Grizzly's turret slowly rotated, its cannon locking onto the half-earth wall where he was hiding. A flash of light and a gust of wind from the cannon muzzle whipped up sand and dust. Boom! The armor-piercing shells fired by the 125mm artillery tore the earthen wall and the human body behind it to shreds and obliterates it. The militants possess a limited number of tanks. Approximately 15 vehicles, mainly older M60s and Leopard 1A4s. They also began to emerge from their preset cover, attempting to intercept. A showdown between steel behemoths has begun. Enemy tank, M60A3, at 1 o'clock, 800 meters away. A grizzly tank commander urgently reported over the radio. Armor-piercing rounds load. Aim at the turret ring. The gunner's voice was tense and steady. A fin-stabilized discarding sabot, APFSDS, projectile recoils into the gun barrel. Aim. Good. Fire. The vehicle shook violently, and sparks flew from the cannon muzzle. Almost simultaneously, the M60 on the other side also opened fire. The grizzly's shells streaked through the air at extremely high initial velocity, precisely penetrating the weak point at the junction of the M60's turret and hull. The jet of metal penetrated the vehicle, causing a secondary explosion of internal ammunition and fuel. Boom! The turret of the M60 was blown off by the immense pressure of the explosion and tumbled as it crashed onto the open ground more than 10 meters away. The vehicle body transformed into a blazing iron coffin. The 105mm shell fired from the M60 grazed the side of the grizzly's turret, leaving only a deep scratch. The comprehensive gap in armor, firepower, and fire control systems was clearly revealed in this tank duel. Lin Mo's grizzlies have an overwhelming advantage in both quantity and quality. There were too few Leopard 1A4s, only 4, and each one was facing attacks from 2 or even 3 grizzlies at the same time. It was destroyed after only a few shots were fired. However, the Northern Shield militants are by no means a weak force. Many of them are former elite soldiers of the government army who have received formal training. More importantly, they have been brainwashed by extremist ideologies and jihadist slogans for a long time. Their fighting spirit was extremely tenacious, even to the point of madness. Chapter 89, Conquering Key Locations. Seeing that they were losing in frontal armored warfare, some desperate men began to resort to extreme tactics. A truck fitted with thick steel plates and loaded with explosives. Suddenly, they burst out of the ruins on the flank. The driver's eyes were glazed over, and he was shouting slogans. It crashed straight into the side and rear of a grizzly. Suicide truck, 3 o'clock, the commander and machine gunner on top of the turret shouted. The grizzly driver jerked the steering wheel, but the tracked vehicle swerved awkwardly. The vehicle mounted 7.6 2mm coaxial machine gun, and the commander's machine gun fired wildly, the bullets clanging as they hit the steel plates added to the truck. Despite being shot multiple times, the driver, in a final act of madness, managed to ram the truck into the grizzly bear's tracks and idler wheel. Boom! The violent explosion severed the right track of the grizzly, severely damaged the idler wheel, tilted the vehicle, and temporarily rendered it immobile. Although the thick side armor withstood most of the blast impact and prevented serious casualties among the crew, the tank was rendered inoperable. More than this, some militants took advantage of the complex terrain and building ruins on the outskirts of the city. Strapped with explosives or cluster grenades, they suddenly leap out from sewers or behind broken walls. They would rush towards the relatively vulnerable parts of tanks and armored vehicles, such as the chassis and engine compartment, and carry out a suicidal attack. This irrational madness did indeed cause considerable trouble and casualties to Lin Mo's advancing troops. Several lightly armored samurai infantry fighting vehicles were destroyed, and the accompanying infantry also suffered losses. Damn it, a bunch of lunatics. Lin Mo, in the command vehicle at the rear, saw these scenes through the footage transmitted by the drone, and his face darkened. He grabbed the radio. Attention all infantry units, strengthen flank and rear defenses. Clear out any remaining enemy forces in the buildings thoroughly, leaving no blind spots. Tanks and armored vehicles, maintain your distance and use machine guns and supporting infantry to eliminate any approaching bullets. The battle became exceptionally brutal and protracted. The militants put up a fierce resistance, relying on every house and every street. Snipers, anti-tank teams, and fanatical martyrs provided layered resistance. Lin Mo's troops, relying on superior firepower and armor, advanced step by step, eliminating the enemy's strong points one by one. The artillery continued to extend its fire, suppressing enemy depth and possible reinforcement routes. The battle lasted from dawn until noon and continued until sunset, until night completely enveloped the earth. The glow of artillery fire and the burning buildings painted the sky over Manbij with an eerie orange-red hue. Gunshots, explosions, shouts of killing, and screams rose and fell in waves. This historic city has been turned into a meat grinder. Ultimately, the vast difference in strength determined the outcome of the battle. The Northern Shield defenses were torn apart layer by layer, its core positions were captured, and its command system fell into chaos. The remaining militants began to retreat, with some fleeing deeper into the city and others attempting to break up into smaller groups and blend into civilian areas or escape under the cover of darkness. Around 11 p.m., the large-scale, organized resistance basically ceased. Limmer's army took control of the Manbij city area, especially government institutions, transportation hubs, and key military facilities, which were occupied in the first instance. In this battle, more than 2,800 Northern Shield fighters were annihilated, more than 1,500 were captured, and about 1,000 others scattered and escaped. They might take off their uniforms and hide their weapons on the spot, blending into the terrified citizens. Distinguishing between enemies and civilians is a tricky problem for the system-generated conscripts. They are adept at identifying armed hostile targets, but lack effective means of identification in situations where soldiers and civilians are mixed together. The city is temporarily under strict military control, with a curfew and constant patrols. Those who escape the net hid in fear, not daring to show themselves easily. The next morning, the sun shone again on the devastated streets of Manbij. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, and the smell of burnt and blood mingled in the air. Khalid led his militia into the city. Unlike the relatively disciplined soldiers in the military, these militia members are of diverse backgrounds, and their discipline cannot be compared to that of the conscripts. With Khalid's intentional or unintentional indulgence, or rather, his own endorsement of the logic of violence against violence, the militia quickly revealed its violent side. They kicked down doors and searched houses. Their actions were extremely brutal. The criteria for judgment are simple and straightforward. If a man has calluses on his hands from holding a gun for a long time, and he looks flustered, or perhaps they have military supplies or medicines hidden in their home, or even just because of their suspicious appearance or stammering when answering questions, they would all be dragged out of their houses by the ravenous militia. They were punched and kicked, hit with gun butts, and then thrown into the street for centralized custody. Rebellion? That makes it even simpler. Khalid himself encountered a burly, middle-aged man with a fierce face at the entrance of an alley. The man refused to comply with the search order, hurling insults, and even attempting to push and pull the militiamen who approached him. "You infidel lackeys! You will all die a horrible death!" the man roared, his eyes bloodshot. Khalid's face remained expressionless, but his eyes grew even colder. Approaching the man, he raised the AK-74M in his hand, its barrel still covered in dust. There were no warnings, no interrogations. Bang! The gunshot rang out crisply. A bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead, and a mass of red and white substance spurted from the back of his head. Its tall body swayed, then fell straight backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Khalid blew away non-existent smoke from the muzzle of his gun and spoke to the silent militiamen and citizens peeking through cracks in doors and windows. See that? This is what happens when you don't listen. His callous disregard for human life emboldened his militia members to act with even greater impunity. The search quickly turned into open robbery and beatings, and there were even several vicious incidents of militiamen raping women and robbing citizens of their property in the streets. Cries, pleas for mercy, angry curses, the dull thud of a rifle but striking flesh. This made the already terrified citizens of Manbij even more desperate. Complaints arose, and fear and hatred festered in silence. At that moment, a black armored SUV slowly drove into the chaotic street. Besides the driver and the guard in the front passenger seat, Lin Mo and his recently relied upon personal maid, Lania, were sitting in the back of the car. Rania was wearing a well-tailored dark pantsuit with a bulletproof vest over it. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her beautifully shaped neck. Her face was expressionless, but her slightly furrowed brows revealed her inner turmoil. As a highly educated and insightful woman, she understood better than anyone what tyranny and disorder would bring. The car was passing through a fork in the road. Rania keenly noticed a narrower alleyway nearby. 3 militiamen were dragging a young girl who was crying and struggling toward a corner. The girl's pleas and the militiamen's lewd laughter rang out shrilly. Rania's chest heaved violently, and a flash of anger appeared in her eyes. "Parking," she suddenly said to the driver. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable urgency. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, she had already pushed open the car door and jumped out. "Stop!" Rania shouted sharply in Arabic with a Damascus accent as she strode toward the militiamen. The 3 militiamen were startled by the sound and turned around to see a well-dressed, beautiful young woman with a frosty expression. I was taken aback. The militia leader recognized the quality about her that set her apart from ordinary refugees or local women. There was a hint of apprehension in his eyes. However, the arrogance cultivated by long-term lawlessness still made one of the militiamen stubborn. He sized up Rania with a lewd look. "Who are you? Mind your own business. This woman is a spy we caught." Chapter 90 receives recognition. A spy. Rania sneered. He glanced at the girl who was so frightened she almost fainted and whose clothes were disheveled. "I think you're the ones who want to commit a crime. Let her go right now and then get out." "Hey, you're pretty tough, woman." Another militiaman saw that his companion was intimidated, and then noticed that Rania was all alone. Given that Rania's beauty far surpassed that of the girl on the ground, wicked thoughts arose again. He even reached out to grab Rania's arm. "Why don't you come and play with us?" Before his hand could even touch Lania, a 4-star guard had already approached like a ghost. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his assault rifle and slammed the hard butt of the rifle into the inside of the militiaman's elbow. Snap! The sickening sound of bones cracking. "Ah!" The militiaman let out a pig-like scream and rolled to the ground, clutching his strangely bent arm. The other 2 militiamen were terrified and instinctively reached for their guns on their shoulders. But the guards moved faster. Each of them used a standard grappling technique to pin the 2 men to the ground. His knees were pressed against his back, rendering him unable to move. His movements were clean and efficient, demonstrating a combat quality far exceeding that of ordinary conscripts. Without even glancing at the screaming militiamen on the ground, Rania strode over to the girl and took off her coat, draping it over her trembling body. He whispered comfortingly, "It's all right, don't be afraid." The girl, as if grasping at a lifeline, tightly held Rania's hand and sobbed uncontrollably. At this moment, Khalid, who had heard the commotion, rushed over with several people. Seeing the scene, especially seeing his own brother, whose arm had been twisted, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Lania was protecting the commoner girl, and several guards who looked like they were not to be trifled with were controlling her men. Their faces immediately darkened. "What's going on?" Khalid spoke first, his tone unfriendly. He didn't dare to vent his anger directly on Lin Mo's guards, so he turned his attention to Lania. "Miss Rania, why are you interfering with our official duties? And you even wounded my soldiers." Rania straightened up, facing Khalid without flinching. Her voice was clear and steady. "On official business? All I see is violence and crime. They attempted to rape this girl, and the evidence is irrefutable. Have your men fallen so low in discipline, Captain Khalid?" You're talking nonsense. They're searching for spies. Khalid argued, but his confidence was waning, especially when she saw Lin Mo push open the car door and slowly walk over. The other person's face was expressionless, but his eyes swept across the scene, making his heart tighten. Rania stopped looking at Khalid and turned to Lin Mo instead. He bowed slightly and said, "Master, I request that these soldiers who committed violence be severely punished in order to uphold military discipline and appease the people. She's deliberately going against us for the sake of a woman she doesn't even know." Khalid hurriedly complained to Lin Mo, trying to divert attention from the issue. "My brother was just following orders, and he was crippled. Miss Rania, this is undermining your rule." Rania's heart skipped a beat. She knew Lin Mo's style of doing things, prioritizing interests and being ruthless and decisive. He doesn't need henchmen like Khalid to maintain military deterrence. They may not really care about the lives of individual civilians. My meddling in other people's business might be seen as disloyalty or womanly compassion. If the charges are proven, the little trust she has managed to gain from Lin Mo could vanish in an instant. They might even face more severe punishment. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. You can't just beg by claiming to be a lover. That would only make Lin Mo think she was just a pretty face with limited value. She must demonstrate her value and show a longer-term vision, different from that of Khalid, a mere brute. After adjusting her thoughts, Rania spoke again. His tone was unhurried, yet carried a rational strength. "Master, Captain Khalid may believe that fear and violence are the only way to rule. But please allow me to be frank, that may be suitable for conquering a place at a time, but it is by no means the way to rule for a long time." Her gaze swept over the eyes of those hiding behind doors and windows, filled with both hatred and fear, and over the suspicious individuals huddled together in the street, being driven away by the militia. "Are you planning to plunder like many armed groups, and then be replaced by a new power? Or should we truly establish ourselves here, turning Manbij and the banks of the Euphrates into your stable base and source of wealth?" Lin Mo crossed his arms, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. He simply raised his chin slightly, signaling her to continue. Encouraged, Rania spoke a little faster. "Force alone can destroy the enemy's army and suppress superficial resistance, but it cannot extinguish the hatred in people's hearts, gain true obedience, or make this land continue to create value for you. People will slack off, sabotage secretly, and look for any opportunity to rebel or escape. Managing a hostile city is extremely costly and fraught with hidden dangers. And the will of the people," she emphasized, "it may seem ethereal, but it can play a crucial role at critical moments. Captain Khalid and his soldiers are now losing the support of the people in a frenzy. They are not identifying enemies, but creating enemies, pushing civilians who might otherwise be neutral or even grateful to you to the opposite side. Today they rape a girl, tomorrow they might kill a family and rob them of their property. If such atrocities were to spread, the more than 100,000 citizens of Manbij would live in constant fear. What we would face would not be just a few hundred remaining enemies hiding in the shadows, but the hostility of the entire city and the potential flames of resistance." She paused, then looked at Lin Mo. His eyes were earnest and firm. "Master, I am not pitying that girl. I am considering your cause. Punish these scoundrels, enforce military discipline, clarify laws, protect basic livelihoods, and let citizens see the possibility of order and justice, even if it's just the most basic justice." Lania truly lived up to Lin Mo's expectations as a top student. She was eloquent, articulate, and presented her thoughts clearly, offering both realistic analysis and long-term vision. Khalid's face turned red with embarrassment. He wanted to retort, but his skills were limited. His crude logic of killing all suspicious persons and ruling with fear appears pale, powerless, and even foolish and short-sighted in the face of the opponent's meticulous arguments. He opened his mouth, but could only manage to utter, "You. What do you, a mere maid, know about fighting wars and governing a country?" Lin Mo fell silent, tapping his arm lightly with his fingers. His gaze slowly shifted between Rania's calm face, Khalid's defiant expression, the groaning militiamen on the ground, and the terrified citizens in the distance. The air seemed to freeze. Rania's palms were slightly sweaty as she awaited the verdict. After a long while, the icy expression on Lin Mo's face slowly melted away, like snow melting in the spring sun, and even the corners of his mouth curled up with a very subtle, approving smile. That's right, Lania. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. It seems that it's a bit of a waste of your talents to only have you serve tea and water. Rania's heart skipped a beat, but she suppressed her excitement and maintained a respectful posture. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Khalid, his gaze instantly shifting from gentle approval to cold and sharp, like a drawn sword. Khalid, keep an eye on your men. Although it was just a light reprimand, it made Khalid feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body chilled. He saw absolute certainty and a hint of disappointment in Lin Mo's eyes. This terrified him more than direct physical or verbal abuse. Yes, sir. I will definitely keep a close eye on them, and there will never be a next time. Khalid hurriedly stood at attention and promised, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Take these few on the ground back and deal with them according to military law. Lin Mo waved his hand. Then he looked at Rania, and that faint smile reappeared on his face. Lania, your work may need to be expanded in the future. Besides taking care of my daily life, he also oversaw civil administration, restoration of order, and basic livelihood security in Manbij and other towns within our controlled area. These troublesome matters can perhaps be entrusted to you to take the lead. I will provide you with some manpower and authority. He took 2 steps closer, his voice lowered, as if only the two of them could hear him. Of course, power also means responsibility. If something goes wrong, I'll punish you, and I won't go easy on you just because you've slept with me. Upon hearing this, Rania was instantly filled with immense excitement and a sense of mission. She fought back tears that threatened to spill from her eyes and lowered her head deeply. Thank you for your trust, Master. Rania will do her utmost to live up to your expectations. She realized she had made the right bet. She was more than just a pretty face or a lover. She finally earned a place in the hearts of this powerful Chinese man. A more valuable position based on wisdom and ability. This opportunity is the perfect stage for her to prove her abilities and realize her ambitions. Let's get in the car first, then we'll go look around elsewhere. Lin Mo turned and walked towards the SUV. Rania took a deep breath, calmed herself, and followed. Khalid stood there, watching the car drive away, before daring to let out a long sigh of relief. The back of his military uniform was already soaked with cold sweat. He turned his head and looked at his cousin and 2 other men being dragged away by the guards, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was anger, there was resentment, but above all, there was a deep sense of awe. He ran to the car and opened the door for Rania. His movements even carried a hint of respect he had never shown before. Once the car had driven away, it merged into the still smoke-filled and uneasy streets of Manbij. Khalid straightened up, wiped his face, and roared at his trembling subordinates. Did you all hear the commander's orders? Open your eyes wide. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again, I'll be the first to shoot them. Now, continue the search, but do it the proper way. Do you hear me? Yes, Captain. The men hurriedly agreed. Chapter 91, The Shift in Status. Occupying Manbij is tantamount to possessing the key to unlocking the treasure trove of the eastern oil-producing region. East of the Euphrates River, those top-tier oil fields producing thousands or even tens of thousands of barrels of crude oil per day are now all exposed to Lin Mo's cannon fire. The red areas on the map are expanding at an unprecedented rate, their ambitions spreading like ink dripping into water, rapidly encroaching across the entire region. Now, it's his enemies' turn to be nervous. Various armed groups entrenched in the oil-producing region and the forces supporting them behind the scenes. Everyone is reassessing this suddenly emerging Chinese warlord. The name Lin Mo is associated with a series of decisive, almost brutal victories. It is becoming an undeniable variable on the battlefield in northern Syria. Of course, Lin Mo himself was well aware that many people were eyeing Manbij, this lucrative prize. Its importance is self-evident. Controlling this place is tantamount to strangling Aleppo and the eastern resource region. The enemy will never sit idly by and watch him reap the rewards of his victory. A counterattack could come at any moment. The number 2 base vehicle had already been deployed in a relatively secluded area on the outskirts of Manbij. This silver-gray metal fortress is more compact and imposing than the Great Wall at the main base, and its size is still astonishing when deployed. Modular building units are assembled together like building blocks, forming a new frontline command center and industrial core. The dark blue energy lines pulsed faintly beneath the surface, providing the entire facility with tremendous power. As usual, the radar stations with the highest priority will be built first. Immediately afterwards, virtual blueprints for 10 barracks and 2 tank factories were put into construction. Lin Mo intends to build a massive army breeding ground and armored cradle in Manbij that is no less powerful than the main base. At the same time, the city's defense system is being built at an astonishing pace. At key perimeter passages, high points, and both sides of bridges, dozens of sentry machine gun turrets and newly added defensive turrets are being rapidly deployed by engineering robots. Further out into the wilderness and along the accessible roads that could potentially be exploited, engineering units are working intensively to lay large areas of mixed minefields. Anti-tank mines and anti-personnel mines are interspersed, forming a terrifying death zone. It would be impossible for the enemy to launch a strong attack on Manbij without more than 3 times the manpower, powerful artillery preparation, and the determination to endure heavy casualties. Large-scale troop movements are virtually impossible to hide from radar scans that are already in operation. In the afternoon, the slanting sunlight cast a dim, yellowish glow over the war-ravaged city of Manbij. A faint smell of gunpowder and burning still lingered in the air, but the main streets had been roughly cleared. Some daring civilians began to peer out into the ruins, trying to find usable items or food. Lin Mo's car, escorted by a samurai infantry fighting vehicle at the front and back, drove into a relatively intact area of the city. It stopped in front of a 3-story hotel. This hotel has a typical Arabic architectural style, with arched doors and windows, earth and yellow stone exterior walls, and a small courtyard inside. Now, however, this place has become a temporary command post and Lin Mo's residence. The area around the hotel has already been completely controlled. Fully armed conscripts occupied every advantageous position, their sharp eyes constantly scanning the streets and building windows. The sides of these soldiers' helmets are marked with stars representing combat experience. At least 1 star, 2 or 3 stars are not uncommon. You can even see several elite guards with an exceptionally cold demeanor and 4 faint gold stars gleaming on their helmets. On the high ground, a well-camouflaged sniper team lay in ambush, the lenses of their high-powered scopes occasionally reflecting a cold glint. Lin Mo never hesitates to invest in his own safety. The inn's original owner and previous guest had been asked to leave shortly after the battle ended. Currently, the inn is managed and staffed by several young girls who have undergone rigorous screening, have relatively simple backgrounds, and demonstrate a high degree of obedience to Lin Mo's rule. They were dressed in clean but simple clothes, with headscarves wrapped around their heads, and they were busy working carefully, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. The fact that Lania's room was arranged next to Lin Mo's bedroom was itself a signal. Her performance in the alley this morning, and Lin Mo's subsequent appointment, undoubtedly greatly enhanced her status and importance within the group. She was no longer just a maid, but a manager with real authority and responsibility. Although this power is entirely dependent on Lin Mo, it is still power. She pushed open the door to her simple but clean and tidy room, put down the small bag containing her personal belongings, and prepared to catch her breath. Then they heard Lin Mo's voice coming from the other end of the corridor. "Oh, right, Rania, come to my room in a bit." The voice was flat, revealing no emotion, yet it made Rania's heart skip a beat. She knew, of course, what Lin Mo calling her over might mean. This wasn't the first time, but each time a complex mix of subservience, exploitation, and a hint of something indescribable would well up inside me. She took a deep breath and forced a somewhat strained smile onto her face. Turning towards the direction from which the voice came, he respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Although she didn't believe that Lin Mo had any special feelings for her, this feeling even made her subconsciously feel some resistance and discomfort. But the reality is that the other party wields power she cannot resist and controls the platform upon which she depends for survival and even to realize her ambitions. From a moment she was chosen by this Chinese man, the course of many things was perhaps already predetermined. Isn't this exactly what she wanted? By getting close to power, by using power, and ultimately, perhaps one can gain some power. Rania smiled bitterly to herself. She couldn't give a clear answer to this question either. She paused briefly in the room to compose herself and her appearance before turning and heading towards Lin Mo's room. "Knock on the door," and enter after receiving permission. The room was much larger than hers. It was originally a luxury suite in the hotel, but had been renovated while retaining basic comforts. At this moment, the room was filled with warm steam. In one corner of the room, there was a small tiled bathtub filled with steaming hot water. Lin Mo was lying on his back in the pool, his head resting on the edge, facing an open window. Outside the window is the ever-changing azure sky over the northern wilderness of Syria. He didn't turn around. Rania consciously closed the door behind her, walked to the edge of the bathtub, and squatted down. He stretched out his hands, his fingertips gently resting on Lin Mo's muscular shoulders, and began to knead them skillfully. Her technique has indeed become more and more skillful. She knows where to apply pressure and where to relax. Rania, your technique is getting more and more skillful. It feels really good, Lin Mo said without turning his head, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. The voice sounded somewhat muffled due to the languidness. After saying this, the two fell silent. The only sounds were the slight sloshing of the water and the subtle friction as Lania massaged her. Chapter 92, Cooperation Agreement. Lin Mo seemed lost in thought, staring out the window, a long trail of cigarette ash piling up. Rania was happy to accept this, silently carrying out her work, but her mind was wandering elsewhere. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind about how to govern Manbij, how to appease the civilians, and how to establish basic order. However, Lin Mo's needs in certain aspects are indeed far beyond those of ordinary people, as if he has inexhaustible energy. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why he was able to survive and rise in this harsh environment. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Mo seemed to come back from his thoughts. He threw away the cigarette, and still didn't look back. He said in a normal tone, "I've traveled such a long way today, and I'm covered in dust. Let's get off and wash up." Lania's massaging hand slightly recoiled. She wanted to say that she could go back to her room to shower, but she swallowed the words back. My body no longer felt completely under my control, like a puppet being pulled by invisible threads. She remained silent, slowly stood up, and with stiff fingers, unbuttoned her shirt one button at a time. In the dead of night, amidst the utter silence, sporadic gunshots suddenly rang out in the distance. Bang, bang, top, top, top. The sound carried far in the empty night, and it seemed to be not far from the edge of the city. Immediately afterwards, a fire rose from a certain direction. It started as a small orange-red dot, which quickly spread and dyed a patch of the night sky red. The sounds of shouting and more gunfire could still be faintly heard. It was probably the remaining enemy forces lurking in the city, who dared not show themselves during the day, who were trying to break out under the cover of night or create chaos, and had even set some buildings or supplies on fire. Rania was startled awake from her light sleep by the noise, and her heart tightened. She instinctively reached out to touch the side, but found nothing. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Lin Mo was not asleep at all, but was sitting at the desk by the window, wearing only a bathrobe. He was looking through something under the dim light of a desk lamp. Wrapped in a blanket, she walked barefoot on the cool floor and quietly approached him from behind. When Rania saw the familiar leather-covered notebook in his hand, her heart skipped a beat and then began to race uncontrollably. "Master, you are looking at my notebook." Her voice was very soft, with a hoarseness from just waking up and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Lin Mo responded without turning his head, and continued flipping through the pages, his fingers tracing the paper with a soft rustling sound. This notebook was indeed intentionally brought into the room by Rania, and unintentionally placed in a rather conspicuous position. She needed an opportunity to let Lin Mo see things that went beyond just daily records. Sure enough, he found it. Besides simple diary entries, the notebook contained more of what Rania had seen, heard, thought, and felt since arriving in the controlled area. It includes analyses of local tribal relations, observations of the mentality of ordinary people, and some rudimentary ideas about post-war economic recovery. There were even some draft outlines on establishing a grassroots management structure, simplified legal provisions, and tax and labor service systems. The handwriting is elegant and well-organized, revealing the writer's good education and unwillingness to settle for mediocrity. This woman's ambition is far greater than she appears. Many of the insights, though immature, offer unique perspectives that transcend the realm of purely military control. Lin Mo had already flipped through more than a dozen pages. He had to admit that Rania was intelligent and hardworking. Some of the governance blueprints she outlined sounded wonderful, full of idealized order and efficiency. But in the eyes of this businessman who has experienced the harsh realities of life and knows the complexities of human nature and the scarcity of resources, these ideas are too superficial. Many practical difficulties were overlooked. If these short essays were to be graded, Lin Mo would barely give them a 6 out of 10, just passing. To be a qualified politician or manager, having ideas and theoretical discussions alone is not enough. Rania has a long way to go, and her ideas are still too idealistic, even somewhat naive. However, Lin Mo closed his laptop and leaned back in his chair. He was very self-aware. He knew he wasn't cut out for governing the country and had no interest in dealing with those tedious civil affairs matters. He prefers straightforward business, using force to acquire resources and using those resources to exchange for money and more force. His men were mostly brutes like Khalid or war machines that were absolutely obedient but lacked flexibility, like conscripts. This Rania is like a rough, unpolished piece of jade with good quality. Perhaps we could give her a testing ground and let her try it out. As long as she can largely appease the civilians, prevent trouble in her own backyard, and avoid wasting too many resources, she will have succeeded. Did I mess it up? Simply replace the person, or solve the problem in a simpler and more direct way. Treat it as an investment and see how it goes. The next day, after handing over the defense and initial reorganization of Manbij to Khalid, Lin Mo returned to Raduro with his guards. Because a longtime client, Colonel Tariq of the government forces, visited again. In addition to the routine procurement, it seems there is another cooperation plan to be discussed this time. Lin Mo never slacks off as long as there's money to be made. He quickened his pace, and almost simultaneously, Colonel Tariq's convoy arrived at the outskirts of the Raduro base. The two sides greeted each other like old friends, embracing, patting each other on the back, and exchanging pleasantries. Colonel Tariq looked much better than last time. The government forces, armed with weapons purchased from Lin Mo, reportedly achieved good results in several localized counterattacks. Having clearly tasted success this time, they couldn't wait to come back again. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone arrived at the newly decorated reception room. The place was furnished with a relatively clean carpet, coffee and tea sets obtained from the merchants, and several dishes of dates and nuts, making it look quite presentable. Tariq took a sip of strong Arabic coffee and set down the exquisite gilded cup. He cleared his throat and got to the point. Besides continuing to purchase weapons, they had an even more important purpose for this trip. Tariq was conveying this message on behalf of General Salam and even higher-ups behind him. Lin Mo and they shared a common enemy, the rebels. The military leadership also keenly realized that this Chinese man possessed astonishing military strength. With Lin Mo active in the north, it will undoubtedly greatly restrain the rebel forces and relieve the pressure on the main battlefield. Therefore, they sought a model of peaceful coexistence and joint resistance against the enemy. Tariq pointed to the simple map on the wall and analyzed. It is not difficult to see from Lin Mo's move to capture Manbij that his strategic focus is on the oil-producing areas in the east. That is where wealth and resources reside. The government force's main objective at present is to recapture large and medium-sized cities like Aleppo, regain control of population centers and transportation hubs, and strike at the main rebel forces. The two sides have different strategic directions, one heading east and the other northwest. There is no direct conflict between them. On the contrary, they can support each other. The government forces propose that both sides define the general direction of action and agree that whoever captures territory will control it, without attacking each other. When necessary, they can provide mutual support or coordinate actions to contain a common enemy. The spoils or profits afterward can be divided according to the agreed proportions or negotiated methods. Chapter 93 Market Feedback. As Lin Mo listened, he slowly peeled the dates. He knew perfectly well that the government forces were in dire straits, surrounded by enemies on all sides, so this suggestion was somewhat of a desperate measure. They actually thought of trying to win over this warlord to fight together, seize territory and resources. The so-called cooperation sounds good now, but will it be upheld in the future? Especially when huge interests are involved. Nobody can say for sure. In times of chaos, The strength of an alliance often depends on the balance of power and the needs of the parties involved. However, from the current perspective, accepting this proposal is more beneficial than harmful. This can at least reduce potential threats from one direction and also provide an additional source of intelligence and possible support. He couldn't think of a reason to refuse at the moment. Besides, the other party was his major customer. I agree. Lin Mo tossed the date pit into the ashtray, clapped his hands, and said decisively, "Very good." Colonel Tariq's face immediately broke into a smile, clearly not expecting Lin Mo to agree so readily. "I'll report this good news to General Salam right away. From now on, we'll be good friends and brothers fighting side by side." Lin Mo smiled and raised his coffee cup in a gesture of greeting. "Brother?" He scoffed inwardly. They were just business partners. "All right, now that we've finished discussing business, let's talk about what weapons your side needs to purchase this time." Lin Mo steered the conversation back to the part he cared about most. Allies are just a facade. Real orders are what truly matter. With money, his war machine can keep running indefinitely. Whether or not he has allies doesn't really matter. Tariq rubbed his hands together and said, "We need another 20 Grizzly tanks this time, and they need to be readily available. The sooner the better." Lin Mo wore a professional smile and patiently waited for the rest of the story to unfold. For example, how many more rifles, ammunition, vehicles are needed? To everyone's surprise, after Tariq finished explaining the tank's requirements, he stopped, picked up his coffee, and took another sip. "Just 20 tanks." Lin Mo's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. The last deal involved thousands of rifles, millions of rounds of ammunition, and dozens of armored vehicles. This time it's actually shrunk? This doesn't make sense unless... "Yes, Mr. Lin, our current budget is a bit tight, so we have decided to purchase 20 tanks to strengthen our key assault force for the time being." Tariq explained with a forced smile, his eyes slightly darting away. Although 20 tanks was still a huge order of $20 million, it was far below Lin Mo's expectations. His warehouse still holds tens of thousands of rifles of various models, and he recently unlocked 2 caliber mortars, 82 millimeters and 120 millimeters, as well as some other new weapons. "We're just waiting for customers to process it. Buying only such a small number of tanks is too stingy." Lin Mo had doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He wasn't discouraged. Business deals always need to be negotiated. Tariq originally suggested going to the warehouse to inspect the goods in the afternoon, but Lin Mo made an excuse to postpone the inspection until tomorrow. Lin Mo said in a grand and respectable tone, "Why don't you rest well this afternoon? I prepared a welcome banquet for everyone tonight." The real reason for his delay was that the armored vehicle factory had just rolled out a new main battle tank with significantly improved performance, which will be delivered to Laduro tomorrow. He believed that Tariq would be interested when he saw it, and might be able to sell a few more vehicles, or even boost the sales of other weapons. The afternoon was spent enjoying coffee, black tea, and endless chatter. Lin Mo appeared casual, but in reality, he was subtly trying to figure out why the government army's procurement list was so thin. Not even a rifle? Has funding really run out? Or are they still dissatisfied with the quality of his small arms? Or perhaps they found other supply channels. As an arms dealer, he must be concerned about market feedback on his products. Tariq was also a seasoned bureaucrat and military man, and he spoke with impeccable discretion. When discussing specific procurement details and military needs, they always evade the question, never revealing the truth. Lin Mo couldn't appear too aggressive. After all, the other party was now an ally and client. He could only suppress his doubts for the time being. However, he has a way to get the other party to tell the truth. The true test is revealed at the dinner table. The Alawite soldiers are known for their heavy drinking, and Colonel Tariq, according to Lin Mo's last observation, while having a good capacity for alcohol, tends to lose control of his drinking when drunk. It is true that people speak the truth when they are drunk, a truth that holds true throughout history and across cultures. When it was time for dinner, the room next to the reception room had been set up as a banquet hall. A clean tablecloth was laid out on the long table, which was filled with food. A large bowl of hummus, eggplant puree drizzled with olive oil, fresh vegetables, fragrant lamb skewers, and a whole roasted chicken. And the indispensable staple food is the fluffy Arabic flatbread cobs. Of course, the main event was a few bottles of high-proof vodka and whiskey. In these regions, these are the drinks that are considered hard currency. After everyone was seated, Lin Mo turned around and said to Rania, who had been standing quietly behind him, serving tea and water, "Rania, sit down too and have a drink with the officers." Upon hearing this, not only was Rania stunned, but the expressions of Tariq and the officers he brought also changed slightly. In Syria, especially in relatively conservative and traditional social settings, women do indeed have a lower status. At formal banquets, especially those involving military or political topics, women typically do not sit at the main table. They usually dine behind the scenes or in a separate room. Inviting a woman to sit at the table and drink with you might be seen by some as impolite or even disrespectful to the guest. Lania clearly understood the rule, and she looked at Lin Mo with some disbelief, her steps hesitant. Lin Mo nodded to her, gesturing for her to sit down. Rania took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and slowly walked to the table, sitting down to Lin Mo's left. She straightened her back, tried to appear calm and composed. Tariq and the others exchanged glances, and sure enough, a hint of unease and subtle displeasure appeared on their faces. These rough, traditional men from military backgrounds clearly felt disrespected by this arrangement. Lin Mo took in their reactions, but smiled nonchalantly. Picking up the wine bottle and pouring drinks for everyone, he said in a relaxed but unquestionable tone, "Let me introduce you all to Miss Rania, who will officially assume the position of the highest administrative official of the Manbij region from today onwards. From now on, she will be fully responsible for all affairs in the region, including civil affairs, public security, and production." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Tariq and the others on the other side changed instantly. The slight displeasure I felt earlier was replaced by shock and disbelief. They re-examined Rania, their gazes becoming complex, surprise, doubt, and a hint of solemn reassessment. How could such a young and beautiful woman be given such an important and powerful position? This is more than just a lover or a maid. This was definitely an important figure in Lin Mo's inner circle, one of his confidants. Chapter 94 makes a perfect table, and Rania heard this. Despite being mentally prepared, I was still surprised to hear him announce the appointment in such a formal and public manner. A strong surge of emotion still welled up in my heart. The impact struck her eyes, causing them to redden slightly. In that instant, she truly felt a complex emotion of being recognized and valued. This is far more exciting and carries more weight than a promise made in private. She knew now was not the time to express her gratitude to Lin Mo. She quickly composed herself, put on a graceful and poised smile, and picked up the glass in front of her that had just been filled with strong liquor. He gestured to Tariq and the others, saying, "Colonel Tariq, sirs, it's an honor to meet you all. I'd like to propose a toast to you all. The position of the chief administrative officer of a region, even if the region has just been conquered, should not be underestimated." Tariq and his men knew this well, and dared not refuse to give them this much face. They quickly composed themselves, replacing their previous strange expressions with polite smiles, and raised their glasses. Without the slightest hesitation, Rania tilted her long neck back and downed the clear liquor in one gulp. The movements were swift and decisive, though the burning sensation of the liquor, as it went down her throat, made her stomach churn. Her delicate brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Seeing this, Tariq and the others had no choice but to follow suit and toast as well. After a few drinks, the atmosphere seemed to ease a bit. To be honest, Rania doesn't usually drink alcohol, especially strong spirits like this. But at this moment, in order to live up to Lin Mo's trust and high regard in front of everyone, she forced herself to suppress the burning sensation. She even gave a confident yet slightly stubborn smile, picked up the bottle, refilled her glass, and raised it again. Looking directly at Tariq, he said, "Colonel Tariq, this toast is for you alone. I hope that we can have a good cooperation in the future." The banquet then truly began. The smell of alcohol mingled with the aroma of roasted meat, filling the room. With Rania willing to act as a pawn, actively engaging in drinking contests with several government military officers, Lin Mo was happy to have some peace and quiet. A faint, amused smile played on his lips as he leaned back slightly in his chair. He toyed with the silver dinner knife between his fingers, watching Rania fight several people single-handedly, as if he were watching a play. He hadn't realized that this girl, who is usually quiet, could be so bold at the dinner table. After a few glasses of strong vodka, 2 rosy blushes rose on her fair cheeks, while her azure eyes became even brighter. Her speech and demeanor remained poised and graceful, even displaying a rare tenacity among Syrian women in dealing with men in formal settings. She spoke fluently about the customs, traditions, and tribal composition of Manbij. By cleverly avoiding sensitive political and military topics, Tariq and others gradually relaxed their initial reservations. After several rounds of drinking, the alcohol began to take effect. Colonel Tariq did indeed become more talkative, and his voice grew louder. He slammed his fist on the table as he recounted how they used the tanks Lin Mo had sold to crush the rebel lines like crushing walnuts. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Mo used seemingly casual conversation to steer the topic to light weapons. Speaking of which, how are those rifles from last time? What were the soldiers' feedback? Lin Mo took a sip of his drink and asked casually. Tariq let out a burp and waved his hand. Guns? Good. Excellent. He gave a thumbs up. Lin, I'm telling you the truth. Your batch of goods is far superior to those Peshawar